Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Ahem, in a situation like this, shouldn't you be taking my side? No. Of course I'm not blaming Zero, but Rodelin showed a cold attitude, as if she was displeased. Faced with that sight, I couldn't help but be flustered. That's because for a character like Rodelin, showing a sulky emotion was an impossibility. This isn't like her character. Rodelin is a child who admires soldiers and hopes to fulfill that dream in the future to guard the frontier together with her family. Maybe that's why. Her way of speaking, actions, even her attitude. She always maintained a stance no different from a soldier. Users found that side of Rodelin very cute. Just imagine. The side of a young girl who dreams of becoming a soldier acting like one. Anyone would find it adorable. And that applied not only to the users but also to the people of this world. Oh my, how cute. I hope your dream comes true. Haha, looks like there's no need to worry about the future of the Empire. Everyone was busy adoring Rodelin. They saw her not as a soldier, but as an academy student and a young girl. Perhaps she was angry that her dream was being treated as a laughing matter. In addition to showing a disgusted attitude when complimented on her charm as a woman, she often hid her emotional expressions. A typical reaction is getting sulky or pouting. She probably thinks such emotional expressions are not befitting of a soldier. But, well, it can't be helped. I can't deny the fact that I lack charm. Grumble grumble. She's complaining that I didn't choose her. A smile naturally spread across my lips. This was exactly what I had hoped for. She's acting like a child. A sight befitting Rodelin's age, impossibly cute. I was happy to catch a glimpse of it. Why are you looking at me like that? Rodelin glanced over at me. She seemed completely unaware that she was throwing a tantrum. Keek, it's because I don't understand. Where else could you find someone as charming as you, senior? I appreciate the consolation, but your lies are so obvious that it's not comforting at all. How could a muscle idiot like me be charming? That's impossible. Rodelin wouldn't know. The fact that there are over hundreds of thousands of people who have fallen for her charm. Not only in this world, but on the Earth I lived on, there was even a separate fan club community for Rodelin. Even when I was the only one left playing the game, that community was still active. The community created by people who cherished Rodelin had grown to be one of the top 5 in scale in Korea. If Rodelin found out about this, she would shout loudly. A gathering of perverts is grounds for demerit points, she would say. Well, the fan club members would probably cling to her legs begging for demerit points. Imagining that scene made me chuckle. It's not a lie. Do you know how many people like you, senior? And in the first place, you're not a muscle idiot. I guess I'm a bit too smart to be called an idiot. Rodelin has never once given up first place since entering the academy. But that's not the part I'm talking about. The muscle part isn't true either. It's not like muscles are the only thing that exists, right? Originally, a person must have some fat on their body. Well, there was indeed a flaw in Big Sister's words. I didn't point it out. I must have been too excited. Keek, that's right. Well, senior also has soft parts no less than Lucia. Yes, I agree. I'm no less than her. Rodelin, who was nodding her head, looked over at me. She seemed to realize something was strange. But how do you know that? Although not as good as Lucia, Rodelin also has a splendid figure at novel bin at. How do I know that? Keek, memories of the Demon's Shard are coming back vividly. From beginning to end. It was a very intense battle. When we fell underground at the Tomb of the Holy Sword, Rodelin hugged me tightly and used floating magic, but due to the battle with the Demon's Shard, her clothes were badly torn here and there. So I can't help but know well. Well, the game's settings book also contained various information such as height and weight. Perhaps my praise was too good. Rodelin wrapped her arms around her body. Keek, why are you suddenly doing that? Didonti look. Don't you know that lewd gazes are grounds for demerit points? I was just looking normally, but she called it a lewd gaze. It's always a problem with these slit eyes. If only my eyes weren't like this, I could have shown innocent eyes and proven my innocence. Well, it doesn't seem like her favorability has fallen at least. It's about time to wrap things up. I approached Rodelin, who was slightly red-faced, covering her chest with both arms. And if, at that time, Miss Rez hadn't been there, bringing my face close to Rodelin's ear, I whispered, Rodelin, I would have chosen you. Perhaps the system also wanted to tease Rodelin. The word senior was automatically replaced with Rodelin. Words mixed with half sincerity, half playfulness. But it was enough to make Rodelin's face flush. WHWHWH, what kind of nonsense joke is that? Are you out of your mind? Keek, my head is perfectly fine, and it's even less of a joke. Looking straight into the eyes of Rodelin, whose face was red enough to burst, I spoke. Have fallen head over heels for your charm. You unhealthy relationship punishment punch. Rodelin's fist flew towards my face. Perhaps because it was a newly acquired F-rank skill, because she was startled, or because of the experience gained from hellish training with Lucia. Tap. My body moved naturally and I grabbed Rodelin's wrist. Rodelin lost her balance in surprise, and I reached out my other arm to prevent her from falling to the ground. Then, I don't know exactly how it happened, but I ended up hugging Rodelin. We got even closer than before. Our gazes, bodies, and our hearts too. Thump dash. Was it my imagination? I thought I could hear the sound of Rodelin's heartbeat. In that startling situation, as we looked into each other's eyes, poof dash, there was a sound of something exploding from Rodlin's head. Unhealthy thoughts are grounds for demerit points. Rodlin took out a notebook and wrote down a name. Not my name, but her own. Could it be that Rodlin, of all people, had indecent thoughts? I became very curious as to what those unhealthy thoughts were. YUVE improved a lot. I can look forward to next time. Next time. Is she saying she's looking forward to this kind of situation happening again? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Rodlin's face flushed again. Sparring? I'm talking about sparring? Make sure to improve your skills a lot. I won't go easy on you next time. Shouting like that, Rodlin ran out. Both Lucia and Rodlin. They're really like the wind. The door of the tavern opened and closed with a creaking sound. Looking at that door, I thought. Integrity, nobility, and sacrifice. If you were to summarize the character Rodlin, you could describe her with those 3 words. A child who is proud of, cherishes, and loves the family that protects the empire more than anything else. That's why she bears all the sins committed by her family on her own. Foolish child. Unlike that child, I'm not foolish. Meaning I won't give up the things I have, the things I can gain in the future, just to save Rodlin alone. Because I'm not a noble person like Rodlin. Because I'm not someone who can be called a hero. I'm just a dirty old gamer faithful to my desires. All I can do is make her smile, and as I did now, awaken the child's heart that she's hiding inside. I sincerely hoped that this time would provide her even a little comfort. That in the arduous journey ahead, she could recall this moment as a fond memory and smile. That it could console her heart even a little when she bears the sins of her family alone. Clap 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 dash. Oh customer, contrary to appearances, you've got quite the skills. When you become an adult, you'll make many women cry. The words came while I was offering a short prayer. It was Scarlet, the tavern owner. This isn't the time to be lost in sentimentality. Scarlet's unexpected appearance. But I had sufficiently organized my thoughts while having the meal. That's right. It's time to achieve the real purpose of today. Keek, I'll take that as a compliment. It is a compliment. A man should have a rough charm, you know, rough charm. So that's why you throw yourself into a rough life. We conversed, probing each other's gaps, acting as if we are harmless people, ordinary people, to extract information. As expected, he's not an easy opponent. However, business is tough indeed, especially if you're in the information trade. Pardon? What do you mean by that? I mean, stop the acting. Isn't that right, Rat Scarlet? In an instant, Scarlet's eyes changed. From the eyes of a well-mannered merchant to the sharp eyes of a beast. Cheeky bastard. I heard about you, but you really are an impudent one. The one who flaunts his power while doing business with the continent in the far future. The Omni Merchant. Scarlet opened his eyes. TL note. Previously I called him the Universal Merchant, but I'm changing it to Omni Merchant. The original one is, which means a store that sells everything. Asterisk. Eurydia threw off the black robe she was wearing. She couldn't stand how stuffy it was. Playboy? Pervert? Scumbag? He's really the worst man. Is he going after even Rez now, beyond Luna, Rodlin, and Lucia? Even an octopus wouldn't have tentacles like that. Ugh. I feel so bad for Luna. Eurydia saw it. The teardrops welling up at the corners of her eyes. She was clearly holding back tears with difficulty. In reality, she was just yawning due to drowsiness, but Eurydia was unaware of this fact. To not say a word and endure it even in that situation. That's true devotion. She trusts Zero, thinking there's no way, that it must have just been a simple joke. So Eurydia got even angrier. Not only eating while surrounded by girls, but even making a pass at Rez right in front of her. And he did it brazenly too. She wanted to tell her to dump a trashy man like that right away. But Luna's love is real. If this situation continues, she would give sincere advice, but it's not time yet. Because it's a problem that can be solved just by correcting Zero's behavior. Eurydia made a resolution. That from now on, she would intervene more actively. Luna, don't worry, I'm here for you. Eurydia started running. To gather Luna's fan club and inform them of what happened today. Everything was, for the sake of Luna's love? You're way too cheeky. Scarlet, who was in the kitchen, slowly approached me. When he emerged from the kitchen, his body was 1.2 times larger than before. Lowering his waist, narrowing his shoulders, stretching his neck. Techniques for disguising as an ordinary merchant, and the basic skills for rats to avoid standing out. He shed that shell and revealed his true form. Go ahead and keep being cheeky. I'm curious to see how far that cheekiness will go. Brushing back his red hair, Scarlet opened his mouth. At the same time, he took a stance looking down at me from above. An overbearing attitude to gain the upper hand. But I'm not someone who gets scared by this. The mental defense skill is protecting my mind, but also, compared to Karen's intimidation, it's nothing. Frankly, it's not even at Luna's level. Scarlet's actions are mere threats, but Luna actually bites people. Maybe she'll say the restaurant was a mess today so she couldn't eat much meat, and try to take a bite out of my body instead. As I was trembling at the future to come, perhaps thinking he had the upper hand, Scarlet spoke. It must have been easy to deduce that I'm a rat. But, how did you find out my name? Basically, it's taboo for rats to reveal their names to each other. They use aliases or nicknames like Shaggy Rat, and when going on missions, they sometimes simply refer to each other by numbers. A rat's real name is information only known to manager-level personnel like Karen, so it's natural for Scarlet to be curious. He'll think Karen wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. And that's true. Karen didn't tell me Scarlet's name. No, he didn't even tell me about his existence. In other words, it was my mistake to mention Scarlet's name and unintentionally hit the nail on the head. But there's no need to be flustered. Keek, this much is basic for me. Looks like teacher Karen didn't tell you. He did tell me to be careful. Then does that mean you obtained this information independently? That you have ties with manager-level personnel besides Mr. Karen? A dirty relationship to the point of selling rat secrets. Not a bad inference. If Scarlet passes this information to Karen, the manager-level figures will suffer, but, well, that's none of my business. In the first place, the probability of that is low. Manager-level rats are by no means easy opponents. Karen-level, no, in some ways, even more outstanding existences. No matter how skilled I am, it's almost impossible to find out a rat's real name from them. And since they've spent time with Karen, their trust relationship will be solid. Such an existence selling information on rats to a mere academy student? It's impossible. That a low-level rat like Scarlet stupidly revealed his own name and forgot about it. Thinking this way is much more natural and probable. In other words, if Scarlet provides this information to Karen, he'll get scolded instead. He'll say, "Can't you even think for yourself?" It's best for Karen to distance himself from Scarlet, because the more he does, the closer he'll inevitably get to me. Karen will also get closer to me. He'll think he's filtered out an unhelpful guy. I made a mistake unintentionally, but it's actually a good situation. I smiled slyly. Keek, that's a secret. It's good manners to keep an informant's secret, right? Indeed, you're cheeky enough. I apologize. For underestimating you? No need to thank me. It's your mistake, Scarlet. Cheeky bastard. You don't back down at all. You better be nervous. From now on, I'm going to dissect you, Scarlet growled. A short conversation. But even from this, I could learn a few pieces of information. Karen didn't release much information about me. If he had provided information about me, Scarlet's attitude towards me would be one of three. Realizing my value and treating me with utmost respect, pretending to be naive while secretly trying to dig up information, or if not that, he would have suppressed me with force. But none of those reactions are showing. He's only showing strong hostility obvious to anyone. There's only one thing this means. He sees me as a rival who is a rookie rat at that. Karen must have provoked him subtly, and Scarlet, thinking he can't lose to a rookie rat, must have taken the bait. The reason Karen hid information about me and set up a fight? To see Scarlet's skills. By using me. If Scarlet finds out new information about me in the process, it's truly killing two birds with one stone, catching a loach while digging a ditch. A typical move by Karen, a well-made trap. Well, there are still a few things I don't understand, but I can find that out later. The most important thing right now is to get Scarlet under my command. Karen is also doing a good job, but the problem is that he's always wary of me. In the future, I'll have to excavate mysteries, have secret conversations with heroes, and even go on heart-flattering dates with demons. I can't ask Karen to do these things. The power I need to gain could be transferred to Karen, but I judged that it's not information someone at the academy can obtain. There's a high probability he'll try to find out how I'm obtaining such high-quality information. How? He'll tear off my flesh piece by piece and ask. Obtaining information through torture. It's one of the things Karen is good at. Right now, he can't do that because I'm protecting Luna, but if the information I provide is high quality, even Luna won't be able to protect me. Maybe instead of flesh, he'll threaten to tear off my cells one by one. I'd rather not have such horrible things happen. In other words, the person I need most right now is someone who will be blindly loyal, someone who won't doubt my words, will absolutely follow my orders, and won't covet mysterious powers or vast wealth. I needed someone like that. The so-called master-slave, no, a ruler-subject relationship, let's say. A very cool and excellent relationship. I'll get my own knight. A master who handles a knight. Isn't that kind of cool? To have someone who will be called the Omni-Merchant in the future, who will reign over the continent, as my knight. A smile naturally spread across my lips. Then Scarlet frowned. By the way, you bastard, haven't you been educated yet? Keek, educated. So that's how it is. You haven't been educated yet. That's why you're being so cheeky. Scarlet smiled, as if he realized something. You didn't come in through the normal route, right? You must have received a recruitment offer from someone. Am I right? A recruitment offer, huh? In a way, you could see it like that. Since I'm in a business relationship with Karen, I wasn't offered to become a rat, but you could say I was offered to become a business partner. Well, that's true. I knew it, that's how it was. That's why you could be so cheeky. Now I understand Mr. Karen's intention. Intention? Yeah. Scarlet's eyes lit up at novel bin at. To fix that mental attitude of yours. That's the reason Mr. Karen sent you to me. Looking at his serious attitude, I could tell. He's greatly misunderstanding something right now. I think you're greatly misunderstanding something. In this situation, your cheekiness disappears. What, are you getting a little scared now? That's not it. Draw your weapon. I'll show you the skills of a senior rat. Shing dash. A metallic sound rang out from behind Scarlet. His right hand was behind his waist. It was clear he was holding a weapon in that hand. Judging by the fact that it's not visible, it must be a short weapon like a dagger. This is troublesome. I need to make Scarlet my subordinate by today, but not only is Scarlet greatly misunderstanding something, he's also taken a combat stance. On top of that, Luna and Rez are waiting for me outside. How do I persuade him? There is one easy way, but if I'm not careful, it could come across as a threat. Threatening someone who needs to have a close relationship with me? The moment his weakness disappears, he'll turn his back on me. Right now his stats are low, but in the future, he'll be called the Omni Merchant and reign over the continent. He has high potential. He'll grow greatly before long and will be a big help in the future. Losing such an existence to a threat would be a huge loss. As expected, using that move right now is too much. Above all, there aren't many who can help me while deceiving Karen's eyes. As my concern deepened, Scarlet gradually approached me. Draw your weapon. Well, I don't mind if your fists are your fighting style. Keek, this is troublesome. Don't worry. I'll at least spare your life. No, that's not what I mean. Using the eye-opening skill, I said. I mean it'll be troublesome for you. Fighting is murder to me. Scarlet froze stiffly for a moment. Soon his mouth twisted, and he shouted loudly. Your cheekiness is reaching the sky? I'll definitely fix that insolence of yours. I thought maybe he'd back off if I acted like I had something up my sleeve. Looks like it backfired. I have no choice but to make him kneel with force. But currently, Scarlet doesn't even have an artifact to protect his body. I can't use one flash or sky splitter. Same with other advanced skills. You're saying I have to fight with only my own skills. Although I'm gaining experience close to real combat by training with Lucia, my swordsmanship is still at a third-rate level. Scarlet's level may be low, but the problem is that his weapon seems to be a dagger. I've never fought against a short weapon like a dagger. For now, one thing is clear. The moment I give him distance, holes will be made all over my body. Realizing information that's not helpful at all. It's really annoying. Keek, aren't we intellectuals? It's better to resolve things through conversation rather than fighting. Damn it. Give me time to draw my sword? In a hurry, I picked up a chair next to me. Scarlet's dagger approached with enough force to pierce through the chair. Thwack dash. Someone grabbed that dagger, with their bare hands at that. Oh, that's not how you kill. A relaxed, impossibly easygoing voice even though they're grabbing a sharp blade with their hand. That's right. The person who grabbed the dagger was none other than one of the 10 swords of the Empire, Lucia. I'll teach you. Murder is. Shink. Done like this, you rookie. Instantly burrowing into Scarlet's chest, Lucia thrust out her fist. Boom. A sound that was hard to believe came from a fist meeting a stomach. Scarlet's body bent grotesquely, and his knees, body, and head met the ground in order. Not even a scream was heard. He met his death without even a chance to scream. That's right. She killed him? Lucia killed my subordinate? No, the guy who was going to become my subordinate. Perhaps noticing my shock, Lucia scratched her cheek and said, was it not a dangerous situation? I mean, it wasn't a situation where I would die. Same goes for the other side. In other words, she killed an innocent person. Lucia became greatly flustered. It's okay. People don't die that easily. Well, his lifespan might have been shortened a bit. By about 70 years. That's a number where it wouldn't be strange if he died right now. How is it any different from a murderer saying in court, I didn't kill him. I did stab him with a knife, but his lifespan was just shortened a bit. By about 100 years. Even though my eyes are slits, she seems to know I'm looking at her with the eyes of looking at a criminal. Lucia grabbed Scarlet's hair and lifted him up. I'm not a murderer. Look, he's alive. The tongue sticking out of his mouth was saying, I'm already a corpse. Strange. I didn't even hit him that hard. Hey, try getting up. I said get up. Smack. Perhaps Lucia's wish reached the heavens. Scarlet regained consciousness. Ugh. See, he's not dead. Yes, it seems his lifespan was shortened by about 70 years. He'll probably die by tomorrow. I was just kidding. In the first place, if he dies from this much, there's something wrong with him. Well, some terminal illness that makes you die suddenly. Maybe he had something like that? There was only one thing I wanted to say to Lucia making such excuses. Please make those excuses in court, you prospective murderer. After Zero's group left, Scarlet, who was restoring the tavern to its original state. As he was putting up the curtain, he suddenly realized. Someone was staring at him, 2 eyes glowing in the darkness. It was obvious who it was without looking. The head of the rats, the Emperor's shadow, and the one who gave him this mission. It was Karen. You've come? At Scarlet's greeting, Karen revealed himself. He looked no different from usual, but Scarlet realized something was different. He came before it's even night. That's right. The village is currently dyed in a deep sunset. This was a very unusual occurrence. Because usually rats are active after darkness falls on the village, when they can avoid people's attention. Karen is no different. No, he has to be even more careful. Not only because his face full of scars draws attention, but also because he's so huge. Moreover, he's a person who's so busy he can't even blink. Like last time, he could have sent someone else and it would have been enough. But he deliberately came in person before it even got dark? This means one of two things. Either Karen had nothing particular to do, or this mission was that important. Important enough that he needs to receive the report quickly. Scarlet inwardly heightened his tension. Scarlet, who not only has the mission Karen gave him, but also agreed to work with Zero. If this fact is discovered, not only will the eternal snowflower disappear into the distance, but his own life will also be in jeopardy. Of course, I haven't completely changed my mind yet. Whether Karen has information about the eternal snowflower or not, this will clearly tell him which side he should choose. The problem is he didn't know Karen would come looking for him so quickly. When Scarlet gulped, Karen's mouth opened. So, you must have completed the mission well. Hehe, who do you think I am? Of course I completed it perfectly. Oh, Karen's eyes shone with interest. Not only did he treat Luna to delicious food, but he also found out information about Zero. Treating Luna to food must have been easy, but he obtained information about that sinister guy. If so, it can be said he achieved tremendous results. He doesn't think it's because Scarlet's skills are outstanding. Rather, it's the opposite. Scarlet was so incompetent that he let his guard down and made a slip of the tongue. There was a high probability of that. Well, it doesn't matter as long as he can get the information. So, what information is it? Not only did he know I'm a rat, he even knew my name. He must have ties with manager-level rats. What? The rats' identities and names are top-level information known only to manager-level personnel. If what Scarlet is saying is true, it's a big deal. Because it means someone is colluding with Zero. Karen's mind quickly turned. Currently, there are only 5 people who can access the rat's personal information. Among them, there were no rats who were capable of betraying. Because, except for himself, they're all out of the Empire. It's been about 2 weeks since I gave Scarlet the mission. So it's too tight on time for those far away to give information to Zero. Moreover, this one person is an early member who has been through thick and thin with him and has no family, so Zero has no means to threaten him. If I didn't have Luna, I wouldn't have made a deal with a guy like that either. In the first place, he doesn't go out much, so there's no chance of him getting involved with Zero. He made various assumptions for a moment, but there was only one conclusion. Karen glanced at Scarlet. He had a satisfied expression, saying he completed the mission perfectly. Karen inwardly frowned. He made a mistake himself and doesn't realize it. When rookie rats are active, sometimes this happens. Revealing their name with their own mouth and going, "What? How did you know?" 1 or 2 appear in every class, but of all things, it turned out to be Scarlet, the one he gave the mission to. Karen felt a headache coming on at novel bin at. I'll check with those manager-level guys, but it's impossible for those 5 to betray him. It's like making a mistake himself and then pushing it onto him, saying it's tremendous information. I was stupid for expecting it in the first place. It's so hard to extract information from that guy. It was a mission too challenging for a low level to accomplish. After lightly glancing at Scarlet, he asked about the next mission. I'll inspect the inside myself. You must have successfully completed the other mission, right? You mean treating that child named Luna to a delicious meal? Of course I completed it perfectly. Karen nodded. In the first place, this wasn't a difficult mission. Of course, it wasn't a mission to entrust to a rat either. I should give him a good mission next time as a reward. Luna, who lives only on the meals provided by the academy due to lack of money. The quality isn't bad, but it's a clear fact that she can't eat expensive food. To think he provided high-class food to such a Luna. Karen was inwardly showing a satisfied smile when, please tell her to cut her bangs a bit. It was suffocating just looking at it. Not only does it dim her cute appearance, but you need to see the eyes to have a conversation, don't you? Karen suddenly realized something was strange. This guy, could it be? What does this child named Luna look like? Pardon? Isn't she the child hiding behind her bangs? Cute, popular, I'm not sure about charming, but people around her take good care of her. It was hard trying to block that sinister guy's hands. Yeah, it seems it will be hard to block my hands reaching for you too. There was a snap sound from Karen's hand. It's a different child. Pardon. That child is Rez, and the child with pink hair and twin tails is Luna. That chatterbox is Luna. She's not a chatterbox. She's a cute child. Unable to hold back anymore, Karen grabbed Scarlet's head. What mission did you even complete? You didn't accomplish a single thing. Arg. Veins bulged on Karen's forehead. Far from completing the mission perfectly, he failed both missions. And it was a huge failure at that. I didn't know he was this incompetent. Of course, the opponent wasn't easy, but Karen clicked his tongue. Karen isn't narrow-minded enough to judge a person based on a single mission. Not only because rat missions are very difficult, but also because many of them need time to grow. 3 chances. That was the number Karen could endure, and the chances given to Scarlet. The first chance had been completely wasted. If he fails 2 more missions in the future, Scarlet won't be able to live as a rat. I should give him a suitable tavern. It's courtesy to someone who has lived as a rat even for a short time, but it's more for information gathering. A rat who is forcibly retired can't even read information, let alone get promoted. They become an existence that only provides information to rats. Phew. Anyway, good work. Wait here until the next mission. Scarlet, who was recovering with his face in his hands, shone his eyes. Just as that Zero guy said, he succeeded in acting clumsy. Now Karen's interest in him will have diminished a bit. Although he just found out that the child he thought was Rez is Luna, and the child he thought was Luna is Rez. Now there's only one thing left for him to do. He said to Karen, who looked like he was about to leave at any moment. By any chance, Do you have information about the eternal snow flower? Eternal snow flower? As far as I know, no. Karen gave the answer too easily. It was also because the disappointment was too great, but the eternal snow flower. Moreover, I've never heard that it actually exists. Isn't it a flower that only exists in legends? As expected. I also thought so, but... Scarlett's mumbling mouth. Seeing that, Karen's eyes shone. Could it be that Zero, that guy is looking for it? Yes, he said it's something he absolutely needs. Scarlett nodded and responded. By the way, this is something Zero and he agreed on. Zero's scheme to simultaneously confirm Karen has no information about the eternal snow flower and to increase his credibility. But Karen and Scarlett, who didn't know this fact, had no choice but to fall for Zero's scheme. Eternal snow flower. So it actually existed? It's worth looking into. Scarlett couldn't help but be surprised. Not only does Zero have information Karen doesn't know, but he not only deduced Karen wouldn't know. When I said it, he laughed it off as a legend, but as soon as he heard Zero is looking for it, he immediately accepts it as fact. Only then could Scarlett decide his direction. Work under Karen and cooperate with Zero. If he wants me to betray Karen, he can do that as much as he wants. If only he can cure his sister who has the petrification disease. Scarlett clenched his fist and made a resolution. Karen was quick-witted, but he didn't notice this thought of Scarlett's. Not only because he's a rookie rat who just started, but also because Karen's mind was spinning like crazy. He asked Scarlett for information instead of me. It's a behavior that's hard to understand. This means only one thing. He didn't want to let me know he's looking for the eternal snow flower. It must be because the eternal snow flower is that valuable. Then, if I get my hands on it first, I can hand it over for a good price. Of course, it could be Zero's trap, but it's well worth looking into. Yeah, Scarlett. This is it. Pardon. This is the information I wanted. I'll count the mission as a success. Even though he messed up the most important mission, if he can plant a spy on Zero, it's a profitable business. Don't let him know you told me. Yes, of course. In the first place, it seems we won't have a chance to meet from now on anyway. They look down on you because you're low level. I'll create opportunities from time to time. Obtain information from Zero. With those words, Karen left. The man left alone in the tavern muttered. What a mess. Like that, Scarlett unintentionally became a double agent. Asterisk. We'll go first. Keek, go ahead. Rez, who was still maintaining a tadpole belly and having a hard time digesting. Luna carried her on her back like luggage and headed to the dormitory. It's late. Late at night when the sky is full of stars. The return home was delayed because of Luna, who was chattering about a long-awaited break. It was when I was heading to the dormitory like that. The corner of the dormitory building, a secluded back alley. I could feel someone targeting me there. Because hypersense was activated. And of course the person there was. Kugugugu-dash. Karen. I don't know why he's emitting such an intense aura. Keek, my body isn't feeling well today. I should rest in the dorm quickly. But my wish was not granted. Because Karen grabbed the back of my neck. Thud. I was slammed against the wall in the dark back alley. I could feel Rodlin's feeling for a moment. Keek, no matter how much of a pretty boy I am, this kind of confession is troubling. My confession is shoving a dagger into your head. Do you want that? Wow, amazing. As far as I know, society agreed to call that murder. Seems like Karen's society is quite different. You did something very amusing. Scarlett's misunderstanding of mistaking Rez for Luna. He's probably asking why I didn't clear that up. But, Keek, is that my business? It's because that guy is stupid. That's true. Karen quickly agreed. To mistake Luna and Rez. Even Karen must have found it absurd. Why didn't you report it all this time? Because there was nothing to report. What about Lucia? I could vaguely guess. Karen came today not only because of Scarlett. Didn't you already know we're training? There's no value in reporting that. I know that well. But don't you know the reason Lucia is teaching you guys? Lucia teaching children. That's an impossible story. Keek, could it be because I'm cute? Boing boing. I puffed out my cheeks to show off my cuteness. Then, snapdash. There was a sound of something snapping in Karen's head. Oh my, was I too cute? Seems like you're trying to see the limit of my patience, but I'd like to inform you that you just crossed the threshold. Actually, I slowly began to explain what happened so far, because I'm a very good student who follows the teacher's words well. Eternal Snowflower? Do you have it by any chance? Scarlett's grip on my collar tightened even more, but it's not the rough touch like before. A firm hand filled with desperation. Scarlett's earnestness was conveyed through that hand. Sell it to me? I'll pay any price. How I found out about his sister's existence, how I knew she had petrification disease, and how I know the cure is the eternal snowflower. He doesn't care about any of that. But, Keek, I don't have it. Damn, of course not. There's no way a bastard like you would have it. It didn't take long for his eyes filled with hope to be dyed with despair. And this is the same for the opposite case as well. Not right now, that is. This coming winter, and the spring that returns after that. I'll have it in my hands then. I may have to push myself a bit, but it's not impossible. If Scarlett faithfully helps me until then, the probability will increase even more. You're saying you'll hand it over to me then? That's right. If you work for me until then, I'll give it to you without a price. Huh? Do you think I'm an idiot? Say something that makes sense. The eternal snowflower is A mysterious flower that would appear in legends or fairy tales, a flower whose existence is questionable. So you can't believe my words. That's what you wanted to say, right? Scarlet shut his mouth. Probably because the words he wanted to say came out of my mouth. Lightly pushing away Scarlet's hand that was still gripping my collar, I said, "The eternal snow flower is real. It's difficult to obtain, but not impossible. Then I can obtain it myself. I don't need your help." "Keek, are you sure that's okay? You won't have gained anything up until now. If you can do it, there's no reason I can't. I'm grateful for the information that it's real. Now get lost." No, Scarlet won't be able to obtain it. Neither the eternal snow flower, nor his sister, and not even his own life. "Keek, what's the current progression?" "Progression of the petrification disease. How far has the petrification spread?" "Around the stomach area. So about 1 year left. That's plenty of time. I can obtain that dem flower and still have time left. Mr. Karen must have information. Even if I can't gain access to that information, if I explain my situation." I shook my head. "It'll be difficult. Teacher Karen doesn't have that information." "What?" "I can say with certainty, Karen doesn't know the location of the eternal snow flower." "How do I know that?" "It's a very simple deduction. The fact that Scarlet was a rat is information that wasn't in the game at novel bin at. In other words, due to some incident, he betrayed Karen and quit being a rat. There's a high chance the reason is the eternal snow flower that Scarlet is searching for." As time grew short, Scarlet must have eventually told Karen the truth and begged him to save his sister. Karen would have answered that he doesn't know such information. It's only natural for Scarlet to quit being a rat after hearing that answer. Because the most important thing to him is saving his sister. Whether Karen let Scarlet go or crippled him in that process, I don't know, but anyway, Scarlet survived and wandered the continent, and finally found the eternal snow flower. But what greeted him was only the statue of his sister, hard and stiff. Like that, Scarlet wandered the continent half out of his mind. Scarlet, who couldn't die even if he wanted to. Perhaps it became his lingering regret that he couldn't save his sister due to lack of information. He shows a madness of obsessing over all the information and mysteries in the world. Especially, in order to obtain mysteries, he doesn't discriminate between methods and doesn't hesitate to commit murder. But the most serious problem is that Scarlet didn't hesitate to make deals with demons either. Did he think demons would have circumstances similar to his own, or did he try to take revenge on the humans who controlled information? He gave them anything they needed. As a result, the demon army's power grew even stronger, and the human alliance executed Scarlet for that sin. A human who couldn't die even if he wanted to wouldn't fear death. Scarlet didn't grieve. He only regretted not being able to save his sister in the past. This is the story of the Omni Merchant, Scarlet. The legendary anecdote of him selling rare items even right before his execution is a bonus. Anyway, Scarlet won't be able to save his sister. If I don't help him, that is. Scarlet let out a chuckle. Ridiculous. To think a brat like you has information that not only I, but even Mr. Karen doesn't know. There's no way you'd have such information. Keek, that's why I can do business with Teacher Karen. Unlike you, you haven't been able to obtain it until now. Teacher Karen doesn't have the information, and there's about 1 year left. Using the eye-opening skill, I pressured Scarlet. Keek, I wonder if you can really do it? I'm getting curious. Scarlet shut his mouth and became lost in thought. He must be weighing Karen and the rats against me and the eternal snow flower. But in the end, he'll have no choice but to take my hand. It might have sounded like a threat if I wasn't careful, but now that he knows Lucia and Karen are protecting me, he'll see me as a big shot. The hand a big shot extends isn't a threat. It's a helping hand extended to the unfortunate. You said to work for you. Exactly what kind of work is it? Controlling information about Teacher Karen, and some simple errands? Keek, how about it? It's nothing much, right? Wow, to think you can save your sister just by doing this much. If it were me, I would have done it a million times more. Zapdash. Scarlet glared at me. I glared back. I don't know if he can see it with my slit eyes though. Phew. Scarlet brushed back his red hair and let out a deep sigh. Seems like he finished organizing his thoughts. His choice is naturally. The cleanup won't be easy. To think I have to betray Mr. Karen. Keek, it's not betrayal. It means to check with me first when you have something to say about me. Isn't that betrayal? Is that so? Well, that's none of my business. That's something Scarlet has to bear. What do I need to do? No. What should I do? You can speak comfortably. This is a deal after all. Then I'll do that. Now, what do I need to do and how? First, it's a secret that we made a deal. Naturally, it's also a secret that we talked about the eternal snow flower. So it's okay for me to privately ask about the eternal snow flower, as expected of the future Omni Merchant. He's quick-wit. As I nodded, Scarlet showed a satisfied look and at the same time sent an admiring gaze. Satisfaction from having a route to ask Karen, and admiration for me who is certain Karen doesn't know information about the eternal snow flower. I'd appreciate it if you hid your skills as much as possible. It would be good to make small mistakes so you can be cut from the rats within a year. You're saying to act incompetent. Yes, it would be best to say exactly what you deduced earlier. Deduction? That manager-level rats have ties with you. Yes, I found out your name through a different route. In the first place, there's no way they would sell information to me. Are you saying it was a stupid deduction? Well, whatever. It's rather convenient I don't have to make excuses. We discussed a few more things to get our stories straight. Because Karen isn't an easy opponent. Act clumsy, don't try to impress Mr. Karen. Is there anything else? Of course, there are a few things I'd like Scarlett to do for me right away, but it's not a relationship where I can trust him completely yet. We've only just formed the first link. Even though his sister is precious to Scarlett, if immense power or rewards are right in front of him, he might try to take them. He might think, I can use this power to find the eternal snowflower, but humans are inherently creatures faithful to their desires. I know what kind of life the character Scarlett will lead, but I don't completely know his personality and tendencies. Meaning he can change at any time, for better or worse. A relationship that's just starting to harmonize. In some ways, it's an even more unstable relationship than when we didn't know each other. And this is probably the same for Scarlett. We need to build trust. The eternal snowflower is a kind of mystery that can't be explained by magic, engineering, or theology. In other words, the easiest way to gain Scarlett's trust is to show him a mystery. About 3 kilometers southeast, there should be a small shrine. Shrine. Yes, bow 300 times in front of it and then destroy the shrine. Then a small tombstone should appear. Bring that to me. It's an unsavory task, but I have no choice. It might take some time since I need to avoid Mr. Karen's eyes. That's fine. That tombstone contains a mysterious power. I know the location of a mystery that's hard to find. Scarlett will feel that there's something to me, and his hope of obtaining the eternal snowflower will naturally rise as well. And this is exactly the reason I recruited Scarlett. Because unlike Karen, who is suspicious of every little thing, I can obtain what I want without burden. There are a few mysteries that would be painful to have taken away. If Scarlett siphons those off, I'll kill him and take them back. If he siphoned them off somewhere else, I'll use Karen to retrieve them. What about Scarlett's sister? What do I care? I'm not kind enough to take care of a traitor's sister. It's been a series of choices until now, and it will continue to be in the future. Scarlett turning his back on Karen is a choice he made, and me deciding to employ him is also my choice. Betraying each other in the future is also a type of choice. I only hope we don't regret our choices. I asked Scarlett, who was scribbling down my instructions. Come to think of it, did Teacher Karen give you any orders? Orders? Yes, I can't figure out why he sent me here. There's nothing like that. I was simply ordered to feed you guys something delicious. Karen used a rat just for a single meal? That's possible. But then why did you attack me? Right. I forgot. He told me to show you what's what whenever you try to lay hands on a girl named Luna. Well, part of it was also because I mistook you for a new rat. Luna? But didn't Scarlett attack whenever I approached Rez? Who is Miss Luna? Huh? She's cute, popular, and charming. There's only one girl like that. One acts like a soldier, and one was no different from a beast. Only then did I understand the whole situation. What the? So he used a rat to feed Luna a delicious meal. Karen, the more I see him, the more incomprehensible he is. Scarlett seems to be greatly misunderstanding something, but it looks fun, so let's just leave it. Smiling slightly, I left the tavern. Asterisk. As soon as I came out, what greeted me was the sight of Luna and Rez lying down with a tadpole belly. Luna glared at me, eyes full of suspicion. Keek, Miss Luna? Why are you looking at me like that? No, I was wondering if another one would pop out. Pardon. You made 3 girls pop out. So I thought the owner would pop out too. Was that the case? Now that you mention it, I guess that did happen. Eurydia, Rodlin, and even the Sisk and Lucia. It's really a world where everyone except me is abnormal. So perverted acts are enough with girls. That's new information. I thought you'd naturally do it to men too. What the hell do you take people for? I like women? And busty women at that? Keek, perverted acts, you say? I'm only guilty of having a conversation. Really? Alex, Raymond, Taryn, Dake. They're all busy staring at you. Even Teacher Karen is like that? Luna vigorously continued. Especially Teacher Karen. My intuition is screaming that he has tremendous interest in you. Please throw away that intuition. It's not right at all. If you get caught doing perverted acts to both men and women like this, it'll be big trouble. What should I do? Should I put shackles on you? Keek, don't worry. I like women. Of course, excluding Miss Luna. Why are you excluding me? Include me back right now. Yes, I understand. I like Miss Luna a lot too. I told you before not to fall for me, right? Geez, being too pretty is also a problem. I don't know which beat I should match. I was holding my dizzy head when the tavern door behind me flung open and Scarlett shouted, "Always be careful. I'll devote both my body and heart to you until this matter is over." Then he went back into the tavern. What was that? Was he expressing gratitude now because he couldn't do it earlier out of embarrassment? After scratching my cheek, I turned around and saw Luna and Rez far in the distance. A peculiar point was that Luna's eyes were trembling like leaves in the breeze. Miss Luna. Russell. When I took a step towards them, Luna and Rez hurriedly moved back. It's okay, Zero. I'm someone who fully respects a friend's preferences. Pardon? What does that? Russell dash. When I took a step, the distance widened by that much again. What the hell? What's with this distance? You said you'd respect me? No. It's not that I have that kind of preference, though. See, come slowly. We'll walk a bit ahead. Like that, we headed to the dormitory while maintaining a considerable distance. It was a day that made me want to cry. Karen's face is high, Because I'm kneeling. Humiliating, you say? But there's no choice. To survive, a sincere posture is important. But at that time, this and that, yada yada, blah blah. The conversation was long, but the point was simple. That I used one flash in front of Lucia, that she agreed to be an instructor for a month, that Scarlet almost died when she made a surprise visit to the tavern, etc. I reported the events in detail. Of course, I hid a few things. The demon's curse on the Lucid family, that I used Sky Splitter, the alliance with Lucia, the 3-wish coupons, the alliance proposal with the family, etc. Taking out all that, the reason Lucia agreed to teach us became relatively flimsy, but using one flash in front of Lucia. Are you crazy? Keek, it couldn't be helped. I really wanted to receive her instruction. You crazy bastard. By showing one flash, Lucia agreed to teach us. Karen conceded this much. I don't know if it's because he knows the Lucid family has internal intimacy with the Lester family, or because there's something else. You said Lucia found out we're making a deal. Keek, that's right. I kept the details secret, but she said she's coming tomorrow, so I don't know what will happen. You cause trouble and then say you don't know. Dash. Karen emitted another irritated aura. But this time it's not my fault. It couldn't be helped. The rat you hid was on the verge of death. Tisk. That's right. The reason I revealed I'm making a deal with Karen, it's because Scarlet was in a life-threatening situation. In the first place, if Karen had hinted there was a rat there, this wouldn't have happened. In other words, I'm innocent? I put strength into my knees and took a stance to stand up. In fact, the reason I knelt was to gain momentum. Sit down. Yes. I obediently returned to my original posture. Because Karen is an existence who can break knees for momentum and still have plenty left over. This is no good. I wonder what's no good. After thinking for a moment, Karen spoke. You said you revealed dreaming of becoming the Lester family's rat. Then we can make the excuse that you're receiving rat training from me. Keek, Miss Lucia won't believe that. If it's a deal, there's usually a price, but there's no price I'm paying you, Teacher Karen. When the training is over, you agreed to become a rat. This much should satisfy even Lucia. Not only learning work under you, but being used for life. And telling me to say I walked into it myself. Even if it's a lie, he says scary things nonchalantly. Keek, is there a crazy bastard like that in this world? Isn't he right in front of me now? Don't worry. I only plan to recruit that damn mouth of yours. It's a joke, right? It must be a joke. An extremely cruel Karen-style joke. Something like that. It's not funny at all though. Keek, is this all for today? Cheeky bastard. Karen threw something at me. It's a small ring. I immediately used information window. Unnamed believer's ring, B. A ring that an unnamed believer wore every time he prayed. A god, impressed by his faithful prayers, bestowed a small miracle. Can use shield equivalent to 6th circle. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. An excellent reward. It's lacking compared to what I received before, but defensive artifacts, especially shield, are highly valuable. Especially for me, who only has one life. And the fact that a reward was given means the existence of moving corpses was confirmed in Kalos. They were fast and strong. At this point, they're no different from grown men. That's how it's being judged. Are the rats safe? They all got out safely. I hate to admit it, but I can't say it's not thanks to you. Keek, then I can accept it without burden. Cheeky bastard. But it's a clear fact that I'm skilled, isn't it? When I put the ring on my finger, it shrank to fit my finger size perfectly. What are Earth scientists doing? Not developing things like this. If I go back, I should provide this amazing idea and get a patent. Based on my analysis as a liberal arts major, it's a sufficiently possible technology. As for making it, the science guys will figure it out. We're forming an extermination squad. They're scheduled to depart soon. That's fast. As time passes, their numbers will gradually increase. We don't know the enemy's strength, so we decided to immediately deploy the forces we can mobilize. An excellent decision. I always feel it, but those running the current empire think differently. Usually in this case, they'd say why worry about those bony things? Kahaha, and ignore them, only to get beaten. That's the cliché. Far from that, they're saying they'll deploy available forces. I guess they're not ruling the continent for nothing. It's both joyful and bad. Because one of the existences I'll have to face in the future is none other than this Anwood Empire. Of course, it's a part, not the whole, but I could instinctively feel the journey ahead won't be smooth. So I'm also planning to join the extermination squad. Mr. Allister will probably have to leave his post as well. Actually, I don't know how many undead are currently in Kalos. I only know that around this time, Fulkin the maestro of the battlefield was creating forces there. But if Karen and Allister join, it might be possible to kill Fulkin, one of the 4 heavenly kings. And in the early part of chapter 2 at that, of course, the opposite could also happen. What if Karen, Allister, and people I don't know end up leaving their bones in Kalos? I'll start chapter 2 with the worst difficulty. That's right. It'll hurt, but not enough to give up the game. Meaning this much of a gamble is well worth taking. In the first place, the Empire isn't one to just let Karen and Allister die. To increase safety even a little, deploying a powerhouse on PAR with them. This is the best. Keek, then Miss Lucia will join as well. She happens to be here now. No, Lucia won't join. I reported it that way. Pardon. We're enough with just us. What the? Is he crazy? If Lucia refuses, I was going to make her join even if I had to use one of the wish coupons I have. But Karen's side is refusing? It reeked of something fishy. Keek, I have one question. What? What is your relationship with Miss Lucia? We have no relationship. Why even a 1-year-old baby would point and say it's a lie? My curiosity reared its head. I approached Karen and subtly leaned against him. Keek, did something happen between you and Miss Lucia? Karen said nothing. He only glared at me strongly. It's such an intense gaze that my heart is pounding. Of course. You're just making me more curious, you know. It's a pounding from curiosity though. My mouth is itching to speak. Maybe I should tell Miss Luna that teacher Karen is always watching over her. Tisk. A tongue-clicking sound loud enough to reach the dormitory across the alley. Karen frowned heavily and said at novel bin at. It's an ill-fated relationship. An ill-fated relationship. Yeah, and a terribly ill-fated one at that. Is that enough now? Karen gritting his teeth as if even thinking about it annoys him. But the more he does that, the stronger my curiosity grows. Keek, you still don't realize this is all for your sake, teacher Karen. For my sake. Yes, wouldn't it lighten your heart to confide in me? For someone saying that, you look awfully happy. If you keep that up, your mouth will really rip. Oops, looks like I failed at managing my expression. But it can't be helped. The fact that Karen and Lucia have an ill-fated relationship is information that wasn't disclosed in the game. As a veteran gamer, it's only natural for me to be curious about what happened between characters and news stories. Especially to the point that Karen, who doesn't express emotions well, is openly annoyed. My intuition is screaming that there's something tremendous hidden between the two of them. Don't tell me. Could it be they were passionate lovers? The age difference seems quite big, but in this era, a 10 to 20-year age gap is considered normal. If the two of them were lovers and broke up after a sword fight, it's a relationship that can only be called ill-fated. All the pieces fit perfectly. That's right. Even Karen was a man. Well, our Lucia is quite pretty. To think the Empire's rat would be at a loss in front of a woman. It's a situation where laughter naturally comes out, isn't it? Managing my already difficult expression became even harder. Laughter kept spilling from my lips. Keek. Keek. Come here. That mouth that will rip from laughing anyway. I'll rip it first for you. Keek, I appreciate the consideration but I must politely decline. You don't have the authority to refuse. Aha, I see. It's my body but you have the authority over it? That's really strange. But Karen couldn't rip my mouth. Thud dash. Ha, I wondered where the disgusting smell was coming from. A filthy rat bastard was wandering around. A chilling voice came from the entrance of the alley. I was a bit surprised, but didn't take a defensive stance. Because it was a voice I knew well. Miss Lucia. Perhaps because it's a dark alley. Lucia's eyes shone ominously as she stood with her back to the light. Get away from that child. A voice spat out as if chewing. Then Karen immediately distanced himself from me. It's a docile attitude that's hard to believe is Karen. As expected, the two of them are burning lovers. Step back, dear. Karen's empty spot was taken by Lucia. Literally in the blink of an eye, she stood by my side. To be precise, she stood in front of me and was wary of Karen. I'm sure I warned you the day I came here. To not run into each other. You came to where I was though. Shut up. What a strange situation. Not only is Lucia getting angry at Karen who only spoke the truth, but it's too fierce to be just a lover's relationship. At this rate, it won't just be burning lovers, but real lovers who set fire to their surroundings. Was the ending that bad? What's your reason for approaching this child? I'm also a teacher at this academy. Is it strange to care about a student? It's not for that reason, right? Meeting late at night in a place like this. It's because of the deal you two made, right? What kind of deal is it that you're talking secretly in a place like this? It's a lawful deal. Mutually beneficial. Is that so? Then you can just tell me. If it's an upright deal, it shouldn't matter if I hear it, right? There's no reason to do that. Ha. Lucia's scornful laugh echoed through the alley. The air wavered. Because it contained mana. If I can feel it, you can know how much mana is contained without me saying it. After briefly making eye contact with Lucia, Karen turned his body. I wasted too much time. I'll take my leave for today. Hey, did you hear me? Don't approach him ever again, you filthy bastard. Before Lucia's words even finished, Karen disappeared. All Lucia could do was fume and swallow her anger. Rather, it's a good thing for me. Because dealing with Lucia is a million times easier than dealing with Karen. Keek, it's passionate. I almost got burned standing next to you. I'm not in the mood for jokes. Good timing. You need a scolding. Pardon. I don't know what deal you made, but stop it right now. Not only meeting alone, but making a deal with that guy. Are you in your right mind? Being wary of even meeting alone. This is true love indeed. In front of love, age, and all, no obstacle can stand in the way. Have I ever told you that I'm always rooting for you two? I don't know what misunderstanding you have, but it's absolutely not that. Love with that bastard? I'd rather bite my tongue and die. Then who will train us now? Anyway, judging from Lucia's reaction, it seems my guess was wrong. They're not past lovers who broke up. Then why did they become ill-fated to each other? Why do you hate teacher Karen so much? Because he's a rat. Annoying, isn't it? Keek, it doesn't seem to be simply for that reason. You didn't say much to me who dreams of becoming the Lester family's rat, did you? The Lester family. Come to think of it, there's that reason too. The Lester family is included in the reason for hating Karen? Another hidden story has popped out. No matter how hidden it is, this is too much. It's like forcibly shoving it into my mouth with a shovel. Was this game always this kind? I suddenly became anxious. Usually, when this kind of luck comes in a row, there's a reason for it. Of course, that doesn't mean I'll refuse the opportunity that has come. Satisfying my curiosity. That's just as important as clearing the game. What? You really don't know? This is information everyone in the know knows. I thought you of all people would definitely know. So what is it? You woman. Don't keep the fun stuff to yourselves? Will you be okay? You'll be really shocked if you find out. Well, my goal is to separate you and Karen, so I prefer to tell you. Keek, I'd like to inform you that the only thing that has shocked me so far is Miss Luna's face. Perhaps because she knows our Luna is quite a looker. Lucia let out a chuckle. I also smiled back at her. But even I was surprised enough by the shocking words that spilled from Lucia's mouth. The one who presented Renia's head, the head of the Lester family, to the Emperor. Lucia spat out as if chewing. That's none other than Karen, that bastard. TL notes. Crazy. A curse naturally spilled out inwardly. The head of the Lester family and Luna's mother. Karen was the one who killed Renia. He even offered her head to the Emperor? K-dramas, movies, webtoons, web novels, etc. Even though I'm trained by numerous K-series, I couldn't help but be surprised this time. It's almost at the level of bro, this guy is smiling, level. TL note, in K-dramas, the antagonist will usually smile while doing something evil. I can't believe it. But it's a clear fact. I was there too. It was really hard to endure. Lucia's clenched fist trembled. Not only is she angry that someone she respected was killed, but he even brought back a dripping head. Given Lucia's personality, it's impressive she held back. But something is strange. If it were the Karen I knew from the game, I would have thought of course he did that. But not now, because I've come to realize he's a person with more affection and deeper thoughts than I thought. His personality is nasty, but he acts rationally in his own way. Moreover, he was at the pinnacle of the rats then and now. From the beginning, he must have vaguely noticed the Lester family was framed. Supplies, troops, operations, cooperation from blood oath families, etc. To commit treason, that much preparation is usually needed. Karen, who manages information, would have keenly observed these aspects and known there were no such signs from the Lester family. Moreover, the Lester family is one that has been loyal since before the Anwood kingdom became an empire. Such a family suddenly plotting treason? Karen would have known from the beginning that the Lester family was framed. The reason the Lester family ended up like that was revealed in the game. But Karen probably doesn't know. Not only Karen, but also Duke Aziz who led the incident won't know, because he who gave orders to Duke Aziz didn't explain the detailed reason. His identity and the reason for destroying the Lester family are revealed in a monologue, giving users shock and fear, but let's move on for now, because it's a story unrelated to this incident. Anyway, Karen, who knows they're innocent, kills Renia? It doesn't make sense. In other words, the probability that Karen killed Renia is low. Even if he did, there must have been a reason. Or it was an unavoidable accident. Whatever the reason, I need to gather the pieces. Renia, Karen, Luna, and the information revealed in the future. The huge puzzle of Karen unfolded in my mind. I tried to fill it out in my own way, but it's still full of empty spots. About 70% is empty, not only because Karen is an existence shrouded in mystery, but also because in the game, I couldn't obtain information since he kept twisting my neck whenever we met. In other words, now is the golden opportunity to collect puzzle pieces. Lucia hates Karen. If I respond just a little, won't she excitedly gossip and spit out information? To think he killed Lady Renia. He's a real jerk. That's what I'm saying. He's a really wicked and sinister guy. His personality is nasty too. He doesn't listen well. He's really frustrating. Keek, unfortunately that's all I know. I don't know much about teacher Karen yet. Is that so? That's too bad. Lucia clicked her tongue as if she was sincerely disappointed. Seeing this, she seems fully ready to gossip for about 10 hours. So I was wondering, could you explain in detail what happened then? Sure. Well, this is a story everyone in the know knows anyway. Perhaps thinking she can gossip a bit more, or thinking it's an opportunity for me to stay away from Karen. Lucia readily responded. Karen personally offered Lady Renia's head to His Majesty. Everyone was shocked, because the Lester family, of all families, was destroyed. It had to be a shock, as they were one of the 8 pillars of the empire and a family that had been devoted since the Anwood Empire was a kingdom. The relatives of the Lester family were executed in an instant. There was a noble trial, but it was handled summarily. The Blood Oath families survived, but they gave up massive rights as the price, so they're barely maintaining their lineage. No, that's not what I want to know. Were there no strange points? Strange points. Yes, wasn't Lady Renia called the strongest of her time? Teacher Karen is great too, but it doesn't seem like he can be compared. That's true, but Lady Renia is also human. If hundreds of people, and skilled ones at that, keep rushing in, how can she handle it? In the midst of that, Karen launched a surprise attack and took her life? There's nothing to point out. It's a bit sloppy though. Were there no peculiarities at the battle scene? I heard the scene was very messy. Well, it's a natural result since so many people died. The Lester family, framed as traitors. Even while claiming their innocence, they confronted those who boldly rushed in. It was natural for third-rate nobles who wanted to make a name for themselves to flock. Not only because the Lester family had a high reputation, but also because the head, Rhaenyra, was one of the people considered the strongest of her time. Subduing Rhaenyra and taking her head? You can instantly become a promising noble? My skills are enough to make it possible. They went with such foolish thoughts and met their end. It can be said to be a fitting end for fools. There must have been many mercenaries seeking rewards too, considering blood and unidentifiable body parts were scattered outside the mansion gates. Anyway, they say it was very messy. Many corpses were hacked up. That's strange. What is? One flash isn't that kind of technique, right? The one flash technique basically shoots compressed air waves. Then it should be cleanly severed or the entire hit part should be gone. But hacked up, you say? Well, that's true. But real battles aren't that simple, you know? I can't just use the techniques I want as I please. Even more so when fighting hundreds of people. And they probably fought among themselves too. There's only one head to take. Only then did I realize the identity of the sense of discomfort I kept feeling. I heard, there must have been many, they say, they probably fought. That's right. Lucia's testimony right now is guess, and more guesses. The only thing Lucia directly saw was Karen brought Rhaenyra's head. Statements relying on rumors can't be trusted. Even more so for Lucia who hates Karen. So no one knows exactly what happened there. Since the only survivor is Karen, well, everyone speculated like that while keeping it hush-hush. That's strange. Strange, you say? Hey, you're the strange one. He proudly brought the head. Then who else would have killed her? Isn't it obvious? What Lucia said isn't wrong either. Anyone would think that way. But, knowing it's a false charge, he still killed Rhaenyra, is searching for the real culprit out of guilt, discovered Luna, the last survivor, and is taking care of her. Is Karen someone who would take care of a child simply out of guilt? Then to be consistent, he should take care of the descendants of all the people he killed. Because there must have been situations where he had no choice but to kill innocent people while on missions. But the only one Karen looks after is Luna alone. In other words, there's something more. I could feel it instinctively. The instinct that guilt is only an additional reason. The real reason he takes care of Luna. This will be the key to winning over Karen at Novel bin at. There's one more peculiar thing. What is it? They say there was no Lady Rhaenyra's corpse at the scene. The head Karen brought also disappeared while being moved to the execution ground. The corpse disappeared? Of a traitor at that? Well, people who supported the Lester family probably siphoned it off. Because it was a family people really liked. That's also a guess this time. But it's true the corpse disappeared. There was a huge commotion. Those involved were punished too. I obtained puzzle pieces that are somewhat useful, but I can't do anything with them. Because I have no idea where to fit them. Did you ask everything you're curious about? Now it's my turn. Pardon. I told you what you were curious about, so you should resolve my curiosity too. I don't remember making such a promise. Are you being stingy? I won't go easy on you during training tomorrow. Keek, ask as much as you want. I'll faithfully answer. I don't mind if she asks difficult questions. Because I can lie. Well, in the first place, Lucia's question is expected to. What deal did you make with that bastard? The question of what deal I made with Karen. As expected. I even coordinated with Karen a little while ago about this question. That I agreed to receive rat training, and that I will become a rat when I graduate from the academy. I calmly explained the deal with Karen. Then, you're going to work under that guy? Are you crazy? Keek, I'm not crazy at all though. No, even if you were before, it's natural to change your mind now, isn't it? Didn't you say your dream was to become the Lester family's rat? But you're saying you'll work under Karen who killed Lady Rhaenyra? It's strange. As Lucia said. It's unbelievably strange. But, Keek, it could be a misunderstanding. He showed up with the head and even bragged that he cut it off. What misunderstanding? Given Karen's cool personality, he wouldn't have bragged. In other words, that's a lie made up of Lucia's delusion. At this point, its credibility drops even further. Well, it does seem to be true that Karen offered Rhaenyra's head. Lucia fumed and continued. You really haven't come to your senses? This won't do. I'll have to go fight Karen and invalidate the deal or something. Keek, are you confident you can win? It won't be easy. He probably has a secret weapon or two hidden. But the same goes for me. It's well worth trying. Karen, the Empire's rat specialized in assassination and one-on-one combat. Lucia, one of the Empire's 10 swords and a hero recognized by the Empire. I'm personally curious who would win, but it's troublesome if the two fight. Because they're both my people. Don't fight him. Why? Because I'm worried. Lucia trembled slightly. Why is she acting like that? It's just pure worry. At least teaching you paid off. But don't mind it. I'll say it clearly, you're a student and I'm a teacher. Mumble mumble. Lucia kept muttering with her head slightly turned, but my interest was already far away. Come to think of it, it's a bit of a difficult situation. Luna is the problem. Because the time for Luna to realize the fact that Karen is her enemy will be faster than the time to find out what happened to Karen and Rhaenyra that day. Putting other things aside, it's a clear fact that Karen offered Rhaenyra's head to the Emperor. It'll be enough to make Luna angry. Enemy, The biggest reason Karen can't approach Luna. The reason he only watches from behind. Like this, one piece of the puzzle was put together. but I wasn't happy at all, strangely enough. You should tell me who the survivor of the Lester family is. Pardon. It's one of the conditions of the deal. Don't think about glossing over it. I absolutely need to know this. Come to think of it, that's right. Training, 3 wish coupons, and even an alliance with Lucia. In return, I promised to keep the secret of the Lucid family and tell her the survivor of the Lester family. Normally I would have told her now, but this is troublesome. A cold sweat flowed down my back. If she finds out Luna is Renia's daughter, she'll shout, "Luna, your enemy is over there," and Luna will immediately pummel Karen. I, caught in between, will suffer tremendously, and in the worst case, I might lose both of them. I can't get by with a lie in this situation either. So, I'll tell you right before you leave. What? Why? I haven't gained anything substantial yet, have I? The training is in progress, the wish coupons will be used later, and the alliance isn't even visible. In this situation, I can't give you what I have. So I'll tell you after we finish all the training, right before you leave. What kind of guy are you? Do you really want to die? Lucia started shaking my head while grabbing it. But I have no choice. Delaying it as much as possible and blocking Lucia and Luna's approach on the last day. That's the best I can do right now. Say it, I said say it. Shake 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 dash. Of course, the price was my precious hair. Asterisk. Lucia, who plucked a handful of Zero's hair. She threw it into the air and shouted. Arg, so annoying. Anyways, those rats are. No, that guy isn't a rat, but his qualities are more than sufficient. Lucia realized that through this conversation. What if I acknowledge it? It just made me feel worse. Keek, but anger isn't good for the skin. Lucia glared. The nanny who had taken care of her since childhood. She was suddenly by her side. Nanny, can you please stop using that way of speaking? Keek, the more I use it, the more charming it becomes. I'll perfect it, so that I won't forget Zero even after leaving this place. Sigh. Lucia decided to just leave it. Because it's not more important than separating Karen and Zero. You seem to be getting along well with Zero. Has there been any progress? What progress? Not only is he young, but such a suspicious guy is absolutely not allowed. Where is Zero suspicious? Well, Lucia thought for a moment. She soon realized she couldn't tell the truth. If she says Zero knows our family's secret, the nanny's worries will be endless. It might even be reported to Duke Luke. In the end, Lucia's choice was, it's a secret. The nanny's eyes widened sideways. At the same time, a sinister smile appeared. Rather than feeling bad, she seems to have discovered something interesting. Ho ho, a secret even from me, your nanny. Have you already reached the stage of having such things? It's not that kind of secret. Have more secrets. For example, at $% or something. KYKA? Nanny? What on earth are you saying? Lucia shouted in shock. Perhaps because it was such an incredible thing to say. It caused a rejection response in her head. Are you going to head home now? Lucia fell into thought for a moment. Normally it would be time to lie on the bed and bully cute Dylan. But, Keek, it could be a misunderstanding. For some reason, Zero's words suddenly came to mind. Nanny, do you know where Karen is now? The nanny tried to act nonchalant and desperately manage her expression. Because she knows well that Lucia hates Karen. But not only is she showing such a docile attitude, she's even going to meet him. Catching a rat nearby would easily reveal his location. Speaking of Karen's whereabouts was a taboo. However, it was Karen's directive that it was alright to disclose this to someone of Alistair's caliber. If a powerful individual is seeking Karen, it signifies an urgent situation. And the nanny was well aware that this rule also applied to Lucia. No, even if it were not allowed, she was prepared to force the information out. Lucia was on the verge of significant mental growth. I need to see Karen. I will accompany you. I can go alone, you know. Protecting you is the very purpose of my existence. The nanny flashed a smile and then disappeared. She must have gone to catch a rat. To think that protecting me is the purpose of her existence. It felt like a statement that was both pleasing and disheartening. Lucia, staring at the spot where the nanny had vanished, fell into deep thought. But nanny, do you know? Protecting my family is the purpose of my existence. And that includes protecting you as well. It's the purpose of my existence. Karen's office. Actually, it was closer to a cave than an office. No, it was a real cave. In a space surrounded by rocks and soil on all sides, a desk and a few chairs were placed abruptly. On the desk covered with encrypted documents. A luminescent stone placed nearby was emitting light in loneliness. It was the epitome of a cave. But it was also a clear fact that this was Karen's office. The official name of this place was Rubbish Bin No. 5. Information that reaches Karen is not only verified but also proven, so it would be troublesome if such a place was raided. For that reason, Karen had prepared 20 rubbish bins around Anwood Academy, and was managing the latest information while changing locations irregularly every day, because he couldn't feel secure with just encrypted information. It was a complex system that would confuse an ordinary person about where to put the information. But this much is the basic quality a rat should possess. And currently, he was here. The one called the Empire's rat and the head of the rats. Karen. Creak dash. Karen, who was sitting on a chair, slightly raised his drooped head. Was I asleep? Karen's gaze turned to the pocket watch on the desk. Quite some time had passed. 2 whole hours have passed. I had a good sleep for the first time in a while. falling asleep while looking at information. He ended up doing something he wouldn't usually do. It must be because he's had too many things to worry about recently. That wasn't the only thing that was unusual. To think I had a dream. It's been a while for this too. It was even a good dream that made him want to go back to sleep. It was a warm dream enough to forget the unpleasant dampness of the cave. But going back to sleep was out of the question. Because he had already wasted a considerable amount of time. Karen, who was trying to shake off the regret. Only then did he discover the shining blue eyes on the chair across from him. What brings you here? It was an unexpected guest, but Karen wasn't surprised. Rather, the one who was surprised was the person sitting across from him. This is surprising. Not only did the great Karen fall asleep, but he didn't even notice someone entering and kept sleeping. At novel bin at. Is it about time you retire? Of course, I'll kill you before that. Although it was a dark cave, the night sky-like hair was clearly visible. Black hair with a slight tinge of blue. That's right. The person sitting across from Karen was Lucia. Tisk. Karen clicked his tongue inwardly. Not only because it was a visit from a person he hadn't expected at all, but also because he showed a side he didn't want to show. You're still spouting nonsense as usual. I asked you, didn't I? What brings you here? I was that surprised, that's why. Well, whatever. I can just consider it as gaining something to tease you about for life. Right, Mr. Sick Rat. Lucia slightly provoked him, but Karen was unfazed. Because no one would believe the words, Karen dozed off like a sick chicken. Karen, who usually doesn't have any gaps in his conduct. On the contrary, Lucia is a notorious slacker known to everyone. Anyone would think Lucia is talking nonsense. You know I'm leaving soon, right? Karen easily grasped the meaning of Lucia's words. Lucia, who agreed to stay for a month and guide the children. That time was coming to an end soon. 10 days left. To think there are only 10 days left when I can legally slack off. Isn't it terrible? For someone saying that, you were quite diligent. Ugh, I have no choice because of Mr. Allister's pressure. Karen narrowed his eyes. She's diligently teaching the children because of her mentor's request. That slacker Lucia? It's impossible. Especially, it makes even less sense that she's seriously teaching Zero's group. Karen knew well that there was some hidden reason he didn't know about. Let's say that's the case for now. So what's your business? Straight to the point? You know men like that aren't popular, right? Your business is. I want to hold a small test before I leave. Test. Lucia nodded. The reason she made this proposal was simple. Because of the bet with Zero. If Zero surprises her, she acknowledges him as her disciple. If Zero fails, I can obtain a wish coupon. And with this wish coupon, Lucia intended to ask how he found out about the demon's curse placed on her family. I could just replace it with a duel without having to take a test, but there was a high possibility Zero wouldn't agree, because that fishy guy is cunning. So she planned to settle it firmly with a test. I'm just a temporary teacher. If you give permission, I'll take care of the rest. Although Karen is in charge of the advanced classes' practical lessons, the children won't acknowledge a test from Lucia, who isn't an official teacher. So she's making this request, but he won't easily agree, because their relationship isn't one you could say is good. While pondering if she should give at least one piece of information, Karen's mouth opened. This is good timing. Huh. The academy was already preparing a test anyway. Normally, it would be time to take the midterm exam after Lucia leaves. But the midterm exam was postponed because of the Holy Kingdom's protest. How about you start the midterm exam after our children have joined? We think that would be fair. Come to think of it, Anwood Academy is evaluated as the best academy on the continent, right? That's right. If we measure basic skills with the midterm exam and then take the final exam, we can check how much they've improved. Haha, I'm already looking forward to it. On the surface, it seems like they're praising the excellent education of Anwood Academy, but the reality is completely different. If the children of the Holy Kingdom show outstanding results in the midterm exam, they can show that they overwhelm the Empire's students even in a state where they haven't learned anything. It breaks the Empire's pride in an instant. Even if they rank low, it doesn't matter, because they still have one more chance called the first semester final exam. We could have ignored it and proceeded with the midterm exam, but the Empire's self-esteem would crumble. The Empire's self-esteem of having to be confident everywhere and being the best on the continent. In the end, the Empire had no choice but to accept the Holy Kingdom's proposal. They postponed the midterm exam. The problem arose after that. How can we overwhelm the Holy Kingdom in the midterm exam? To solve this problem, they even held an emergency meeting, so you can see how seriously the Empire is taking this issue. So that's what happened? Anyways, children suffer because of adults here and there. But what does that have to do with the new test you mentioned? We're going to reorganize the classes. What? The countermeasure the nobles came up with after much consideration. Reorganization test. To hold a small test before the children from the Holy Kingdom arrive and reorganize the classes. It's okay if the children in the general class lose, but the children in the advanced class must never lose no matter what. In other words, they're going to take the top ranks no matter what. Indeed, even if you take many high ranks, it's meaningless if you don't take the very top ranks. 1st to 10th place. No, if they don't give up even a single spot in the top 5. It means the Empire's children are superior to the Holy Kingdom's children, and furthermore, the Empire is superior to the Holy Kingdom. It's an assertion that lacks samples, has statistical errors, and can't even be called logic, but in a power struggle between countries, such simple claims are more readily accepted. It's easier for the public to talk about it too. Reorganization test. This is good timing. What the? Then there was no need to ask in the first place, right? Everyone acknowledges you have a good eye. I hope you can select the gems in this test. Gems, my foot. It's full of lumps of rocks. When is it? A week from now. Lucia, who was gauging the time, nodded. She currently has 10 days left. Victory in the bet with Zero, obtaining information, and completing verification. There was enough time. I can take care of Zero and Luna, right? Rez is there too, but magic guns aren't her specialty. In the first place, the probability of her moving up to the advanced class is low. Putting a trembling child in competition with the Holy Kingdom's children? She'll be perfect for collapsing from a heart attack. Do as you like. Isn't it your specialty? Don't be sarcastic. Well, yeah, I'll do as I like. Because it's my SPECI Altai. Karen fell into thought while looking at the grumbling Lucia. Suddenly, Zero's words came to mind. Keek, then Miss Lucia will join as well. She happens to be here now. The extermination squad being organized to investigate Kalos, where skeletons are rising, and to prevent unforeseen accidents. As Zero said, it makes sense for Lucia to go together. Not only because she's quite skilled, but also because she's living the life of an idle bum, lazing around and only gaining weight. Meaning she's surplus manpower. And high-class surplus manpower at that. Creator of madness. He was a handful. If the one currently in Kalos is also that skilled, it's not certain, but they're currently speculating that there's an unknown heavenly king in Kalos. Lucia will surely be a big help. I reported to exclude her because it's awkward to work together, but nothing is more important than the Empire's safety. Moreover, it's unacceptable to ruin work because of personal feelings. Karen, who let out a small sigh, opened his mouth. I have a condition. What? You told me to do it and now you're suddenly setting a condition. Is this how rats do business these days? You're a total thug. If you don't like it, don't do it. No well. I'll hear it out first and then decide. There's an urgent extermination battle. Participate in that? Karen explained the detailed situation. Of course, he didn't provide information about the Heavenly King. Not only because it's not confirmed information yet, but also because he didn't want to spread seeds of anxiety across the continent. Because the continent could fall into chaos. Lucia isn't a loose-lipped person, but she'll provide information to the Lucid family. And that information will continue to spread as well. There's nothing more frightening than wrong information that can't be controlled. So Karen only provided Lucia with the necessary information. Walking and running skeletons, interesting. Well, participating in the extermination battle is fine with me, but Lucia slightly shrank back. At the same time, she made an expression as if she was nauseated. You're telling me to fight together with you? Ugh, I'll just go. You stay out of it. We don't know the enemy's strength, so it can't be helped. If you refuse, I can't allow the children's test either. TCH playing dirty, In the end, Lucia had no choice but to accept Karen's proposal. A battlefield together with Karen. It's been how many years? It seems to have been at least 10 years. Compared to the dozens of times the Empire was in crisis during that period, it can be said to be a very unusual occurrence. That's how much the two avoided being on the battlefield together. To be precise, Lucia unilaterally refused to be with Karen. There are many reasons why she hates Karen, but the two biggest reasons are because he's someone who remembers me at my weakest, and because she's a manufactured hero, and the one who supported that from behind is none other than that man, Karen. As expected, I can't do it. Lucia scratched the back of her head nervously. A mission together with Karen is too much. Then I can't allow you to participate in the test either. What are you going to do if I say I'll do it? You think you can stop me? I can easily stop a greenhorn who doesn't know their place. Greenhorn. It's been a while since I heard that word. You must be saying that because you're prepared to pay the price for insulting me. Lucia's eyes shone ominously. At the same time, the cave vibrated slightly. Karen had no choice but to click his tongue. The Empire's safety is at stake. But to prioritize personal feelings like this, it was to the point that even calling her a greenhorn was a compliment. Are you saying you'll disobey His Majesty's orders because of personal feelings? What? Personal feelings? Lucia gritted her teeth. To dismiss their fate that's so tangled it can't even be cut as mere personal feelings. Lucia realized. Her ill-fated relationship with Karen can never be severed. You made me into a manufactured hero and that's all you have to say. A manufactured hero. To explain this, we have to go back quite far into the past. About 20 years ago, when Lucia was attending Anwood Academy, war has broken out. Incidents always occur suddenly. A surprise attack by the Rohan Kingdom, which had been an ally. At that time, the Empire's forces were deployed to the west, so it was virtually impossible to stop the advance of the Rohan Kingdom that started from the southeast. What? The 3 eastern gates have already fallen? How can they be so fast? Not only because most of the troops were on the western front, but also because the invaders were lightly equipped. All they brought were horses, battle flags, and combat supplies. They advanced at a terrifying speed every time they crossed a city wall. Procuring necessary supplies locally, they advanced straight towards the capital. It was a reckless charge that didn't even consider the aftermath, but from the Empire's perspective at the time, it was utterly baffling. And the ones deployed to stop the advance of the Rohan Kingdom were none other than us, the students of Anwood Academy. The entire student body of Anwood Academy at the time, including Lucia who was a second year, was deployed to the front lines under the name of student soldiers. You may not remember. No, you won't be able to remember. I understand. You must have experienced such chaos dozens of times. But no, we weren't like that. It was our first battlefield. So we can't help but remember it clearly. The front lines were the worst. From farmers who had never even held a battle flag in their lives to praying soldiers, to nobles who were busy fleeing to other cities. Academy students were deployed to such a place, and the front lines became even more chaotic. In fact, the Empire didn't have high expectations for them either. They only hoped to buy as much time as possible until the main force in the west returned. That's right. It was a plan to use the Anwood Academy students as sacrificial pawns. Even though there were successors of prominent families, no one in the noble council expressed an opposing opinion. That's how dangerous of a situation the Empire was in, to the point of pushing their own children, grandchildren into the battlefield, to have their first real battle be a war. It was natural for the children to tremble in fear, and this was the same for Lucia. Even Lucia, who was from a prominent military family, was trembling like a child. That's what a battlefield is. That's when I realized there are things worse than demons in this world. People stabbing, cutting, beheading each other. They committed another murder before even realizing the first murder, and were drenched in blood not knowing whose it was. Sometimes she thought it would be better if the enemy were demons. At least then she wouldn't be engulfed in guilt. On the third day of being deployed to the front lines, when she was on the verge of death from exhaustion, Lucia encountered him. The Empire's rat, Karen. Are you the Grim Reaper? I'm reinforcements. For reinforcements, it's a measly number. At least we're better than your current state. The fighting continued for a week after that without even time to sleep well. It was a short time, but it wasn't short at all for Lucia, because in that week, she survived hundreds of times thanks to Karen. And in the end, the Empire achieved victory. The student soldiers stopped the advance of the Rohan Kingdom. There were a considerable number of forcibly conscripted civilians and soldiers, but it's an undeniable fact that the student soldiers played a big role. Like that, the names of Lucia and the other children resounded throughout the continent. Karen, do you remember what people called us then? They called you heroes. That's right. My first incident of becoming known as a hero, and the beginning. And Lucia continued with a giggle. It was the beginning of tragedy. The crisis was over, but the war didn't end. As the troops were pushed back, the Western Front expanded and became a mess, and the Rohan Kingdom in the southeast of the Empire began deploying additional troops. The real war began. The temporarily deployed academy students. But the children had no choice but to continue wandering the battlefield. Because they were the Empire's heroes. Dying, killing, killing. As the war continued, even friends who seemed like they wouldn't die lost their lives one by one. Lucia knew that it wouldn't be strange if she died tomorrow. Dying, killing, 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 killing. A life where it wouldn't be strange to go crazy at any moment. There were only 3 things that sustained Lucia in that situation. Friends, comrades met on the battlefield, and that she had to fight without giving up to live up to the name of a hero. If you include Karen, it's 4, but he's included in the category of comrades, so she didn't count him separately. I should play a prank on him. While continuing that life, Lucia was hiding in the corner of a tent to play a prank on Karen. By chance, she overheard a conversation between Karen and a rat. Mr. Karen, I've completed the propaganda work. Good work. How about the North? They were already favorable to the Lucid family, to the point that propaganda isn't even necessary. Karen was doing work to make her into a hero. Originally, troubled times crave heroes. At that time, Lucia had the right conditions to be a hero. Skills, a reputable family, appearance, and even great achievements in the war. When the Empire actively promoted Lucia on top of this, everyone referred to Lucia like this. As a hero. That's how Lucia became a hero. Now it wouldn't be strange at all for this title to be attached to her, but from that time until a few years ago, there were far more people who ridiculed her than acknowledged her. Because she was a manufactured hero, Lucia couldn't help but be shocked. Propaganda, ensuring safety, even executing groups trying to bring her down. She realized Karen was manipulating all of that. For Lucia, she had no choice but to distance herself from such a Karen. Of course, even in the midst of that, the war continued without end. The hellish war, the deaths of friends, being a manufactured hero. Everything was at its worst, but the absolute worst thing was that Karen only cared about keeping her alive. A battlefield is always bound to have unexpected situations. And that was no exception for Lucia either. But Lucia always survived at novel bin at. Because Karen and the other rats took care of her knowingly or unknowingly, ignoring her friends, comrades on the battlefield, civilians who could have been saved. It was the result of only caring about protecting Lucia. They could have been saved. The person next to me, the person behind me, the other people too. You could have easily saved them, but why? She always protested to Karen, but the result was the same. As if their lives had no value. Many things happened after that, but this is the biggest reason Lucia distanced herself from Karen. Lucia clenched her teeth. Karen, this is the reason I can never forgive you in my life. The sin of saving someone who should have died and killing those who should have lived. Yes, she's not someone who deserves to be called a hero. Because if Karen had just pushed, anyone could have become a hero. She's just a lucky person who stepped on the corpses of friends and comrades to rise up. If you have a mouth, say something, say anything. Perhaps because she demanded an answer, or because he wanted to clear up the misunderstanding. Karen's tightly closed mouth opened. I'm not strong. Lucia couldn't help but be surprised. For Karen to deny his own strength. You're weak so you couldn't save them. Is that the excuse you want to make? No, I mean I'm not strong enough to save everyone. In the past, now, and in the future as well. Saving you, Lucia. That was the best I could do at the time. The other children were already too broken. War doesn't just break the body. As it breaks the body, it slowly erodes the mind. Even if I took them and ran away, they would have been full of those who would take their own lives or run away. Taking such people and escaping was impossible. Even if he painstakingly took them and ran away, the result was obvious. Being discovered while running away, or eroding the minds of comrades through suicide. Not to mention those who were heavily injured. So Karen made a choice. Children who still held some hope or had a desire to live, and children who raised their heads to fight even in a desperate situation. To save such children first. You were just one of those chosen. It doesn't mean I saved you because you were from the Lucid family. Then what about the idolization work? Making me into a hero. How are you going to explain that? The Empire, which seemed to be all-powerful and eternal, allowed the enemy's invasion too easily, and above all. Karen closed his eyes and continued. Too many people died. Lucia trembled slightly. She knows. It's not only them who suffered the pain of war. People living on the Rohan Kingdom's march route, the expanded Western Front, and the war that followed. An uncountable number of people were affected. People needed hope. Hope to live for the future, tomorrow, today. The Empire, after much deliberation, came up with the idea of creating a new hero. And the consensus was to create a hero who was as young, strong, and promising as possible. Let's create an idol that everyone can't help but cheer for. Let's make the Imperial citizens feel like they're growing together with them. You were chosen among many candidates, and Duke Luke didn't object. He didn't say what he wanted either. Forcing sacrifice on the child of a noble. Usually, a noble in the political world would take it as an opportunity to gain great benefits. But Duke Luke didn't demand any rights. Well, Father has always been loyal to the Empire. I didn't know his thoughts then and I don't know them now. So I can't recklessly make assumptions, but it's a clear fact that Duke Luke didn't give an answer for several days. Father did. Not only is he a person who is loyal to the Empire, but Duke Luke is the embodiment of a soldier. He doesn't know how to beat around the bush, and his pondering doesn't last more than a day at most. But to think he didn't give an answer for several days. Could it be that he was troubled? If so, she might be a little happy. Well, that's not what's important right now. So, there was a reason, so forgive you. Is that what you're saying? Karen and Lucia, whose first meeting wasn't good. As time passed, misunderstandings only piled up, and in the end, it became an irreversible ill-fated relationship. And Karen had no intention of untangling the tangled threads of their ill-fated relationship. You don't need to forgive me. What? To say that now? That's not what you should be doing, Lucia. Karen opened his closed eyes. Lucia is a child who has many things to do. He didn't want her to waste her energy on sorting out their ill-fated relationship. That's right. What Lucia should be doing is not forgiving trash like him, but what you should be doing is proving that you deserve to be called a real hero, and doing what he couldn't do back then. That's all. You don't need to bother forgiving a failure like me. Karen was saying it. To save the countless people he couldn't save back then. To save those who died innocently because of the war. War, dark mages, erosion, heavenly kings, demons, legion commanders. It's a self-evident fact that the continent will soon fall into great chaos. This time as well, countless people will face a crisis and need help. But if there's one thing different from back then, this time, you're the one who will save them. With the power of the hero, Lucia. You're saying I should save them. Yes, become a true hero. I'm already officially recognized as a hero, you know? I've achieved enough feats for that. You don't acknowledge it yourself. Lucia flinched. Because her thoughts were exposed. Karen has been like this since long ago. He noticed what she was thinking like a ghost. As if he was peeking into her mind. How can I be a hero when I couldn't even protect my friends? That's right. Lucia didn't acknowledge herself as a hero. Partly because she started from a superior starting line with the help of the Empire and Karen, but I just survived by luck. A hero created on top of the corpses of friends and comrades. Lucia wasn't shameless enough to proudly think of that title. Perhaps because of that. At some point, she started acting far from a hero, taking as long of a break as possible after each mission, sloppy appearance, becoming the Empire's second biggest slacker. She showed behavior unbelievable for a hero. She hoped the title she couldn't acknowledge would naturally fall off. The problem was that the public sent praise even for such behavior of Lucia, saying it was human-like. Lucia couldn't help but feel frustrated. So stop spouting nonsense about becoming a hero and help me a bit. You can take off this damn title for me, right? No, there's no reason to do that. You just said it. For me who couldn't even protect my friends and comrades to be called a hero. That's all the more reason you should become a hero, Lucia. because you've experienced pain, felt hurt, grieved. You know better than anyone the lives of those broken by war. Prove it on this battlefield. That you've become strong, that you're ready to protect everyone, and that you're not lacking to be called a hero. Karen closed his eyes. Seeing that, Lucia fell into thought. Don't react emotionally to the situation, approach it logically and rationally. Those were words Karen always said like a habit. The fact that he closed his eyes means to think sufficiently before answering. Just as Karen knows Lucia well, she also knows the man called Karen well. Because they were once comrades who roamed the battlefield together, although they're distant now. A hero, huh? Honestly speaking, the title of hero wasn't all bad. Not only did people warmly welcome her wherever she went, but many people believed in and followed her. Having someone rely on you is, how should I put it? There's something about it that makes you feel good. It's hard to explain in words, but anyway, it was like that. Well, it's also because I dug my own grave. That's right. Lucia, who realized she was a manufactured hero. It's impossible now, but back then, she could have easily taken off the title of hero if she wanted to. But Lucia didn't do that. Because she realized she could use the title of hero as a shield. The demon's curse placed on the Lucid family. There are no eternal secrets in this world. Someday, the fact that the Lucid family was cursed by a demon will be revealed, and a fight for survival will begin. At that time, the title of hero will be an excellent scapegoat. Because it's proof of having devoted oneself to the empire. Maybe it will end with just a light disciplinary action. With that thought, she accepted being a manufactured hero, and it has continued until now. And above all, because Dylan is proud of me. Although Rodelin is well-mannered, whenever people talked about Lucia, she would start a long speech, meaning Lucia is Rodelin's pride. A pride she can boast about anywhere. As a result, she couldn't give up the title of hero even if she wanted to. What kind of expression would she make if she knew I'm a manufactured hero? Imagining Rodelin's sad face, Lucia's heart somehow ached. Lucia, who couldn't do this or that. Karen reached out his hand to her again, saying to become a real hero. Is this an opportunity, or a continuation of an ill-fated relationship that will end in tragedy? What if I fail to prove it? Then I'll take responsibility and remove the title of hero for you. Of course, only if you want me to. Whether she fails to prove it or not, he's saying the choice is hers. The conditions are strangely good. Without a price. I'm in a situation where I need to ask for your help. And you're asking for a price for that. There's no way for Karen to be this humble. He must be in a hurry. Ugh, I don't know. Let's roughly go with it. By the time this matter is over, some conclusion will be reached. In the first place, she's not the type to think deeply. Whether Karen's proposal is a scheme or not, whether the ill-fated relationship that started with a misunderstanding will end in tragedy, it'll work out somehow. But it's a clear fact that Karen has pissed me off until now. Perhaps because she made up her mind. A smile appeared on Lucia's face. A mischievous smile. In the end, you're saying you need my help, right? That's right. Your attitude in asking doesn't seem like it though. You should say please. You don't want to? Then forget it. Karen let out a small sigh. Such a petty revenge. Her capacity is so small it's too small. I thought she had sufficient capacity to be a hero. Was his thinking wrong? But it can't be helped. He's the one in need right now, including Lucia, his ill-fated relationship, in the extermination squad and making her realize she's a hero herself, and becoming the Empire's hope. If he can obtain those three things with the word please, it's an extremely cheap price. Karen muttered while turning his head to the side. I'm asking. That's not it. I told you to say please, didn't I? Why does it feel like he can see Lucia's smile even though his gaze is directed elsewhere? Lucia's triumphant smile flickering in front of his eyes. Karen said while desperately suppressing his annoyance. Please. Yes. Forget it. Huh. I'll refuse your request. I'm canceling it. Refusing a request? What kind of language is that? And cancel? This is troubling. Are you saying I really won't go? Don't come. With that body of yours, you'll just be a hindrance even if you come. Karen's gaze directed at her. Lucia instinctively covered her stomach. Covering there won't hide the other parts. Karen's gaze went here and there. Face, arms, thighs, calves, pants that looked like they would burst at any moment. Why you pervert? Where are you looking? What the hell is with that lousy body? You should always maintain battle readiness. Did you trade the lessons learned on the battlefield for snacks? I'll lose it quickly. And this is all energy. Energy made from snacks, so it's not wrong. This is why I hate you. Karen didn't particularly refute. It was something that didn't need to be refuted. What's important now is that Lucia agreed to join the extermination squad. Don't worry. I'll save you when it's dangerous. Like back then. He's talking about the battlefield they fought together. Memories of the battlefield where she received help from Karen over hundreds of times. Recalling those memories, Lucia pouted. You should worry about your own body. Seems like you can't even properly sense presences. It couldn't be helped. I felt like a lost pig entered, not a person. There's no reason to be wary of a pig, so naturally I didn't wake up from sleep. Hey, do you really want to die? Can pigs kill people these days? This is surprising. Arg, enough. I won't say it. Lucia stomped her feet. Leaving Karen behind and about to go out, she suddenly had a thought. Perhaps. Could the matter with the Lester family also be something that happened because of a misunderstanding? Karen, who brought back the head of Renia, the head of the Lester family. Yeah, there might be a reason for that too. Like the reason he had no choice but to make her a hero. Lucia spun around. Can I ask one more thing? Even if I say no, you're going to ask anyway. What is it? Why did you do that back then? You should have known the Lester family was innocent, right? For a moment, Karen's eyes trembled. But only a little, because Karen desperately suppressed his emotions. A trembling so small even Lucia didn't notice. It was an emotion suppression befitting someone called the Empire's rat. Don't try to find out. Forget about the Lester family too. Why? Many people will get hurt. But we need to restore the tarnished honor of the Lester family. Even if your family can't avoid getting hurt either, would you be okay with that? Lucia had no choice but to shut her mouth. The Lucid family she belongs to is similar yet different from the Lester family. In this situation, someone from the Lester family would naturally say of course, but the Lucid family is one that prioritizes family and the safety of the frontier. If our family was treated unjustly, the people of the Lester family would have done their best to restore our honor. Is it because the Lucid family has a duty to protect the frontier while the Lester family doesn't have such a thing? No, this is just a difference in family and people. The Lester family that valued pride, a family that had no shame. Lucia could once again feel the greatness of the Lester family. Give up on revenge. That's not the Lucid family's role. But there's a final survivor of the Lester family, right here in this academy. Lucia reacted without realizing it. Not to the words in the front, but to the words in the back. Seeing that, Karen laughed. Judging from your reaction, seems like you heard something from Zero. No, I didn't. I see. You heard there's a survivor, but you didn't hear they're in the academy. Damn it. Karen covered his mouth and chuckled. Zero, who said he didn't leak any information about Luna when reporting to him, but he leisurely leaked it well, cutting off only the tasty part that had to be bitten, that is. He probably used it in exchange for receiving instruction. Using Luna, that cheeky bastard. Anyways, he's an unbelievably sinister guy. The problem is that at the same time, he thinks he's amazing. So tie fate with that child. That's what you should do. You have to tell me who it is for me to tie fate or not. You have to find that out yourself. You still haven't gotten rid of the habit of relying on others. Playing dirty? Fine. I'll find out. I'll find out. Lucia, who was heading out of the cave while grumbling. She spun around and stood in front of him again. What is it now? So what happened with Lady Renia? Did you kill her? Didn't I just say? That's not something you should concern yourself with. You didn't, right? Right. She's not going to leave unless he tells her the truth. Karen, who let out a deep sigh. Soon, his mouth slowly opened. Let's say I killed her. That would be easier for both of us. Meaning you didn't kill her. No, it's true that I killed her. What's with this ambiguous answer? Are you really Karen? Not only dozing off like a sick chicken earlier. You're not Karen, are you? Lucia rubbed his face here and there. If you stare, staring makes him look like a starling. The moment Karen was about to explode, Lucia, who noticed his thoughts, quickly left. Trying to get angry, playing dirty. I'll get you back. While spouting lines like a third-rate villain, Lucia's presence, and another presence that was behind her at novel bin at. After confirming that the two presences had completely disappeared, Karen slumped into a chair. Looks like I've gotten old too. Perhaps because he lived with the children at the academy, or because he was away from the battlefield for too long. Not only has his knife-like senses dulled, but he has become quite docile, to the point of tolerating such pranks. It's hard to keep up with the flow of time. The child who cried on the battlefield is now at the doorstep of being called a hero. The growth of a child is dazzlingly unparalleled. Karen was starting to understand Alistair's words bit by bit. Perhaps because of that, he felt a little sad. He, both then and now, is just a person who has stopped without progress. I'm tired. Even after sleeping for 2 hours, fatigue is rushing in again. He must have really gotten old. If I dream, I hope it's the same dream as before. Perhaps because he earnestly wished for it, or because Renia's name was mentioned. Karen had a dream. The memory of when he first met Renia. A party was held to celebrate the Empire's birthday. Nobles from the Empire, as well as delegations sent from the Holy Kingdom and other parts of the Empire, all sorts of people roamed the party hall to achieve their goals. Karen was also busy moving around, no less than them. That's Donovan, the finance minister of the Doran Kingdom. He was one of the persons of interest. Would you like a cocktail? Thank you. The table is dirty. I'll clean it up for you. Thanks. Anyway, that's the item we've recently been developing. If the duchy could open up the Dallin port for us. Karen pretended to clean the table and eavesdropped on their conversation. Even though Karen was right in front of them, they failed to recognize him. It was because he had lost 30 kilograms in a month, dislocated his shoulder blades to reduce his physique, and even received special makeup. To ordinary people's eyes, he could only be seen as a typical servant. As expected, it's the Dallin port. The information I obtained last time seems to be correct. They were looking for a new trade route because the taxes on the ports managed by the Empire were expensive. Although the Dallin port was small, it was a place that could sufficiently function as a trade route if they built up the land for about 1 to 2 years. I can't leave it like that. We'll have to lower the port taxes for the time being. To completely break the duchy's will to develop, we may need to give them tax exemption benefits for a few months. That was the extent of his thoughts. how much they should cut taxes, whether or not to give tax exemptions, and if so, for how many months. These were tasks for the experts to handle. His job was only to acquire information, determine its authenticity, and pass it on. Karen kept snooping around here and there without rest. While he sometimes obtained nutritious information like now, more than 90% was useless information. It was because people who knew there were eyes and ears everywhere were careful with their words. That wasn't all. He could also see the figures of rats sent from other countries from time to time. He couldn't deal with them now. He would only handle them if they remained in the Empire even after the party was over. It seems like there are more of them compared to last year. I'll have to spread more false information. I need to report that we should send in a few more rats. Karen didn't start at the top of the rats from the beginning. He had just shed his novice status and was appointed as a mid-level manager. It meant he still had a lot of running around to do. Suddenly, someone captured Karen's gaze. A woman surrounded by dozens of people, holding a wine glass. Renia, the head of the Lester family. Karen stared at her blankly. It wasn't the first time he saw Renia. Although the Lester family was said to be closed off, they always showed their faces at some parties. Moreover, Renia had taken the position of family head at the age of 20 and was considered one of the most skilled people of the time. Council meetings, dispatches, missions, parties, etc. Karen had seen Renia's face from time to time. But even today, he couldn't help but stare at her face blankly. It was a really strange thing at Novel bin at. He was in the middle of a mission, but he kept staring at a face he already knew. Fortunately, the people around him didn't look at Karen strangely for doing so. Rather, many joined Karen in his action. Staring blankly at Renia, that is. Well, in a way, it's only natural. A swordswoman considered the best, outstanding beauty, and a mysterious image from not being able to meet her easily. It would be strange not to stare. So Karen's behavior was not reprimanded. Rather, it was praised. They said it was natural acting. On the other hand, other rats were severely scolded. Because someone who was only eager to obtain information looked suspicious no matter who saw them. Good work. Take a short break and come back. Perhaps thanks to that, Karen was given a short break. He wandered around looking for a quiet place. He wanted to rest his ears that had become tired from the noise of the party hall. And finally, he found a suitable place. A long corridor where bright moonlight shone down. Perhaps because everyone who came to the party had gathered, not even a person's shadow could be seen. The problem was that today was a full moon. The white moonlight came in through every window, brightly illuminating the corridor. It's too bright. Light did not suit a rat, someone who did dirty work. Karen chose to hide behind a pillar. He hid his body in the shadow cast behind the pillar. As he was taking a short break leaning against the pillar, he heard a sound. Clack-dash. The sound came from the window next to him. Karen immediately recognized that the sound was made by high-heeled shoes. It wasn't a strange thing. This was a space anyone could enter. Someone tired from the party had drifted here while looking for a place to rest. It was a problem that could be easily solved if he thought that way. Karen, who had instantly resolved one case, soon realized something was wrong. This is the third floor. The person hadn't walked from the opposite corridor. Not only was there no presence, but it was impossible to hide the sound of high heels in the long corridor made of marble. Karen didn't believe in ghosts. There was only one conclusion. An intruder. It was rare for a lady to freely come and go through the window on the third floor. An intruder disguised as a lady had begun their activity after infiltrating the party. That made sense. He peeked out from behind the pillar. And then, he made direct eye contact with the intruder. You're a rat. You know who I am, right? The surprise was only for a moment. Because he realized who the intruder was. Renia de Lester, the head of the Lester family. It would be strange not to know. However, Karen couldn't help but be flustered. Someone he had only watched from afar for several years. To not only face such a person up close, but also exchange words with them. It was too scary and frightening. Right now, there's no need for that. Come out and rest with me. Renia reached out her hand towards him. Her hand was half dyed by the white moonlight and half by darkness. Light and darkness, the sunny and shady sides. Renia easily broke through the two unmixable relationships. Karen unconsciously reached out his hand. Was this meeting a bad relationship or a good one? He carefully grabbed Renia's hand. No matter how much he walked towards the light, he couldn't escape the darkness he had been immersed in. To him who had lived longing for the light, it was the day the light first approached him. Asterisk. Murmur murmur dash. Whisper whisper dash. Chatter chatter. After the weekend passed, I entered the classroom for lessons. The eyes of the kids looking at me were unusual. It was like they were looking at a beast, not a person. No way, I heard he cheated on Lady Luna. Oh my, I told you all men are the same. They don't know a good wife when they see one. The source of the rumors was obvious without even looking. When I looked towards where Eurydia was, she showed a relaxed smile. It was an attitude telling me to have a taste of my own medicine. Octopus tentacles is the worst. Octopus tentacles is an understatement. According to rumors, he reached out his evil hands to 20 people. T20 people. That's right. Then that's not an octopus. Yes, Kraken. The term Kraken would be appropriate. Kraken Zero? Terrifying just like his face. Whisper whisper dash? The kids' voices gradually grew louder. You guys are too much. What's wrong with being a Kraken? Was that bothering her? Luna, who was next to me, opened her mouth. Oh, Luna. You're going to get angry for me? As expected, one well-raised daughter is better than 10 sons. Show those bad guys what you've got? No matter how messed up his face is, there's a limit. It may be ugly, but he's at least at the level of a squid. Well, it seems my child rearing was a failure. I should abandon her sometime. He's coming. The noisy class became as quiet as a dead mouse, because Karen appeared. This is sudden, but today we will be having a basic physical fitness test. Huh. You don't need to overdo it, but don't slack off either. Karen usually aimed for training that was like actual combat. But suddenly a fitness test? It might be a test that includes sparring. It could be the 5 events of knighthood. Don't tell me it's an obstacle race or something. However, the test Karen prepared was extremely ordinary. Under the instructor's direction, we simply ran lightly around the course. He didn't even record scores. It's just to pick out any hidden injured persons. That's right. It's an episode in the game. Preparation before doing that to weed out the kids dragging down the average. This time it's running? Huh. A race where 2 people run together and compete. Taryn took a spot next to me as I was preparing. Cuckoo, you seem busy these days. Keek, wouldn't the busiest be Sir Taryn? No, the busiest person is someone in a relationship. Isn't that so? Croc and Zero. This damn guy? Keek, that's a nickname that makes me want to join the Eurydia faction right away. You want to go to the side that gave you such a disparaging nickname. Do you like nicknames that slander you? If so, we can come up with something worse on our side. For example, let's see. How about Double Kraken? I've decided. From today, I'm at the forefront of the Eurydia faction. I'll put all my effort into crushing the Terran faction. Just kidding, friend. Keek, I was also joking about crushing the Terran faction. That's scary. I look forward to it. Of course, I mean your activities as the Kraken. As soon as the signal horn sounded, Terran ran forward. Do you see that? Yes, they look really close. Even men are no exception to the Kraken's tentacles. Oh my, oh my. Anyway, I'm the only sane one in this damn academy. I passed the finish line with relaxed steps. 100-meter dash record, 45 seconds. Not bad for walking. What? Is it really over with this? There's no store points either. Did I try hard for nothing? The kids whispered, saying they didn't understand Karen's intentions. It was only natural in this confusing situation. Of course, I wasn't confused. It has begun. The kids from the Holy Kingdom will arrive soon. That's not all. The midterm exams get postponed due to political issues. And before the kids from the Holy Kingdom arrive, there's one more incident. The midterm has been postponed. And, to reorganize the advanced class, we will be having a pop quiz. The midterm exam has been postponed. Why? And what's with this pop quiz? What about the date? It's not tomorrow, right? The confused kids poured out questions one after another. Karen's answer to this was extremely simple. The pop quiz will be in a week, and what kind of test it will be is a secret. What do you mean? You're noisy. Karen's voice was not just cold, but eerie. The noisy training ground became quiet in an instant. The kids who had been voicing their complaints one by one, taking advantage of the noise, all shut their mouths at once. What's the point of a test? To find out the level or degree of talent, skill, and knowledge according to a certain procedure. Then what's the point of telling you the content in advance? But if you have a complaint, raise your hand and speak. Don't cowardly hide among the crowd and chatter. At this point, the training ground went beyond quiet and became still. I also stayed quiet. It's because I know the reason for the pop quiz and what kind of test it will be, but it's because the story is progressing. A story where the protagonist plays an active role at that. Flash, Eurydia raised her hand. So confidently that you could hear the sound of flash in your ears. The kids' faces turned pale, rebelling against Karen. She must be out of her mind. It seems you have a lot of complaints. Go ahead and blabber, if you're ready to pay the price of demerit points. Karen, standing in front of Eurydia, looked down at her. A gaze so cold that it was overwhelming to even face. But Eurydia, who met his gaze, only tilted her head. It's strange. You know that what we're asking right now doesn't mean that, right? Oh, then what does it mean? In the history of Anwood Academy, the midterm exam has only been postponed 3 times. Eurydia counted on her fingers one by one. The descent of a Legion commander, the assassination attempt on the Academy, and the war with the Rohan Kingdom. Although the Academy has had many big and small incidents as long as its history, the midterm exam has only been postponed for the 3 events Eurydia mentioned. It means that Anwood Academy's schedule cannot be changed easily. In other words, the fact that the midterm exam was postponed means that an incident of that scale is about to occur, or it means it has already happened. A major accident that we don't know about. So it's only natural for the students to be confused. We need a sufficient explanation. If the pop quiz we're taking this time is, if it's a national crisis, or even a crisis beyond the continent, we need to prepare for it. The training ground became noisy again. They realized that the pop quiz wasn't the problem. Fear tends to be contagious by nature at novel bin at. War. Is there a place foolish enough to target the Empire? That can't be. Currently, the Empire is evaluated by everyone to have the power to unify the continent and still have strength left over. All that's left are the demons. Could it be that a Legion commander has descended? And now that you mention it, weren't there incidents of demon attacks recently? The kids were thrown into confusion. About 40 years ago, the 5th Legion Commander Crowley descended upon the Rohan Kingdom. Although the kids weren't even born then, they clearly knew that Legion commanders were dangerous. That was the extent of a Legion commander's majesty, to the point where kids who had never experienced war trembled in fear. Tisk, you guys are still clueless. What calmed them down was the sound of Karen clicking his tongue. I thought the advanced class would be a bit different. You're no different from the regular class kids. Eurydia. Yes, I'm listening. Everyone thought Eurydia would receive demerit points. However, I will give you 2 merit points. What Eurydia received were not demerit points, but merit points. Me? Why? Because you didn't hand over your lifeline to others. Lifeline. That's right. You should at least make an effort to find out what the mission is and why. If you blindly follow orders, you're likely to die. But you scolded us and blocked our questions. Yes, you all threw away your lifelines. Except you, Eurydia. Some kids nodded their heads. They understood Karen's words. Of course, the number of kids who didn't understand was far greater. Don't carelessly entrust your lifeline to others. This time, Eurydia will pick up all the lifelines you threw away, so you can live, but such luck won't continue. Listening to Karen's words, I couldn't help but be surprised. The lines have been added. In the game, Karen's speech, which ended with yes. You all threw away your lifelines. Except you, Eurydia, has become quite long. Actually, there were many users who didn't understand Karen's words in this part. If it weren't for the efforts of users trying to find the hidden meaning in Karen's words, I wouldn't have understood either. It's good to get help from comrades, but if one comrade holds the lifelines of dozens or hundreds of people, the burden will naturally become heavy. At least if you're a kid in the advanced class, take care of your own lifeline. Will you be like this on the battlefield too? The kids who realized their mistake hung their heads low. Of course, I was busy being amazed in the meantime. He became really kind? He even explains what they did wrong. Is it because he obtained information about the 4 heavenly kings through me, or is it because of the upcoming fight with Vulcan? Karen has become incredibly kind for his standards. Of course, the kids don't seem to have noticed. And it wasn't just the lines that changed. As much as Eurydia has taken on the burden, an appropriate reward must be provided. Eurydia. Yes, teacher. I will give you a hint for the first stage of the 3-stage pop quiz. Come to me after class. The training ground was filled with shock. Not only is it surprising that the pop quiz has as many as 3 stages, but also because Eurydia will receive a hint for the first stage. Eurydia receiving it is the same as the entire Eurydia faction knowing. An opportunity to take a significant lead in the competition against the Terran faction. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Terran immediately raised his hand and asked, 3 stages. Isn't the scale too big for a pop quiz? Not really. It's a test that will end in a day. You're saying a 3-stage test will be over in a day. The kids became even more confused. They instinctively knew it would be extremely difficult. If you don't like it, drop out. It's a test that won't be included in your grades. However, only the members of the advanced class will change. You're telling us not to even think about dropping out. In the end, kids shouted out. It's because the benefits the advanced class receives are huge. Starting with scholarships, maintenance allowance, meetings with figures from nobility, politics, finance, and commerce, invitations to party halls, and support for employment and starting a business after graduation. There are no related episodes now since it's the first semester of the first year, but they pour in like water starting from the second year. The members of the advanced class change after the final exams. But you're going to change it before the midterms? This is unfair. They're complaining directly to Karen, so you can imagine how great the benefits of the advanced class are. Of course, Karen simply ignored them. Isn't it fine if you do well on the pop quiz? Well, that's true, but if you respond diligently like during the entrance exam, you can continue to stay. That's all for today's class. Eurydia followed Karen as he left the classroom, to hear the hint for the first stage of the pop quiz. At the same time, the classroom became noisy, especially where Terran was. What should we do? The Eurydia faction has gained an advantage. It's a pop quiz, but it will be practical like Karen, right? All 3 stages being practical. This is serious. A considerable number of kids in the Eurydia faction are from the regular class. If they come up, although the Terran faction is excellent overall, if they are outnumbered in the advanced class, future fights won't be smooth. The atmosphere couldn't help but be bad. Don't be alarmed. It's only the first stage. Well, that's true, but... And he said he would give a hint, not information. Teacher Karen's hints can't be easy. Perhaps because he's a protagonist-level character in charge of an episode. His reasoning is extraordinary. That's right. What Terran said is correct. We just need to do what we've been doing. Rather, this test will be an opportunity to expand our forces. Tell the kids in the regular class. Training begins today. Yes. Terran, who instantly dispelled the kids' anxiety, left the classroom majestically. He has considerable confidence. But it won't be easy. Karen has practically given out all the information. 3 stages, a test that ends in a day, and to respond like during the entrance exam. That's right. The true nature of the pop quiz is the evolved version of the entrance exam, a labyrinth, an illusion magic test, and group duels. We are scheduled to take 3 subjects excluding the secret test and written exam. In other words, Karen has practically revealed all the details about the pop quiz. I don't know what kind of hint Eurydia will receive, but seeing that hidden piece has been activated, the story will unfold in Eurydia's favor. Terran may find himself in a far more difficult situation than he thinks. Well, now's not the time to worry about them. The labyrinth and illusion magic tests won't be a problem. The same goes for the group duels. If I had progressed the story as originally, that is, Lucia's hidden piece, there's a high probability it will be connected to this. 8 days until Lucia leaves, and 7 days until the pop quiz. It's an incredible coincidence. No, at this point, it should be seen as intentional. There's no reason for Lucia to appear in the labyrinth or illusion magic. Then, it means Lucia will appear in the third one, the group duels. My stats have risen, but it's uncertain whether I can gain Lucia's recognition. No, to be honest, it's 0. It means the situation is so bleak that even the word uncertain is not allowed. Keek, this is driving me crazy. That's not new. You were already crazy. Don't worry, you can't go any crazier. Right. Thanks, Luna. Asterisk. The training ground I arrived at after the meal. There were 2 things different from usual. One was that Rez, who rested over the weekend, looked to be in good condition. And the other, Lucia was training. This was a very surprising thing. It's surprising enough that she arrived before us, but she was training while sweating profusely. Keek, it seems the sun rose from the west today. You say disrespectful things so casually. Won't it hurt if you get hit like that? Lucia wiped her sweat and approached. You're here? Train on your own. I'll watch over you one by one. Keek, what's with the sudden training? An urgent subjugation mission came up. Subjugation? Yeah, it's a secret what it is. But I'll still watch over your training before I go, so don't worry. If it's a subjugation at this time, there's only one. The subjugation of the maestro of the battlefield, Falcon, that I created through Karen. Did Lucia decide to join? She said she absolutely wouldn't. She may have made some kind of deal with Karen after we parted ways yesterday. Judging by her appearance and atmosphere without a single wound, it doesn't seem to have ended too badly. We might really be able to kill one of the 4 heavenly kings. I don't know the strength of the subjugation team, but Alistair, Karen, and Lucia alone have the power of 1 legion. There won't be an easier target than the unprepared necromancer. Hope for clearing was rising high. That's when. And I will personally oversee the test for you too. Pardon. I'm talking about the pop quiz. Be prepared. I plan to take it in peak condition. It's already hard to gain recognition from Pig Lucia, but now I have to gain recognition from Lucia, who has recovered her strength. I found another hidden piece that turns Pig Lucia into human Lucia. But, you're doing well. I think you've got the hang of it. You just need to practice consistently. Thank you. Rez, who had finished training under Lucia's guidance, panted heavily. At the same time, the idiot hair on top of her head drooped down, as if it had finished its job. What on earth is that? No matter how much this is in a game, it's a really strange hair. It seems like it needs to be studied. If it can be detached and attached, I could wear it to avoid danger. What are you thinking right now? A chilling voice tickled my ear. It's Luna's voice. When did she come to where I was from, far away where she had been training? Tisk dash. What were you thinking to have such a sinister look in your eyes? Tell me too. Luna, who had rested her chin on my right shoulder, whispered softly. It's like a horror movie on its own. Keek, I wasn't thinking of anything. It seemed like you were having very perverted thoughts. And while looking at my friend at that, it's a misunderstanding. How could I do such a thing? Look at these innocent eyes. Even though I look like this, I was known as the epitome of purity in Korea. Whenever women saw me, they let their guard down and relied on me with body and soul. My nickname was even Safe Man. That's how pure and innocent the first was. What? That nickname doesn't mean that? No way. There's no way Safe Man has a negative meaning to it. TL note, it means that he's unadventurous and boring. Someone who only does what's safe. Anyway, as I was shining my eyes full of innocence, what can be seen to judge if it's innocent or dirty? That's right, I'm the slit-eyed character. Anyway, these damn slit eyes are the problem. If it weren't for these slit eyes, I could have proven my innocence. As I was expressing my regret, Luna, who had been thinking for a moment, shone her eyes as if a good idea had come to her. I'll bite you for now. Pardon. If not, that's good, but if you were having perverted thoughts, I wouldn't have punished an attempted criminal, right? I can't let that happen. Aha, I see. You're going to bite first regardless of whether there's a crime or not. A clear verdict that would make even Solomon cry. Of course, I mean cry in a different sense. What a mindless verdict. Whether Solomon cries or not, Luna was busy smacking her lips. She had started the preparation to bite me. I sometimes think, could it be that our Luna is using me as a teething toy? I thought she had been quiet lately, but it seems she has reached her limit. Well, do as you please. I'm somewhat used to it now. If I can keep the peace of the household, I can endure this level of pain as much as I want. But I couldn't help but be surprised. It wasn't painful at all. It's not because I got used to the pain. Luna had bitten me gently, to the point where it felt ticklish. That's not the only reason I was surprised. Why are you biting my ear? A situation that cannot be understood at all with the thinking of a normal person. I turned my head slightly and asked. Keek, Luna, what are you doing now? I'm biting you. Why? Does this much hurt too? That's not it. Then it's fine. From now on, if you do something wrong, I'll bite your ear like this. Of course, if you make a big mistake, my fist won't stay still. I finally realized that it was a solution Luna had come up with in her own way. After her family was exterminated, Luna had been alone all along. Is that why? She didn't know how to treat a friend. All she knew how to express affection was by hitting and cursing, but if she kept doing that between friends, she must have realized that problems would arise someday. She doesn't know how to treat a friend, but she doesn't want to be hated. So the solution she came up with was a violence, of gently biting the ear, it seems. On top of that, she was making an expression that said, I did well, right? Praise me. To be honest, it's an adorably helpless thought and action. But if she shows this in front of others, it will cause problems in many ways. Especially in front of Eurydia, she must never show this. Seeing how she spreads rumors, even absurd ones, is amazing. You could replace the saying a lie travels around the world while truth is putting its boots on with Eurydia. I shook my head to get Luna off and lightly patted her head. Although there's a problem with the method, it's praiseworthy that she thought about it in her own way. By nature, children grow by being praised. As I was patting Luna's head and about to praise her for doing well, crunch dash, she bit my finger, so painfully that tears welled up. Keek, why are you biting so hard this time? You're being arrogant. How dare you pat my head? I don't like that somewhat proud smile either. Don't talk while biting. It hurts. Of course it hurts. I bit you hard this time to make it hurt. I tried to pull out my finger, but Luna's head came with it. There was no sign of it coming out. If I raised it high in the sky, it seemed like she would dangle from it. That won't do. My finger will fall off. As I was agonizing over whether I had to spend the whole day like this, I caught sight of Lucia starting training at some point. Impressive. Usually, Lucia would have seen us like this and teased us while giggling. But not only is she not teasing, she's seriously engaged in training. Perhaps, it may have a bigger butterfly effect than I thought. I don't know the reason for the change in Lucia's state of mind, but it's clearly a positive change. If we're lucky and take down one of the 4 heavenly kings in chapter 1, and the already strong Lucia keeps getting stronger and knocking down enemies one by one, clearing might not be a dream. It's a situation where I don't know what kind of butterfly effect will occur. I need to get stronger, so I don't get swept away by the butterfly effect. But reality was miserable. Crunch crunch dash. The crazy cat, no, Luna, who is using my finger as a teething toy. I have to go all the way to the final boss battle with this child. A sigh automatically escaped. Luna, please let go. I was wrong. You don't seem to think that way at all. That's because I really didn't do anything wrong. What do you mean you didn't do anything wrong? Keek, then what did I do wrong? Well, Luna's eyes rolled to the side. It seems she realized I didn't do anything wrong. After hesitating for a moment, Luna opened her mouth as if a good thought had come to her. Because we're friends. Pardon. Because we're friends, I can bite your finger. In what country does that kind of friendship exist? Even friends would grow distant in a day? Crunch. Was she embarrassed after saying it herself? Luna, whose face had turned bright red, put more force into it. Say you're sorry. I already said it earlier. It hurts. It really hurts. You're not being sincere. This is serious. At this rate, my finger will really fall off. That's when I spotted Rez next to us, not knowing what to do. Damn it, it's a mess. I grabbed Rez's hand, lifted it up, and bit her index finger, with enough force that it wouldn't come out of my mouth. Rez, with her low strength stat, won't be able to escape my teeth. Why you pervert? What are you doing? You said friends can bite each other's fingers. Rez isn't your friend. She's my friend. Keek, we just decided to become friends. Why you perverted bastard? Get your dirty mouth off her right now. It's going according to plan. Luna will let go of my finger to protect Rez, and then I can quickly run away. Everything was going according to plan. But then, chomp, we couldn't help but be surprised. Because Rez suddenly bit Luna's index finger. It was a situation beyond surprise, it was absurd. Rez herself cleared up the question. Luna is my friend. Only then could we understand the current situation. Luna's absurd claim that because we're friends, we can bite each other's fingers. She took it seriously. And so, an absurd situation unfolded where the 3 of us were biting each other's fingers. The problem is that one of them is me. Let go of my friend's finger right now, or I'll cut this off. Keek, you let go first. Because we're friends. As the 3 of us were spinning around in circles while biting each other's fingers. Creak dash. The door to the training ground opened and someone came in. I really don't know who it is. How would I know when the whole world is spinning? The unidentified person stood next to us, but all we could do was spin around in circles. They're not trying to join in, are they? I was having such absurd thoughts. Bam, quack. My body was bent into a shape. Because someone had kicked my body. Thud clatter. At the same time, we were scattered by centrifugal force. Our fingers had regained freedom. Even while dazed, I bowed deeply and expressed my gratitude. Keek, I don't know who you are, but thank you. Thanks to you, my finger wasn't taken by an evil spirit. I'm not on that side, I'm on this side. And who are you calling an evil spirit? Surely not that child, right? I could immediately identify who he was. Because it was a very familiar voice. The Empire's rat, Karen. He was standing in front of, no, behind me. Keek, what else would you call something that bites off fingers if not an evil spirit? Smack. Karen immediately smashed my head. It's really unfair. I was just stating facts. Keek, to use violence against a student. And why are you only hitting me? Tisk, isn't it obvious that you're the ringleader? This is clear discrimination. They're the ones who did wrong. I'm just an unfairly victimized innocent bystander. Huh? What are you doing here? Lucia, who had spotted Karen, approached us. It was a simple question, but I could immediately tell that Lucia's attitude had changed. She's become docile? Until recently, she was acting like she'd kill him right away. Something must have happened between the two. At times like this, it's a pity that it's not a game. If it were a game, I could have known what happened between the two. I have information to share. Even so, you can't just come here in broad daylight like this. Aren't you being too obvious? Didn't you say it was confidential? I've erased the eyes. No one will know we met now. For that, there are a lot of eyes watching. Well, one of them seems to have fainted. In a situation before the subjugation of the maestro of the battlefield, Falcon. It seems he came to share information about the subjugation team with Lucia. There are only 2 weeks left, and the members of the subjugation team haven't been confirmed yet. It can't be helped. Taking along a bunch of incompetents will only be a hindrance, and there aren't many skilled people who can join right away. Then a small elite force? Well, it doesn't matter either way. But, is this the only information to share? That's right. What's this? It's hardly even information. Why did you even come here? It's annoying, so leave quickly. You're disturbing my concentration. Lucia, who grumbled, started training again. Lucia doesn't seem to know, but I could tell the purpose of Karen coming all the way here. Telling information that's not even information, and by the way, he probably came to see Luna. Teacher Karen, hello. Perhaps because Luna's greeting was too bright, Karen fake coughed. Ahem. Yes. You're working hard today too. Yes, there's a pop quiz, you know? Well, it's also because I want to learn at least one more thing before Miss Lucia leaves. A pop quiz. As I said, it's a 3-stage test. It even ends in a day. At novel bin at. Yes, I know. I'll definitely get into the advanced class and continue to take your classes, so don't worry. Karen, who had his hands behind his back. Because I was standing behind him, I could see his figure clenching and unclenching his fists, not knowing what to do. This guy, could it be? Ahem, a test divided into stages and ends in a day. Doesn't it seem familiar? Well, aren't most tests like that? Well, that's true, but I couldn't help but be amazed. As I said before, the pop quiz is an evolved version of the entrance exam. But he's revealing that. What will become of Euridia who got a hint and Terran who neatly led the kids? Is he a Lilicon after all? I moved a little away from Karen. Because even I, a pretty boy, will fall within his attack range. Even after that, Karen tried hard, but Luna didn't notice at all. It can't be helped. The word tact doesn't exist for our Luna. In the end, Karen, T-tests usually come from what you've studied. For example, the entrance exam or something. The entrance exam. He told her the answer, not a hint. However, you mean it'll be as hard as the entrance exam? I'll have to prepare very thoroughly. That's not it. Seeing Karen shouting loudly, I thought, perhaps our Luna might be an even more amazing child than I thought. The winner was, of course. Thank you for the advice. I'll go ahead first. Okay, it was Luna. After finishing the conversation with Karen, she left. Because she had to take care of Raz, who had flown off due to centrifugal force. The conversation was frustrating to even watch. But there was a faint smile on Karen's lips. The smile of a proud father, perhaps. Of course, there was a smile on my lips too. Kageek. What's with that look in your eyes? You can see the look in my eyes? You can see my slit eyes? What a curious thing. Arrogant bastard. You'd better not let your guard down. The pop quiz will definitely not be easy. It does seem like it will be that way, since it's the evolved version of the entrance exam. Karen frowned. I gave too many hints. I lightly responded by shrugging my shoulders. I already knew from the beginning, but I'm pretending to have found out thanks to Luna. If I say I knew from before, another hellish psychological warfare will begin over where I got the information from. I wanted to avoid such a thing as much as possible. I should get going. You work hard too. Karen turned his body. Such a petty bastard. Trying to leave as soon as his business is done. I can't send him off like this. The puzzle piece of Renia's death obtained through Lucia. I need to use that to solve the puzzle called Karen. It's partly because the desire of a stuck-up wanting to know all the stories in this game is rising, but if I'm lucky, I might be able to bring Karen to my side. Being on the same side as the Empire's rat, any ordinary information could be obtained easily. When Karen took a few steps towards the exit of the training ground, I opened my mouth. By the way, I was really surprised to think that the one who took Renia's head was you, Teacher Karen. Why, it was a real shock. I thought I was used to this kind of thing. Seems like I still have a long way to go. Karen turned and looked at me. Actually, it was closer to glaring, but well, for now I decided to attach significance to the fact that he stopped walking. Glancing slightly towards where Luna was, he approached me. What's more surprising is on my end. You're saying you didn't know that until now. Come to think of it, Lucia said that. That it's an incident everyone who should know already knows. So it's not unreasonable for Karen to say that. The information I've given out so far is quite substantial after all. A child who has suspiciously good information. so he must have thought I would naturally have the information that he killed Renia. Perhaps that was one of the reasons he saved me in the ant den. I said I dreamed of becoming a rat for the Lester family, but approaching confidently even though I know he killed Renia? He must have had no choice but to highly evaluate me. Karen stared at me intently. Knowing classified information but not knowing unclassified information. He might find it strange, but it's not to the point of being suspicious. Partly because our relationship is quite solid for him to be suspicious over this, but in the first place, information tends to be biased towards the direction one wants. Come to think of it, you said you dreamed of becoming a rat for the Lester family. So, are you thinking of taking revenge now? No way. Rather, I've become certain. Certain. Yes. Using the eye-opening skill, I opened my mouth. The certainty that you're hiding something. I mean, Karen's atmosphere changed. Just as I intended. Right now, I'm being as serious as I can be. If you're being falsely accused, tell me. I'll listen. The eye-opening skill was like encapsulating the above sentence. Using the skill to hear Karen's true feelings. However, there's nothing hidden. I killed her and presented her head. That's all. Karen didn't easily reveal his true feelings. What a really annoying person. Can't you just tell me a little? Keek, I don't think it's just simple guilt that's making you protect Luna. I've never protected her. At novel bin at. He can say that even after giving Luna a legendary artifact. What a shameless bastard. Well, I don't know if he can keep being shameless after hearing the next thing I say. Keek, to think that one of Luna's enemies is teacher Karen. I'm really curious what kind of reaction Luna will have if she finds out about this. Karen's complexion hardened stiffly. At the same time, his stiff face contorted. It was like looking at a mirror covered in cracks. This expression doesn't suit when describing a person's face, but it can't be helped. Because it's the first time I've seen such an expression. I didn't expect him to react like this. Does he hate being hated by Luna that much? If there were no eyes watching this place, my head might have been turned 180 degrees. But the change in his expression was only for a very brief moment. The contorted face returned to normal in an instant. Perhaps he realized his mistake. Karen chuckled. As expected, your provocation skills are top-notch. As if you would tell Luna that fact. Keek, why do you think that? Because you need to make a deal with me and obtain information about them. He's talking about the ones who framed the Lester family and charged them with treason. If Luna develops hostility towards me, there will be a huge disruption in future information exchange. I don't think you'd do such a stupid thing. Correct. I won't tell Luna the fact that Karen killed Renia, but it's a little different from the reason Karen thinks. I already know exactly who the mastermind is that made the Lester family like that, and that's why. I just won't tell Luna the truth. That's right. Although Karen killed Renia, it was those bad guys who created that situation. I don't know what happened, but he must have been forced to kill Renia due to unavoidable circumstances. So I can't say Karen is the problem. Of course, Luna might consider Karen a target for revenge. Just because there were unavoidable circumstances, would she forgive the person who killed her mother? It's not an easy thing. Anyway, unless something special happens, I won't tell Luna the fact that Karen killed Renia. I thought Karen would immediately grasp my intentions. It was only for a moment, but Karen couldn't control his emotions. That's how much he cherishes Luna. You're right. The ones Luna should harbor hostility towards are those other guys. The filthy guys who made the Lester family like that? So please tell me the truth of that day. Who knows? Luna might understand. I pressured Karen using Luna. However, there's no such thing. That child has even less need to understand. Stubborn. If I pressure him any more, it wouldn't be strange for my neck to really turn. For now, I decided to take a step back. Well, never mind. I'll find out myself. Stop it. There's no point in stirring up the past. Nothing will change. Even if the past can't be undone, there can be improvement in future relationships. Are you going to stay by Luna's side forever, hiding the secret? Karen shut his mouth. He might think such a relationship isn't bad either. Does he not know that the longer he hides it, the greater the pain the other person will suffer in proportion? Well, it's not something for me to worry about. There will be other opportunities to gather puzzle pieces about Karen. So I need to focus on other things, the things that are right in front of me. There are two things that need to be solved right now. First, the fifth main quest, gain Lucia's recognition. This is a pass for now. Not only is there a week left, but there's no clear breakthrough in sight. Then second, how do I get that damn pufferfish rabbit to pass the advanced class? When an incident happens during the midterms, if it goes according to my current plan, a power-up will be possible like in the ant den. The advanced class kids will form teams, so Rez's promotion is essential. In other words, Rez needs to achieve excellent grades in this pop quiz and be promoted to the advanced class. And to increase that probability even a little, I need something. What is it? I need to get your confirmation first. Can you get me what I want by the time the pop quiz starts? I don't know what it is, but judging by your reaction, it seems like something I can easily get for you. As expected of Karen. He gets it right away. As time is short, he knew well that I would make a request that aligns with common sense. Of course, only if you pay a sufficient price. I will answer any question. Except for questions about the Lester family. Selective information provision? What an impudent behavior. About 10 seconds passed. Karen continued. Fine, what do you want? First, I need 3 intermediate artifacts that block illusion magic. You're trying to breeze through the second test. He's right. As I said before, this pop quiz is an evolved version of the entrance exam. A labyrinth, illusion magic, and then duels. There are slight changes, but the overall framework hasn't changed. Especially the illusion magic. If we have artifacts, we can easily break through it. Not only Luna, but Rez will also be able to endure sufficiently. How stupid. Did you not think that artifacts would be banned? Keek, if that's the case, it can't be helped. But you've already decided to allow them, haven't you? Inferring what the test will be is also a skill. That's right. Today, when the pop quiz was announced, the test had already begun. Inferring the content of the pop quiz is also part of the test. During the entrance exam, there were kids who obtained information in an unfair way. So Alistair used strong magic, but this time, it's an ordinary illusion magic circle. Intermediate artifacts will be enough to overcome the illusion magic. Think what you want. Arrogant bastard. Judging by your reaction, it seems my words are true. I got it right even though I guessed. Wow, I didn't know my guessing skills were this good. Shut up and keep telling me what you want. Not only does he not sympathize, he even curses at me. This is why he doesn't become a TL note, he is talking about Karen's personality. Thinking, vs feeling, F. Just like Euridia. I felt a little more at ease. Because I cursed him really badly, even if only in my mind. I need an artifact that removes odors. Anything else besides that? No. Karen rummaged through his bosom and pulled something out to throw. It was a small square-shaped container. On the outside, an unidentified hippo pattern was drawn. Information window. White hippo, D. It's an artifact developed by a mage to remove a terrible foot odor. It has excellent effects in removing odors. Cleanliness plus 10%. An artifact that removes odors. It's not surprising that Karen has it. Not only is it a low-grade artifact that commoners can afford without burden, but Karen is an assassin after all. For them who need to operate covertly, odor is forbidden. Removing odors is essential. So he always carried it with him, and he threw it to me. I'll get you the illusion defense artifacts as soon as possible. Keek, thank you. As I was organizing the artifact, Karen slyly asked, what are you planning to use that for? What am I planning to use it for? Of course. Keek, it's a secret. Arrogant bastard. Everything is a secret to you, huh? Karen snorted and crossed his arms. An attitude as if he had no interest at all. But I could tell. He's dying of curiosity. It's only natural for Karen to be curious. A labyrinth, illusion, and duels. A pop quiz conducted in a total of 3 stages. He can understand the use of artifacts that block illusion magic, but the white hippo I received just now, he won't be able to know in which test it will be used, or how it will be used. When I showed no particular reaction, Karen opened his mouth again. Arrogant bastard. You think I can't read your flimsy thoughts? Keek, is that so? Then tell me, where and how do you think I'll use this? When I shook the white hippo in front of Karen's eyes, he shut his mouth. Probably because he had no idea how it would be used. It might not go well as planned. It's the first time I'm attempting this method in Chapter 2, but if it goes well as planned, I might be able to deal a proper blow to Karen. That's right. The white hippo is for the 3rd stage, the group duels examiner. It's an artifact to be used on Karen. He might regret easily handing over the white hippo. Of course, that's only if it goes well as planned. I roughly get it. But I won't say it. I might end up giving you a hint. Keek, I see. I was planning to use it to remove the smell in my room. Tisk. Karen clicked his tongue louder than ever. Then it's time for you to pay the price. Keek, what information do you want? Do you know any other rats besides me? I could understand Karen's intention hidden in the question. Scarlet, who runs a tavern and gathers information. I'm the one who blurted out that a manager-level rat had ties with me, and told him to report it directly to Karen. He must have conducted an internal inspection. And he's still asking. He's too meticulous to the point of being meticulous. Well, the more meticulous he is, the more trustworthy he is to work with. No, except for Scarlet. As I thought. What a stupid bastard. He's not talking about me, but Scarlet. He's avoiding responsibility after accidentally blurting out his name. That's how he would have judged it. It's a good thing for me. Scarlet will escape Karen's attention. The farther away from Karen's eyes, the wider his range of activities will become. Do you have any other questions? I'm willing to provide one more. Save it. I'm thinking of asking for big information next time by combining them. Keek, I'm getting scared. With this, all my business is done. I was going to go meet Karen anyway, but he came to me on his own. I have the mental defense skill so it doesn't matter, but Luna and Rez have no means to resist illusion magic. I was going to find Karen and ask for artifacts or herbs. I can invest more time in training. Karen, the examiner for the 3rd stage of the pop quiz, the group duels. According to the current story, my opponent will not be Karen, but Lucia. And not Pig Lucia, but Hero Lucia. I don't know how to gain recognition, but it's not a loss since my stats rise every time I train. Should I surprise her by using the secret techniques of other families? While pondering over the hundreds of skills I could mimic with divine imitation, suddenly, Karen caught my attention. He was grinning at me as if something was so delightful. At the tavern too. Is that your taste? It doesn't suit you. Pardon. 3 artifacts. One of them is for that quiet kid, right? The quiet kid Karen pointed to was none other than Rez. It seems he also received a report about the incident at the tavern where I picked Rez as the most attractive person. Well, that's true, but the number of girls you take care of keeps increasing. Indeed, you deserve to be called Kraken Zero. Wow, he knows my new nickname that was created today. As expected, Karen's intelligence network is amazing. Then he must also know well that I hate that nickname. But instead of keeping it hidden, he boldly says it out loud. What a real son of a bitch. Keek, I'm really tempted to tell Luna the secret. Cuckoo, go ahead and do it if you can. You damn Kraken. Keek keek. Kukikiko. A situation where even brushing past each other is a critical hit. Luna stepped in between us. Hey, what are you doing to the teacher? Apologize right now. Keek, I didn't do anything wrong though. Oh really? Teacher, is what he said true? He has no respect for his elders. I feel like I'm about to cry any moment. Karen positioned himself behind Luna and mouthed the legend of Anwood Academy. Kraken. That damn bastard? It's so unfair, I can't stand it. I have to let Luna know right away about Karen's bad points. This won't do. You need to be properly scolded. Saying that, Luna stood on tiptoe next to me, and then, she bit my ear. It doesn't hurt, because she bit gently. It's soft. I was too dumbfounded to feel it before, but now that it's the second time, I have a little more leeway. My ear became slightly damp, and soon turned sticky. The sticky sound of saliva dripping kept getting louder without end. Moreover, perhaps because her mouth was touching my ear, which is responsible for hearing, I could hear even Luna's small breathing in detail. Oh, it feels like I'm about to open my eyes to something new. But I couldn't gain enlightenment, because Karen was trembling all over. Come to think of it, there was one more person besides Eurydia who shouldn't see this sight. The killing machine, Karen. The man right in front of my eyes. Thud 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 dash. Along with an unidentified sound, his physique began to gradually grow. He had entered a battle stance. Of course, his target was me. This wasn't my intention. Look, I was just standing still. I'll hear your excuses in hell. Karen approached me with big strides. This is serious. It's the bad ending route. I'm not joking. Karen is a man called the bad ending maker in the game. Whenever the story was progressing well, he would suddenly appear and break necks. Just like now. It was when Karen grabbed my neck with both hands. Sniff sniff dash. Luna sniffed and headed towards Karen. Then she sniffs him like a dog. What are you doing? Huh? This isn't the smell. What is it? Teacher, did you change your perfume by any chance? Luna asked with her head raised. Only then did Karen take his hands off my neck. I don't use such things. Really? Strange. The smell is different from usual. We wasted too much time. I'll get going now. Karen left the training ground as if running away. Seeing that, I thought. The smell of Karen that Luna always insists on. This might also be a puzzle piece leading to the truth. Asterisk. This should be enough for today. I'm going out for field training. You guys can go in too after doing it moderately. She still has stamina left after training all day. She's a real monster. Rez, use up all your mana before going to bed today too. If you skip it, I won't let you off. Why yes, I'll make sure to do it before sleeping today too. At novel bin at. So cute. Lucia ruffled Rez's hair roughly. Hair sticking out here and there. Between them, Rez's faintly shining eyes could be seen. I'm off. See you tomorrow. After Lucia left, it was just us remaining. While watching Rez fix her hair, I realized something strange. Come to think of it, it's strange. What is? The only strange thing right now is your face. Didn't Rez avoid eye contact with Miss Lucia? Didn't she say she would die if she made eye contact with a strong person? That's right. Rez, are you okay? Luna touched Rez's face here and there. But Rez was perfectly fine. Of course, since it's a fake illness. A disease where you die if you make eye contact with a strong person. There's no way such a disease exists in this world. Rez, who had been puzzled, raised her head as if realizing something. Maybe. Might have gotten a little stronger. What do you mean gotten stronger? If growing enough to face a powerhouse like Lucia after training for a month, you'd become a real sword master in a year? But it seems our Luna doesn't think that way. Getting stronger. You're really amazing, Rez. It's all thanks to you, Luna. What did I do? It's all thanks to your efforts. It's really a farce I can't bear to watch with my eyes open. It was while watching the two of them embracing each other and praising each other. A good idea came to mind. Keek, gotten stronger. That's good news. The idiot hair on top of Rez's head started spinning round and round. And then, I am weak. I haven't gotten stronger at all. Did she sense something? She suddenly changed her stance. Of course, she can't escape my grasp even if she does that. After passing this pop quiz, come to the advanced class. How could someone like me? Rez, who had turned into shrinking mode again. Luna put her hand on her shoulder. You can do it. Let's take classes together, eat together, and hang out together. We'll always stick together. I'll try. Even though I'm lacking. It was decided. After entering the advanced class, to enjoy a fun academy life together. Of course, a very fun academy life with me included. We're ready. Now tell us. Pardon. You've thought of a way for Rez to get good grades, right? Explain. Oh my. To notice that fact. It's not that Luna's intuition has gotten sharper. It's a proof of her trust in me. I took out an artifact from my bosom. The one I received from Karen just now. Huh? What's this? It's the white hippo, right? You know about it. Of course she does. It's the one that has never fallen from the top of the popularity ranking for miscellaneous artifact sales. The price isn't bad either. It seems to be a hot item in this world. Well, that's not what's important right now. Luna and Rez's examiner for the third stage will be Karen. There's no doubt about Luna's passing. Not only her skills, but since the examiner is Karen, it's practically a free pass. The problem is Rez, but she'll be able to easily pass the first and second stages. And in the final third stage, this white hippo will be a secret weapon. That's right. The user of this white hippo is not me. It's an item for the pufferfish rabbit, Rez, to use. First, I need to check the effect. Sniff sniff dash. I put my nose to Rez's nape and smelled it. A fragrant scent. As expected, women are mysterious. Take this. After putting the white hippo in Rez's hand, I smelled it again. Sniff sniff dash. Oh, it's amazing. There's really no smell at all. Sweat smell, a person's unique scent, even the smell from clothes. There was no smell at all. Keek, the effect is good. With this, it can definitely be put to use. Put to use? What are you talking about? I finally looked around me when I raised my head. Luna's gaze as if she saw a pervert, and Rez's figure blushing and not knowing what to do. Rez opened her mouth, stammering. Do I smell? I am sorry. I've been training a lot lately, so, sweat smell is proof of working hard. There's no reason to be ashamed at all. Keek, it's fine. It was fragrant. Now that I say it, something seems off. Rez began to shed tears. I've been defiled. By a demon. Who are you calling a demon? And what do you mean defiled? I was wronged. I just smelled her, that's all. You perverted bastard. I can't let my guard down for a single moment. Crunch dash. Luna bit my ear. Really hard. Kaya? It's unfair. That's not what I meant. Die. Creak dash. In the midst of the chaos, the door to the training ground opened and someone appeared. Hello everyone. Eurydia, have come to share a hint. It was Eurydia. And as soon as she made eye contact with us, spurt, she collapsed while bleeding from her nose. It's driving me crazy. I'm really afraid of what kind of malicious rumors will spread tomorrow. Until the pop quiz. D7 remaining. Lucia's thrusts rushed towards me. Thud. Kook. At the same time as immense pain rushed from my abdomen, the ground jerked up and smashed into me. Physically impossible, you say? No, it's quite possible if you think a little differently. That's right. My body collapsed. As a result, my body smashed into the ground. What? Already over. Lucia poked my head with her wooden sword. Keek, not stopping the attack even on a fallen opponent. The reputation Lucia has built up until now will cry. Is this an attack? It's a life check. Aha, I see. So you do a life check by poking someone? I learned one thing. I must use it next time. So, are you done? Keek, I can go all day. Your spirit is good. I hope your skills are too this time. As soon as she raised her sword, the duel started again. The duel was difficult at first, but as I learned one by one, I gradually came to enjoy it. However, that was also gradually reaching its limit. It could be because I only lose every day, or because I feel the lack of progress myself, but the biggest reason sapping my motivation is, I don't see a way to clear the quest. The 1-month period has already dwindled to just 1 week. I discovered the secret hidden in the Fleur family style skill and raised my stats a bit, and I've become quite accustomed to the duels. But forget finding a way to gain Lucia's recognition. I couldn't even find a small hint. So it was only natural for me to feel frustrated. Clack dash, clang, it's the same now. Lucia blocked my attack all too easily. The tight schedule, the skills that don't grow easily, the unseen path, the skin, becoming rough due to stress. There are many problems, but recently, the biggest problem arose. That I've come to think I will never be able to clear this quest. The biggest problem. Lucid's 5th secret technique, sky, opening, poof. Your movements are too big. I told you how many times, connect the techniques naturally. Will you fight like this in real combat? The big movement to use the technique, and Lucia's blow that pierced through that gap. Perhaps because I was hit in the solar plexus, I couldn't even let out a groan of pain. This is really too much. Be a little lenient? You're an 8-star knight? What happened to when you said blocking is annoying and only dodged? That's right. Lucia's changed attitude. This was the biggest problem. Previously, she would swing her sword while yawning, and duel until my stamina ran out and I collapsed. In other words, she used to go easy on me and teach through the duels. But after the night she met Karen, she changed. There was no more going easy. Each attack, each defense. There was no case of letting it slide easily anywhere. Even if I wanted to duel for a long time, I would get hit and collapse, so I couldn't fight for long. Even her body got better. Her muscles became firmer and she lost a lot of weight. To the extent that I could tell just by looking with my naked eye. Just 3 days of training and such changes occur? Then in 5 days, by the time of the pop quiz, what kind of monster will she become? I don't know the details, but one thing was clear. That she will get even better than now. That much was certain. It was good to have Lucia join the subjugation team, but I didn't expect it to cause a butterfly effect that would make the quest I'm working on even more difficult. As expected, it's the best game. Should I say it's a game like a nut that's good for the body? It's good, so I'll say it again. This game is really like a nut. Even Lucia in front of my eyes is like a nut? What are you thinking about? Keek, I was thinking that Lucia is unchangingly beautiful even today. Should I say you're like a nut? It somehow feels unpleasant, but I'll let it slide for now. I'll tell you in advance, I'm in charge of you during the pop quiz. It will be a test like real combat, so don't let your guard down. As expected. The problem is, even if I get it right, it doesn't feel good at all. Keek, then I guess the duel is the test. Are you sure it's okay to reveal this information? Well, whatever. It's not like you're someone who will fail in stages 1 and 2 anyway. Still, shouldn't you go a little easy on me? Our relationship isn't that barren, is it? What relationship do we have? Keek, should I say a sticky relationship that shares a secret? A barren relationship like a desert is my taste. Is it because her attitude has changed? Even mental attacks don't work. If it were before, she would have been flustered and retreated. To think you'd try to crush an academy student with your full strength. It's an honor. Of course, an honor I'll receive after dying in this test. I said it will be a test like real combat, not that I'll fight like in real combat. I'll adjust the passing criteria to your age, so don't worry. Around a 5-star knight should do. 5-star knight must be some dog's name. How many people have achieved the rank of 5-star knight at the age of 15? Why the face? I should at least do that much for you. Dake, he's also a 5-star knight, right? Dake, Terran's hunting dog. He is indeed a 5-star knight. He's the sub-boss of Chapter 3. Of course his specs are high, but all I could do was pout. Because the Lucia in front of me had reached 5 stars at the age of 14. Lucia grabbed my mouth and moved it slightly left and right. It can't be helped. It's my belief that these things should be done strictly. Above all, there's a bet at stake. So I have no choice but to do it properly. A bet. The trick I proposed to clear this quest. If I surprise Lucia one more time, she will recognize me as her disciple. If I fail, I will do whatever Lucia wants, just one thing. I lowered the condition from recognition to surprising her. At that time, I thought it was a good trick, but now that I look at it, there doesn't seem to be much difference. At this point, it might be better to prepare for the case of losing the bet. What Lucia wants is probably, how did you find out the secret of the Lucid family? She will want that information. If there are others besides me who know the secret of the Lucid family, she can't help but feel anxious. Although Lucia said she would match the level of a 5-star knight, she will face me sincerely. So, is the duel over for today? Lucia asked again. The pain from being hit in the solar plexus had long subsided. I had enough stamina left for 1 or 2 more rounds. After thinking for a moment, I opened my mouth. Can you fight with a different weapon? I mean a weapon other than a sword. The reason for this suggestion was simple. Fighting with swords kept repeating similar situations, making it feel like I was falling into a mannerism, but it reminded me of the situation where I almost fought Scarlet at the tavern. The most popular weapon in this world is the sword, but you can't avoid fighting with other weapons. The same goes for the bosses and mid-bosses I will meet in the future. If you're as skilled as Lucia, even if not as much as a sword, you should be able to handle most weapons. Hearing my words, Lucia nodded. You're right. It's just that I'm too lazy. What's the weapon you're worst at? Why, you're going to ask to fight with that? Sorry, but that won't happen. Family is very precious to me. Lucia headed to the weapon rack and picked up a spear. The spear is the most used after the sword. I'll match you. It seems like it will be enough for a pastime. Asterisk. You have diligently performed the Fleur family swordsmanship. Considerable concentration. Matching rate 31.3%. Adat novel bin adat. As a reward, strength stat increases by 0.3. Phew. I wiped the sweat flowing on my forehead. Already the 3rd notification today. The pace is good. If I'm lucky, I might achieve a new record of 5 times a day. I was thinking I could do it. The face of a girl with an unknown smile entered my sight. One of the protagonists of the game? No, the dem kid who ruined my image. Miss Euridia. You're finally looking this way. Keek, that's right. I wish I had never seen you in my life. Such a sad thing to say. If you knew with what heart we came, you would surely regret it. We, you say? Only after looking around did I understand what that meant. Alex and Raymond. Those two had come together. This witch hag has 2 friends. No way. No matter how much you deny it, you can't change the truth. I have 3 friends. Unlike you who has 2. T3, you say? Who's the other one? There's Parrot. It's always with me in my heart. The parrot was my friend too. 0, Alex, Euridia, and the parrot. Then I have 4. Why is the parrot your friend? 0 is my friend too. Take this. Luna went behind Raymond, grabbed his waist, and bent it. German suplex. Arg. Bam. Thus began a wrestling match. A wrestling match where Raymond was one-sidedly beaten by Luna. Raymond's trait should be that his evasion rate increases the closer the distance, but she's ignoring that. Perhaps our Luna is a much more amazing kid than I thought. I spoke to Euridia, who was blankly watching their fight. Keek, did you become friends with Raymond? No I didn't. He's just a member of the Euridia faction. Are you ruler? Yes, you could say it's a ruler-subject relationship. Did Alex and Raymond join the Eurydia faction? Well, we hang out together sometimes, so wouldn't it be okay to say so? It's a misunderstanding typical of Eurydia. Alex is a noble wolf, and Raymond is an uncontrollable child. In other words, it's impossible for Eurydia to control those two. We are steadily expanding our forces. How about Zero joining us too? Keek, you'll accept even a Kraken. It must be quite a large force. Oh my, are you the type to care about such rumors? I guess Zero is a man with a smaller heart than I thought. Oh ho, it's been a while since I heard Eurydia's unique way of speaking. If I were to interpret it, you're petty. Are you sulking over something like that as a man? That's what it means. Keek, it makes me want to extend my tentacles to Eurydia. I politely decline. Zero has a fiancé, right? And this won't do. I came to help Zero and Luna. To help us, she says. I could tell what Eurydia was trying to say. I'll specially provide it to you. Eurydia took a big step forward and whispered secretly in my ear. The information I obtained about the pop quiz. Hey kid, that information. I know it better than you. Much better at that. I did receive a hint, but it wasn't easy to figure out what kind of test it would be. The hint was difficult too. Well, it's only natural since it's teacher Karen. This time, we'll make the name of the Eurydia faction resound, together with us. Eurydia kept whispering, as if it was some tremendous secret, as if I should be grateful to her. Of course, I, who already knew all the information, could only be dumbfounded. And that's not all. You'll be able to show a cool side to Luna too. Eurydia's eyes sparkled. The appearance of a girl deeply immersed in romance. Seeing that sight, I don't even want to jokingly ask. I don't need it. WHY. You need to show a cool side to Luna so that love can. That's why I'm saying I don't need it. Luna and I are just friends. There's no need to show a cool side. But why are Eurydia's eyes sparkling even more? I see. Because you're already cool enough in Luna's eyes? That's why you don't need it, right? Love is truly great after all. To find even this atrocious appearance cool. She's really a crazy kid. How on earth does she interpret it like that? And what's wrong with my face? Honestly, I am curious about the hint Karen gave, but in a situation where I know everything about the pop quiz through thousands of gameplays, I didn't want to cause any more butterfly effects than this with unnecessary actions. Lucia alone is enough of a variable. In the first place, I doubt Eurydia even knows all the test subjects. That's not the only thing that's suspicious. Keek, what's your reason for telling me the information? Because we're on the same side. That's the first I'm hearing of it. Are you going to be like this? We bonded as comrades when the demon attacked. I'm even keeping Zero's secret. Eurydia narrowed her eyes. Secret. She's talking about me using the Eurydia family's secret technique, Demon Slave. It's true that Eurydia is keeping the secret. In exchange, what Eurydia wanted was to treat Luna nicely once a day as she tells me to. Sometimes she made me do some awkward skinship, but it's a small price to pay compared to the secret. One flash, earth flip, sky splitter, etc. Swordsmanship type secret techniques are indeed difficult, but magic type secret techniques are on a different level. Incantation, character arrangement, casting. No matter how talented you are, it's impossible to imitate a magic you've seen only once. Moreover, Demon Slave is not only the Eurydia family's secret technique, but also a forbidden technique in the family. Not only did I imitate it, but I also exhibited a much stronger power than Eurydia's Demon Slave. It wouldn't be strange for Eurydia to report me, and my only countermeasure is to make up excuses. It will be very troublesome. Eurydia knows this well too. Nevertheless, Eurydia thoroughly kept the secret. Until now, that is. Is this a threat? I'd like to, but this isn't my style. Anyway, I'll tell you the information. Listen carefully. This pop quiz is. I covered Eurydia's mouth with my hand. I refuse. Why? Because I don't want to get involved in your fight. Eurydia's plan was obvious. She wants to use me, who ranked 3rd in the entrance exam, to bring down Terran. Share Karen's hint, and we take 1st and 2nd place in the pop quiz. Push Terran to 3rd place, take his spot, and recruit the neutral kids to expand her forces. This must be what Eurydia is thinking. But that won't do. Terran needs to take 1st place this time too. Because that's the story of the game. In this pop quiz, Eurydia will once again take 2nd place. This result has never changed even after thousands of repetitions. I also plan to get a score below 2nd place through a backroom deal with Karen, so it won't cause a butterfly effect. You don't want to get involved in the fight? What a righteous statement. So perfectly righteous that it makes me feel dirty. Keek, I'll take that as a compliment. Well, fine. If you don't want it even if I give you a hint, what can I do? Wait, then did you deliberately rank 3rd in the entrance exam too? So we wouldn't unnecessarily keep you in check. No, that was because the written test was too hard. But Eurydia was only immersed in her own delusions. So that's how it was. Zero, what are you scheming behind the scenes? Scheming. Yes. Conserving strength while the two major factions fight, taking advantage of the gap when both factions have exhausted their power to launch a surprise attack, defeating both factions and conquering the entire nation. It's a common occurrence in history. Eurydia's eyes sharpened. Of course, from my standards, she was just a patient with delusion disorder. Do you think that's possible? Of course. Zero, you're hiding your strength, right? It's only natural for Eurydia to be suspicious. Because she saw me defeat Dake with one flash, and even use Demon Slave. Fortunately, I have a ridiculously good excuse. Keek, if I had such intentions, I would have already recruited excellent comrades. Don't you think? You already have excellent comrades? Luna, and over there. Eurydia turned her head towards where the other kids were. Where Alex, Raymond, Luna, and Rez were. And currently, Rez was. Hi, heek. Trembling with her head stuck in a box. Because Luna and Raymond were fighting, but the kind Alex showed interest. Perhaps sensing that attention was on her. Alex waved his hand with an embarrassed smile. Excellent. Eurydia couldn't finish her sentence. It was probably because she couldn't bring herself to call Rez an excellent comrade after seeing her. Me, Luna, and Rez. Defeating the Eurydia faction and Terran faction with these three and dominating the first years? It's absolutely impossible. Did she finally realize that fact? Eurydia nodded. That's true. What on earth is that kid? Emergency rations. Calling a person emergency rations. She's even worse than me who would use her as a shield in a crisis situation. Huh? Not much different? No way. Being used as a shield is treated much more humanely than emergency rations. But if I say that, Eurydia will frown. Here, I decided to borrow Luna's answer. A friend. A friend. Yes, a friend who makes the academy life enjoyable. Making the academy life enjoyable. Eurydia muttered. I don't know what she's thinking. Because I've never encountered this situation in the game. But was it not a bad answer? Eurydia chuckled. Never mind. I don't know what you're scheming, but that's also a problem I have to deal with. But remember one thing. Crack? Eurydia shouted while making an unidentified pose. If you hurt Luna's heart, I won't stay still. Not only will I report your secret, I won't let you set foot in the academy. Got it. Keek, I'll keep that in mind. Humph. Gently pat Luna's head. That will be the price for today. A little later, after Alex carried the unconscious Raymond on his back, he left the training ground with Eurydia who was bleeding from her nose. The storm that swept through the training ground. As soon as the storm subsided, I swung the wooden sword. In the end, nothing has been resolved. I don't see a way to deal with Lucia. Nevertheless, I swung the wooden sword with determination. Because in the first place, this is all I can do now. Asterisk. D4. I tried to cut Rez's bangs but was bitten by Luna. I was just trying to make it easier for her to see. It was unfair. D3. I was bitten on the ear by Luna. Rodlin, who discovered that sight, gave me demerit points, saying you unhealthy acts are grounds for demerit points. D2. Luna bit my shoulder, saying she was bored. Eurydia, who was spying from the window, collapsed while bleeding from her nose. D1. Time flew by quickly. When I came to my senses, it was the day before the pop quiz. If it were a novel, it would feel like 4 days passed in just one page. It's not like nothing happened during that time. Rodlin's visit, the grand fight between Lucia and Rodlin's chests, the incident of Yumo's egg pancake being placed only at the bottom of my lunchbox, Eurydia's voyeurism, etc. There were various incidents and accidents, but let's move on. Because it was just a series of trivial events that always happen. Looking back, I only remember being bitten by Luna. The acts of affection are really too much. No matter how much you like me, come on. What useless thoughts are you having again? Keek, me? I was just having very wholesome thoughts. Ong dash? The price for wholesome thoughts was Luna's teething. Luna smacked her lips and headed to where Rez was. She met her quota, so she'll be quiet for a while. Then shall I devise a strategy. First, my current stats are as follows. 0. LV, 30. Strength, 49.3, plus 5. Agility, 48.8, plus 5. Intelligence, 44.9, plus 5. Stamina, 67.7, plus 5. Magic power, 118, plus 5. Divinity, 3. Potential, 5. Owned PT, 30. At novel bin at. The hidden piece of Fleur family style that slightly increases stats every time I finish training while maintaining concentration. With its help, my stats other than magic power have risen little by little. The increase is about 3-5, but raising stats this much in a month is encouraging when thinking about the future. It's safe to say my physical condition is good. Next, I need to look at the subjects of the pop quiz. As I said before, the pop quiz is an evolved version of the entrance exam. Stage 1 is a labyrinth. The difference is, it's a labyrinth made of stone, not bushes. The material has changed, but it won't be a problem. Because I have perfectly memorized the labyrinth path of the pop quiz too. I'm a little worried about Luna who has a poor sense of direction, but I told her to follow the other kids, so she'll be able to overcome it sufficiently. Rez is a master of disguise, so there's no need to worry about her either. Stage 2, the illusion test, is the same. Last night, I received the artifacts I requested from Karen. I plan to distribute them one by one as soon as we finish training today, so we'll be able to pass Stage 2 without any issues. Now all that's left is Stage 3, group duels. Unlike the entrance exam, the duels this time will be with the remaining survivors forming a team. About 10 people per team, and their opponent is Karen. Just like the entrance exam, the pass/fail decision is based on Karen's subjective judgment. There was a lot of talk among gamers about the passing criteria in this pop quiz too, but I know what the criteria are, so there won't be a problem. I've already told Luna and Rez the strategy. They'll be able to sufficiently gain Karen's recognition. The problem is, my opponent is Lucia, not Karen. I've been thinking about it every day since I found out about this fact, but I don't see a way to gain Lucia's recognition. I did come up with a strategy, but I don't think it will work on that monster. I swung the wooden sword in frustration. It's partly to raise my stats, but also because I felt like I would go crazy if I didn't do something. The only thing that has a possibility is creating variables by utilizing divine imitation, but I was pondering which skill I should imitate while assuming the posture of floor family style. I realized something was different from usual. Perhaps. What kind of test will it be? It's clear that it includes real combat. A duel with the instructor will definitely be included. Please. I hope someone with a weak heart is in charge of me. Somewhere in the eastern forest, slightly away from Anwood Academy, kids gathered in groups of 3 or 5, each muttering a word. And we were no different. It's the day of the decisive battle. Zero, how's your condition? Keek, not bad. You can tell by looking at my shining appearance. Seeing you joke around, you seem fine. Our res is. Tremble 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 dash. I am FFF fine. Doesn't look fine. That's right. Res was in a state of extreme anxiety. Even an alarm clock that wakes you up every morning would shake less than this. Zero, do something? At this rate, the kid will collapse. Keek, look closely. There might be a power off button somewhere on her body. Should I put a button on your body too? A really big one at that. I see. Our Luna can even make buttons on people's bodies? Having slit eyes is already a big deal, but if I also have a button on my body? Just imagining it is horrifying. I politely expressed my refusal. Having one big thing on my body is enough. Keek, res. There's no need to worry at all. As I told you before, it's a very simple test where you just need to follow your teammates to pass. That's right. This pop quiz is a test where 20 people form a team. Karen will personally make an announcement before it starts. Don't make enemies recklessly or you'll be in trouble at the end, he'll say. It means they won't just point their weapons at Res just because she looks weak. Well, not everyone will have the same mindset. There will be kids who knock down their teammates to raise their ranking even a little, but they won't be able to easily see through Res's stealth. Res will easily break through the labyrinth, and with the power of artifacts, she will smoothly pass the second stage, the illusion test. But the last one isn't, right? The last. She's talking about the third stage of the pop quiz. The group duel test where the survivors form a team and fight Karen. How to face a strong opponent. It's a test to find that out. Well, most of the kids will probably give up before even fighting. Just like the entrance exam, Karen's grading criteria are not disclosed. But most users said this about this pop quiz. It's a test that looks at the unyielding spirit. You could say it's a very Karen-like test. Meaning it's a very perverted test. Fighting teacher Karen. There's no way I can do it. Keek, it's enough if you just follow the plan. That plan is the problem. At first, it's a many vs 1 fight, but if it goes as I expect, it will turn into a 1:1 duel at the end. A duel between the killing machine and the pufferfish rabbit. Anyone can see that in this duel. Res, you have the advantage. Don't say such nonsense. Res shouted loudly. She has quite a voice for a rabbit. No, is it a scream? But it's true that Res has the advantage. Res says it's absurd, but anyone would say Res has the advantage. You can tell just by looking at folk tales like the tortoise and the hare. Everyone expected the hare to win, but through steady efforts, the tortoise wins in a touching tale. So you can't say the killing machine will definitely win against a rabbit either at novel bin at. It's unsettling that the rabbit is the main character in both the folk tale and now, our Res is different. She's a pufferfish rabbit who faints just from making eye contact, let alone being touched. She can't be compared to something like a tortoise. Moreover, she's not just an ordinary pufferfish rabbit. She's Keek, Res. Do you know? Know what? A person dies when shot by a gun. This applies even to the killing machine Karen. Maybe not. Since he's a machine, bullets might not work. Well, it's none of my business. The one who has to fight Karen is not me, but Res. I'll die even if I'm stabbed by a blade too, you know. That's true. But the range of a magic gun is much longer. Look at Luna. She's confident even though I said she has to fight teacher Karen. Because a person dies when stabbed by a sword. That's right. As expected, Luna is smart. Res, you should learn from her. Perhaps because even Luna, her last hope, agreed with my opinion. Res hung her head low and entered despair mode. At that moment, Luna approached slyly and whispered, "By the way, I've been curious since last time. How do you know the content of the pop quiz?" Keek, well, if you say Keek, it's a secret, I'll kill you. Gerdash. Luna bared her teeth. I've already been bitten once in the morning. At this rate, my ear won't survive. Here, I have no choice but to tell the truth. Keek, I just found out through my personal information network. Information network. When did you make such a thing? Information is essential in today's world. Luna, if there's something you're curious about, just tell me. I'll get it for you cheaply. We're friends, so do it for free. What's the point of having a good friend? Friends are free. Keek, then yours will be free too, right? Isn't that obvious? If there's anything you want, just tell me. Anything. Yeah, I can give you anything. Luna said with a bright smile. Ugh, showing such a pure smile. That's cheating. Because I just put a lot of meaning into anything. Of course, I'm talking about the legendary artifact Luna has. Keek, I'm trash. Huh? Suddenly? Why? I'm just trash. From now on, call me trash. I am going to die. I am telling you, I'm going to die. See, calm down? Calm down, you too. It was when I was hugged in Luna's arms along with Rez. Smack. Someone grabbed my head. It's Karen. Have you now reached the point of degrading yourself? I'm amazed you far surpassed the category of a pervert at that age. Only then could I come to my senses. To think she would confuse me by saying something any man would react to. Luna. She's a scary kid. Was she not a cat, but a fox? It's unfair. This is all because of Luna. Don't blame that child for your perverted nature. This is just your problem. Me, a pervert? No way. Anyone would have had the same thoughts as me in that situation. Right? 0. As punishment for having unhealthy thoughts, I give you 1 demerit point. Sparkling dash. It was the moment Karen was about to give me a demerit point. Luna's eyes sparkled, as if telling him to let it slide this once. I was going to, but I'll specially let it go. Shaking your mentality before the pop quiz would make it an unfair test. After finishing his words, Karen swiftly left. Look at that. How is that a cat? She's a 15-year-old fox. So even teacher Karen is weak to a beauty in the end? Well, it's also because I'm a good student. A beauty? Where is she? Right in front of you. Oh, it seems she's far away. Could you move a bit? I can't see well. Crack dash. My neck was twisted to the right. Of course, by Luna's hand. A neck that doesn't move in the desired direction. It's a sensation I haven't felt in a while. Luna's face filled my limited field of vision. Anyway, this big sis specially saved you. Let's consider it the price for the information about this test. Keek, isn't that too cheap? Should I twist it again? Of course, in that direction. Luna's finger pointed to the right. She means to make my face backward. In the end, I had no choice but to nod. From now on, only look at me. Like now. Yes. Asterisk. We will now begin the team drawing. Team drawing. That's right. 20 people per team. You're free to fight or not, but remember this. If you recklessly make enemies, you'll be in trouble at the end. The forest instantly became noisy. We're doing activities in teams? Is this a group test? You'll be in trouble if you make enemies. After achieving certain conditions, we might have to fight other teams. Then a group battle between the surviving teams? This might be tougher than I thought. The premise itself might be a trap. Maintaining a minimum number of members might be the selection criteria for the advanced class. Regardless of the kids chattering away, Karen was just silently doing his job. For fairness, we'll form teams by drawing papers. Come forward one by one. One by one, they go forward and draw a piece of paper from a box. 114. Those with the same number written form a team. An outdated method. But nothing could be as fair as that. Please let me be on the same team as my friends. Is it good to be on the same team? Or bad? Just draw? It's luck. The team drawing began. My mouth became slightly dry and felt stuffy. I unknowingly became nervous. Why, you ask? Even I don't know which team I'll belong to. I know which teams the main characters belong to, but I don't know which teams Luna, Rez, and even I will belong to. In the game, Luna retired at this point, and Rez wasn't a character I mainly played, so it's impossible to recall. I'm a created character, so I'm assigned randomly. Knowing the future and preparing for it is my greatest weapon. But even if I know about something random like drawing, I can't prepare for it. The butterfly effect I've caused through my activities so far can't be ignored either. The worst case is that the teams of the main characters get switched up because of us and it interferes with the story. Based on my experience of playing the game thousands of times, I know such a thing doesn't happen, but I can't be certain. Eventually, the drawing ended. That's it. Gather by teams. We're all in different teams. Keek, it's only natural probability-wise. I know that too. I'm just saying it because I'm disappointed. Our teams are as follows. I'm in Team 13, Luna is in Team 14, and Rez is. Team 4? I am going to die. Death is waiting for me. Rez collapsed and screamed. In her hand was a piece of paper with the number 4 written on it. Move quickly. Urged by the instructors, we were scattered. After arriving at Team 13, I looked around. For now, let's take a look at the teams that include the main and supporting characters. Team 2, Alex, Raymond. Team 4, Eurydia, Taryn. Team 13, me. Team 14, Luna, Dake. I didn't expect Luna to be on the same team as Dake, but the rest are according to settings. The team I'm included in only has extras whose faces I don't even know well. I was worried about the butterfly effect caused by my existence and Luna's survival, but to this extent, it's negligible. Come to think of it, Rez's team is definitely. I shifted my gaze to where Team 4 was, and I saw it. Cuckoo, to think such an opportunity arises. Eurydia, your life ends here too. Oh my, wouldn't Taryn's life end first? Cray dash, growling dash, between Eurydia and Taryn, and below them, a rabbit trembling with both hands on its head. What the? Why is she stuck there? A rabbit caught between two carnivores. Teams 1 to 5, depart first. And so, Rez left. Stuck between two carnivores. Rez was dragged away by the instructor's hand. It sounded like Rez's scream of hi, heek, could be heard. I never expected Rez to end up in Eurydia and Taryn's team. I didn't anticipate it at all. But it's rather fortunate. Those two aren't incompetents. They will buy enough time for Rez to play an active role. Well, it doesn't change the fact that she'll have a 1:1 with Karen at the end though. Will she be okay? She'll be fine. The strategy is perfect. That's not what I mean. She was trembling just from the thought of taking the pop quiz. And now she's stuck between those two. The tension must be immense. Keek, you're worrying unnecessarily. It's only natural to worry. If she doesn't get into the advanced class, someone will throw a fit. Throwing a fit if she doesn't get into the advanced class. What kind of bastard would do that? Keek, whoever it is, they sound like a bad person. Then Luna glared at me. Wait, could that someone be? Was it me? Who else could it be? You made her work so hard during training. Luna even crossed her arms and expressed her discontent. But this is a misunderstanding. Even if Rez doesn't get into the advanced class, it won't cause big problems. Conversation, training, joining, etc. It will just increase the number of annoying things I have to put up with a bit. That training wasn't for getting into the advanced class. It's for the future. Are you being sincere? Keek, look at these earnest eyes. Do I look like someone who would lie? Luna's face slowly approached. Close enough for my face to be reflected in her pupils. Soon Luna swiftly turned her head. Tisk, what can be seen to trust or not? Those eyes are cheating. Keek, trust me. I'm being honest. Did you eat something wrong today? You seem different from usual. Luna tilted her head. But I'm being sincere about it being okay even if Rez doesn't get into the advanced class. In the first place, the reason I accepted Rez was partly because Luna earnestly requested it, but it's to use her during the urgent dispatch episode that happens during the midterm exam. A request for help from an area where erosion occurred, emergency dispatch of academy students, and the battle against a 5th grade demon that unfolds there. Originally, fighting a 5th grade demon is impossible, but activating a hidden piece makes the battle possible. And in the strategy I've devised now, Rez is essential. So there's no way I would abandon Rez. Of course, the probability of abandoning her is high if she becomes useless after the urgent dispatch episode. Wait. The party condition for the urgent dispatch episode was definitely the minimum favorability to form a party, current location, and being in the same class. That's right. If Rez doesn't get into the advanced class, we won't be able to form a party. My grand plan to take down a 5th grade demon will become completely ruined. Moreover, this is the only chance to change classes before the final exam. Thinking about it, she should still get into the advanced class. Crunch. Luna bit my ear. Asterisk. Next, Team 4. Enter. Under the instructor's guidance, the kids of Team 4 entered the labyrinth. Someone alone, someone in pairs, and someone gathered in groups of 3 or 5. They disappeared into the stone labyrinth. They didn't even think about eliminating competitors. Because here, there are. What are you doing not going? Oh ho ho, what are you doing, Terran? Aha, did you forget how to walk from only giving orders? Two beasts that were desperate to devour each other at that. I'm giving you a chance. Can't you even recognize mercy? Oh my, I'm so grateful. But if you act so leisurely, you might fail. This test won't be easy. Eurydia, who had received a hint from Karen. Same yet different. After pondering for a day, she realized that this pop quiz was an evolved version of the entrance exam. Not only did she devise a strategy, but she also shared the information with the kids who followed her. Eurydia's raised nose, overflowing confidence, and the stone labyrinth. Terran, who had been thinking for a moment, chuckled. What, so it was something like that? It's not a big deal compared to what I thought. Terran easily figured it out. That this pop quiz was an evolved version of the entrance exam. However, that doesn't mean Eurydia is at a disadvantage. Oh ho ho, as expected of Terran. Well, I don't know if the others have realized it. That's right. Eurydia not only shared information with the kids who followed her, but also devised a strategy. On the other hand, the Terran faction has to figure it out themselves and devise a strategy. Currently, it was safe to say that the Eurydia faction had an overwhelming advantage. Terran clicked his tongue. Tisk, Eurydia used her head. Because she shared the information this morning, the spies Terran had hidden couldn't be active either. Oh ho ho, not going to fight. Don't rush your life. At first, he planned to make Eurydia fail as soon as the test started, but after seeing the labyrinth, his thoughts changed. Precisely because of Karen's last words. You're free to fight or not, but remember this. If you recklessly make enemies, you'll be in trouble at the end. Just as the labyrinth made of bushes changed to stone, it was only natural for there to be changes in the second stage illusion magic test and the third stage group duel test. Teacher Karen doesn't talk nonsense. Eurydia, you're lucky. Well, I agree with that. Should I consider this fortunate? Well, the lucky one is Terran though. At novel bin at. Tisk. Terran took steps towards the labyrinth. Dealing with Eurydia here might be the best judgment. But even if Eurydia fails in the first stage labyrinth, she won't be dropped from the advanced class. In fact, Terran knew the reason for taking the pop quiz. Competition with the Holy Kingdom kids who will soon arrive at the academy, the Empire taking the top spots to show the difference in level and maintain their pride. Although the academy is keeping it a secret, it's not a secret they can hide even from Terran, a high-ranking noble. In other words, even if Eurydia fails in the first stage labyrinth, they won't do something stupid like dropping her from the advanced class. The Empire isn't stupid enough to be blinded by immediate gains and miss out on bigger gains. And this applies to Terran as well. What? Let's go together. Eurydia grumbling and following behind him. Despite her appearance, she's called a genius of magic. Moreover, she even ranked second in the entrance exam. No matter how he thought about it, there was no way Eurydia would be dropped from the advanced class. Therefore, gain profit in a different way. Terran's mind spun quickly. The most urgent problem currently is the downfall of the Eurydia faction and the complete domination of the first years. Then, show the difference in level in front of the teachers and kids. Show an overwhelming difference in skill and let them know who the true master of the first years is. A good opportunity to dampen the momentum of the Eurydia faction, which has been gaining power recently. Teacher Karen's meaningful words are a problem, but he can deal with Eurydia after seeing how the third stage test has changed. Terran was confident he could crush Eurydia anytime. As they continued through the labyrinth. Excuse me. Step step dash. Terran, can't you hear me? Step step dash. Terran is an idiot. Can't you just shut up and go? We're in the middle of a test. Terran and Eurydia using the superior method of following the right wall. Certainly, it was boring to just walk. But isn't this a test? Moreover, they competed for first place in the entrance exam. And what? It's boring? Am I competing with this kid? Sigh. Terran couldn't help but sigh. So, do you have anything to do? Well, we can just chat. Come to think of it, have we ever had a personal conversation, just the two of us? Terran and Eurydia are the leaders of their respective factions. With many eyes watching, there was no time for personal conversations. Suddenly, Terran thought it might be a better time than he expected. If persuasion works, I might be able to absorb the Eurydia faction. Although the Eurydia faction has recently been recruiting kids belonging to the neutral faction, the Terran faction still maintains an absolute advantage. If he promises her an appropriate position, he might be able to easily absorb her forces. That's true. Fine. What do you want to talk about? Is there anyone you're interested in lately? Eurydia's eyes sparkled, and seeing that, Terran's eyes also sparkled. She must be asking who he's trying to recruit lately. There won't be another chance to have such a serious conversation in the future. Terran decided to speak boldly without hiding. It's Alex. Alex. Yes. Weirdly enough, he catches my eye. Although Zero has caught a lot of attention by causing incidents, Alex is the protagonist of this game. The protagonist buff couldn't be ignored, and Terran had been casting glances at him. He seems to have gotten close to Eurydia, but I can't easily give him up. Seeing the noticeably flustered Eurydia, Terran smiled victoriously. Eurydia looking around, not knowing what to do. She approached and whispered in his ear. I didn't know you had such tastes. Don't worry. I'll keep this a secret. It can be like that? Gender doesn't matter in love. If you have any concerns in the future, confide in me. Only then did Terran realize. Eurydia wanted to have a love talk, not a serious conversation. There's no way I would do that. Even if I did, there's even less reason to tell you, who I'm not even close with. Terran clenched his fist. Barely suppressing the urge to punch her, Terran opened his mouth. That's not what I meant. It was about recruitment. Huh? Was it something like that? What a pity. Is she disappointed that he's thinking of recruiting, or disappointed that a forbidden love didn't come to fruition? Terran sighed. Well, it's just a wish. It doesn't seem like Alex will come to me. Well, Alex is a bit picky. He seems lighthearted, but there's a serious side to him, should I say. Let me give you some advice. It's better to be careful with Alex. Someone like him isn't the type to be subordinate to others. Well, maybe it's because Terran lacks the capacity to embrace him. Terran shut his mouth after that. He realized that conversing with Eurydia had no nutritional value at all. If it were Alex or Zero, they would have matched the conversation. We would have talked a lot about love too. And so, the two broke through the labyrinth and even the illusion test. They were able to reach the third stage where Karen was. Wait for a moment. In 23 minutes, we will begin the final test. Karen didn't say anything more after that. He only repeated the same words whenever other kids arrived. How do you think the group duel has changed? Well, do you have any predictions? First, shut that mouth. That much is clear. Eurydia's mouth was wide open. He doesn't match the conversation well, and responds curtly. Eurydia was about to shout forget marriage, you won't even be able to date. She then noticed something strange. Rather, are you okay? You're sweating a lot. Terran sweating like it was raining. Eurydia offered a handkerchief, but Terran didn't accept it. Damn illusion test. Terran, who didn't possess an artifact. It wasn't to the point he couldn't overcome it. But it reminded me of bad memories. Dake might also recall the same memories, or perhaps even worse ones. Leaning against a tree and recovering his mind, Karen, who was looking at his pocket watch, shouted. 8 people. Everyone gather. We will now begin the third test. The rule was simple. The 8 people here will face Karen. That was the true nature of the final test. Tisk. Terran clicked his tongue. Originally, he wanted to eliminate Eurydia as soon as it started, but if he did that, he would receive a terrible score for attacking an ally in front of the enemy. As expected of Anwood Academy. It doesn't resolve easily. Boom dash. As Terran stomped his foot, the ground sank deeply. At the same time, he took a stance by extending his left fist forward. Oh ho, finally going to show your skills? The boxing technique of the Vyuran family. I can look forward to it. Karen holding wooden daggers in both hands. Karen's main weapon. It means he will take this seriously. No choice. Eurydia, temporary alliance. Oh ho ho, don't fall behind. Thus, the final test of Team 4 began. And, tap tap dash. Somewhere in the forest near the dueling ground, a rock-shaped box, began to move while wriggling. After the unfortunate incident of Luna biting my ear, while holding my throbbing ear, I realized something was off. But why are you still here? I'm in Team 13, Luna is in Team 14. It's been a while since we were divided into teams. But Luna was still by my side, and she was doing it very naturally at that. What does it matter? Judging by the atmosphere, it seems like 5 teams depart at a time, just as Luna said. At first, Teams 1-5 went into the forest, and then Teams 6-10 departed. The only ones left are Teams 11-14, which we belong to. We'll probably be together until the labyrinth test begins. But I couldn't help but be surprised. Because Luna is thinking. That's not the only surprising thing. She naturally asserted that there's no problem with her being by my side. Not only is she logical and rational, but she even enforces her opinion. Her intelligence suddenly increased. To a scary degree at that. Luna. A scary kid. Is it because her stalker tendencies that had weakened due to Rez's appearance have revived? Come to think of it, Rez also served that role. Luna's manic obsession with friends. The role of sharing that obsession. Perhaps I've become a body that can't live without Rez. Huh? The phrasing sounds a bit off? That's because your head is full of lewd thoughts. Read the paragraph, not just the sentence, and grasp the overall context. It's not that, but I'm the one who's strange? No way. Anyone can see I'm normal? What are you thinking about again? Keek, I was thinking that I've become a body that can't live without Rez. So you're the type to take words about wanting to die literally. Crunch. Luna bit my ear hard. Somehow, her aggressiveness seems to have intensified compared to before. If you lay eyes on my friend, you die. Got it. Keek, I'll keep that in mind. In the first place, she's not my type, so you don't need to worry. What's wrong with a cute kid like Rez? Luna bit my ear again. Biting if I do this, biting if I do that. I don't know what she wants me to do. Only then did I realize. I had become a body that couldn't endure even a few hours, let alone a day, without Rez. To think I would miss that damn rabbit. But it seemed like I wasn't the only one missing Rez. Luna sighed while circling around me. She seems to be worried about Rez. One bite, one worry about Rez, one bite, one worry. It's really driving me crazy. Calm down. Rez will be fine. No, I can't help but worry. Didn't you come up with a strategy that's too unreasonable? On the day the pop quiz was announced, I devised strategies for Luna and Rez. Both were skeptical, but Rez will realize as soon as she enters the labyrinth that she will have to carry out my strategy unconditionally. Well, I admit the strategy when presented to Rez is the most difficult among us. She has to do that much. Because it's the advanced class. Didn't we also get in with skills, not connections? That's true, but worrying won't change anything. They left a long time ago, and the third test should be in progress by now. If you regret, you should regret the past when you didn't train hard. It means no matter how much we worry now, nothing will change. You're right. It's no use worrying. I don't even look like I can take care of myself. Take care of yourself? Isn't Luna's skill sufficient? I'm not sure. Not only you, but other kids are also much stronger than me. Alex, Raymond, Eurydia, Taryn, Dake, and even other kids. They might feel like a high wall to Luna, who entered Anwood Academy with revenge as her only motivation. But Luna is a sufficiently strong person. And you will become even stronger in the future. Huh. Because that's the you I've been seeing so far. Because you're the one who cherishes friends and never neglects efforts even for a moment. Because you're the one who will be with me until the final boss. You just need to keep moving forward, one step at a time, like you've been doing. I'll be by your side to help. In the name of a friend. It was when I was staring intently at Luna, giving a serious answer to a joke. Saying that, Luna swiftly turned around. I can't tell if she's crying or laughing. All I could see from my angle were her reddened ears. Oh my, how cute. The kids from the Eurydia faction on the opposite side became noisy. They were talking while covering their mouths, so I couldn't tell exactly what they were saying. Could she possibly be angry? I was about to talk to Luna. Next, teams 11 to 14. Everyone enter the forest. Under the guidance of the instructors, the kids headed into the forest. When the previous team 12 headed into the forest, Luna, who had approached at some point, lightly tapped my back. Ahem, good luck on the test. Don't overdo it and get hurt. Keek, I'll see you after it's over. Next time, the 3 of us will be together. I'll see you there. Huh? Where? Of course. In the advanced class. With Luna's smile on her lips as the last thing I saw, my team 13 headed into the forest. Asterisk. Team 11, enter. Team 12 will enter in 15 minutes. Then my team 13 will be in about 30 minutes. Luna's team 14 will be in 45 minutes. Luna's team, about 100 m away. Luna had her eyes closed, entering a state of concentration. Actually, Luna doesn't need to worry that much. Although there's the variable called Dake, Luna doesn't need to worry. Not only has she become quite strong through bloody training, because Karen is there. The grader of this pop quiz is Karen. Since he cherishes Luna, there's a high probability he will pull strings to keep her in the advanced class. In the first place, Luna currently boasts the level of a main supporting character. Even without Karen, she has the skills to remain in the advanced class. In other words, there's no reason to worry about Luna. What we really need to worry about is, I wonder if our rabbit is doing well. That's right. The pufferfish rabbit Rez is the problem. The worst case is she runs away before even fighting, but such a mishap won't occur. Because in the game, the pop quiz episode allows you to control each party member one by one. That's right. One of the reasons why Hero of the Academy was called a god-tier game. The surprisingly high degree of freedom. This was no different in the pop quiz. No, it boasted an even higher degree of freedom than ever before. Right before the pop quiz, you're given a month. Along with the number D30, the Academy map appears, and you can select various places on the map twice a day. As a day passes like that, the next day begins with the number D29. There are events that occur at various places on the map on certain dates, and additional selection events occur besides the two choices. And the final D1. On the day before the pop quiz, a message appears telling you to select party members, and at this time, all characters whose favor ability you've raised can be selected. The required favor ability value is quite low, so with my current self, I could probably put characters like Alex, Raymond, Euridia, and Terran in my party. Well, currently I only chose Luna and Rez. I told Luna and Rez what to do at each stage, so they will carry it out as instructed. In summary, Rez won't run away. Come to think of it, there was one thing many users were puzzled about in the pop quiz episode. The fact that there are very few hidden pieces during this 1 month period. Training, bonding, and occasional events in the evening. That was it. So there were users who found this time boring. It was only natural, since they had to spend 30 days just clicking. But now I could understand. That 1 month period was a time for training and bonding with the main characters, but the reason a specific date of 1 month was set was precisely because Lucia's hidden piece was hidden there. A hidden piece telling me to surprise Lucia and even gain her recognition. Since the period Lucia decided to stay was 1 month, the pop quiz was also set to match that date. If other veterans found out about this fact, I wonder what kind of reaction they would show. I was already looking forward to it. Next, Team 13. Enter. At novel bin at. Before I knew it, it was time for my team to enter. Luna, who raised her left hand and silently sent a message of support. I sent a slight smile towards her. Then, Kaya. The girls from the Euridia faction went wild. They're really strange kids. And so, amidst the cheers of the girls, I set foot into the stone labyrinth, the first stage. Asterisk. At that moment, the third stage of the pop quiz, the place where the group duel of Team 4 was unfolding. On a hill with a good view of the dueling ground, a rabbit? No, Rez was trembling. Hi, heek. Monster? There's a monster. Whenever Karen moved his hands and feet, kids collapsed one by one. Before long, only Terran and Euridia were left. It was only natural for Rez to call Karen a monster. The problem was, I have to fight that monster too. She also had to fight that monster. Impossible? Absolutely impossible. While she was agonizing over how to properly express her intention to surrender. You can do it. Let's take classes together, eat together, and hang out together. We'll always stick together. Suddenly, Luna's smile came to mind. The sight of Luna dreaming of being in the same class and always being together. Luna. The agony was short. After taking out a magic gun from her dimensional pocket, she carefully assessed the situation. Z0 said I would have a 1:1 with teacher Karen at the end, but that won't happen. Because Terran and Euridia, who are fighting now, are on a different level from her. Those two falling before her? Impossible. With trembling hands, she aimed at Karen. It's okay. My position hasn't been exposed either. Above all, Zero told her the shocking fact that a person dies when shot by a gun. What if it's a problem if Karen dies? Rez didn't have the leisure to think that far right now. Click. After injecting mana into the magic gun and loading a mana bullet, she pulled the trigger. Bang! The mana bullet fired at Karen while he was dealing the final blow to Terran. Karen sensed that he couldn't avoid it. Not only was the speed of the mana bullet fast, but he was in the middle of an attack, making it difficult to dodge. In the end, Karen. Clang! He chose to deflect the mana bullet by surrounding his arm with mana. Boom! The deflected mana bullet knocked down 2 trees and oxidized in the air. Even Terran stuttered at the unbelievable power. What? Are you saying there was someone left besides us? Moreover, that attack was definitely Terran, Euridia, and Karen, who noticed Rez's existence. The confusion was short-lived. Terran and Euridia immediately went on the offensive. Because they realized that the moment they sent Karen to where Rez was, they would be at a disadvantage. Of course, Rez was. Tremble dash. Hi, heek. He didn't die. Zero's words that a person dies when shot. She was deeply regretting believing his words. Fireball. Euridia's magic activated after the casting was complete. Flame spheres with the unique crimson color of the Rounter family. 3 flame spheres rushed towards Karen. Thud. Thump dash. Terran and Karen were fighting at a distance close enough for their faces to touch. But Euridia's flame spheres accurately aimed at Karen's back. Because she was casting a force magic to control the flame spheres. An amazing control perfectly manipulating 3 flame spheres. However, swoosh dash. Karen easily dodged it, rendering that control meaningless. And he did it with just a single step back. Bang, boom, Eurydia's magic exploded on the innocent ground, scattering soil, rock fragments, and dust in all directions. The field of vision. A situation where it's difficult to secure visibility. But Terran couldn't back down. Because Karen's dagger flew through the dust towards him. Clang! Terran deflected the dagger with amazing reaction speed. It was a wooden dagger, but currently, Terran had mastered the unique mana circulation technique of the Viuran family. Even if it were a steel dagger, he wouldn't have gotten a single scratch. So there's no reason for Karen to criticize him even if he defends with his hands. However, bam, kook. An attack striking the body was different. It's said that mastering the vision of the Viuran family can protect the whole body, but Terran is currently a 4-star knight. He can only cover his arms and legs with mana. Of course, it's nonsense to use the word only for Terran. In the entire history of the Empire, less than 100 people have reached the level of 4 stars at the age of 15. But daggers are weapons that can be thrown. In a situation like this where your vision is obscured, you should have naturally been cautious. I will gratefully accept your advice. After this test is over, that is. Oh ho, you're as arrogant as that guy. Thud, thump thump thump. While the offense and defense were going back and forth, one of Karen's hands reached into his bosom. It's probably to grab a new dagger in his empty hand or to throw multiple daggers. An opening. The first secret technique of the Viuran family style. Explosive force. The first secret technique of the Viuran family that strikes not the exterior but the interior muscles, tendons, and blood vessels. Even if the defense succeeds, unless the body is protected with mana, it will definitely receive a blow. It's the same even if the body is protected with mana. If continuous strikes are dealt, there will be a problem with mana operation, and the body won't be able to be protected with mana. But it can't be left undefended either. The moment the attack is allowed, the blood vessels, tendons, and muscles will all be destroyed. Let alone operating mana, the body won't be able to move properly. There's a problem whether it's blocked or not. One of the secret techniques that raised the reputation of the Viuran family. Whoosh! The fist containing that technique struck Karen's forearm. But, too bad. Your technique is lacking. The moment the fist touched, Karen skillfully twisted his arm and deflected the impact. Swish dash! Terran retreated and dodged Karen's dagger throw. He's fast. Movements that are hard to believe he was hit by the explosive force. Of course, it won't be completely without damage. About 20% of the force went in. The problem is that it won't be easy to strike the same spot again, and Karen is protecting his body with mana, properly landing 2 hits. If not, he needs to succeed with the current attack 9 more times to barely incapacitate one arm. Damn it, what 6-star knight? Terran recalled what Karen said before the 3rd stage test, the group duel, began. I will use the strength of a 6-star knight level. For you guys, if you subdue me, it's a victory, if you fail, it's a defeat. Of course, the score will be higher if you win. That was the first and last thing he said. Karen arbitrarily started the test and blew away 2 people at the same time. The other kids weren't much different. They didn't last a single exchange. The battle that started with 8 people quickly turned into a situation with only himself and Eurydia. Only 2 people were left. It's not a lie that he's at the 6-star knight level. Terran, who has had numerous duels with his family's knights, can tell that the level Karen is showing now is that of a 6-star knight. The problem is that he's a top-tier 6-star knight. A 6-star knight on the verge of reaching 7 stars, so to speak. So Karen wasn't lying. Whether top tier or bottom tier, a 6-star knight is a 6-star knight. Are you looking away? Karen's kick that approached in an instant. Terran blocked it by crossing his arms, but he couldn't avoid his body being lifted into the air. Damn it, I made a mistake. Swish, swish swish. 5 daggers were fired at the airborne Terran. It's impossible to dodge daggers while floating in the air. But Terran didn't give up. Because he's not alone right now. Shield. At novel bin at. An opaque hemisphere enveloped Terran's surroundings. Clang dash. The shield shattered from the flying daggers. But it was enough to weaken the power of the daggers. Terran swung his arms and legs to deflect the weakened daggers. The problem was, Karen was charging towards Eurydia. Eurydia, landing on the ground and grabbing one of the fallen daggers, Terran. Swish dash, he threw it at Karen. But the force was far too weak to stop him. Karen deflected the dagger and was about to punch Eurydia, right at that moment. Bang! A mana bullet flew from somewhere. It was too late to dodge. Karen filled his arm extended towards Eurydia with mana. He swung his arm like that to deflect the mana bullet. Boom 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 dash. The mana bullet that fell into the forest devastated the surroundings. Karen raised the arm he used to deflect the mana bullet. It tingled. A magic gun. Not something to be taken lightly. A weapon that's difficult to aim due to the power of mana. That's why he thought it wouldn't be usable. But he was wrong. It was a problem with the user, but it was sufficiently usable. If even ordinary people can achieve precise control through training, it will be a weapon that changes the era. A magic gun. A magic gun, not an arrow. Currently, there's only one person using that in Anwood Academy. The kid who hangs out with Luna and Zero. The name is definitely, I can't remember. Even the face is blurry. A kid whose presence is so faint that it doesn't remain in the mind of Karen, who has excellent memory. He only remembers that the kid resembles a rabbit. That rabbit is wielding such a dreadful weapon. It's simply astonishing. And that's not the only surprising thing. Not only the power, but the timing of the shots is also damn impeccable. Eurydia and Terran had re-established their formation. It's been like this from the beginning. Whenever he tries to seize the upper hand, that nameless kid interferes. Is that why that guy accepted the kid as an ally? That's not all. The kid is so good at concealing presence. Rez was not captured by Karen's senses at all. She's not on the dueling ground, but it's not a failure for being outside. In the first place, the test area was not limited to the dueling ground, but also, with that level of stealth, it's only natural to hide in the forest. It's a test, but the same goes for real combat. Fighting in the place where you can best demonstrate your strength is also a skill. I want to go rabbit hunting right away, but it's not easy because Eurydia and Terran are holding him back. But he can't continue this kind of fight either. In the end, Karen had no choice but to choose to exert strength beyond that of a 6-star knight. Well, I was already using strength beyond that in the first place. The mana bullet fired by Rez. If it weren't for subtly adjusting the angle, he would have already had his body pierced by the mana bullet. This level of fine control is only possible at the level of a 7-star knight or above. You could say it's a foul play since I said I would only use the strength of a 6-star knight. Noticing that fact is also a skill. If someone shouts that it's a foul play, he planned to announce a pass to the remaining members. Let's end this soon. Thud. As Karen stomped the ground, he passed Terran. He was aiming for Eurydia behind him. SH shield. Clang 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 dash. The shield collapsed easily to the point of being futile. Karen driving his fist towards Eurydia. Damn it. At that moment, Terran blocked it with his body in front of her. Terran. It's not for you, it's to pass the test. From the start of the semester until now, Karen, who had analyzed Terran during that time, someone who likes kids who are outwardly confident but inwardly have snake-like sinister thoughts. The owner of a personality that's very perverted. But here, he's protecting Eurydia with his whole body? He made a sinister calculation that facing head-on and protecting Eurydia would receive a better evaluation. Karen would have no choice but to give a high score. Indeed, you have a pretty good head on your shoulders. Well, it would have been better if you used that good head elsewhere. Karen extending his fist towards Terran. Thud. And as expected, Rez's mana bullet rushed from behind. Come. In fact, this was also Terran's ploy. Karen, who has no choice but to deflect the mana bullet. While he deflects that attack, he would land 2 explosive forces on him. That was Terran's plan. But, bang, bam, Karen's hand moved like lightning, deflecting the mana bullet and attacking Terran at the same time. At that moment, Terran realized that Karen was using strength beyond that of a 6-star knight. Kook, see Karen, you, crunch dash, but Terran couldn't finish his words, because Karen stomped hard on his chest. Terran fainted from the strong impact that rushed in. Too bad. If you had a silver tongue like that guy, you could have spoken to the end. Karen shifted his gaze to Eurydia. Left alone, Eurydia could no longer continue the fight. She didn't even notice the secret like Terran did. Going to do more? No, I surrender. I don't want to end up like that vulgar sight. Well, my mana is almost depleted too. Wait here. Heading into the forest, Karen thought. I should give Terran a higher score. Not only did he notice that he was using strength beyond that of a 6-star knight, but also because Eurydia gave up the fight too easily. Well, even so, they're on a different level from the kids who were blown away in one hit. He had no choice but to give an excellent score high enough to compete for the top ranks. Now all that's left is that rabbit. He can't sense any presence. Not even a scent. Karen recalled the fact that Zero had received the white hippo from him not long ago. He predicted this situation, this setup. Zero, you were raising quite an interesting kid. Certainly, the nameless rabbit's stealth technique is impressive. But it's not to the extent that it will work on a 9-star knight like himself. Whoosh dash. Karen, exerting the power of a 9-star knight, his true strength. Eventually, he was able to find the rabbit's location. The movement of the wind, small animals, and insects. He found the place where they were moving strangely. Over there. Perhaps because he was advancing straight ahead. The rabbit reacted. It began to gather a lot of mana. You made a mistake. Flustered after the location was exposed, it hastily operated the magic gun. Panic is not good. Damn rabbit, making me bring out the power of a 9-star. Thinking of giving a long lecture, he headed towards that place. It would be best to surrender. Huh. Karen arrived at the destination while being cautious of the mana bullet that would be fired. But he couldn't help but be surprised. Not only because Rez wasn't there, but because a Y-shaped wooden stand was neatly placed with a magic gun on it. And it was filled with mana at that. Did she run away? After going through the trouble of injecting mana, she didn't even fire. Even if defeat is certain, one should struggle until the end. Whether it's a test or real combat, anyone would make the same choice. But she ran away. Shiver dash. Right at that moment, Karen intuitively felt that he had fallen into a trap. Karen, who was about to leave his spot, could see it for a moment. A box disguised as a bush at a slight distance. The glinting eyes from inside and the tautly drawn bowstring. Bang! The rabbit's fang. Headed towards the heart of the killing machine, Karen. The moment Rez released the bowstring, Karen's right arm moved like lightning. He covered his heart with his forearm, his neck with his wrist, and his face with his palm. He covered the vital points that every human has. At the same time, he collapsed his body. He intended to deliberately fall over and make the arrow miss. However, swish dash, the flying arrow curved towards him, and towards his heart at that. This kind of thing can't be dodged even if you anticipate it. A truly amazing archery skill close to godly technique. It's too late. I'll get at least a penetrating wound. The moment one of Karen's knees, who deliberately fell over, touched the ground, the arrow struck his forearm. Tap dash. The arrow that was flying vigorously with the force to pierce the body fell to the ground just like that. Forget the heart he was covering, it couldn't even pierce his forearm. Hi, eek. I am sorry, I'm sorry. The bush-shaped camouflaged box. The girl inside trembled and curled up. She doesn't seem to have the will to fight anymore. An extremely fragile reaction. To the point it's unbelievable she's the kid who was just pushing him. Tisk. Examining the fallen arrow, Karen finally realized what had happened. A wooden arrow. And the tip is square at that. She shot a blunt piece of wood, not a sharp arrow. It's only natural for it to fall after hitting the forearm. I see. This was a test. Techniques that could kill the opponent were prohibited, and safety devices were put in place for the equipment they handle. Of course, since there is a significant difference in level between himself and the students, he did allow them to use real weapons like swords, but it wasn't even an arrow infused with mana, so it couldn't have pierced my body in the first place. But the moment Rez caught him from behind, his latent instincts awakened. His body made a judgment without him knowing that this is real combat right now, and it's a real battlefield. That's how amazing the strategy was, to the point that he had to face it seriously. Glance dash. Karen, who was lost in thought while holding the piece of wood, lowered his gaze. Perhaps because their eyes met, the trembling of the kid in the box intensified. Since it doesn't seem like she has the will to fight, he should make an evaluation, point out the problems with the strategy, give a lecture, and end the test. But Karen couldn't say a word. Because, what was this kid's name again? No matter how much he thought about it, the name didn't come to mind. In the end, Karen. It was an interesting tactic. Well, don't you have anything else prepared? At novel bin at. Hey, hi, eek. The slightly open gap of the box. Facing Karen's grim face and sharp eyes visible through that gap, Rez couldn't help but have a seizure. What do you mean a person dies when shot? He's not even flinching. Z0 is a liar. Thud dash. And just like that, Rez fainted. It's partly because she's extremely fragile, but the setting that she leaves the battlefield when attacked by the enemy played a bigger role. This is a test right now, not real combat. It's not a life or death situation, so the coward trait that makes her leave the battlefield won't be triggered. But in a situation where the threat, called Karen, has come right in front of her, she can't leave the battlefield, so instead, although it's strange to say, she got the status effect of fainting. It may be absurd, but this is one of the hidden pieces that the game company put in with great care. Of course, no one among the users knows this fact. And Karen was no exception in not knowing this. From his perspective right now, did she just die? She didn't die but fainted, but from Karen's perspective, it could only be absurd. Even a pufferfish wouldn't be this bad. Phew. Team 4, test over. There are still 10 teams left. He had to move quickly. Karen, who was packing up Rez's belongings to prepare for the next team's test. Something entered his field of vision. Rez's magic gun. He reviewed the battle he had just fought in his mind, using the magic gun as bait for a bow attack. It's amazing no matter how much I think about it. Using the magic gun as the main weapon from the start of the test until right before it ends, leaving the weapon at the last moment and leaving the spot. When the arrived opponent is having doubts, finish it off with a bow. You may ask who would fall for that, but if you experience it firsthand, you'll know that it's a tactic you can't help but fall for. The moment I secured the magic gun, I unknowingly let my guard down. He thought the enemy had no weapon, that they had lost the means to attack him. If this were real combat, the arrow would have stuck in his forearm. He would have lost the use of one hand. No, if it ended with just losing the use of one hand, that would be fortunate. If they were at the level of a 6-star knight, no, even a 5-star knight. If it were an arrow infused with all their mana, it would have pierced both his forearm and heart. It means even he, a 9-star knight, could have died. And this cheeky and bold tactic, it must have been Zero who came up with it. Should he say it's a tactic that reeks of his unique slyness? That doesn't mean that the rabbit is incompetent. Not only the power of the magic gun, the tremendous accuracy, the skill to hide her body, and the possessed-like archery, but also, her execution of the tactic is quite outstanding. It's not a tactic that anyone can do just because they're told to. Personnel, combat structure, location, etc. The situation is always bound to change. Didn't she even constantly change positions every time she used the magic gun? No matter how excellent Zero is, he wouldn't have specified the exact locations. In other words, she's excellent at adapting to the situation. Karen had no intention of putting her in the advanced class just because she's Luna's friend. But if a kid has this level of skill, it's only natural to give a good score. In fact, Rez was just struggling to avoid facing Karen somehow, but not knowing this fact, he had no choice but to highly evaluate Rez. Of course, it's not without issues. Karen looked at his forearm. The mark of the square arrow was engraved as it was. It's clear she was aiming for the heart. But Karen remembers clearly the glinting eyes from inside the box, tautly drawing the bowstring. The hint of hesitation that resided in those eyes. She could have shot the moment I turned my back. but she momentarily hesitated and didn't shoot. The moment that kid released the bowstring was after he blocked the vitals with his arm. She shot the arrow only after confirming safety. Then, is she hesitant to kill? There are occasionally kids like that, but this was way too much. To the point of hesitating to shoot even a blunt piece of wood. This won't do. In a situation where competition with the kids sent from the Holy Kingdom is just around the corner. If we promote such a weak-hearted rabbit to the advanced class, it might greatly damage the Empire's pride. Karen, who hesitated for a moment, scratched his head. Is this a bit unsightly? If it weren't for Rez, Terran, and Eurydia would have been eliminated long ago, but also, not only did he use strength beyond that of a 6-star knight, even momentarily using the strength of a 9-star knight. He even got down on one knee. He deliberately fell over to dodge the arrow, but the fact is that kid put him in that situation. That's an undeniable truth. But trying to find fault somehow with that attitude. Perhaps, it's because I'm disappointed. Excellent stealth skills, shooting control close to godly technique, and outstanding command execution ability. With that level, she's a heaven-sent archer. If only her fragile personality and hesitation to kill could be fixed, she might become the best marksman in the history of Anwood Academy. Of course, she's still a kid who's embarrassing to even be called a prospect. Just checking how much she's grown from time to time? That's about it. She would have easily passed the labyrinth test and the illusion magic test too. She'll smoothly enter the advanced class. Suddenly, the image of Luna embracing that kid and hopping up and down came to mind. Yeah, what does it matter if it's like this or that? The most important thing is that Luna can hang out with her friend. Cuckoo. At the same time, I'll be able to keep Zero in check too. I didn't like him getting closer and closer to Luna. This is perfect. In a group with such a gender ratio, the two girls are bound to stick together. Zero will gradually grow distant from Luna. Karen, who was unconsciously smiling, carried the limp rabbit on his back. In the distance, he could see Eurydia poking the unconscious Terran with a branch. There are 3 passers from Team 4. Terran, Eurydia, and this rabbit on his back. What was the name again? Asterisk. AL Labyrinth. The surroundings are all rocks. AHH. The markings left by the people ahead are all overlapping and a mess. This is why you should take tests first. The moment the first stage, Stone Labyrinth Breakthrough test began, the kids fell into chaos. But my interest was in a completely different place. Rez's test should be over by now. I wonder if she did well according to the plan. There was no reason to be nervous. Not only is this a place without even small animals, let alone slimes, but also, because I know all the paths. I'm a veteran in this game. I have the maps of not only the pop quiz, but also other labyrinths perfectly memorized. It was safe to say that up to the second test was a free pass. At that moment, a group of kids approached me. Haha, Zero, you arrogant bastard. The opportunity has finally come. Get him? In the name of Terran Faction's 5th rank, I will judge you. An extra whose name I don't even remember pointed his sword at me. Ah, I think I vaguely remember. One of the guys sticking close to Terran. So the name is... was it Paz? It's Zipa? What's with that name with impure intentions? It's not even one letter off. Zipa or Paz. It's the same 2 letters, so what does it matter? It doesn't seem that different. You might be better off changing your name. Because it's a name you absolutely can't forget. Keek, I see. But Zara, you're going to judge me? What do you mean by that? It's not Zara, it's Zipa? 5th rank Zipa. No matter how I think about it, it's too difficult a name. It doesn't stick in my mind. Haha, after that idiot Godner eliminated himself, I got promoted. In a way, it's thanks to you. Keek, then shouldn't you be grateful? Why are you judging me? To raise my rank. If I slay you, an arrogant bastard, I'll achieve a great feat. Hearing whatever's words, I was dumbfounded. The reason the Terran faction, who always picked fights, had been quiet recently. Although Terran ordered them not to provoke me, but they're picking a fight with me who subdued the monster Dake? Are they in their right mind? Terran's hunting dog and the unofficial first-year rank 1 of Anwood Academy. 5-star knight Dake. Less than 100 people have reached the level of 4 stars at the age of 15. But a 5-star knight? The number is so few that you can count them on one hand, and the title of genius naturally follows. I'm the one who had a duel with such a Dake. Officially, it was a draw, but kids with a pretty good head have long realized that I subdued Dake, and they're picking a fight with me. In this case, it's one of 2 things. They're crazy. I bet you used some underhanded trick. I know everything. They're really crazy. It seems to be both. Terran told us not to lay a hand on you, but if we knock you down, it should be fine. Zara was it? Zeta was it? I don't know. Anyway, the kid whose name I can't remember and Terran's group pointed their swords at me. The number is a whopping 5. I'm not worried. They're the type to run away on their own if I use a threatening secret technique. But that kid seems to have made full preparations too. Everyone cooperate with me? If we all join forces and knock that guy down, we can increase our chances of getting into the advanced class. There are 19 of us. No matter how much of a monster he is, he can't face all of us. The kids murmured at his shout. Certainly, it was a good opportunity for them. The Terran faction also provided a justification by taking the lead, but he ranked 3rd in the entrance exam. You know, there's also a rumor that he defeated Dake. Certainly, the Terran faction's momentum has been dampened since then. I just have a bad feeling, so I don't like it. It's best not to mess with a guy like that. It was filled with negative opinions. Then, a girl stepped forward. A kid from the Eurydia faction. Currently, the number of Eurydia faction members in our team is a whopping 7. If they cooperate, I'll have no choice but to use a secret technique. Yeah, let's join forces too. Let's get rid of the third force. Certainly, that Kraken is our enemy. Currently, my honor has fallen to the ground. Because the rumor of Kraken Zero spread by Eurydia has been embellished and embellished again, rising to the status of a being threatening the entire school. Of course, it's a rumor that I'm aiming for both men and women and will build a harem empire. So it wouldn't be strange for the Eurydia faction kids to cooperate. When I was seriously considering using a secret technique, a kid from the Eurydia faction shouted, "But if he drops out of the advanced class, Luna will be sad. Here, we will eliminate you, the Terran faction, who are trying to make Zero fail. What do you? Everyone charge. Wah dash." The kids from the Eurydia faction charging towards the Terran faction. With their tremendous momentum, the Terran faction had no choice but to run away. IILL remember this. And so, the third-rate villain fled into the labyrinth. "We're helping you just this once. Don't get the wrong idea. Keek, thank you. Since this is also a fateful encounter, shall we introduce ourselves? Kaya, the Kraken is extending his tentacles? Everyone run away." As the Eurydia faction screamed and ran away, the remaining kids hurriedly left too. Yeah, drip dash. A single tear flowed from my eye. It was summer. Asterisk. While Zero was engaging in vigorous Kraken activities, our directionally challenged Luna, who entered with the next team, was, where is this? She got lost in the labyrinth. Keek, what a sight. Front, back, left, right. Stone walls boasting a height of about 3 m. No matter how much I advance and advance again, only stone walls of similar shapes greet me. To actually face a scene I could only see in the game. It feels new. Well, the structure is different though. When playing the game, it was a tile-shaped map structure where the overall structure was visible, a characteristic of classic SRPG games. Now it's practically a first-person perspective. It might be slightly inappropriate to say it feels new, since it's almost like a place I'm seeing for the first time. It's not as much as the Tomb of the Sacred Sword, but this has its own flavor. I feel like this is why people travel the world. Anwood Academy is amazing, but other places will be even more amazing. The countries of other races, the Dragon's Nest, the Holy Land of Heroes, the Great Temple of the Holy Kingdom, etc. What they will look like, what kind of relationships I can make, what kind of fun they will offer me. Just imagining it is exciting. The summer vacation that begins after the final exams. Of course, the first travel destination is. I shook my head and came to my senses. Because now is not the time to be immersed in appreciation. The pop quiz has just started. I've prepared sufficiently, but to let my guard down is forbidden. Of course, there's no way I'll get lost. An omniscient perspective and a first-person perspective. The structure is completely different, but it's not to the extent of being a problem. I'm a veteran in this game, and this pop quiz is an early episode of Chapter 2, meaning it's a labyrinth I've experienced thousands of times. Since the Academy is the main stage in the game titled Hero of the Academy. So even if the perspective has changed, there won't be a problem. Honestly, I could walk through it with my eyes closed. Well, I won't do that, since there won't be many opportunities to enjoy such a sight. While admiring the statues placed here and there, I recalled the information about the first stage in my head. Pop quiz first stage, Stone Labyrinth Breakthrough Test. It's longer and more complex than the labyrinth in the entrance exam, and the time limit is shorter at 30 minutes. It's a test where if you get lost once, you might as well consider it a failure. In fact, the number of kids who fail in the first stage is close to half. But it's not to the point of being impossible to break through. The most commonly used method when conquering a labyrinth. The left-hand rule and right-hand rule of moving while keeping a hand on one wall. Using this method, it's a labyrinth that can be broken through sufficiently, meaning it's a very easy labyrinth. The problem is that Karen set up small traps. The majority of kids try to break through the labyrinth using the left and right-hand rules. Moreover, as soon as they entered the academy, the professors gave lectures and education on the subjects of the entrance exam. In other words, there isn't a kid who doesn't know the left and right-hand rules. Therefore, Karen set up small traps. He designed it as the labyrinth that takes the longest time when using the left and right-hand rules. That's right. The thing to be most careful about in the first stage is impatience. The gradually passing time. The labyrinth that, strangely, doesn't seem to end. When they don't even see slimes seen in the entrance exam, the kids come to have one thought in their heads. It must be a more difficult test than the entrance exam, but it's this easy. Not only are there no obstacles like slimes, but Karen's incomprehensible words, if you recklessly make enemies, you'll be in trouble at the end, fill their minds. In this situation, 15 minutes before the end of the test, pick up the pace a bit more. If the voice of the instructor announcing the remaining time and the urging are added, then, oh no, how can I, who entered the advanced class, fail here? This time, I must get into the advanced class no matter what. In the end, the kids give up the left and right hand rules and start running. They self-destruct by abandoning the labyrinth they were breaking through well. Swoosh dash. Knowing these facts well, I didn't take my hand off the wall for a single moment. I know the optimal route to the exit. If I use that route, it won't even take 5 minutes. But the reason I'm still using the left and right hand rules? Because it will arouse suspicion. If I escape the labyrinth without getting lost even once, it will raise suspicion from the instructors. That's not all. The instructors' favorability towards me will hit rock bottom, because they will think I made a dirty deal with someone and got the information. There is a bottom below the bottom. The favorability that is already at the bottom due to my slit eyes will dig through the ground and go down at novel bin at. The scoring method for the stone labyrinth breakthrough test is ultimately based on whether you can break through within the time limit. The score of a person who passed in 5 minutes and a person who passed in 29 minutes is the same. Well, there will be a slight bonus, but still. I also have to be careful of Karen's hidden piece. In fact, this is the biggest reason why I'm using the left and right hand rules. If I escape the labyrinth in one go in the pop quiz episode following the entrance exam, Karen will come and have a counseling session. Who did you get the information from? And the conversation hell begins. If I make a mistake while doing a lot of clicking, I'll be expelled for doing something unfair. When I'm unlucky, I sometimes end up in the torture room and meet the torture ending. I will definitely take the torture course. What if Karen personally provides a special torture course? Just imagining it made my body chilling. No matter how much I think about it, this method is the best. 5 minutes left. Before I knew it, I was able to reach the end of the labyrinth. Oh, I did meet a few kids here and there. The reactions of the kids who faced me were as follows. It's third place. Run away. Kaya? Pervert. Does it mean that the Kraken's tentacles are still thriving even in the labyrinth? Retreat. Either they ran away, treated me like a pervert, or slandered me. It didn't differ much from these 3 reactions. Congratulations on passing. Wait here for a bit. The 10 kids who arrived first turned to look at me. It was only natural for them to be faster than me, since they ran through the labyrinth to escape my tentacles. Well, I was walking slowly too. Keek, congratulations on passing, everyone. Swish dash. Swish swish dash. When I smiled and approached them, they slowly moved away. When I approach, they move away, and when I approach, they move away. Even magnets aren't this bad. Time's up. End the first test. Wait a moment. A boy came out of the labyrinth, panting and out of breath. It was the kid who was instigating to eliminate me when the labyrinth test started. The name is, I don't remember. 0. As expected, you're amazing. To break through this labyrinth without shedding a single drop of sweat. Keek, labyrinths are a breeze for me. The name was definitely Z. The boy quickly nodded his head. So this name must be correct. Zima. It's Zipa, the 3rd son of the great Oshri family. Zipa, you bastard. You're doing it on purpose, aren't you? It can't be helped. Because an extra with such a name doesn't exist in my old-timer knowledge dictionary. This kid is impossible to even put in the party. Meaning he's a character that doesn't even get extra treatment in the game. It's a waste of brain capacity. So there's no way I'll remember. I can easily find out the name using the information window skill, but even that is bothersome for him. Keek, don't get too angry. Isn't it important that I know your face, Zede? Even so, having a different number of letters is too much, isn't it? Keek, it's a misunderstanding, Zeres. Now you're not even pretending to remember. It's a duel? Draw your sword. But he couldn't draw his sword. Ugh. Oh no. Everyone run away. The second stage of the pop quiz, the illusion test, had begun. Of course, I was unaffected. Not only do I have the mental defense skill, but also, Parma's hand mirror, B. Once a day, it can block illusion and curse type magic below 6-star level. Because I have the artifact Karen got for me. Luna and Rez have the same thing, so they will be able to pass the second stage without difficulty. As expected, the key to this test is the third stage, the group duel. ZE0, as expected? No wonder you're called the Kraken? Get away, you squishy bastard. What kind of illusion is he experiencing? Terran Faction's Zede waved his hands in a daze. Squishy, you say? Even though I have a very firm and heavy body? Of course, I'm talking about muscles. Taking out a pen and doodling on his face, I thought. The rabbit's test would have ended a long time ago. I only have the third stage left. All that remains is, I wonder if our cat is doing well. Asterisk. Around 10 minutes after the test for the last Team 14 began, Luna, who got lost and became a lost child, thought, it's not that I lost the way lost me. Then, I just need to make the way find me. Stomp 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 dash. And so, Luna began to sprint through the labyrinth. But, huff huff. What kind of path is this? There's no way the path can find Luna. It's Luna herself who needs to find the path. He said to follow people if I get lost, but I don't see any kids either. Luna, who had been running like crazy and shouting. It was only natural for the kids to avoid her, because there's nothing more dangerous than facing a psycho in a labyrinth. Then someone entered Luna's field of vision. It was Dake, Terran's right-hand man and hunting dog. An awkward silence flowed, because they had a duel once due to Terran's scheme. Luna even almost had her arm cut off. But, well, it doesn't matter. My arm is fine now. Luna is the owner of a cool personality towards those who aren't her friends. She doesn't dwell on things that happened in the past. I've also become much stronger than then. Although she's not strong enough to beat Dake yet, she was confident she wouldn't lose overwhelmingly like before, that she had become stronger than then, and she would continue to become stronger, because Zero told me, so she doesn't feel intimidated. I'll go first. Do as you wish. Luna passed by Dake. Although Zero told her to follow someone else if she gets lost, Luna doesn't want to follow Dake, because he might misunderstand her for catching up to him suspiciously. Step step dash. Step step dash. Suddenly, Luna realized that Dake was chasing after her. A blatant pursuit that even the tactless Luna noticed. Is he trying to ambush me? She intentionally showed gaps in between, but Dake showed no particular reaction. Swish dash. When Luna turned her head, Dake flinched and tapped on the stone wall, pretending to be nonchalant. Ahem, solid stone. Of course the stone is solid, would it be squishy? Is that so? What a surprising fact. Why don't you just be honest? Say you followed me because you like me. Luna raised her index finger and pointed it at Dake, shouting. Stalkers aren't popular, no matter how charming I am. Don't worry, it's not like that. Are you saying I'm not charming? That makes me angry in its own way. I apologize. Be careful from now on. This is why being too pretty is a problem. The advance and pursuit continued after that. Only then did Luna realize. Could this guy be? Did you get lost? That's right. Dake was no less directionally challenged than Luna. Terran knew this fact all too well, so he earnestly instructed Dake right before the test. Dake, there might be a labyrinth like the entrance exam. In that case, follow another kid. Then you'll be able to pass easily. And the kid Dake happened to meet. It was none other than Luna, the directionally challenged among the directionally challenged. But I got lost too, you know. The unofficial rank 1 Dake, Luna, who is practically confirmed for the advanced class due to Kairon's existence. But those two found themselves on the verge of dropping out in the labyrinth test. Luna realized that Dake was directionally challenged. However, she had no intention of chasing him away. Not only because she wasn't the type to be that harsh, but also, 2 is better than 1. She wasn't the only one unable to escape the labyrinth. A tool for psychological stability. Thinking that way made her feel a little more at ease. Well, just because one is directionally challenged doesn't mean they absolutely can't find the way. There's also a possibility of discovering a path she hasn't seen. That's why Luna decided to go with Dake. Don't worry and just follow me. The path always has an end if you keep going. As Luna said, an end did come. A dead end, that is. Ahem, it's not easy. Truly a test worthy of Anwood Academy. Don't worry. We'll definitely find it next time. Just trust and follow this big sis. Step step dash. But the result was always the same. Wherever they went, tall stone walls only greeted them. Can a person be like this? Dake was dumbfounded. How can the path be blocked like this everywhere they go? It would be better for him to lead at this point. What? A person can get a little lost? Do you have to say it like that? I didn't say anything. Your eyes are saying it? Eyes that say you're better. I won't deny that. Fine. Then why don't you try it? I'll specially give you a chance. I was definitely going to find it next time. What a shame. Let's go this way. Dake led the way, and Luna followed behind, grumbling. Of course, she had a secret expectation inside. The expectation that Dake would find the way. But it's blocked. I see. The third stone wall they faced after Dake started leading the way. Moreover, it was a stone wall that Luna had marked, saying she had passed before. What do you mean I see? You said you could find it better than me. I never said that. I only thought it. That's the same thing. Of course, there was a difference. If Luna faces a stone wall after 10 steps, Dake faces a stone wall after 8 steps. That's the difference. Calm down. There's no need to panic. If we calmly move forward, 10 minutes before the end of the first test, pick up the pace more. Especially, you guys who have been going around in circles in the same place. The you guys pointed out by the instructor. Luna and Dake realized they were undoubtedly referring to them. What do we do? At this rate, forget the advanced class, we might even be expelled from the academy. Luna screamed, holding her head. Seeing that, Dake let out a deep sigh. Aren't her words and actions contradictory? When she said to stay calm and not panic. Moreover, there's no way they would be expelled from the academy over something like this. Well, they can't avoid being demoted to the normal class though. Right? If we combine our strengths, we'll somehow make it. Come here, my IQ is 180. Your IQ is 150. With a total of 300, brain power, we'll come up with a perfect plan. She's quick to despair, but even quicker to recover. Of course, it's not a good thing. Because IQ isn't something that can be combined. She even got the calculation wrong. Having to trust and follow a kid like this. Dake felt like going crazy. But he couldn't abandon Luna and go alone either. Follow behind another kid. Since Terran said so. Since Zero said so. The advice of Zero and Terran is by no means bad. No, it's rather tremendous advice. Following behind a kid who looks smart, you can easily clear the labyrinth, with quite a high success rate. The problem is that these two people met. Luna follows Dake, and Dake follows Luna. An incredible combination that makes them walk a different path like a ghost even when they can find the right way. In fact, Zero knew that Dake was also directionally challenged, but he didn't inform Luna about it. Not only because he thought she would naturally avoid him due to the unpleasant incident with Dake, but also because it was probabilistically absurd. Anyway, Dake and Luna, who unintentionally became a community of destiny, they diligently roamed the labyrinth with their heads put together. And they soon realize, even if two directionally challenged people combine their strength, they just become a superpowered directionally challenged person. 5 minutes before the end of the test, the door will close soon. Hurry up. The instructor's words that not much time is left for the test. Luna lamented, tapping on the wall. Damn it, the exit is right there in front. About 4 stone walls away, a flag signaling the exit was fluttering in the wind. In fact, from now on, even if they follow the right path, it's difficult to pass within the time limit. Karen didn't just set traps for the left and right hand rules. He also set traps for the exit. A trap that the closer it looks to the exit, the farthest it actually is. There were numerous kids who couldn't cross over with just one wall in between. In other words, Dake and Luna were virtually in a place far from the exit. Not much time left. Let's walk a little faster. I'm trying to, you know, just go alone then. Why are you following me who can't find the way? Because it's Terran's order. Aha, is that so? You'll die if he tells you to die. If that's the order, I'll do so. Crazy bastard. No, should I say crazy bastards? Not only is the Dake in front of her bad, but Terran is even worse. Isn't that right? Giving orders to a friend. It's the same even if it's not a friend, but a master-slave relationship. If he's that loyal, shouldn't he at least treat him like a person? Luna clearly remembers Terran's figure, who made Dake stand up with a single order even when his legs were broken. In the eyes of others, it may look like loyalty, but in Luna's eyes, it was a disgusting master-servant play. Nothing more, nothing less. Now's not the time to think about this. Luna shook her head and came to her senses. The labyrinth. A test that bothered her even in the entrance exam. Even then, she got lost and encountered a transparent slime, and if it weren't for Zero's help, she probably wouldn't have passed the test. Wait, even then, the remaining time was tight. How did we pass the test then? Eventually, Luna remembered. After the door closed, they had broken through the wall made of bushes next to it with their bodies. Then, right? There was that method. Method. Yeah, it's Zero's secret plan. I passed the first stage with this secret plan in the entrance exam. Dake's eyes sparkled. Not only because they found a way to overcome the current situation, but also because it was the secret plan of that Zero. Terran used the power of his family, but he couldn't get any information about that guy. Unofficial 3rd place in the entrance exam. Using the Lester family's secret technique in a duel with him, he won in an instant. There's even a rumor that he survived a battle with a demon that attacked the academy. A secret plan taught by such a guy. Dake couldn't help but be interested. I'll clearly engrave your great secret plan in my eyes and head. Perhaps to use Zero's secret plan. Luna stood in front of the stone wall. Then, die. Crash dash. She broke the stone wall with a sword. Luna used the Lester family's one flash, but Dake couldn't know that fact. Because the gap with the one flash Zero had shown was too big. Anyway, Luna, who had collapsed the stone wall, stood on top of it and shouted. The path has come to find me. Is that Zero's secret plan? No, rather than a secret plan, that's. She's doing something ignorant so well. Ignorant? This is a tremendous secret plan. Why, there's a saying like this, right? Knock, and it will be open to you. I don't think that knock is this knock. And do you think a method like this will be accepted? So you're dissatisfied? Then don't come this way. I'll go alone. Crash dash. Luna ran and collapsed the next stone wall. Luna knew that this method would be accepted. Because even in the entrance exam, Alistair praised her for breaking common sense, saying it was okay. However, there's one problem. Why is it so hard? Unlike the first time, she had to use one flash 3 times to break the second wall. There are 2 more walls to break through to reach the exit. If there's time to spare, it's sufficiently possible, but the problem is that there's no time. Of course, that doesn't mean Luna intends to give up. She was going to knock down the wall with her bare hands if needed. The moment Luna was about to use the secret technique again. Dake's first original secret technique. Skittelhow. Crash dash. With a roar, the stone wall collapsed. The person who collapsed the stone wall was, of course. What is it? Didn't you say you were dissatisfied? I'm just carrying out Terran's order. It was Dake. What he said isn't wrong. Terran's order to follow the person next to him. Others would see him as a person diligently carrying out that order. But Luna could tell. So you weren't without a self after all? This is surprising. That Dake acted on his own will. She could sense it intuitively. Think whatever you want. Yeah, what's important now isn't this. Only one left. We don't have time, so let's do it together. At novel bin at. You go first. I'm only carrying out the order to follow you. Yeah, sure you are. The two swung their swords together, towards the last stone wall. Asterisk. Next. Team 12, follow me. A group of kids left their spots following the instructor. Unlike the first and second stages, the third stage group duel is a test that takes quite some time and is conducted by Karen alone. The teams that passed naturally waited here, near the exit of the labyrinth. Well, that's also the final stage now. Only my team 13 and Luna's team 14 remained here. If there's one problem. Luna is too late. Don't you think so, Miss Zard? It's not Zard, it's Zipa. Not Miss, but Mr. Are you mistaking even the gender now? It's that Luna is too late. Judging by the instructor's movement, the test will end soon. Since Karen is here, she won't drop out of the advanced class, but I didn't want to draw unnecessary attention along with gossip. Moreover, Dake hasn't come out either. This is troubling. The group duel that will soon take place. My opponent is Lucia, not Karen. That's why I was planning to use Dake a little, because I know a way to use him even if we're in different teams. But if it's like this, it's troubling. Crash dash, thud thud dash, WH what? The labyrinth collapsed. Could it be the start of the third test? Then what happens to the guys who went ahead? The chaos that occurred as the stone labyrinth collapsed. But the chaos soon subsided, because as the dust settled, two figures appeared. Zero, how was it? I passed the first stage with your perfect plan? Ha ha ha. The kids' gazes were fixed on me. Very, very cold gazes. No, kids. It's a misunderstanding. My plan wasn't such an ignorant plan. The test was temporarily suspended. It was to treat Luna and Dake. Although all the scratches came from collapsing the stone wall with force and crawling over the collapsed pile of stones. This is a test, not real combat. It's only natural to check the students' physical conditions. Whisper whisper dash. Perhaps because they were given an unexpected break time, or because the waiting time got longer. Some kids glanced at me and whispered. They were kids from the Eurydia faction. Breaking the labyrinth. Should I say it's very Kraken-like? Certainly, the scale is different. Moreover, look at Luna, who faithfully carries out such an absurd plan. No, Luna did not faithfully carry out my plan. She didn't properly execute a single thing I instructed. It's so sad to instruct such an ignorant plan to Luna. But why did he give such a plan? It's to show off. To show that Luna can't escape from his grasp. Look at those hands full of wounds. To make Luna's delicate and soft hands like that. No, I instructed a plan that wouldn't get even a drop of water on her hands, let alone dust. And her hands were full of wounds even before meeting me? Shouldn't we separate them now? We can't do that. We are beings who support Luna's love until the end. It's fundamentally forbidden to interfere between those two. It's clearly stated in Article 2, Clause 3. Article 2, Clause 3. With that level, isn't it unreasonable to see it as a simple club activity? Perhaps Eurydia is up to something more dangerous than I thought. Sob sob, I feel so bad for Luna. I keep crying. Everyone remember today's pain. On the day Luna's heart changes, we'll return it all. The pain of Luna and us. Whisper whisper. Murmur murmur. Mumble mumble. It seems like misunderstandings are only piling up as time goes on. At this point, I feel like I should set a date and clear up the misunderstandings. Because it seemed like I would face a bad ending I've never seen before, where I get kidnapped by the Eurydia faction and buried in the mountains. Oh, if this is also a hidden piece, then it's a hidden piece. The problem is that I'm about to experience it directly with my body. I never wanted to experience the feeling of being buried in the mountains and coldly cooling down. In the first place, this wouldn't have happened if Luna had behaved properly. Knowing this fact or not, Luna, who finished a simple treatment, ran towards me. Big sis is here. How was my skill? I perfectly executed your plan. Keek, don't go around saying it's my plan. It's embarrassing. What's embarrassing? Didn't you use it confidently in the entrance exam? Luna, there's a huge material difference between bushes and rocks. I never told you to use the method from the entrance exam this time. The reason Alistair praised us in the entrance exam wasn't simply because we made a path that didn't exist. The reason Alistair admired us. It was because we broke free from the way of thinking trapped in a frame. The theme of the labyrinth test. Originally, if it's a test, you're supposed to find the answer within that theme. But we didn't do that. We presented a new solution by breaking the frame of the labyrinth. It was only natural for Alistair to praise. Breaking the frame. That is the mindset that a magician pursuing truth must always have. Then isn't what Luna did now the same? Yeah, she certainly did break free from the way of thinking trapped in a frame. She broke free too much, that's all. They used rocks to make the labyrinth so that the same thing as the entrance exam wouldn't happen. And quite sturdy stone walls at that. But she smashed them. It's also contradictory to the act of breaking the frame that Alistair praised. Because while anyone can pass through bushes, not everyone can collapse stone walls. Unlike last time, this time it's something only people with the absolute ability called power can do. If Alistair saw this situation now, wouldn't he be appalled? Well, whatever. As long as we passed, it's fine. Be a little happier. Keek, I am happy. Be even happier. Impossible. Such an ignorant plan. It fundamentally doesn't suit me. Ugh. Perhaps because I, a smart, clever, and intelligent person, can't accept it. Recalling what happened a little while ago, I felt nauseous involuntarily. This is really... Luna gritted her teeth. A symptom that appears before she bites my ear. I quickly placed my index finger on Luna's lips. Kaya-dash? A scream rang out from somewhere. It seems like misunderstandings are piling up without rest, but... Protecting my ear is the priority now. Moreover, Keek, it's too early to be happy. What? What do you... The test isn't over yet. No, should I say it's in progress? Huh. While Luna was puzzled, the test for Team 14, which Luna belonged to, began. The second stage, the illusion magic test. But Luna only tilted her head and showed no particular reaction. Because Luna also has an artifact that blocks illusion magic. but the other kids were different. Ugh. Eek. Gee, get away. A demon? A demon has appeared. The kids from Team 13 who had already passed the second stage shook their heads as they watched them, because a little while ago, they had the same experience as them. He helped me. Please save me, please. Even seeing them crawling on the floor, they were busy frowning rather than thinking of making fun of them. The illusion magic test was that horrific. It's weaker than the entrance exam, but that doesn't mean it's easy, because the mind doesn't get trained just because you want it to be trained. It was also one of the reasons Alistair and Karen were highly evaluating me, because I never get intimidated and think deeply no matter when or where. Mental defense. It's a much better skill than I thought. Of course, it's the worst skill when being tortured though. Anyway, the harder the illusion magic test, the better for me, because I need Dake's help. Dake, who was kneeling on one knee and trembling, stood up. He had overcome the illusion magic. An instructor nearby immediately ran to check Dake's condition. You pass. Can you continue? It's okay to give up though. I will continue. Okay, good job. Just hang in there a little more. The instructor lightly patted Dake's shoulder and passed by, because he had to take care of the kids who had collapsed without passing the test. So the second stage was illusion magic? Just as you predicted. Well, I would have passed even without this. Keek, I still vividly remember the sight of Luna crawling on all fours and crying during the entrance exam. When did I do that? Luna wildly swung her fists. It hurts. Did her stats increase again? I don't know whether to like this or be sad about it. It's unclear. Receiving Luna's storm-like fists on my back, I headed towards Dake. Currently, he was leaning against a tree, trembling. What is it? Keek, I just want to give you a small gift. I handed a small hand mirror to his suspicious hands. It's an artifact. One that blocks illusion magic. That's right. What I handed over was Parma's hand mirror I received from Karen. It's an artifact with limited usage, only usable once a day, but I have the mental defense skill. There's no way the effect of an artifact inferior to that will be triggered. So I handed the Parma's hand mirror that was left over to Dake. Illusion magic is horrific not simply because it torments the mind. It stimulates trauma and makes you keep recalling that memory even after escaping from the illusion magic. It's also the reason Luna was unusually violent before entering the duel test during the entrance exam. Because she kept recalling the memory of the day her family was destroyed, she had no choice but to be violent. But if you have an artifact, you can escape from it. I heard it can block the afterimage of illusion magic. It was a story many kids were talking about during the entrance exam, so it should be certain. Dake's trembling noticeably subsided. As planned, I immediately moved on to the next stage, putting my hand in dimensional pocket. Soon, my arms were full of various items. Water, handkerchiefs, and snacks. Oh, you have a good sense. I'll gratefully eat them because I saw your sincerity. Swish dash. But Luna could only make a futile gesture, because these items had a different owner. Oh my, look at this sweat. The academy is really too much to commit such an atrocious act. Dake, eat these and regain some energy. If it's not enough, tell me anytime. A pile of snacks poured out in front of Dake. Luna immediately pulled my ear. Taking care of the enemy. Are you in your right mind? Keek, Luna. He's not an enemy. He's a friend. You only have one friend, and that's me. Then how about a close friend? Sounds like a relationship closer than a friend. No way. Companion, comrade, chum, even buddy. All rejected. In the end, what I chose was, how about a friendish? Well, that's fine. I'll specially allow it. I'm a relationship closer than that, so I can eat the snacks, right? Keek, of course. Only then did Luna give permission. Leaving behind Luna, who was mindlessly munching on snacks, I turned towards Dake. Dake hadn't touched the food and drinks I gave him. Keek, wouldn't it be good to have some? Dake, my friendish. Don't you think the other person will hate being called that? Then do you prefer being called a friend? Oh my, this is surprising. To think you considered me a friend? As expected of Dake. Let's stop this wordplay. What do you want? Excuse me, you gave me this because you want something, right? Dake threw Parma's hand mirror at me. After putting it in my arms, I cautiously approached, rubbing my hands. Want something? What a disappointing thing to say. Should there be something like that between us friendishes? Then I can just go. But a friendish is certainly hard to see as a real friend. Oh no, I have no choice but to receive compensation in this situation. How sad. Dake's expression turned sour. It's like an expression saying what kind of bastard is this? It must be my imagination, right? So, what do you want? Keek, about that. Whisper dash. When I cautiously told him what I wanted, Dake's eyes widened. How do you know that? How do I know? Of course. Keek, it's a secret. Dake turned his head and thought for a moment. But his contemplation was short. I don't know the reason, but since I received help, I'll do that much for you. It's not a difficult task anyway. Thank you. As expected of Dake, my friendish. At novel bin at. A little later, I obtained the final puzzle piece behind a tree that blocked the view. The final puzzle piece that might allow me to pass Lucia's quest. Asterisk. The dueling ground of the third stage, the group duel, where we arrived under the instructor's guidance. As soon as he saw the unique marble floor of the dueling ground, a boy jumped on it and shouted, "A duel? I've been waiting only for this moment." He was a kid from the Terran faction. 5th rank, his name was... I didn't remember. Was it Zenil? If he had a simpler name, I would have definitely remembered it. I should recommend him to change his name. 0, let's have a match. This time, you won't be able to avoid it even if you want to. Be quiet. The owner of a low but clearly audible voice. Karen was already standing in front of us. I will use the strength of a 6-star knight level. For you guys, if you subdue me, it's a victory. If you fail, it's a defeat. Of course, the score will be higher if you win. An explanation about the 3rd stage that started before even greeting us. The kids were immediately thrown into confusion. To be precise, it was the 8 kids excluding me. Fight and win against Teacher Karen. There's no way that's possible. But compared to what was about to happen, it wasn't even on the scale of confusion. Really? Then what about me? At the same time as a slender, beautiful voice rang in our ears. The first daughter of the Lucid family, one of the 10 swords of the Empire. Lucia appeared in front of us. Not only is a group duel test surprising, but Lucia also appeared. It was only natural for the kids to be shocked. She seems a bit different from usual. It looks like she lost some weight. Not just lost weight. Hasn't the person completely changed? It's not unreasonable for the kids to say that. Because in just 1 week, all her extra fat completely disappeared. Perhaps sensing the kids' admiring gazes, Lucia's nose slightly lifted. Don't be too surprised. This level is merely 90% of my active duty days. It doesn't even seem to reach 70%. I wonder if you can properly fight with that ruined body. Ugh, old man, get lost. Don't butt in. Lucia launched a kick, but Karen lightly dodged it. Not only attacking but even treating Karen as an old man. Did they become close? Then I might feel a little jealous. Of course, the jealousy was towards Lucia. Because that old man is my man. Huh? The phrasing sounds strange. It must be a misunderstanding. Karen is a man with whom I established a business relationship. What's wrong with calling my man my man? There's a big problem with that? This world is so full of prejudice. It's precisely that prejudice that makes the world sick. The sick one is you? Keek, are you even doing mind reading now? I don't know what it is, but I can at least tell you're having very dirty thoughts. What disappointing words? I was just fighting against prejudice. For us, by the way, you two seem to have gotten very close. Not at all. Keek, you know it's all thanks to my handsome self, right? Karen roundhouse kicked my butt. He must not want to acknowledge the fact that I'm handsome. What an ungrateful person. If it weren't for my pretty boy vibe, Lucia would have aimed for his life every moment. I should have just left him alone. Even amidst this, the conversation between Lucia and the kids continued. So, what do you want to do? Do you want to take the test with that old man, or with me? Were other teams also given this opportunity? No, you're the first and last. Why only us? It's a special event. An extra point question outside the test questions. You know, something like that. The kids made puzzled expressions. It's only natural. This is a scenario used for the quest and a stage prepared to end the bet with Lucia. There was nothing the extras could do. But it's not like those kids will be at a loss. Even if the opponent changes to Lucia, there won't be a big change in the kids' scores. Because the one evaluating is Karen, not Lucia. In the case of this group duel, the focus will be on 3 things: cooperation, strategy, and courage to face the strong. Meaning skill comes next. Because this test is set up to assume a situation where students on the weaker side face a stronger opponent. Of course, this is also information that users found out after hundreds of thousands of playthroughs, so it can't be said to be accurate. It was a moment when I once again felt the unfriendliness of the character Karen. Because other teachers would always explain the significance of the test along with an explanation whenever a test ended. Well, with that much of a sample, it can be seen as over 98% correct. The kids gathered in a circle and started a meeting, whispering. Of course, I was excluded. I slowly approached and pressed against their backs, quietly listening. What should we do? Can we subdue the hero? It's impossible. But isn't it the same when facing Teacher Karen? The kids quickly nodded their heads at novel bin at. No, it's not the same. Lucia is human, Karen is a killing machine. One thing is clear, even if I don't know the rest. It will be much better than Teacher Karen. Right, right. She's even loose during the guidance classes she occasionally gives. Indeed, the killing machine. No. Teacher Karen has no mercy. The kids' opinions were leaning towards Lucia. I object to that opinion. That person is different from the one you knew until now. No, maybe. It might be more accurate to say she's a different creature. Keek, I disagree. We'll go with Ms. Lucia. The kids raised their hands and expressed their opinion. Well, I expected this to happen. Not only does Lucia look more attractive from the kids' perspective, but also, this is a quest. The final moment of the 5th quest that has been going on for a whole month. Even if I simply say I want to fight Karen, there's no way they'll listen. Anyway, kids these days have no fear. Please take good care of us. The kids bowed their heads and took their positions. Team 13 had 9 people including me. It was a sufficient number to surround Lucia. Haha, you all memorized my strategy well, right? Tisk. I don't like it, but he's still 5th in the Terran faction. He said he'll take the vanguard himself, so let's just score points for now. Among the kids, the Terran faction was practically a gathering of the strong. Since he's a skilled person who holds the 5th rank in such a place, it's not strange to follow his instructions. What about me, the unofficial 3rd place in the entrance exam, not stepping up? I wanted to do that too. The problem is that the power of Slit-Eyes is tremendous. The kids acted as if I wasn't even there. Let alone giving instructions, it was difficult to even talk to them. In this situation, it was impossible to push away the kid from the Terran faction. So I obediently participated in their strategy. Well, it's more convenient for me to carry out my strategy. Tap tap. Let's go calmly. If we gradually pressure and drain her stamina, an opportunity will arise. Haha, just follow my instructions. Then we can sufficiently win. Bam dash. At that moment, the 5th rank of the Terran faction flew into the air and crashed into the wall. The one who blew him away was, of course, Lucia. Sufficiently what? The kids must have finally realized. The one in front of their eyes right now is not the hero Lucia, but a lion released into the fields. By the way, the guy who just flew, what was his name again? Was it Safard? Asterisk. Arg. Ak. M-Monster. Lucia showed no mercy. One by one, she thoroughly finished them off. Most of the kids were knocked out, and only 2 were barely able to express their intention to surrender. The 5th rank of the Terran faction, being defeated so easily. Not even 5th in the school, not even 5th in the class, but 5th in some faction? Then it means you have very little skill, right? And no, being 5th in the Great Terran faction has a value greater than 5th in the school. In any case, you need to study math first. Smack. And so, the nameless kid lost consciousness. He showed fighting spirit even after flying away the first time, but that was it. With this, 8 out of the 9 members of Team 13 were eliminated. Everyone except me became unable to fight. 0, why aren't you attacking? Did you give up? Keek, how could that be? I'm fighting very combatively. You need to study language first. Just staring and saying such things. It's not wrong, but I wasn't just staring either. I was putting pressure on Lucia from behind to some extent. Well, it was more to avoid getting a 0 in cooperation score rather than intending to fight. It was when Lucia clicked her tongue, saying, anyway, kids these days have no camaraderie, no camaraderie. Karen spoke to the eliminated kids. Carry the injured and go over there. The instructor will be waiting. Karen sent out the kids of Team 13 except me, rather than their test being over. It's probably because he doesn't know when I'll use one flash. The instructors weren't even here from the beginning. There must have been an order from Karen. Wouldn't it have been more likely to fight using the kids as shields? Keek, they would only be a hindrance. Sounds like you're saying you can sufficiently win alone. You heard very accurately. Lucia's eyes sparkled. If it were Karen, he would have laughed off this level of provocation. I seem to have unintentionally raised Lucia's motivation. Keek, what level of power did you use when we dueled? Don't know. I didn't pay attention to such things. I see. When dueling me, you just beat me up first and then checked. I wonder if she used strength above 6-star level when I used secret techniques. Then it's hopeful. If it's Lucia with power limited to 6-star night level, I might be able to win? Bang! Suddenly, Lucia's face enlarged. She reached in front of me with just a single leap. You seem to have leisure? Enough to think about other things in front of me. Thud. A fist thrown at my chest. My wooden sword that met it was half crushed. It's a good thing I put in the reflex skill. If I hadn't mimicked reflex with divine imitation, my body would have been crushed like that too. Good reaction. Good hand feel too. Keek, I'm quite delicious. Ugh. I hate that kind of joke. What are you thinking? I mean it feels good to hit, like a sandbag. Just die. Crunch dash. Lucia's kick broke my wooden sword in two. What is it? Does it mean she'll break my body in two? May I request a timeout? Where is there such a thing on the battlefield? Keek, this is a test. Isn't that right, Teacher Karen? You guys decide that among yourselves. Don't argue with me. Lucia, can't you control one guy like that? Bam dash. Lucia flew at Karen and executed a double side kick. And thud 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 dash. You old man, you join in too. Let's settle this once and for all today. A sudden fight broke out between Karen and Lucia. Leaving them behind, I headed to the weapon rack and picked up a wooden sword. A very sturdy wooden sword with a quite thick steel core embedded inside. The same one I used a little while ago. To break this with fists and feet. Is a 6-star night level already a monster? Lightly swinging the wooden sword, I organized my strategy. The skills I currently have mimicked with divine imitation are as follows. Reflex, 1 flash, moon shadow, sky splitter, and 1 secret weapon. Skills that all receive an A-grade rating with the power of divine imitation, so they will fully perform their roles. Especially the Lester family's secret techniques, 1 flash and moon shadow. Don't I need the swordsmanship skill too? I can just change it at important moments. Swordsmanship is a skill that Lucia also has, so I can mimic it anytime. I was planning to change it only right before using secret techniques or at important moments. Ms. Lucia, I'm ready. Thud 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 dash. Thump 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 dash. Die. Impudent. But I was already out of their attention. They seem close. I'll have to show them how scary a man's jealousy is. Change reflex to swordsmanship. Using the eye-opening skill, I take a stance. Feet spread front and back. The basic middle-level stance of kendo. Sword raised above the head. After confirming the target, I vigorously swing down the sword. Judgment descends from the heavens. The fourth secret technique of the Lucid family style. Sky Splitter. TL note says soon as I swung down the sword, the dueling ground was painted with silence. A quietness that was unpleasant. But it lasted only for a moment. The momentarily stopped wind turned into a storm and swept through the dueling ground, and at the same time, crack 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 dash. The dueling ground was split apart. No, it wasn't just the dueling ground that was split. The clouds, the ground, the air, even every speck of dust. Everything on the path of the sword was split in half. Karen and Lucia, standing on either side of the split dueling ground floor. Lucia turned her head towards me and shouted, "Hey, don't use our family's secret technique so casually. Keek, this is punishment for ignoring me. A man's jealousy is scary. It certainly is scary. Okay, I'll deal with you first. It's enough to deal with this old man afterwards." Lucia provoked slightly, but Karen showed no reaction. Because he was busy staring at me. No, should I say glaring? Come to think of it. Alright, Karen didn't know I could use other families' secret techniques. What Karen saw was only the one flash I used in the anthill. At that time, I made an excuse that I dreamed of being the rat of the Lester family and learned it through a deal with Renia. The absurd excuse that I, as a genius, can imitate other families' secret techniques just by seeing them once. Currently, this is an excuse and secret known only to Luna, Rez, Euridia, and Lucia. So it's only natural for Karen to glare at me as if he's going to devour me. Because he wouldn't have known that I can use other families' secret techniques. Well, it doesn't matter. Because I'm planning to show everything I have today anyway. It's better to unify the excuses too. If I don't unify and just make up excuses according to the situation, things like this are bound to happen. Divine imitation is a skill I'll usefully use until the end. It's better to create a situation where I can use it freely without paying attention, if possible. The kid who dreamed of being the Lester family's rat and a genius of imitation. This should be enough. Rather than hiding it and getting caught by Karen, it's better to confidently reveal it in a situation like this. Because now there's someone who will protect me. Keek, you're finally looking this way. You bastard. How did you use the vision technique of the Lucid family, and with this power at that? Keek, it's a secret. If I say that, he looks like he's going to kill me. So let's save the jokes for later. Keek, let's postpone our date for later. Because we're in the middle of a test now. Of course, it's a date where tremendous psychological warfare takes place. A thrilling date where my lifeline goes back and forth with every single word? That would be good. I look forward to it. It seems it will be a very hot date. No. I don't want a date that hot. It might be better to just get killed by Lucia's hand. What? Were you keeping it a secret? That's amazing. To deceive that old man. Are you saying you knew? Of course. You think I taught that guy for no reason? There was a good enough reason for all of it. I thought you were trying to kidnap him to forcibly marry him. What are you talking about, old man? I'm not a criminal. You better come up with a more plausible excuse. With that level of statement, you won't avoid actual prison time. This damn old man, really. Thud 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 dash. Tap 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 dash. Their fierce fighting started again. It's a situation I don't like. Both Lucia and Karen. Only I should be used. Don't become close, you two. The first secret technique of the Lester family style. One flash. Boom dash. A huge flash of light absorbing the surrounding light and advancing in a single line. The one flash that left the dueling ground crashed into the forest, leaving a huge sword mark. Karen and Lucia. Impudent fellow. Did traces remain? Moreover, damaging the environment. I'll give you one demerit point. Do guidance instructors also have the authority to give and take points? Then I'll also give that kid one demerit point. I don't know about me, but this old man should have been hit. Naturally they dodged my one flash. They're real monsters. No matter how low my stats are, Sky Splitter and one flash receive an A-grade rating. But they dodge it like it's nothing. Shouldn't they have at least let it cut their collar or something? Okay then. Shall we get serious now? Lucia drew out a wooden sword. I could tell from the atmosphere that the real thing starts now. Divine imitation. Both Lucia and Karen have the reflex skill, changing swordsmanship to reflex and at the same time. Clang! The wooden sword swung by Lucia clashed with my wooden sword. Kook. Oh, you've improved a lot? You couldn't even block this at first. Keek, isn't this all thanks to Ms. Lucia's hard work? That's true, but that also ends today. Please don't say such disappointing things. If I win the bet, you said you'll accept me as your disciple. The bet that she'll accept me as her disciple if I'm recognized or if I surprise her again. I guess it won't work after all. I was going to go easy since it's the last day. Excuse me. Let's get beaten up a bit today too. Lucia's eyes gleamed ominously. Until you're about to die. Asterisk. Clang. The sound of wooden swords clashing echoed in the air. It was already the 5th minute since the fight with Lucia began. Since Lucia took an offensive-only stance, it's fair to say I only defended for more than 4 minutes. No, was it 4 minutes and 30 seconds? I can't know exactly, but one thing was certain. That I was being completely beaten. Of course, considering my level, I'm enduring really well. The reason I was able to endure until now, not only because Lucia is limiting her power to 6-star knight level, but also, opening, bang, Lucia's wooden sword lightly struck my wooden sword upwards, and while spinning around once, she raised her right leg. It's a kick. I immediately used an artifact. The artifact I received from Karen and the top contributor to subduing the demon by news. Silver flash? Ugh. The moment Lucia's body slightly stiffened, I immediately pulled my body back. Whoosh! Lucia's foot sliced the wind with a vigorous sound. I was able to endure for 5 minutes because of this silver flash. Whenever I fell into a crisis, I used silver flash to temporarily stun her and escape the crisis. How did I press the button of silver flash while holding the wooden sword with both hands? I pressed it with my lips. That's right. Currently, I have silver flash in the form of a pocket watch in my mouth. Press. It presses very well. The downside is that I drool. Ugh, that thing is really bothersome. MMPH, how with it, the thigh of the hero. I can't understand a single thing you're saying. Take that out of your mouth and speak. Clang. But silver flash is an artifact with a cooldown of 5 turns. It can't always be used. Kook. At times like this, I have no choice but to take it with my body. But even that only works once or twice. Now, even just blocking makes my hands tremble. Die. Trying to kill such a weak and cute student. Are you in your right mind? Lucia's fierce thrust. If I get hit by that, my body will be skewered like a kebab. I slightly extended the wooden sword and spun my body around once. At the same time, I used eye opening. The second secret technique of the Lester family style. Moon Shadow. The second secret technique of the Lester family that can block any attack once. Since it received an A-grade rating due to divine imitation, I could sufficiently block Lucia's thrust. The problem was that Lucia's figure disappeared. This is already the 3rd time I'm seeing it. I was surprised at first, but not anymore. A chilling voice was heard from behind. At the same time, the sound of kicking the ground was heard. I finally caught you, little rat. I was caught in a reversal. I can't dodge. Blocking is even more impossible. There's no choice. I have no choice but to use my last means of defense. Shield. A translucent hemisphere enveloped my surroundings. The shield in Nameless Believer's Ring, an artifact I received from Karen. Clang clang dash. Since it can block attacks up to 6th circle level, it can sufficiently block the attack of Lucia who is limiting her power. And catching an attack opportunity is a bonus. Using the eye-opening skill and at the same time. The first secret technique of the Lester family style. One flash. A single flash emitted while swallowing light. The moment she blocks, I was planning to use Sky Splitter. Right at that moment. Swish dash. Lucia bent her waist back and dodged the one flash. It's a nimble movement. Annoyingly so. Boom 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 dash. Crash. The innocent forest was blown away by the one flash. Karen ran there and started madly cutting the surrounding trees, to prevent traces of the one flash from remaining. At first, it looked cute, but not anymore. I could also see Karen's anger rising throughout his body, but that's also being repeated for the 4th time now. One flash, Sky Splitter, psychological warfare, and the use of artifacts. However at novel bin at. None of them worked on Lucia. I spit out the silver flash I was holding in my mouth. Huh? What? Is it over now? Keek, what's there to work? Are you really only using the power of a 6-star knight? Of course. I'm not even using secret techniques. This much is the level of going extremely easy on you. Since Karen isn't particularly stopping her, Lucia's words must be true. In the first place, I heard that a 6-star knight is a skilled person who can be treated well wherever they go. Well, judging by your reaction, it seems your resources have been exposed. Let's end it here. Should I let you know one thing? What is it? When you attack, your left foot moves first in over 80% of cases. If the right foot moves first, it's safe to say there's no intention to attack. If you have an opponent you have to fight multiple times or it's a tournament, be careful not to let your habits be known. This will be my last teaching to you. Habits. Certainly a scary guy, to me, and to Lucia as well. This much is good fighting, so don't cry. Keek, you don't cry, Ms. Lucia. Because the match isn't over yet. I always like your spirit. It's just that your skills can't keep up with it. Didn't you say it was good fighting just a little while ago? Anyway, she's so fickle. I'm going. Bang. As soon as she spoke, Lucia kicked the ground. Clack. Clack 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 dash. After a few exchanges of sword strikes, the crisis soon came. Lucia thrust her wooden sword towards my heart. Moon Shadow has been figured out, Silver Flash is not in my mouth, and Shield is on cooldown. There's no way to block it. So I took the stance of the Fleur family style. Fleur family style is a secret technique, but it's classified as a training method. There's no way it can block Lucia's attack. But, bang, Lucia retreated back. The reason Lucia retreated, it's precisely because of habits. You figured out my habits. Probably. Because I'm a beginner. I always tried to fight differently, but Lucia is a being who has reached the end of knighthood. The angle of swinging the sword, tactics, secret techniques I'm trying to use. She might even know habits that I don't know about. But, it's the same for this side too. Lucia isn't stupid enough to reveal her habits. Even if I know her habits, I won't be able to use them either. However, creating an opening that doesn't exist. That much is sufficiently possible. Just like this. Smirk dash. I slightly smiled. That's right. This is a trick. A trick of pretending there's something while taking the stance of the Fleur family style. Since I've never done this during a duel, it's only natural for Lucia to be cautious. Lucia, realizing she was tricked, ran straight towards me, trying to block before I use one flash or sky splitter. It's going according to plan. Attacks poured out without rest for 5 minutes, declaring it's the last, and the frustration of being tricked. I thought she would aggressively engage. A wooden sword firmly held with both hands. I pulled the handle part of the wooden sword towards my chest. The tip of the wooden sword was pointed at the running Lucia. It's a stance to use my secret weapon. From the moment I found out Lucia was the opponent, I thought about it all day. Against Lucia, what is the most powerful skill I can use with divine imitation? Magic is rejected because there's a cooldown. Eurydia's demon slave is also rejected for the same reason. One flash, earth flip, sky splitter, etc. They're powerful but all secret techniques Lucia knows, so they're excluded. Just as she knows my habits, she'll know the stance for all secret techniques. So, I'll use the most powerful secret technique among the ones Lucia doesn't know. And this is precisely the last puzzle piece I chose. Thrusting the wooden sword forward, I used the secret technique I had stored in divine imitation. Dake's third original secret technique. Schlussel. TL note, as you may have noticed, all of Dake's sword techniques are German swordsmanship. Swoosh dash. The diagonally thrust wooden sword advanced, tearing through the air. It's a sound that gives me goosebumps just hearing it. Schlussel. Dake's third original secret technique that I mimicked with divine imitation after asking him a little while ago. Firmly grasping the sword handle with both hands and thrusting forward from chest height. The fastest thrusting technique. Schlussel also has the meaning of key, so you can roughly infer what kind of motion it is. The reason I chose thrusting as my secret weapon, it's because I realized something while dueling Lucia. Thrusting attacks are the most difficult to deal with. Slashing or smashing attacks are relatively easy to block. Not only are the motions large, but just by placing the sword on the path, you can block the opponent's attack to some extent. But thrusting is different. The acceleration that comes with rushing in is scary, but also, it's a point-shaped attack that aims at a single point. It's extremely difficult to block the sharp and thin tip of a sword. It's even more so if what you're holding is a weapon with a thin width like a sword. Blocking an attack that comes in with the sole intention of putting a hole in my body with a sword? It's impossible. Before you can block, somewhere on your body will be pierced. Even if you luckily position well and block it, it will bounce off and put a hole in one part of your body. Of course, someone with Lucia's skill level might be able to do it. In fact, there were a few times she blocked my thrusts during the duel, but the situation is quite different from then. Currently, Lucia is in a situation where she's charging in anger after being tricked. And my thrust is not an ordinary thrust, but a secret technique that boasts the highest attack power among Dake's techniques. In this situation, it will be impossible to block a thrust. Lucia has two choices left: thrusting against it or dodging it. But what I'm using now is a secret technique that even Lucia is seeing for the first time. She won't think to recklessly thrust against it. In other words, Lucia will choose to dodge. I'll follow in the direction she ran away and finish it off with one flash. The collapsed posture from forcibly dodging the thrust. If she faces one flash head-on from that posture, it will be difficult to block with the power of a 6-star knight level. I can see Lucia's wavering eyes. It means everything is going according to plan. Left or right? Please choose quickly. The closer the distance, the more destructive one flash will become. It was when I was concentrating all my attention on Lucia's movements. But then, clang! I couldn't help but widen my eyes. Not because of the sparks that flew in an instant. She blocked this. That's right. My secret thrust was blocked. Lucia is currently holding the wooden sword horizontally and firmly supporting the blade with her left hand. And the tip of my wooden sword is trembling as it touches the center of Lucia's wooden sword. Blocking a thrust aiming at a single point with a sword. Lucia achieved that impossible feat. This damn monster. Lucia's wooden sword with the steel core slightly exposed due to the impact. Behind it, Lucia's eyes glowed vividly. The reason people don't often use such a powerful and difficult to block thrust despite its fearsome nature. It's because of the critical weakness of thrusting, which is that there are many openings after a failed attack. Bang! Lucia lightly struck my wooden sword and thrust her sword in a straight line. A motion so clean that it feels beautiful. I quickly rolled on the ground to dodge that attack. Roll dash. An evasion as clean as Lucia's motion. Perhaps acknowledging that, Lucia lightly whistled. Anyway, you're nimbler than anyone in a moment of crisis. Oh, of course it's a compliment. A very high praise at that. Lucia raised both hands above her head and lightly rested the wooden sword with the exposed steel core behind her neck. Too bad. The sword was light. If it were a great sword, I don't think I could have blocked it. That's right. Dake's weapon is a great sword, while my weapon is a typical double-edged sword. But I don't think this strategy failed because of that difference. In the first place, if I had brought a great sword to succeed in this strategy, I wouldn't have been able to fight properly due to the issue of proficiency, and the speed of one flash and sky splitter would have greatly differed. Before that, Lucia would have been suspicious too. If I had brought a great sword that I don't normally use, Lucia would have been on guard, so I wouldn't have even gotten this far. So it's difficult to see my strategy as a failure simply due to the difference in weapons. Above all, how much groundwork have I laid so far, making Lucia take a step back with the Fleur family style stance I used to take during personal training. provoking anger and using Dake's hidden secret technique. I even used psychological warfare using the eye-opening skill. This time, I didn't use the eye-opening skill. When I first met Lucia, during the month of duels, and even during this 5-minute fight, I always used the eye-opening skill together when using secret techniques. There was an intention to make the opponent tense or flustered, but Zero opens his eyes whenever he uses a secret technique. I had that learned for this very moment right now, but even though I didn't open my eyes when using Schlussel, she noticed it was a secret technique. That's right. The reason this strategy failed is simply because Lucia was strong, beyond my imagination. Keek, you really have no mercy. Can't you go a little easy on me? What did you say? Is it because it's the words of the weak? I can't hear you at all. Seeing you do your best against the weak. It's a very good sight. You're a role model for the Empire, a role model. I'm not doing my best at all. I'm only using the power of a 6-star knight level. Huh? Did you hear what I said? Then I guess I'm not weak. Anyway, I should smash that tongue or something. Lucia grumbled. Her tone is calm, but currently my insides are bursting with anger. This damn trashy game. Didn't I show enough? What do I have to do to be recognized? I don't see any path, any breakthrough to victory at all. Is this really a quest made to be cleared? Enough. The test ends here. While I was inwardly venting my resentment, Karen appeared near us. You've wasted too much time. There's a test for the next team, so let's end it here. The end? Is the quest ending so anticlimactically? What about my score? As much as I hate to admit it, you'll be given a perfect score. Not only is it surprising that you endured alone against a 6-star knight, but you also drew out the power to the limit of 6 stars. No, I only used the power of a level that just reached 6 stars. You don't even know how much power you used now? I guess you've gotten old. Who are you calling an auntie? I don't remember saying that. Lucia climbed on Karen's shoulders and ruffled his hair wildly. It's a situation that's quite entertaining to watch, but not for me right now. I can't accept this. You can't be satisfied even with this? You're too greedy. Yeah, why don't you just give up now? You did incredibly well to this extent. He even says the score is perfect. Giving up also takes courage. Not knowing that line is just recklessness. Give up? Suddenly, my life on Earth came to mind. A life that started as an orphan. Since then, life has been a series of giving up for me. From elementary school days when it was hard to even snack, to middle and high school days when it was hard to have a book I wanted to read. Studying to win scholarships, working part-time to make a living, my college life ended in between. The world of society that I finally reached after hardship. But even there, it was full of things to give up. The only thing I didn't give up on until now is just this one game. Hero of the Academy that I came across by chance in elementary school. This game? No, this world was the only one. So I can't give up. At least not on this world that I love. I never wanted to give up. I'd rather you knock me down. Is there any need to go that far? Keek, you can't proceed with the next test. I think that alone is enough reason to knock me down. Lucia, scratching her head as if annoyed. Soon she shook her head. Sheesh, fine. But don't complain that it hurts. The fight with Lucia started again. Swinging, blocking, using secret techniques, using tricks. Lucia blocks my attacks way too easily. Bam! Lucia's wooden sword hit my body. It hurts. I want to lie down right now and say the teacher is hitting a person. But I can't collapse like this. Want to do more? I can't go easy on you anymore either. Keek, that's what I want. Don't regret it. The wooden sword kept pounding on my body. I tried my best to avoid fatal injuries at novel bin at. Because if I get hit properly somewhere, Karen will stop the test, saying it's instant death. Bam! She's a monster. Secret techniques, artifacts, psychological warfare, tricks, and even the veteran knowledge I was so proud of. None of it works. Efforts are denied. It's as if the world is whispering that all the time I've spent, everything I've built up until now, was meaningless. Yes, efforts don't always lead to good results. Rather, they more often betray me by mocking me. Is it because my stamina is low, because my mental strength is exhausted, or because Lucia is beating me up? I hear a voice. The world doesn't revolve around you, but someone is watching you closely. Isn't that enough reason to live in this world? It's a voice I'm hearing for the first time, but I could immediately tell who it was. It's their lines. I've seen it so many times that I can tell the ending line just from the first sentence. Opportunities don't end with just this one time. Repetition of failure and success. Isn't that what life is all about? Those who were called heroes in the game, and those who met their end without becoming heroes. The outcry of the heroes I only know, who sacrificed in places no one knows. It swirls around my ears, becoming pieces and fragments. Creak dash. I straightened my sword and stood upright. Yeah, what's wrong with failing? In the first place, it's not a quest where you die even if you fail. A hidden piece and quest I saw for the first time from the beginning. It might be my greed to try to clear it from the start. I've experienced failure dozens, hundreds, thousands of times. Yes, I know. Everything I thought was a failure. They are pieces that lead to success. This game. This damn world. You guys. You're the ones who taught me that. So to me, don't dare urge me to give up. H-A-A-A-ah. Clang dash. A sound so clear that it feels futile. My vertically swung wooden sword was touching Lucia's wooden sword. A simple swing. It was a blow that wasn't even worth blocking. But for some reason, Lucia was smiling faintly behind the wooden sword. Soon, Lucia and Karen's mouths opened at the same time. Pass. You pass. Words I can't make sense of. At the same time, several information windows popped up in front of my eyes. Congratulations! You have achieved a special condition. A special reward will be given. Calculating a reward suitable for the current situation. Please wait a moment. Congratulations! Your exclusive skill is blooming. 0 Original F. First original secret technique, sincere downward strike. Excuse me, I said you pass. I hate to admit it, but I have no choice. Right, old man? Humph, it was a decent strike for someone like you. Lucia slightly bent her arm and tapped Karen with her elbow. If you're going to praise, do it properly. Honestly, it was an amazing strike, right? It might be at your level. This damn old man. Stomp 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 dash. Tap 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 dash. Lucia and Karen's fighting started again. I had no intention of stopping them. In the first place, it's not a fight I can intervene in. Slightly moving my eyes, I turned my gaze to the air. Various information windows were floating there. 0 Original F. You can create a new skill. Only skills suitable for the current character can be created. Creation condition? First original secret technique, sincere downward strike. Oh, original secret technique. Even I couldn't help but be surprised. Creating an original secret technique is something that only protagonists, supporting characters, extras, etc., can do because it's only possible for characters who originally existed in this game. I've never heard of a customized character like now creating an original secret technique. At best, what was possible was combining and using skills. But are we also capable of that? Is it thanks to Lucia's guidance? No, I could intuitively tell. It wasn't solely because of my connection with Lucia. The experience of the game I repeated tens of thousands of times. The secret techniques I've experienced so far, the experience accumulated through duels, efforts and earnest desire, they created my own secret technique. My fists clenched involuntarily. Not only did I become the first user to create an original secret technique, but also because it's an opportunity to become stronger and become a real part of this world. Not only can I create my own secret technique, but I can also use it. I was happy when I obtained the Fleur family style, but now I'm feeling a different kind of joy. However, if there's one complaint. Sincere downward strike? What kind of name is this? Isn't that right? There are so many cool technique names like Continental Destruction / Black Dragon Wave, or Hokuto Muzu. TL note, weebs out there will know these. I'm not sure about the first, but the second one is Yu Yu Hakusho and the third one is Fist of the North Star. But Sincere Downward Strike. It's an embarrassing name to even show off somewhere. Old man, but is it okay to pass him like this? It was a perfect score anyway, so it doesn't matter. You're being too rough. What if you get fired from the academy like that? Your neck will probably get cut off faster than that, so don't worry about it. Saying such unlucky words? This damn old man. At novel bin at. Bem 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 dash? Thud 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 dash? I see. This test is ultimately a test to see the attitude and response when facing a stronger opponent. It's not a test to see one's mindset. But ignoring that, does it mean my strike was so impressive that the word pass naturally came out of their mouths? Then does it mean that to clear this quest, I had to compete purely with skill, not relying on extraordinary plays, secret techniques, or tricks? Perhaps a hidden piece connected to the Fleur family style has been triggered. The Fleur family style is also ultimately the swordsmanship of the Fleur family. There's no way a family that believes their family's swordsmanship is the best and that the path of the sword they wield is the true way would want to prove that the Fleur family style is the best. Then, does it mean to train posture, develop abilities, and hone your own swordsmanship, raising stats and allowing the creation of one's own secret techniques? If this is what the creator of the Fleur family style truly desires, then it's nothing short of amazing. Because it means they want people to train their family's swordsmanship and individual swordsmanship. Then, someday all the people of the continent may use the Fleur family style as a foundation. A swordsmanship that makes you stronger just by training posture and helps you create your own swordsmanship and secret techniques. The fame of the Fleur family will echo throughout the entire continent. Lerang. Things might get bigger than expected. Although I obtained my own secret technique, I won't neglect training the Fleur family style either. Not only can I raise my stats, because I'm the last successor, both the Fleur family style and Zero original, I'll hone both of them and spread to the world the teachings of the Fleur family that the extremes of all martial arts are the same. If I can spread it to all the people of the continent, game clearing might become easier. Nobles, knights, commoners, slaves, etc. If I slightly raise the stats of all the people in this world, we might be able to win the great war against demons. Of course, it's not an easy task. Nobles and knights with their own families probably won't even pretend to accept it. But if the academy accepts it, I might be able to achieve my goal more easily than expected. Anwood Academy is the holy land of education and the starting point of waves spreading throughout the empire. If it's a training method accepted by the empire's top academy, everyone will compete to perform the basic movements of the Fleur family style. Students are still young, so they'll have no prejudice in accepting new things. Of course, this isn't an easy task either, because Anwood Academy is a place where nobles make up half the ratio. But I thought of a very good method. An absolutely brilliant and nose-blocking method to make academy students have no choice but to do the basic movements of the Fleur family style. It just came to mind. Keek. Keek. Old man, I think he's gone crazy. Do something about it. Crazy? What a rude thing to say. Glancing to the side, I checked the quest window. Gain Lucia de Lucid's recognition, 0/1. Surprise Lucia de Lucid, 1/1. The first condition is still not achieved. Judging by the situation, it's a situation where she has no choice but to recognize me. I moved my body and pressed against Lucia. Come to think of it, there's one thing we need to settle between us. Huh. Didn't you say you'd accept me as a disciple if you recognized me? Perhaps recalling the memory. Lucia's pupils shook wildly, as if there was an earthquake. Surely you're not going to break your promise or anything like that, right? Do we really have to keep that? Promises are meant to be broken. There's a saying like that too, right? Keek, there's such a great saying? The secret of the Lucid family. It's great enough to make me want to blab about it right now. The pupils that were shaking as if there was an earthquake started spinning round and round. Why don't we talk about it later? Because the test is in progress now. Well, sure. I'll specially let it slide. Since you're my beloved teacher. Love? Teacher? Ugh. Lucia staggered towards the bushes. From there, the sound of vomiting something echoed. Why is she acting like that? I only said nice things to her. Unfortunately, I decided to postpone the settlement for a bit. As Lucia said, the test isn't over yet, but also, it seems there's a separate settlement time. Sometimes that happens. When wrapping up a long episode or when there are multiple characters to receive rewards, they would give rewards all at once. Then does it mean Luna and Rez will also receive rewards? Not only Luna, who received Lucia's guidance with me, but Rez is also learning unknown skills. What kind of rewards will the two kids receive? Just imagining it made me feel good. Oh ho, settlement. That's when Karen approached, his eyes glowing. Keek, I have some calculations to do with Lucia. I see. Come to think of it, don't you have some calculations to do with me too? Excuse me. Calculations for lying to me and hiding things. Karen's eyes were not just burning, but boiling furiously. The fact that I can use secret techniques other than one flash, the deal with Lucia, and becoming her disciple. It was only natural for Karen to be furious since I didn't report a single thing. We're in a business relationship. Keek. I'm reminded of what Lucia said a little while ago. Promises are meant to be broken. Isn't that a great saying? Oh ho, it certainly is a great saying. Karen doesn't have any particular secrets about me. Unlike what I did to Lucia, he won't be able to blackmail me. Instead, I can break your head. Excuse me. Of course, I can crush it too. Tell me which one you want. I'll give you that much choice. I see. A fist in front of you is scarier than holding secrets? What's the point of racking your brain? If you can just bury it with force. I'm learning another principle of the world like this. This game is really an amazing game. Should I say it's a god-tier game that lets you experience society in advance? Why don't we talk about it later? Because the test is in progress now. I see. Let's have a very slow conversation. A space of about 1 pyong should be enough to talk in. Having a slow conversation in such a small space. It seems it will be a much hotter date than I thought. Well, I have all the excuses ready, so it doesn't matter. The reason I can skillfully use other people's secret techniques? Because I'm a genius. The reason I could become Lucia's disciple? Because I'm a genius. The reason I made a deal with Lucia? Because I'm a genius. Just claiming to be a genius can solve 80% of it. He won't be able to disbelieve it since I used one flash, moon shadow, and sky splitter in front of him. In other words, all I have to do from now on is watch the last team's test and eat popcorn. Just that one thing. It was when I took out popcorn and disguised sunglasses from dimensional pocket. What are you doing now? Keek, should I say it's preparation for watching the next team? Not only is it forbidden to watch other teams' tests, but it's also the rule to leave here immediately upon elimination. So hurry up and get out. Karen pointed to the exit with his finger. As expected of Karen. It means he's a really annoying guy. I have the right to watch the next team. Right? What right do you have? Keek, because I'm Luna's mom. Were you a woman? Karen took a step back. Me, a woman? I may be cute looking, but I'm still a sturdy man. It's an insult to a big person. Of course, I'm talking about height. This heart that wants to see my child's growth in front of my eyes. What is this if not a mother? Karen's eyes turned sour. Gasp. If Karen pretends to be Luna's dad, then are we two a married couple? Bam? Why are you hitting me? I can see in your eyes that you're having strange thoughts. How can you even have such absurd imaginations? Absurd imaginations? It certainly is. But this is all Karen's fault. This wouldn't have happened if he had guaranteed me the freedom to watch. Ugh, don't shout. It's making my stomach churn. Lucia appeared from behind the bushes, looking a bit disheveled. Poke? And she stared at me for a moment, then flicked my head. What? Why is everyone bullying me? What did I even do wrong? I expressed my dissatisfaction by puffing out both cheeks. Whether I did that or not, Lucia and Karen were busy talking. I'll take care of the next team too. Is that okay? Why? There's a kid I need to check out, and I need to vent a little. I'm going crazy because my stomach is turned inside out. Go easy. After Lucia stepped onto the dueling ground, Soon, the kids from Team 14, including Luna and Dake, appeared. A total of 7 survivors. Karen's face was colored with tension. He seems worried that Luna might get beaten up by Lucia. I gently held out a bag of popcorn to him. Keek, would you like some? You eat a lot. He doesn't know anything. This is when it tastes the best. Chomp chomp dash. I wonder how long our Luna can endure. In fact, I didn't devise any particular strategy for Luna. It was partly because making Rez enter the advanced class was the most urgent matter, so it was pushed back in priority, but that Lilicon. No, Karen will just pass her. While I sincerely explained the first and second stages, I didn't give much advice for the third stage. I only told her to use Dake as a shield and do her best. I will use the power of a 6-star knight level. If you subdue me, it's a victory. If you fail, it's a defeat. Of course, the score will be higher if you win. With Lucia's faint smile. Finally, the test for the last team began. Damn it! To lose by the thickness of a sheet of paper. The boy collapsed with a thud. In front of him stood a woman, the eldest of the Lucid family and one of the 10 swords of the Empire, and the test examiner in charge of the third stage for Team 14, Lucia. She muttered while resting the wooden sword on her shoulder. Yay, it's the thickness of a sheet of paper. Though that sheet of paper is quite thick. Perhaps as thick as a continent? That's right. It means there's a ridiculously huge skill gap. And that didn't just apply to the boy who had just collapsed. Making us fight a 6-star knight. What kind of absurd test is this? MO monster. Children lying here and there, groaning. It applied to all of them. Those who failed, get out quickly. Take this guy with you too. Surrendering right after getting hit once. Seriously, kids these days have no grit. The children supported each other and left the testing ground. Lucia, who instantly subdued the grumbling children with her senior power. She clicked her tongue loudly. They can't even properly block a single attack. Did they throw away the cooperation and collaboration based on numerical advantage? Not even saving a child in crisis, only rushing to show off their own cool appearance. Yeah, she knows it's a hastily formed team. They probably passed the labyrinth test while being wary of each other, and their mood worsened even more due to the after effects of the illusion test. But this is too much, even if it's too much. Do they not even know what camaraderie is? Do they only see the other person as a competitor? Children who don't know the concept of camaraderie. They were perfect for dying on the battlefield. On the battlefield, teams aren't formed the way you want. You can lose teammates in the middle, and there are people who suddenly join the team after being left behind. In such an urgent situation, how do you respond to a strong opponent you face? A test to see courage, spirit of sacrifice, and strategy. But they collapse after getting hit once. What will they do if a war breaks out like when I was in the academy? Lucia's heart was complicated. Team 2 and Team 4. At least that much should be enough. Teams 1 to 12 were handled by Karen, but she watched from afar. Lucia has a keen eye. She could tell that much even without directly facing them. Team 2, which included Alex and Raymond, who confronted Karen with excellent teamwork and courage. Team 4, which included Terran, Eurydia, and Rez, who not only matched him equally but also made him exert power beyond a 6-star knight. Terran and Eurydia also had outstanding skills for their age, but Rez, that child's performance was amazing. Not only did she have destructive power that made even Karen pause for a moment, and provided support fire whenever Terran and Eurydia were in danger, but she even pressured him in a 1:1 situation. Considering the opponent was the mighty Karen, the more she thought about it, the more incredible it was. It was a moment when she could understand why Zero was trying to raise that rabbit, no, that child. As for Zero from Team 13, well, he's a skilled person to the point that it hurts to even talk about. He's an exception. That child is a genius. It's not good to compare a genius to those children on the same level. To the children other than Zero, that is. Tisk, I was also called a genius. Honestly, he's way beyond the standard, isn't he? To be able to analyze and imitate techniques just by seeing them once. Even for a genius, that's too much. Moreover, that ability won't be limited to just swords. Then the number of secret techniques he can use will be countless. What will happen if that child grows up? Lucia felt a slight chill down her spine. Anyway, Team 14, which she is currently facing, is a lacking team compared to the previous teams. But that doesn't mean it's not interesting. Because there are children who endured her strike. Luna, and was it Dake? Especially that guy named Dake piques her interest. If Zero is a master of expedience and tricks, Dake is a master of the sword. A child who reached the level of a 5-star knight with pure skill alone. I used a bit of power because I was annoyed. And he blocked it. Lucia, who put in quite a bit of power due to Zero's harassment. Not only Luna, but right now Lucia is more interested in Dake. By the way, why is that old man acting like that? Whoosh 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 dash. Karen, hiding behind the bushes, was emitting a terrifying aura. As if his gaze alone would pierce through the body. Why the hell is he acting like that? Well, it's not like I have no idea. Of course, even so, it's too much of a reaction. Did he awaken to a new taste? If that's the case, arresting him alone isn't enough. He needs to be executed on the spot to protect world peace. Well, I can check later. Right now, taking care of the children in front of her comes first. It was when Lucia put more strength into her hand holding the wooden sword. Only up to 6 stars. Remember, this is a test, Lucia. Karen's voice shouting from the distant forest. It was the moment when suspicion turned into certainty. Crazy Lilicon old man. How did he become like that? No, maybe he was like that from the beginning? Could it be that even saving her on the battlefield was for that reason? Goosebumps spread all over Lucia's body. Ugh, I did act cute back then. But I hate receiving attention from an old man like that. The moment Lucia showed a slight opening. Bang! Dake charged in. At the same time, Luna largely spun and got out of Lucia's sight. Oh ho, it doesn't look like the two of them talked. Their teamwork is quite good. According to the information Lucia secured over the past month, Dake is one of the key figures in the Terran faction. And she heard that those two even had a life or death duel. First, camaraderie passes. Even if it's an opponent they can't wait to kill, they unite in front of a mighty enemy. It was camaraderie that stirred Lucia's heart. Whoosh dash! A blue energy swirled around Dake's greatsword. He injected mana. This is a first-year test, right? Dake silently swung down the greatsword. Lucia also responded by injecting mana into the wooden sword she was holding. Bang! Clang dash! The blue mana tangled in the air scatters. From afar, it's an extremely beautiful sight. But considering that a single misstep could cut off a part of the body, it wasn't such a good scene. Oh ho, he's stable. Yeah, he's a 5-star knight after all. Dake's current level is a 5-star knight. Although he's still at the entry level, the power of a 5-star knight cannot be ignored. Because from 4 stars, they're in the ranks of intermediate knights. 1 to 3 stars are lower knights. 4 to 6 stars are intermediate knights. From 7 stars, they're classified as advanced knights who can be treated well wherever they go. The reason for classifying intermediate knights from 4 stars, it's because it's the minimum level where one can put mana into weapons. The amount of mana that can be put in is minuscule, but the important thing is that they've figured out the method. If one increases the amount of mana accumulated in the body and gradually increases the amount of mana transferred to weapons through training, someday, they can reach the ranks of a 6-star knight. There's also a saying that if you reach the level of 4 stars, all you need is time to reach 6 stars. Clang! But this guy is a 5-star knight at only 15. Lucia was like that too, but unlike now, it was an era when wars were endless back then. An era when they taught how to hold a weapon before how to speak. The family was also rich, so they received professional education from a young age, and even consumed all kinds of magic potions. They reached the level of 5 stars at the same age, but the starting point is different. So Lucia had a lot of questions about this child named Dake. What kind of life did he live? It's not like he went through something more terrible than war. Whoosh! The greatsword swung by Dake brushed past Lucia's hair. It didn't touch. However, creating a situation like this itself doesn't make sense. This guy has a lot of real combat experience. He's skillfully pressuring her, as if hunting prey. Of course, Lucia wasn't playing around either. While avoiding Luna's attacks coming from the side and back from time to time, she left scratches all over Dake's body. Tricks work to some extent, but he doesn't give a decisive blow. Dake's greatest strength. Steadfastness. A feeling of constantly pushing in like a rock? This is much more amazing than you might think. Lucia is praised as a hero, but far from being intimidated, he's only devoted to defeating his opponent. Regardless of who the opponent is, he'd maintain a stiff posture even in front of His Majesty the Emperor. The problem is that steadfastness is both a strength and a weakness. I want to see a little more, but I should end it soon. Lucia slightly revealed an opening. She slipped her foot. Oops, it's slippery. Lucia, who met Dake's gaze while slipping, he could tell that she had used a trick at novel been at. Did you notice? That's right. Dake noticed that she had set a trap. But, tap? Dake corrected his grip on the sword in front of his chest and immediately charged. There's only one reason. Does he have the confidence to finish it? Anyway, it's full of arrogant guys. When she was in the academy, the relationship between seniors and juniors was polite. How did the world become like this? Lucia grumbled and started to respond. 8 steps away from Lucia. There, Dake's eyes shone. Dake's third original secret technique. Schlussel. A thrust with both hands simultaneously with the charge. But Dake, who thrust the sword, could only be shocked. Because Lucia dodged his thrust by the thickness of a sheet of paper. She dodged this. Although it was intentional, it's a fact that her posture was broken. It's not an attack that can be dealt with in that posture. Moreover, it was a secret technique I showed for the first time. How on earth? The interval of a sheet of paper. This means she knows his attack method and distance precisely. Yeah, as if she saw it beforehand. It was pretty good. It would have been dangerous if I hadn't seen it beforehand, right? Seen it beforehand? Only then did Dake realize. That damn Slit-Eyed bastard. He had shown his secret technique first. Tisk tisk, looks like you were fooled too. Can't help it. Be careful next time. The biggest weakness of thrusting. It exposes an opening. Clang. The fist swung by Lucia accurately struck Dake's solar plexus. Poha. Dake panted with his sword stuck in the ground. An unknown liquid was pouring out of his mouth. Wow, you endured this without fainting? You have much better endurance than you look. Cough, cough. Tisk tisk, it would have been better if you fainted. How about I send you flying outside? I'll have to refuse. The match was over. If she had swung a wooden sword instead of a fist, he would have already gone to the afterlife. Dake knew well that Lucia had gone easy on him. Staggering dash. Dake slowly started walking towards the exit, step by step, even while staggering. Persistently. Yeah, that's the kind of tenacity you need. I saw a good guy for the first time in a while. The first secret technique of the Lester family style. One flash. Clang! Lucia vigorously swung the wooden sword and blocked Luna's attack. Come to think of it, there was that child too. The child who accompanies Zero, Luna. A cute-looking girl with twin tails. Her face was filled with tension. Originally, she wasn't a child who drew Lucia's interest, but the recent situation has changed a bit. Lucia's gaze turned to Luna's scabbard. Because currently, Luna had her sword sheathed and her hand on the hilt. I've been thinking about this for a while. That thing now. Are you imitating the secret techniques Zero uses? Luna flinched. Rather than imitating, it's the swordsmanship of the family she belongs to, and Zero is the one who imitated it. But, yes, she has no choice but to say this now, because her current family is branded as traitors. Do you also know which family's swordsmanship that is? How should she answer? It was when Luna was fidgeting her mouth. Kitty, aren't you too young? If you show that reaction, anyone can notice. Yes, you knew, right? Lucia's pupils began to shine fiercely. Oh no, I got caught. While Luna was at a loss, Lucia's mouth twisted into a smirk. I see. So you were using it knowing it's the Lester family's secret technique. How did you know? Wouldn't it be stranger not to know? You looked so shocked. I thought a cat was doing a jump or something. Luna slightly bit her lip. Did she really do that? I made a mistake. A fatal mistake that could even endanger her life. Because the Lester family is currently branded as traitors. Lucia is a person from the Lucid family, who are loyal to the Emperor. It wouldn't be strange if she cut off Luna's neck right now. Unable to do this or that, Luna gulped when. Ha ha ha, why are you so surprised? Why? Did you think I'd cut your head off or something? Isn't that right? Of course not. There are many people who imitate the Lester family's swordsmanship. Lucia's words are true. Not only because it was the swordsmanship of Renia, who was called the strongest of the era, but also because one flash was such a cool technique. I see. Lucia doesn't know I'm a survivor of the Lester family. She only looks like a thoughtless young child imitating one flash. In other words, Lucia has no reason to kill her. I even trained one flash to the point where this much is self-explanatory. Perhaps remembering that time, Lucia laughed. Of course, not everyone is as easygoing as me. If you use something like that carelessly, you will be taken away without anyone knowing. Anyway, it's good that you met me. Be grateful. Thank you. Lucia's words that she'll overlook it. Only then did Luna let out a sigh of relief. Because she wasn't good at talking like Zero. It was when Luna slightly bowed her head with gratitude. Thanks for nothing. Anyway, say goodbye now. Excuse me. I'm telling you to stop your childish antics. Training is hard, but it's the swordsmanship of a traitorous family, right? I can't let my junior walk the wrong path. Thump. Luna's heart sank. Abandon one flash, the swordsmanship of the Lester family. That's what Lucia was saying. Instead, I'll teach you a few other secret techniques I know. They'll be much better than that kind of thing. That kind of thing? The enraged Luna fired one flash. Of course, Lucia only dodged it with light movements. What? Are you angry that I disparaged the secret technique you worked hard on? But it can't be helped. It's too crude. Above all, that swordsmanship isn't a technique for a kid like you to use. It belongs to a family with high pride. When the Lester family still existed, everyone used to say in unison, a family with high pride. But Luna doesn't know about that. The family was destroyed before she could realize what it was. All Luna could do was struggle while using one flash. That's enough. You've already crossed the line quite a bit. Whoosh dash. Lucia's strike flying with a gust of wind. Luna reacted immediately. The second secret technique of the Lester family style. Moon Shadow. The second secret technique of the Lester family that deflects the opponent's attack. Perhaps because she was desperate, or because she was lucky, she was able to successfully deflect Lucia's attack. Oh ho, even Moon Shadow? You're a complete Lester family fan. Why are you struggling so much? Are you the last survivor of the Lester family? That's nonsense. At novel bin at. Huh? Really? Lucia's eyes widened, and Luna frowned. Her identity was discovered too easily. Luna was originally not good at psychological warfare. But at Luna's current level, it was impossible to control pupil response, heart rate, and breathing. Sigh. No matter how ruined, this is too much. Where on earth has the prestige of the Lester family fallen to? It's not a lamentation about her identity being easily discovered. It's a lamentation about my skills. The Lester family was one of the 8 pillars of the empire until just 5 years ago. Considering the history of being with the Anwood Empire since it was a kingdom, Luna's current skills are at a level that can't even be looked at with eyes open. It was only natural for Lucia to lament. Because it's a family that has defended the empire alongside the Lucid family for hundreds of years. Sigh. Just die by my hands here. I can't let a brat like you insult the Lester family. No, I can't kill you because of personal feelings. A traitor's end should be miserable, right? Torture, getting stoned while being hung in the streets, cutting off an arm or leg or two, and only then being hanged by the neck and becoming food for wild beasts. That's the fitting end for a traitor, isn't it? Lucia spat out gruesome words, but Luna couldn't say anything, because she was being overwhelmed by the pressure. It's like there's a huge lion in front of me. Suddenly, a drop of water blurred her vision. Is it raining? Luna, who quickly wiped the water with her hand, realized the fact that she was sweating coldly. Lucia, who was flicking the wooden sword, soon snorted as if she remembered something. Come to think of it. Zero, that guy is your accomplice too, right? He was strange from the beginning anyway. This is perfect. You have someone to be hanged with. You won't be lonely. Only then did Luna come to her senses. Zero. The child who knows the Lester family was falsely accused. The one who reached out to her despite her rough personality. Her first friend. If you touch my friend, I'll bite you to death. Even if it's you, who is called a hero. You dare bare your fangs in front of me? A kitten like you. How impudent. Lucia's expression turned fierce. An expression that would make anyone's legs tremble. But Luna, come at me, simply took the stance of one flash. Luna's plan was simple and clear. Defeat Lucia and run away with Zero. It would be nice if I had time to leave a letter to Rez. The word defeat did not exist in Luna's mind right now. The moment Lucia charged with a fierce momentum, Luna recalled a memory. It was probably when Luna was around 5 years old. Renia, who wanted to snack secretly from her husband. She held out an ice cream to Luna. Here, with this, Luna and I are accomplices. Accomplices. It means the same as comrades? You know comrades, right? Yeah, I like comrades. They're reliable. And so, Renia was able to successfully snack. A shield called a daughter is always reliable. Mom, what is pride? PR pride? Wow, our Luna has already grown up so much. You even know such difficult words. Renia, who thought for a moment, frowned. What should I do? Mom doesn't know well either. But people always say it. That our family is a family with high pride. It just became known that way. It's also because we didn't show interest in power, but maybe that's why it became more like this. It's difficult. What does that mean? The Lester family, who did not reveal ambition for power and only remained loyal to the imperial family. But it's not like the Lester family wanted to lose their position as a pillar. Especially the struggle for rights among nobles that began after proclaiming the empire. Not satisfied with dividing the rights among themselves, they reached out their dirty hands to the rights of the Lester family. There's a limit to being tolerant. When the Lester family, realizing the seriousness of the situation, showed signs of declaring their entry into politics, the nobles began to praise the pride of the Lester family in unison, saying they are a great family that has no interest in power and is only loyal to the imperial family and the people of the empire, and the mediation of the emperor and the protection of the pillars that followed. Thanks to that, the rights of the Lester family were able to remain intact. However, the path for entering politics was completely blocked. Well, we weren't originally interested in that anyway, so it doesn't matter. Even if she explains this complicated situation to Luna, there's no way she'll understand. That's why Renia couldn't properly explain what pride is. Actually Mom doesn't know well either. Should I say it just turned out that way? Then Mom should define it. Mom. Renia could only be flustered. Her intelligence is only at the level of an ordinary person. Using their head is her husband's job. Seriously, this person is never there when needed. Renia, who was grumbling, thought while looking at Luna's sparkling eyes. Pride. A dignified and proud feeling that comes from believing in one's talents or abilities. In other words, pride. But there's no way young Luna would understand such a difficult description. Renia hugged Luna tightly and said, "The will to protect what's precious to you. Isn't that pride?" Luna was lost in thought. I guess it's still difficult. I should call my husband after all. Then what is Mom's pride? Mom's pride? That's... As Renia said something, she kissed Luna's forehead. A long but short memory. A memory that was brilliant yet warm. But before Luna knew it, reality was unfolding before her eyes. The reality of Lucia running to kill her. Pride. Luna doesn't know what it is. She doesn't even know what Mom's pride, which was the symbol of the Lester family, was. But, the will to protect what's precious to you. Isn't that pride? Luna's eyes flashed, and her body moved like lightning. Left knee slightly bent, scabbard stood vertically to match it. The waist bending more because of it. Stepping towards Lucia, she gritted her teeth. Prove your pride. Your pride to protect your friend. Enforce it. As the rotation starting from the ankle continued to the calf, thigh, and waist, Luna's sword was drawn and light shot out. The first secret technique of the Lester family style. One flash. Boom 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 dash. The one flash fired by Luna hit the forest full of trees, leaving a long sword mark. Lucia's figure was not there. Lucia standing in front of her eyes. It was when Luna tried to swing her sword again. Lucia, who grabbed Luna's wrist, smiled brightly. I found you, survivor of the Lester family. You worked hard alone. Don't worry anymore. I'll be with you now. Lucia's hand stroking her head. You. If Mom and Dad were alive, would they have praised her like this? Luna cried her eyes out. Held in Lucia's arms. After Luna, who finished crying, went out the exit. Karen appeared next to Lucia. That was too much of a joke. Shut up. If you had told me earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Lucia grumbled. In fact, she also had a vague idea that Luna might be a survivor of the Lester family. But she wouldn't have noticed if it weren't for the hints from Zero and Karen. Why did you test her? When you roughly knew. Because I need to check if she can inherit the family's pride. You know, right? That child will have a harder time in the future than she has had until now. A life of running away as a survivor of the Lester family. A future life of trying to restore the honor of the Lester family. It's obvious that the latter is more difficult. So you're saying you tested her? You have bad taste. Weren't you also going to test her someday? She's too young. But she passed. That's right. Luna passed the test. She proved that she is someone who can inherit the pride of the Lester family. Old man, you know, right? That Luna is different from Taryn. Karen didn't answer, but Lucia could tell that he was thinking the same as her. Taryn knew that he would get a high score if he acted to protect Eurydia. Karen also knew the fact that Taryn protected Eurydia to get a high score. Nevertheless, Karen was going to give Taryn a high score, because such analysis is also a skill. But what if this was a real situation, not a test? A situation where you face a stronger opponent you can't defeat. Your comrades fall one by one, and only 2 remain, and even that with the head of a faction hostile to you. Taryn would have chosen to run away without a moment's hesitation. That's human nature, and that's the kind of child Taryn is. But Luna is different. She would have made Zero and Rez run away, and she would have remained alone to meet her end. Protecting friends. That is precisely Luna's pride. Since she met the conditions, it's only natural to pass her, right? Oh my, taking a disciple at this age. It's not good to bother an old person. Calling yourself an old person in your mid-30s. Then what am I? An elderly. I'd love to call you that instead if you want. Let's go. The kids will be waiting. Lucia disappeared like the wind. Karen, who was looking at the grassland left by Luna's one flash, muttered. The condition for passing, huh? He did give a pass after seeing the path of the sword Zero pioneered on his own, but, in fact, Zero is not a true passer. There is always an implied meaning in the tests given by Anwood Academy, and this pop quiz is no exception. And what Karen wanted to see in the 3rd stage of this pop quiz, the group duel, was a situation facing a stronger opponent. The courage to confront them head-on even knowing there is a skill difference. The efforts and cooperation with comrades to defeat the opponent. The spirit of sacrifice to protect comrades by sacrificing oneself. Alex, Raymond, Eurydia, Dake, Rez, Zero. None of them met those 3 conditions. Except for just one person. That's right. Luna is the pop quiz 3rd stage, group duels. First and last. And the true passer. Keek, it hurts. Currently, my right butt cheek was swollen to about 1.5 times its normal size. It was because as soon as Lucia hugged Luna, Karen roundhouse kicked my butt and chased me out the exit. Damn Karen. Seriously, there's no affection. Grumbling as I left through the exit, a flat vacant lot welcomed me. The kids who took the test divided into groups 1 to 14 were gathered together. By friends or by factions. They were chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Seeing that the instructors weren't particularly intervening, it seemed okay not to gather by teams. K. Kraken? As expected, he survived. Wasn't that guy in Team 13? How did he come out later than Team 14? He probably went to the bathroom or something. Look at his waddling walk. As expected of Kraken. Even his poop is huge. The kids' glancing gazes, wary gazes, and even derogatory gazes. Normally I would have been annoyed, but today I didn't feel like it. Because, seems like Luna's test ended well too. Is it only the reward time left now? Just how tremendous of a reward are they giving to keep us in suspense like this? A game-breaking weapon? A skill I don't know about? An artifact? Or money worth 1,000 gold? Just the anticipation made me feel so good, as if my mood was piercing the sky. Murmur dash. Huh. In the midst of that, something caught my attention. A group of kids were gathered in a circle, as if they were spectating something. What is it? This kind of event didn't exist in the game. Could it be a new event created because of me? The kids had formed a wall several layers thick, but getting through wasn't that difficult. Because the kids stepped back and made space just by me approaching. It's convenient at times like this. The synergy effect created by Ominous Aura and Slit-Eyes. It's a skill that makes me involuntarily annoyed most of the time, but I can't deny there are times when it's quite useful. Huh? It's not because of the skill but because the kids are running away due to the perverted actions I've done so far? It must be a misunderstanding. I've never done such actions. If time passes, minor misunderstandings will be resolved and I'll be able to start a happy academy life. Anyway, before long, I was able to set foot inside. Huh. The Eurydia faction and Terran faction were standing on either side. At the very front were Eurydia and Terran. Up to here, it's an ordinary daily occurrence. But there was one thing different from usual. Eurydia and Terran were competing over something. And that something was surprisingly. Get those dirty hands off right now, you're hurting Ms. Rez. At novel bin at. Don't you think it's because you're grabbing her, Eurydia? Eek, eek. The pufferfish rabbit, Rez. She currently had her wrists grabbed by Eurydia and Terran, one on each side. What the hell is she doing there? Recognizing talent and recruiting them is the very reason for the Eurydia faction's existence. It's only natural to recruit Ms. Rez. You talk well. Despite not showing even a fingernail's worth of interest until now, I became interested starting today. And isn't it the same for you, Terran? I've had my eye on her for a long time. So you better let go of that hand right now, if you don't want to face big trouble. The kids from the Terran faction made a move to act. In response, the kids from the Eurydia faction also raised their spirits. If an all-out war breaks out, it's an unfavorable situation for Eurydia's side. Perhaps realizing that fact, Eurydia opened her mouth as if it was a shame. Fine. Let's talk first. On the count of 3, let's let go at the same time. Okay. 1, 2, 3. But neither of them let go of Rez's wrists. Rather, they only pulled her harder towards their own side. Eek, eek. The pain was, of course, Rez's share. Seeing that, I couldn't help but get angry. That's the rabbit I'm raising. How dare they target our family's rabbit? Moreover, isn't it a rabbit equipped with radar function to alert of danger and marksmanship? Trying to steal such an excellent rabbit. It's a situation where I can't help but get angry. Keek, what are you all doing now? 0, 0. As Eurydia and Terran reacted, the kids standing behind them flinched. The atmosphere changed as soon as I appeared. I lightly grabbed Rez's wrists and pulled her towards me. Perhaps because they were caught at the moment they were trying to steal. Eurydia and Terran didn't put strength into their hands. Rez, who was so surprised that her hair was standing on end. I gently embraced her and declared, Keek, this is mine. Perhaps feeling that their leaders were disrespected. The boys from the Eurydia faction and Terran faction strode towards me. Impudent fellow, you're crossing the line. In the name of Zipa, 5th rank in the Terran faction, I will punish you. But they couldn't finish their words. You already have a partner? Yet you're eyeing another girl. Blatantly cheating. As expected of the Kraken, we really can't let our guard down for a single moment. Everyone rise up. We must stop the construction of the Kraken Empire. Kaya-dash. The girls from the Eurydia faction and Terran faction rushed out in a group. Their force was so tremendous. The boys groaned under their feet. Seeing that, I could only be flustered. I get the Eurydia faction, but even the girls from the Terran faction are acting like that. When I looked at Eurydia, she turned her head with a humph sound. Did she succeed in rallying even the opposing faction? I don't know what she's up to. It's really scary at this point. Keek, the situation doesn't look good. I'll retreat first. What I chose was to run away. And so I started running away. With our family's rabbit, no, with Rez tucked under my arm. Asterisk. Phew, I finally feel alive. After dropping Rez on the ground from under my arm, I wiped my sweat. A chase and escape that lasted for a whopping 10 minutes. It's a good thing there was intervention from the instructors, otherwise I might have been caught in the middle. That's how rough the chase was. Why you jerk. Rez sprang up and started pummeling me with her fists. It didn't hurt. Strength stat 3. It was the fist of the pufferfish rabbit, Rez. Keek, why are you doing this? If it weren't for me, you might have been split in half in that dangerous situation. US said getting shot kills everyone? And no, you absolutely can't kill people with G-guns. What does this mean? There are people who don't die even when shot, and with a magic gun at that? It was a M-monster. I am going to die. Rez's incoherent words. But it wasn't too difficult to interpret. Karen, what the hell did this guy do? To make the timid Rez show aggression. Looking at Rez's testimony, it seems the mana bullets did hit Karen's body. Rez was in Team 4, I was in Team 13. Although Karen didn't face me in the 3rd stage, he didn't seem to be particularly injured. Then Rez's words that he wasn't hurt even after being hit by mana bullets are likely true. Is his body really made of cast iron? The nickname Killing Machine suited Karen quite well. Rez, who had tears welling up in her eyes for some reason. I patted her and asked, Keek, how far did you execute the strategy? To the end. Supporting Eurydia and Terran, and even a one-on-one match with Karen. Did she faithfully carry out my strategy? So that's why Eurydia and Terran were acting like that. Long-range support flying in whenever they're in danger, whenever it's needed. They must have also witnessed the firepower of the magic gun, so it was only natural for them to show interest. Keek, you should listen well to what I say. Huh? Why? Because if you leave my side, Ms. Rez's body will be split in half. Eek, eek. It was half true. Eurydia and Terran, the two who recognized Rez's value, won't leave Rez alone, staying with me until graduation from the academy, or dropping out. Unintentionally, only extreme choices were left in front of Rez. I can't hand her over to those two. I'll have to put a small shackle on Rez. Keek, you wouldn't want to be split in half, right? Oh, of course not. Then you have no choice but to be with me. Shall we start by simply writing a contract? Huh. I took out a sheet of paper from Dimensional Pocket and held it out. It's not a special paper. Profit distribution 9:1, absolute obedience to my words, prohibition of dropping out, etc. An unequal slave contract. No. It's a perfectly ordinary contract no matter how you look at it. Just sign here. The content is, well, there's no need to look. It's just that I guarantee Ms. Rez's safe academy life. Is that so? But here it says. Keek, aren't you looking forward to a thrilling academy life with Ms. Luna? If you don't like it, forget it. I'll have to find someone else. And no, I'll sign it. It's going according to plan. It was the very moment Rez was about to sign. Don't bully my friend. Ugh. Someone kicked my back. That someone was, of course. Seriously, I can't let my guard down for a single moment? What were you trying to do to my friend? It was Luna. I quickly shoved the contract into Dimensional Pocket. What was that paper just now? Keek, it's nothing much. Want me to make you a star? Hurry up and show me. Luna started stretching her body. It's unfair. I only offered Rez a fair contract. A difficult situation. But getting out of this situation isn't that hard. Ms. Luna. What? Did you cry by any chance? Your eyes are all red and puffy. See, cry? There's no way I would cry. Perhaps she was embarrassed that she shed tears. Luna started biting my ear wildly. A normal daily life. It was a moment when I realized the pop quiz had ended. That's when. You guys are always noisy. It's Karen. Rez, who saw him, started having a fit. I am going to die. I'm going to die. What on earth happened? I'll have to hear the details later. Stop making a fuss and gather around. I'll be announcing the new advanced class now. I followed behind Karen towards the plane. The first-year kids were gathered. I mixed into the kids while feeling the sharp gazes of the girls. Then I'll announce the advanced class now. The order is random, and the rankings won't be announced either. Don't act thoughtlessly. A change that occurred due to the instructor who leaked the rankings to the Terran faction during the entrance exam. But it's not important, so it's okay to skip over it. Next is, the kids who belonged to the advanced class were announced one by one. As time passed, the Eurydia faction had a flush of joy, while the Terran faction had a dark cloud. Because the Eurydia faction increased by about 10%, while the Terran faction decreased by about 15%. By the way, the remaining 5% was taken by kids who didn't belong to any faction. Their image took a big hit. It was quite a blow to the Terran faction, who claimed to be a faction of skill. It's a bigger drop than the change that occurred in the game. It must be the effect of Eurydia obtaining hints for the pop quiz. It'll be a big deal if changes occur to the story, I know. I'll have to keep a close eye on what changes occur. In the midst of names being called one by one, Karen shifted his gaze towards us and said in a low voice, Rez Delaria, advanced class. The name of our rabbit, no, Rez was called. You did it, Rez? You did it. Ha, ha. Luna rejoiced as if she would fly, holding Rez's hands. For a moment, Rez staggered, while holding her chest. Rez, what's wrong? Does it hurt somewhere? Something feels weird. Somewhere in my chest. It feels ticklish. Like it's swelling up. Rez's description was vague, but I could easily figure it out. What Rez is feeling right now, it's none other than. It's because of a sense of accomplishment. A sense of accomplishment. Yes. The joy that comes from being recognized. Rez has unusually low self-esteem, although I don't know what kind of life she has lived. This might be the first time she's feeling a sense of accomplishment. So she didn't even know what she's feeling right now. That's right. Right now, Rez is experiencing a special moment in her life. There are many fun things in this world besides making friends. Are really? Of course. If you're with me, you'll be able to feel more and greater senses of accomplishment. Rez stared intently into my eyes, as if asking if it's true. At the same time, fierce eyes stared at me from behind her. Don't hit on my friend. I'll bite you to death. Keek, I've never done such a thing. No excuses. Luna bared her teeth to bite my ear, and I was forcefully pressing Luna's forehead when I'll work hard. I'll work hard. I am lacking, but please take care of me. Rez, trembling with her hands gathered in front of her chest. Luna hugged such Rez with all her might. It's a sight that makes you feel good just by watching. By the way, how do I get the next sense of accomplishment? You need to set a goal. Goal. Keek, I already have a plan all set up. Luna and Rez's eyes sparkled, as if telling me to speak quickly. It should be fine to say it in advance. It's a situation where even the timid Rez is showing motivation for a change. Wouldn't she be even more motivated if I say it now? Our next goal. That is, Keek, we're going to catch a demon. And an upper-class demon at that? Thud dash. I did it. I tell you, I did it. Starting today, I'm also in the advanced class. Sob. This is unfair. Reallocating classes based on the pop quiz. Darn it, after the final exams, I'll definitely. Joy and despair alternated on the plane. Just being admitted to Anwood Academy is already a considerable spec, but to even make it into the advanced class? The dormitory room will be filled with scouting proposals. There's even a legend that a student died buried under the flood of proposals, so you can get a sense of how tremendous the advanced class spec is. So it's not strange for the kids to show such intense reactions. Rather, it's only natural. Because employment is important in this world too. Money, work-life balance, honor, safety, etc. Pursuing something even a little better and more comfortable is the same in the game and reality. Let's go. We need to make a toast. Let's go too. Let's eat something delicious and regain our energy. The kids left the plane one by one. There was no worry of getting lost since instructors were stationed in between. But unlike them, we couldn't leave our spot. Because a rabbit I'm raising? No, Rez had fainted. Just then, Rez, who had fainted, opened her eyes. Rez, who looked around for a while, let out a deep sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness. Keek, are you awake now? Yes. I had a terrible dream. A terrible dream. Z0 said he's going to see catch a demon. It's really a terrible dream, right? Z0. I smiled brightly at Rez, filled with the meaning that it wasn't a dream but reality. Wake me up after you catch the demon. At the same time, Rez flopped down. She didn't even stutter. Was it that shocking to say we would hunt an upper-class demon? Keek, are you planning to keep sleeping until then? It'll be over a month. I can do it. Anyways, I'll see you then. Rez, lying down, neatly placed her hands on her stomach. A posture expressing a strong will to sleep for a month. A very impudent posture, you could say. Grip dash. I tightly grabbed Rez's bangs as she lay down. Keek, get up. There are a lot of things to prepare. What preparations? Of course. Preparations to hunt a demon. I strongly oppose demon hunting. Rez's protest began while lying down. I tried to pull her up by her bangs. Then she squirmed and desperately resisted. A rabbit's fierce front paw attack that could even work on demons. A rather fierce resistance for a strength stat of 3. Keek, I feel a strong will to fight a demon. The opposite? It's clearly an expression of a strong will not to. Strange. Didn't you say you wanted to feel a sense of accomplishment just a moment ago? Even so, not an upper-class demon. Even a 9th grade demon is too much for me. A 9th grade lowest class demon, which even a 1-year-old baby can catch while rolling over, is too much. It's a boast. It seems the most urgent thing for our rabbit is mental training. Keek, it's useless to resist. Come here. And no. Then keep lying down like that. I'll lie down next to you. It looks like it will be a long counseling session today. Eek. There's a pervert. A pervert? Where on earth is there a pervert? I looked around, but there was only handsome me everywhere. What this child lacks the most is self-confidence. I need to instill self-confidence with my excellent eloquence. I matched my gaze to the counselee's eye level. It's one of the basics of counseling. When I lay down next to her, Rez's face turned slightly red. A kind and cool man who listens to her concerns. It's only natural to fall for someone like me. I'm such a man. A man with many sins. Rez started trembling. She's clearly full of anxiety. It's also the owner's duty to stabilize a pet rabbit's mind. Keek, don't worry. Everything will be fine. I was having a moment of connection, gazing into Rez's wavering eyes when, what are you doing now? It's Luna's voice. She was looking down at me, with a chilly gaze. Luna grabbed one of my arms firmly. You know, Keek, is it an encouraging massage for praise? It might be, since you're a pervert who enjoys pain. Luna, what on earth are you saying? There's no such pervert in this world. Sob. I've been defiled. What? You lose your purity just by making eye contact. It's an outdated setting that gets ridiculed even in trashy novels or light novels. There's no way such a ridiculous setting exists. This is an old game. You perverted bastard. The kid suddenly fainted, so I went to get the teacher, and you cause an incident in the meantime. Crack dash. My arm was bent at a strange angle. It's unfair. I was just counseling a rabbit showing anxiety symptoms. Ms. Luna, don't you think my arm looks a bit strange? You were originally full of strange things. Keek, didn't you just make the strange even stranger? Since it went around and around, maybe it became normal now. Oh ho, what a great answer coming out of Luna's mouth. Certainly, there's some truth to Luna's words. Except for the fact that I can't feel any sensation in my arm that's bent at a strange angle. Sheesh, you guys never have a quiet day. It's Lucia. Karen was following behind her. Oh, what a bizarre pose. Why, are you planning to switch to being a circus member? Keek, I've been forcibly turned into a circus member. Could you please return my arm to normal? Why would I extend such kindness to you? You're too stingy. Even though I'm Lucia's disciple. Who's my disciple? Crack dash? My arm that was bent at a strange angle returned to normal. Getting angry while healing her disciple. What a strange personality. Rez, are you okay now? I am fine. I was just a bit startled. Why were you startled? Well, isn't Z0 saying he's going to catch a demon? Rez declared loudly as if she's going to report me. But Luna's response was too simple. So what? Just catch it. Even though it's an upper-class demon. If you do it, it'll work out somehow, right? Unfortunately, our Luna is not a normal child. Rez's reasonable opinion won't get through to her. Rez turned her head and asked for help. She asked Lucia and Karen for help. Hunting an upper-class demon? Of course not. I can't allow it. The two's opposition. Rez, gaining strength from that, boldly exclaimed. See that? It's not allowed. Is that so? What about in a month? Among upper-class demons, the lowest one that uses magic instead of physical attacks. Lucia and Karen didn't say anything. They implicitly acknowledged it. That we could sufficiently hunt an upper-class demon on our own. That. Rez's soul left her mouth. Keek, a rational judgment. Thank you. A 5th grade demon isn't that strong. I just thought it's worth a try if you make a good strategy. You guys also have a fast growth rate. A 5th grade demon isn't that strong? That's only at your level. Lucia, who reached the level of a 5-star knight at the age of 15. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, knight, star. 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1, demon, grade. According to this formula, the combat power of a 5-star knight and a 5th grade demon is equal. Since Lucia reached the level of 5 stars when she entered the academy, it was only natural for her to judge that a 5th grade demon is worth fighting. Then why did Karen, who knows reality well, agree? Because it's an absurd assumption. Excuse me, you seem to be misunderstanding due to the recent demon attack, but upper-class demons aren't that common. The probability of encountering one before graduation is close to 0. I see. So that's why you said it's an absurd assumption? Of course, it's not impossible. Someone could summon one by offering a sacrifice. Glance dash. Everyone's gaze turned to me. Why? Summoning a demon? Who on earth would do such an atrocious thing? I think it's right in front of our eyes. What? It was me? There's no way I, the epitome of innocence, would do such a bad thing. No, I won't do it. Demon summoning, that is. It sounds like you'll call it in a different way. Is it my imagination? Of course. Keek, it's your imagination. Keek. Smack dash? Karen flicked my head. It's really unfair to get hit because of a misunderstanding at novel bin at. Let's move on. What's important now isn't such trivial matters. Demon-related talk is trivial. You've got guts. Then what's important now? That we rightfully passed the advanced class, and that I became Lucia's disciple, isn't it? Lucia flinched. Needless to say, Luna and I also made it into the advanced class. Disciple? Did we make such a promise? I can't remember well. You know, I have a bad memory. Are you going to make an excuse? Sorry, but you can't do that. The moment a quest that tormented me for a month and a hidden piece that no veteran has ever done ends, what kind of reward will I receive? In my eyes right now, Lucia just looks like a golden goblin. Keek, come to think of it, I forgot I have a bad memory too. I might forget the promise I made with Lucia to keep it a secret. Why you? The secret that could destroy the Lucid family. When I mentioned that, Lucia's neck bent deeply. She declared surrender. Ugh. I should have made a disciple earlier. To think my first disciple is such a sneaky fellow. It's really absurd. Calling me a sneaky fellow to my face. I think some education is necessary. As a disciple, educating the teacher is also an obligation. Well, I'm busy now, so it can't be helped. First, I need to raise the favorability. I whispered in the ear of Lucia, who was in despair. Keek, by the way, there's one more advantage to this deal. What is it? The relationship between teacher and disciple is like a parent and child. Nanny will have no choice but to exclude me from the list of potential grooms. That's right. Teacher and disciple. These two can't have that kind of relationship. Nanny will have no choice but to give up on her actions to link us. Perhaps it was a tempting offer. Lucia's ear twitched. I indeed? You're extremely underhanded, just as you look. Just as I look. It's a compliment, right? It must be, since I have a great appearance. Well, okay. A promise is a promise. Lucia, who was scratching her head, slowly opened her mouth. Become my disciple, 0. Gain Lucia de Lucid's recognition, 1/1. Surprise Lucia de Lucid, 1/1. Congratulations, you have satisfied the quest conditions. You have cleared main quest number 5. Be recognized for your skills by one of the 10 swords of the Empire, Lucia de Lucid. You will receive 200 EXP and 10 gold as a reward. Your swordsmanship skill rises from E to D. Lucia's favorability towards you increases. Amazing achievement? A hidden reward is given. The title Lucia's first disciple is given. Lucia's first disciple. You are Lucia's first disciple. There are obligations for the first disciple. A teacher and disciple grow together. Make your teacher grow and spread their fame. You will receive bonuses when fame rises and penalties when fame falls. Current Lucia's fame, 45,098. Current your fame, 18. Current titles held by Lucia, one of the 10 swords of the Empire, half-baked hero, ditz, epitome of laziness, ruffian, bed queen, the unmarried one. This 18. Of course, I'm talking about my fame. TL note, the joke here was about 18 plus material. It just really doesn't translate well. Getting such a trashy title. A title that gives rewards when growing and penalties when making mistakes. For this kind of title, the current fame of the teacher is important. Simply put, whether there's room to go up or not. Users used to classify fame into 5 levels. Hero grade, continent grade, empire grade, kingdom grade, flea grade. Currently, Lucia's fame is 45,098. Its empire grade, close to continent grade. All citizens of the empire know Lucia's name, and 90% of the continent knows Lucia's name. Truly tremendous fame. Continent grade is classified from 50,000. By the way, hero grade is from 100,000. Anyway, the only positions Lucia can rise to now are hero grade and continent grade. To put it differently, there are only 2 chances to receive rewards. Well, it's not bad. Continent grade isn't far off either. Still, the reason I call this title trashy, it's because of the frequently occurring penalties. Ridiculously, this title applies penalties every time fame decreases. If you're unlucky, you can receive penalties dozens of times a day. In other words, there are more cases of getting penalties than chances to receive rewards. If Lucia dies, if she dies without reaching hero grade, half of the fame is unconditionally lost. A penalty where tens of thousands of fame disappears? You'll receive such an overwhelmingly huge penalty that you'll have to seriously consider deleting your character. So it was only natural for me to call it a trashy title. This dem 18. TL note, so, once again, the joke here is related to the word for 18. In Korean, 18 is written as Sibyl, which sounds like Sibyl, means the curse word fuck. Basically, the joke is that 0 is saying this fucking situation. I'm not talking about my fame. It's a real curse. It was a situation where I couldn't help but curse. What's with that expression? Becoming my disciple was your wish. Keek, you never had a disciple until now. Yep. Why? Because it's bothersome. Lucia's bold exclamation. Karen, who was next to her, frowned, and at the same time, someone who had their eye on Lucia was disappointed. At novel bin at. Lucia's fame decreases by 150. A penalty is imposed due to the decrease in fame. Stamina stat -1. Current Lucia's fame 44,948. Arg. What? Why are you suddenly shouting? Are you that happy to become my disciple? It's the opposite. You damn lazy bones. Blowing away my precious stat, the stat I had a hard time raising with bloody effort, in 1 second, I couldn't help but scream. Sigh, to think such a suspicious, eccentric, and weird guy is my disciple. I really hate it. Keek, then you can cancel it if you want. I hate it. I absolutely won't cancel. She has no sign of remorse even after decreasing my stat. Disciplinary education is necessary. Receive my wrath, Lucia. Glare dash. I fiercely glared at Lucia. It should be unbearable for the back of her head to tingle. As if to prove that fact, Lucia scratched the back of her head. Lucia, who kept scratching the back of her head for a while, opened her mouth. You guys become my disciples too. Pardon. If that guy goes around saying he's my disciple, who knows what rumors will spread. Well, I taught you guys to become disciple number 2 and no 3. Lucia, is that true? Disciple of a hero. Luna was startled, and Rez fainted again. At the same time, a hologram window popped up. A special reward is given. The grade of unique skills of party members Luna and Rez rises by 1 level each. I couldn't help but be surprised after checking the information window. Luna's Lester family style rose to C, and Rez's Laria family style rose to E by 1 level each. No way. The reason I was startled. It's because of the increase in Luna's skill grade. It's Luna, who raised her skill to D grade just a month ago. The proficiency required increases each time the grade is raised, so even if I'm generous, only 20% proficiency would have been accumulated. But the grade went up. There's only one thing this means. Lucia's special reward. The highest grade reward that unconditionally raises the family skill grade by 1 level each. I quickly opened the information window. Fleur family style C. No change. The 0 original F I obtained this time was the same. Does it only raise for party members? It's disappointing. It was maddeningly disappointing. Lucia's special reward. It's highly likely that it will unconditionally promote even an A-grade family skill to S grade. In this game, there are characters who have an A-grade family skill at the time of admission. If I put 2 or 3 such characters in my party and pass Lucia's test, we could easily reach the final boss. I definitely need to use this in my next playthrough. Of course, that's only if I survive. See, can I call you teacher? Of course. Teacher? Disciple Luna greets you. Ho ho ho, that's right. A disciple should be cute like you, not that bizarre and sticky guy. That's what I should say. I don't want to receive the effects of a trashy title either. Huh? Wait a minute. The effect of the title Lucia's first disciple. It's highly likely that it won't apply to the second and third disciples, because the first is always special to anyone. If I give the position of the first disciple to Luna, the title Lucia's first disciple might disappear. I put my face close to Luna's and whispered quietly. Keek, Ms. Luna. Have I ever told you that I always love you? Didn't I warn you? Don't fall for me. Who wouldn't love you, Ms. Luna, when you're this cute? I'm not cute, I'm pretty, though. Let's go with that for now. Anyway, I have a small request for Ms. Luna, the Empire's top beauty. What is it? Wouldn't you like to become Lucia's first disciple? I'm satisfied with being the second disciple. Luna, who was rolling her eyes, opened her mouth. Certainly. It's a tempting position. Keek, I thought so. Then I'll yield. But I don't want to. Why? Because it's taking away a friend's position. I'm yielding it. It means I'm not taking it away. I still don't want to. I don't mind you being in front of me. Why? In this world, having an excellent person as a teacher is tremendous luck and honor, especially being the first disciple of Lucia, who has a bright future ahead and is famous for not accepting disciples until now, would be a tremendous honor. What is the reason for kicking away this opportunity? Because you're my friend. It's only natural to congratulate a friend, right? Luna's words, uttered with a bright smile. Everyone around had a faint smile on their lips. Of course, except for me. Cutie, let's go. This teacher will treat you to something delicious. As expected, Lucia, no, teacher is the best. And so Lucia and Luna started walking forward. Rez was hanging like laundry on one of Lucia's shoulders. Keek, it can't be helped. It's already an irreversible situation. It's my loss if I get annoyed. What's more important now is to get a free meal. It was when I was about to follow them. My body floated in the air, because Karen grabbed the back of my neck. Keek, teacher Karen? Do you have some business with me? Don't you have something to settle with me? Come to think of it, I'm the one who showed various things during the group duel test. Keek, are you treating me to dinner? Cuckoo, don't worry, I'll treat you. Karen, who was smiling. His face suddenly turned into an evil spirit. I'll feed you something very hot. Asterisk. Somewhere deep in the Imperial Palace, 2 people shared a cup of alcohol in a secret place. The Grand Mage Alistair, and Leon de Reinhardt 13, Emperor of the Anwood Empire. Lady Lucia has agreed to join. Didn't that child have a bad relationship with Karen? It must mean she has grown. It's surprising that she reached the level of 8 stars at that age. To even grow mentally, she might reach the level of 9 stars before long. Or, she might be able to go even higher. People say there's no higher level than 9 stars, but that's only because human lifespan is short. Among those who reached the level of 9 stars, the youngest is a whopping 58. Considering the average age is 70, Lucia, who is currently 35, is. Her future is very bright. Especially since she reached 8 stars at the age of 30, Lucia is breaking all records for the youngest in history. Considering the years left, reaching 9 stars is practically a foregone conclusion. So expecting something beyond 9 stars is only natural. Reaching the level of 9 stars, or reaching an even higher level, whichever it is, it's definitely a joyous occasion for the Empire. Because the Lucid family, to which Lucia belongs, is a family that is loyal to the Imperial family. This subjugation will become another good nourishment. That would be nice. Then is that the reason you said you'll go too? Because of Lady Lucia. That's part of it. But I want to see it with my own eyes. The unbelievable information that the dead rise, that bones come to life and move. It was enough to draw Alistair's interest. I'm glad there's still a chance to broaden my knowledge at this age. There might be one more person surpassing 9 stars. Ho ho ho, you're overestimating this old man. Alistair's faint smile. The Emperor, looking at that smile, opened his mouth. I'll add one more person. Alistair could only tilt his head. He felt the current composition was already sufficient in power, but there are already a few riffraff among them. If we increase the number here, an unexpected subjugation, a situation requiring urgency. It's about approaching with a small number of people in secret and eliminating the black mages in Kalos. Since there are few personnel available for immediate deployment, only minimal verification could be done. As a result, several riffraff were included. Even if the number of people increases here, it will only let the enemy know we're approaching. The more the number increases, the more time it gives the enemy to escape. In this situation, adding one more person, it's not a thought a wise emperor would have. Then, is it a request? Ho ho, you. I may be old, but not old enough to gamble with your life. Then why? Isn't adding personnel in a situation like now a bad choice? Unless it's a considerable powerhouse. Don't worry, it's not to the extent of holding you back. By the way, it's someone you know too. There are many people Alistair knows. Even the strong ones who won't hold them back number in the dozens. But most of them are excellently performing their respective roles. It means they're not free enough to help with this kind of thing. Who on earth is it? Aren't there people coming here right now? People coming here. He must be talking about the students from the Holy Kingdom. Only then could Alistair understand the Emperor's words. Could it be? That's right. The secret of the Empire, and among them, the top. A secret among secrets known by less than 10 people. The 13th princess who was secretly sent to the Holy Kingdom for treatment. And the Emperor's knight who was dispatched together to protect her. The holder of the second holy sword Durandal, forgotten from everyone's memory. Adonis is coming. One of Karen's secret offices. Karen, realizing it was late at night, looked at the person in front of him. A child whose eyes were so small that his pupils were not visible. 0. I should stop here for today. An interrogation that lasted for a full 5 hours. It was a hot time as he had warned, but 0 would have no complaints either. Because he was provided with a very hot, special meal that he didn't even wish for. I'll call you again before leaving. The rat will show you the way out. At novel bin at. Keek, then I'll be on my way. 0 left his seat, with his usual smile full of composure. But it couldn't deceive Karen's discerning eyes. He's exhausted, maintaining a smile throughout. Buying time to think by dragging out trivial stories and unsuccessful jokes. Even coming up with suitable excuses in situations where he was caught off guard. It was a situation where he had to reach his mental limit. But look at that back, acting as if it's nothing, as if he can do it all day long. Impudent fellow. A very impudent fellow at that. Karen closed his eyes and fell into thought. Well, such behavior itself is amazing though. The long story that began as soon as 0 was brought here and did a handstand, banging his head on the ground. It was a plausible story, but Karen noticed that there was some falsehood mixed in. Especially the fact that he knows information about the survivor of the Lester family. He made a bet with Lucia just for that and became her disciple. It's something that can't happen with Lucia's personality. There's something more. For example, knowing the weaknesses or secrets of the Lucid family. It's not certain. It's just speculation based on the fragments of conversations and reactions he overheard from time to time after Lucia came to the academy. The guts to threaten Lucia. Well, I experienced something similar, so it's not impossible, but just what is he holding on to that he can collar that tomboy Lucia? Karen was genuinely curious. Karen, who was confident that over 90% of the information that exists in the Empire goes through him, was even more interested. Knockdash. Would torture make him reveal it? The probability is 50-50. But that's not a reason not to torture. Because he was confident in raising that probability to a high number. Impudent attitude, lies, unknown identity, personal curiosity. There are plenty of reasons to drag 0 away. Still, the reason Karen leaves 0 alone. Although he's also suitable as Luna's temporary guardian. The more I see, the more decent he is. Plausible excuses, occasional lies mixed in with the truth, a strong heart that doesn't yield to interrogation, excellent information power and even the skill to control heart rate. But what surprised him the most was Karen's third original secret technique. Shadow Rush of the Ravenous Wolf. When Zero claimed that he could imitate the opponent's technique, regardless of family secret techniques, just by seeing it once. When Karen snorted and showed his technique, Zero immediately demonstrated his own original technique. While yawning at that, it was the most difficult one among my techniques. A technique that takes away the opponent's vision with the first attack and stabs a dagger held in the opposite hand into a vital point. Both hands move with an interval of about 0.3 seconds, and the opponent's attack is not paid attention to. In summary, it can be said to be a technique that certainly takes the opponent's life in exchange for giving up one's own bones. If the opponent is not an equal powerhouse, there's no need to give up bones, but that guy noticed it. He realized and understood the foundation and principles hidden in the technique. In other words, Zero's claim that he can imitate secret techniques of other families is true. Honestly, it's still hard to believe even now, but there's no choice but to believe it, because he witnessed it with his own 2 eyes. There were a few people who could imitate secret techniques of other families in the past. Larang was one of them. But I've never heard of anyone being able to imitate all the techniques that can be done with the body, and that too just by seeing it once. Of course, it's not that there are no words in this world that can describe someone like Zero. A word that refers to a being who has innate talent granted by the heavens. Genius. Is that it? Karen smirked. Because he's not someone who often uses the word genius. The guys who are called geniuses, when you actually go and meet them, most of them are idiots. Even if they're real geniuses, it's the same. Children who realize they are geniuses inevitably go through a process of laziness. Thinking, why can't they do this? It's so easy. They neglect effort and let their genius talent rot away. Most of them meaninglessly spend their youth and later gain enlightenment and start putting in effort. But by then, it's already too late. The genius talent still remains, but the body is ruined. Even if they understand with their head, their body can't keep up. Not to mention the absolute lack of mana. A hard-working ordinary person is better than a lazy genius. So Karen didn't pay much attention even when Zero showed genius talent. But now the situation has changed. That one strike demonstrated in the 3rd stage, the one-on-one duel with Lucia. A pure desire to become strong. Karen, recalling that strike again, unknowingly smiled. There are still many shortcomings, but it was a strike that could be considered a secret technique. That guy Dake is amazing too, but that's right. Dake also had personally developed secret techniques. 3 of them at that. Even the power and skill proficiency are overwhelmingly in Dake's favor. 1 and 3. Anyone would say Dake is superior. But that's the story of people who don't know Zero. A being who can understand and imitate other people's techniques just by seeing them once. Such a being inevitably seeks out only powerful secret techniques, because they can easily become strong just by imitating the strongest secret techniques. But Zero, although he used secret techniques of other families, did not blindly pursue them. Rather, he wanted to cultivate his innate strength. An easy and fast way to become strong, but a path that can't lead to the top. He didn't fall for the trap and temptation that path holds. A hard-working genius. There's nothing scarier than that. Having talent and knowing it, yet still working hard. Honestly, he's a crazy guy. If Karen himself had such genius talent. No, even if he had a speck of that talent, he would have immediately fallen into the path of laziness. Interesting. If Zero is a hard-working genius, that crazy guy, if he learns all the secret techniques of others and hones his own swordsmanship, in the history of the empire, no, in the history of the continent, the greatest monster might be born. Karen, who was thinking while stroking his chin, only then did he realize that he was smiling. Ahem. Well, what's important now is not that guy. Karen erased Zero from his mind. Raising Zero is important too, but now Kalos comes first. Tearing apart and killing the black mages there. Swish dash. And so Karen disappeared into the darkness. Asterisk. Oh my head. I put my hand on my throbbing head. My head aches even after sleeping. Because I had a hellish psychological warfare with Karen late into the night. Not only mobilizing rats but even kidnapping. The moment the kids moved forward with Lucia, a sack was put over my face. I arrived at Karen's secret office like that. The hellish interrogation that began there. It was practically mental torture. After changing into the gym clothes provided by the academy, I went outside. It's still early morning with a cold wind. I headed to the training ground, pulling my collar tight. Because a notice was given to have a simple exercise time before breakfast. Something about having to relax the body that was tensed up due to the pop quiz. Many kids were already at the training ground. Go over there. This is the Terran faction's spot. Ah, sorry. Our numbers have increased a lot after yesterday's test. Please yield a bit. You guys have fewer people anyway, right? Impudent. The battle of wills between the Eurydia faction and the Terran faction. The original advanced class kids doing their own thing as if they're used to it. The kids who were promoted to the advanced class this time. Even the kids who still haven't decided which faction to join. The advanced class is peaceful today as well. I slowly recalled the conversation with Karen while tightly pulling my collar. An interrogation that lasted for a full 5 hours. It's not a short time, and I was interrogated at Karen's home base. The questions were as sharp as a knife, and I was hit on the head dozens of times. I had no choice but to report every detail of what happened with Lucia, except for the fact that the Lucid family is cursed by demons. Anyway, considering it was a dangerous situation, I handled it well. But it's not without problems. There are many problems, but the biggest one is, he noticed that there were some lies mixed in my words. Breath and heart rate control made possible with the mental defense skill. It's not a technique possible at my age. In other words, Karen would have believed that all my words were true until now. But yesterday, I was caught lying in the middle. Karen didn't say it directly, but I could intuitively tell. He's a really amazing guy. He noticed I was lying but didn't say anything and didn't change his expression at all. He'll probably use it later. Whether it's blackmail, a deal, or taking my life. It won't be used for a good purpose. He probably already started distinguishing between truth and falsehood in the conversations we had before. It wouldn't be strange if my neck was snapped right now, but there's no need to worry too much. Zero, over here. Luna waved her arms vigorously to let me know her location. That's right. Currently, I am Lucia's disciple and Luna's guardian. Especially when it comes to protecting Luna, there's no one better than me, so he won't try to snap my neck right away. Right now, the important thing is the fight with Necromancer Falcon. I don't know how much power Karen has prepared, but the hidden piece where Lucia joins has been triggered. My fists clenched involuntarily. We might be able to catch Falcon, one of the 4 heavenly kings. If we can kill Falcon, the maestro of the battlefield who devours the continent in the late game, here. The dozens of flicks I got hit by Karen are nothing. By the way, where's our res? Luna's voice full of worry. At that moment, the hypersense skill was activated. It pinpointed Rez's location nearby. She's almost here. She just can't come because the way is blocked. Way? Why is the way blocked? It's wide open around. Keek, look over there. The battle of wills between the Eurydia faction and the Terran faction was in full swing where I pointed. And right behind it, wobble wobble dash, wobble wobble dash. A box disguised as a training ground was going back and forth. Judging by the stealth being exposed in the middle, she was quite flustered. Well, you can't notice unless you look carefully like us. What is she doing there? Keek, she can see us but can't go. She wants to go quickly. Her vision is narrowing. Something like that, right? Then we should go get her quickly. Go ahead. It was when I was tightly pulling my collar to avoid the morning chill. Luna firmly grabbed my hair. What do you mean go ahead? You have to come with me. Me too? Why? Our friend is in a crisis. No, you can go alone, right? Why are you taking me when it's bothersome? And people don't call that a crisis, you know? But does it look like a crying baby rabbit on the battlefield to Luna's eyes? She started running at full speed. The problem is that Luna is grabbing my hair? That wasn't the only problem. Move out of the way. Don't block the path. Luna chose to go straight, not take a detour. She passed right in front of Eurydia and Terran, to be exact, ignoring the 2 leaders. Those guys. Insolent. Not only ignoring the 2 leaders, but it was no different from saying the likes of you don't even matter. The gazes of the Eurydia faction and the Terran faction, who were having a battle of wills, as well as the newly promoted kids, turned towards us. Eek, eek. It was only natural for Rez to be flustered. The problem is that she stuck close to my back. Kraken. The girl's eyes turned fierce. Peaceful as always today, just like the usual advanced class. TL notes. After finishing breakfast, I entered the classroom for lessons. To my left sat Luna, and to my right sat Rez. Why am I in the middle, you ask? Wouldn't it be good for you two to get closer too? I'm close with both of you. Take this chance to become friends. It's because of Luna's order to become close friends. Of course, there was also the chilling threat that I'd die if I lay eyes on Rez. The moment I sat between Luna and Rez like that, did the number of girls increase? Kraken's tentacles have ensnared another innocent girl. I feel bad for Ms. Luna. Look at her kind self even giving up her seat. Girls talk that began here and there, but this time, I was really unjustly accused. We're just friends, and this situation occurred because of Luna's order. While feeling the tingling sensation on the back of my head, Karen appeared. I'll be away from school for a while. During that time, Teacher Doran will take over my classes, so keep that in mind. Karen's shocking announcement as soon as he stepped on the platform. The kids immediately began to whisper. Isn't Sir Alistair also taking a leave of absence? He has been since last week. I heard he's not well. Health management and schedule management are also skills. A teacher at Anwood Academy wouldn't make such a mistake. Archmage Alistair is old, so it's possible. But classes, health, time, counseling, and even managing students' conditions. Karen, who is often suspected of being a magic machine, declared a leave of absence? Both Sir Alistair and Teacher Karen are taking a leave of absence? Is it a coincidence? Or, it was only natural for suspicion to sprout. How long is the leave of absence? I don't know. The midterm exams are coming up soon. Is the exam writer Teacher Karen or Teacher Doran? I don't know. The kids furrowed their brows. The answer was strange. It was Karen's teaching method to make students think for themselves and come up with the answer, but the current answer was a bit odd. Should I say it's an ambiguous answer for Karen's personality? Eurydia raised her hand. Are you perhaps going on a mission? That's right. Mission. The classroom became noisy. It's a well-known fact that Karen was active as the Empire's rat. Although he's said to have retired from the front lines due to age, that doesn't mean he can't carry out missions. Even though he's old, he's a man once called the Empire's rat. But Karen has been devoted to his duties as a teacher since coming to the academy. Well, that's how it seems. Come to think of it, he's really a monster. Karen perfectly performs his original duties as the Empire's rat and his main duties as a teacher at Anwood Academy. He casually carries out what's impossible even if you stay awake 24 hours a day. Anyway, not only is Karen suddenly assigned a mission even though he retired from the front lines, but he also has to leave the academy. It was only natural for the kids to be flustered from their perspective. Is there a shortage of manpower? That can't be. There are loads of people being forcibly retired. There was also pressure to retire to achieve a successful generational shift, but it was because the Empire currently had a lot of talented people. There was so much talent that it was okay to say talent was kicking around. In this situation, Karen is drafted for some reason and deployed on a mission. Is it because of the kids from the Holy Kingdom? It could be. But knowing teacher Karen's personality, he would have refused. That kind of thing can't even be considered a mission. The kids coming to Anwood Academy from the Holy Kingdom. The kids from noble families could easily access that information, and rumors were starting to spread. Lord Terran. I haven't particularly heard anything either. Terran, currently one of the people boasting the best information power at Anwood Academy. Even Terran hasn't heard any information? What this means is simple. The Empire is intentionally controlling information. And in such cases, usually, war. A word that popped out of a child's mouth. But it was enough to fill the classroom with fear. Tremble, tremble, tremble dash. My body also started trembling. Not because I was overcome with fear. It's because Rez, who was sitting next to me, started trembling non-stop. Hey, our Rez is anxious. Calm her down a bit. Calming. One of my specialties. Keek, don't worry, Ms. Rez. There won't be a war. Really? Yes. Fighting demons will come before war. Tremble, 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 tremble dash. The vibration that started from Rez's body began to shake the entire classroom. Oh, a rabbit that can cause an earthquake? Then it's quite an amazing ability. Smack. I said calm her down. Who told you to make her more scared? Do you really want to die? It's unfair. I only spoke the truth. There won't be a war. This year, that is. Murmur murmur dash. A conversation that was like a skit. The problem is that it's not just us in this situation. It was the same if not worse than us. Is war the problem? In that situation, Karen opened his mouth. The noisy classroom fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned to him. War. It's certainly a scary thing. But if you're an Anwood Academy student, at least don't fall into fear because of something that hasn't happened. At novel bin at. You don't have enough time to discuss countermeasures, yet you fall into fear. What kind of disgrace is this for the ones who will lead the Empire in the future? Karen clicked his tongue. Only then did the kids come to their senses. Rez's trembling also stopped. Rather than overcoming fear, it seems they chose to freeze up, realizing that the being in front of them is scarier. There won't be a war. I'm going for a different matter. Really? In the first place, isn't it stranger for me to truthfully say that I'm going on a mission? Who do you think you are for me to share such a thing? It was as Karen said. Karen is a being that students cannot dare to approach and the Empire's rat. There's no way he would share information with us. In other words, this is Karen's teasing and part of the lesson. It made sense to see it that way. Well, since we're on the topic, let's talk a bit. Do you know the easiest way to prevent war? Isn't it to build strength? That's right. Then what should you do to build strength? How to increase national power? An ordinary person would say military power, but anyone with a little education would know. National power is the sum of comprehensive factors such as geography, resources, population, economy, politics, military, information, etc. Then why is national power called the easiest way to prevent war? The stronger the national power, the harder it becomes for other countries to declare war. A war deterrent is naturally created, and the easiest way to increase that national power is to fulfill one's duties in one's respective position. Nobles do the work of nobles, knights do the work of knights, merchants do the work of merchants, and teachers do the work of teachers. Diligently working in one's own position. This is the foundation and core of national power. You are students. Then fulfill the duties of a student. The duties of a student. Study hard, train, and accumulate knowledge. Don't neglect your studies even when I'm not here. That's what Karen was saying. That's the only thing you need to do while I'm gone. Surely there are no fools here who can't even do that. A childish provocation was included. I don't know where you're going, but have a safe trip. We will be increasing national power. Well, since they're only 15 years old, their eyes were burning with enthusiasm. He's really a monster. I clicked my tongue, watching Karen skillfully handle the kids. Now, shall we start the lesson? Excuse me. The day right after the pop quiz, an indefinite leave of absence, and even a moving speech. Usually on such days, classes are cancelled or various things are discussed. But Karen silently proceeded with the lesson. It was even a review session of the pop quiz taken yesterday. In other words, he started tearing the kids apart one by one. He's really a monster. And so the morning class began. Asterisk. Rez, how was today's class? It was fun. A bit hard though. Because of teacher Karen? Well, his teaching method is unique. There's that too. But the G-gazes felt piercingly hot. Rez's bangs hung like a curtain. The pupils behind it glanced sideways. Rez's pupils returned to their original position in 0.1 seconds. Why? Whoosh 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 dash. The gazes of the girls were piercingly hot. The gazes being hot isn't an illusion, it's real. Not only the Eurydia faction, but also the Terran faction, the kids belonging to neutrality, and even the gazes felt from outside the advanced class, from the general class kids. I couldn't help but sigh. It was like this usually, but today is particularly more so. Is it because of Rez? Maybe they think someone has appeared to interfere with Luna's love. Ms. Luna, just a moment. Huh? Why? Do you have something to say? Keek, I have a wiretap on my ear. Then just cut off your ear. Luna tilted her head and answered. Brilliant. Except for the fact that it will hurt me a lot. It seems our Luna is a T, like an emotionless being? What a nice sight. As expected, the main wife is Ms. Luna. Perhaps whispering in Luna's ear was seen as a whisper of love. Only then did the gazes of the girls soften. Eurydia giving a thumbs up while having a nosebleed was a bonus. Of course, our Luna was completely oblivious to these gazes. The combination of Luna, who is insensitive to gazes, and Rez, who is sensitive. I had a strong feeling. A feeling that various incidents, and difficult ones at that, will continue to occur in the future. You said the gazes are hot, right? Could it be because you're a new face? Oh, or maybe, they think I'm a misfit. B because I don't fit in this class. Rez's words that she doesn't fit in the advanced class. Luna moved in front of Rez. As the representative of T, she seems to want to say a word. You have skills on PAR with those kids. That's why you're here. Me. Yes. Above all, we are Lucia's disciples, right? Lucia must have seen your strengths too. Do I have something like that? Of course. I can see a lot of it too. Lucia must have seen even more. Let's go. We need to go eat lunch. Watching the two walking out of the classroom hand in hand, getting along well, I thought. It seems our Luna is only a T to me. TL note, reminder. T, think, VSF, feel. Basically T equals cold, while F equals warm. The training ground that has somehow become our hideout. Luna and Rez changed their movements according to my commands. It's the third movement of the Fleur family style. There's no particular change. Currently, I'm conducting a simple experiment on the Fleur family style. If it goes as I expect, there will be meaningful changes within a few days. The T test is over, so why are we T training? Why are we training when the test is over? It's obvious. Because the test is over. The test is over, so we prepare for the next test. What a truly exemplary student attitude. If Karen saw this, he might have shed tears of emotion. Well, rather than preparing for a test, it's groundwork for catching demons. A 5th grade demon we will face in the midterm exam, the dispatch episode. The strategy is complete. A strategy with a success rate of about 55%. You could say it's low for a strategy thought up by an veteran. But it can't be helped. The number of users who have caught the 5th grade demon that appears in the midterm exam episode is 0. That's right. I was planning to attempt a strategy no one has ever tried. An ambiguous probability of 55%. The only way to raise that percentage even a little is for us to grow. The experiment and training that began like that. After about 3 minutes, Rez's arms holding the wooden sword started trembling. Don't let your posture collapse. Maintain it properly even if it's hard. It's impossible. Rez sent a pitiful gaze to Luna next to her. She's requesting help to stop me, the demon obsessed with training. But, sorry. We promised to train hard. Keek. I've already finished talking with Luna. You have to survive in the jungle called the advanced class, but you can't even hold a wooden sword properly. There's no way you can survive. Especially if you're a timid rabbit. Well, the promise we made before must have had an influence too. The condition that she has to train hard in exchange for going together. In addition to that, the fact that she feels a sense of responsibility for becoming Lucia's disciple must have played a part. Either way, that rabbit has to go through hellish training from now on and be reborn as a muscle rabbit. Perhaps realizing that fact. Eek. Rez went into the box with a thud and disappeared from sight. She activated stealth, one of her specialties. But no matter how far you run, you're in the palm of my hand, no, within the range of the hypersense skill. I chased the box into a corner, tore the middle part, and sticking my head in there, I said, here's 0. Eek. What a shame. It would have been better if I had an axe. Anyway, I was pulling Rez out of the box by grabbing her collar when, beep dash, stalking is subject to demerit points. With a loud whistle sound, someone kicked open the training ground door and entered. The vice president of the student council at Anwood Academy, the head of the disciplinary committee, and the youngest of the Lucid family. Rodlin, that is. A ponytail with every strand of hair neatly tied up, clothes without a single wrinkle, well ironed, and a stiff disciplinary armband. Rodlin was showing off her perfect appearance today as well. Keek, she was just training hard, but she has to get demerit points for that. Poor Ms. Rez. Is stalking a part of training? Then I'll have to arrest you right away. And the one I was going to give demerit points to wasn't Ms. Rez, but Mr. Zero. It's you? She was going to give demerit points to me? Why? Anyone could see that I was trying to teach diligently. Ms. Rez, are you alright? Here, take my hand and get up. Senior Rodlin? Why you saved me from the demon's clutches. Yes. I'll take care of this demon, so just get up. Look, Ms. Luna is watching worriedly over there. Treating a person who's just standing there as a demon. This is discrimination. Rez, who became free, ran on all fours towards where Luna was. Tap. She runs quite well with those short legs, making me forcibly release the rabbit I caught with effort. Isn't this an abuse of power? Keek, so are you going to hunt demons now? You know it was a joke. I just wanted to have a conversation with Mr. Zero, so I hope you don't take it to heart. A conversation. Come to think of it, it's been quite a while since I had a conversation with Rodlin. Although Rodlin would come to the training ground from time to time and unleash a barrage of demerit points, even to Lucia, we didn't really have what you could call a conversation. I was struggling to clear the 5th main quest. Rodlin was busy preparing dormitories, uniforms, food, etc. for the kids from the Holy Kingdom, so we had a busy month even without seeing each other often. But as soon as the busy work is over, she wanted to have a conversation. Gasp. Could it be that she's falling for me? It must be. That's why she came looking for me as soon as the busy work was over. Then is the demerit point barrage an expression of interest in me? Let's see. The number of demerit points I've received from Rodlin so far. I might have to give you 10 demerit points. Keek, why is that? It seems like you're having some unhealthy thoughts. Be careful. Next time, I'll really give you demerit points. I see. She loves me as much as 10 points? Is that it? I think I'll have to lead her well. Rodlin is very shy when it comes to this kind of thing. I was about to ask what she likes so much about me. Is Alex alright? I heard he got hurt during the test. Alex? Why is he being mentioned here? Aren't you in the same class? You two are close too. I thought you'd naturally know. Raymond was also hurt, you know. Ah, right. I heard Raymond got hurt too. Are they both okay? At novel bin at. Pop quiz 3rd stage, group duel test. Alex and Raymond were in the same team and faced Karen along with 12 other kids. Out of 20, 14 passed the 1st and 2nd stages. That's almost double the number compared to other teams. It's because Alex helped the kids. Alex, who is righteous and loves peace. He led the kids wandering in the labyrinth and encouraged the kids suffering from illusion magic. You could say it's the behavior of a protagonist. And that behavior continued in the group duel test. He protected the kids Karen tried to drop one by one and got injured in the process. Because Karen overdid it out of annoyance. The spirit of sacrifice. That will earn him a high score. In fact, it's not strange for Rodlin to worry about them. Since all three are main characters, they have many intertwined stories. They started building friendship while defeating Lerang, the first boss. They must have met at least a dozen times even during the month I was busy, so it's not strange to ask me about their well-being. But it's a bit disappointing. Our first adventure was together. The connection formed during the Parrot and Luterus incidents. She must have become close with Alex and Raymond enough to cover that connection. Am I just an extra character in the end? I purposely kept my distance because Rodlin's favor ability could exceed a certain number and she could join my party, causing the story to get tangled. Somehow, my mouth felt bitter. Keek, they're both fine. I heard they're going to the library today, so you can meet them if you go there. Ah, I see. Thanks. Then, Rodlin, who was turning her body to head out of the training ground. She spun around and stood in front of me again. I heard Ms. Rez made it to the advanced class. Keek, that's right. It's all thanks to my handsomeness. I guess about half of it is. What is half of it? Surely she doesn't mean my face is mediocre looking? Perhaps realizing my thoughts, Rodlin covered her mouth and laughed softly. Hehe, wasn't there Ms. Luna's help too? Half Mr. Zero's help, half Ms. Luna's help. So it's half and half. In other words, she's acknowledging my effort. But Rodlin's words were wrong. Thank you, but I don't think it's half. Why is that? Didn't you leave out Rez's effort? That's right. No matter how hard we try, it would have been impossible if Rez herself didn't put in the effort. It's an undeniable fact that Rez did her best in her own way. It wouldn't have been possible without Rez's effort. I see. I made such a mistake. It's embarrassing. Rodlin's gaze turned to where Rez was. Rez, who was hiding behind Luna, was startled and hurriedly hid inside the box. Rodlin laughed again. I'm really glad I left that child to you guys. Thanks for becoming her friend. This is sincere. Sincere. Then there's something that naturally has to follow. Keek, then how about giving a reward? A reward. Yes, because you need a reward to work hard next time too. If I give a reward for deepening friendship between friends. Isn't it a bit much? Getting Rez to pass the advanced class, and this beautiful sight of working hard even the day after the test to serve the great empire? I just want a reward for this. Only then did Rodlin's expression brighten. It's a reaction fitting for Rodlin, who goes crazy over the empire. A reward. Okay, I should give that much to my hard-working juniors. I'll give you whatever I can. What do you want? Of course. Keek, your love, senior. Perhaps she needed time to interpret. Rodlin's face gradually turned red, then eventually exploded with a pop sound. She's really too cute. The Rodlin power, that had run out while training for a month. I was going to recharge it now. What is that? Soldiers don't do things like love. That's different from what I know. Doesn't the Empire encourage soldiers to get married? In fact, it's always in the top 3 occupations for potential grooms. Just a few decades ago, there was a war, and recently even demons are rampant and tormenting people. So the soldiers of the Empire are treated well. They're respected by people too. But you're denying a soldier's love. Are you going against the Empire's will? It's my mistake? Because you're essaying and nonsense. Didn't you say you'd give me anything just a moment ago? Rodelyn's face turned bright red. I brought my face close to hers and whispered, "Give me your love, senior." An unhealthy abolishment punch. Slow. Rodelyn's face was colored with shock, because I dodged Rodelyn's fist. And that too just by slightly tilting my head. Come to think of it, I didn't erase the reflex skill. The reflex skill I mimicked with divine imitation during the fight with Lucia. Since it received an A-grade judgment due to divine imitation, my body moved on its own and dodged Rodelyn's fist. Grab dash. I grabbed Rodelyn's wrist of the extended arm and pushed her against the wall. And what do I do now? The slight teasing I intended turned into a strange situation. I really only wanted to recharge Rodelyn power a little bit. How did it end up like this? Disheveled hair, flushed face, slightly wrinkled clothes, and even rough breathing. I could see Rodelyn's messed up appearance. When I looked into Rodelyn's eyes, she closed her eyes tightly. What does that mean? Could it be? Oh, looks nice. A sharp voice. I could see when I turned my head. The sight of Luna with flames burning in her eyes. I heard there was a pervert at the academy. It was right here, wasn't it? Keek, I'm not a pervert though. Yeah, anyone can see you're a pervert. Right, Rez? Then Rez peeked out from behind Luna. P-pervert? He's a P-pervert. You heard her. That's your subordinate, Luna. But I wasn't given a chance to make excuses. Because Rodelyn plopped down on the ground. She even had an expression as if her soul had left her body. 0. Yes. Didn't I tell you not to bully my senior? Luna bit my ear. TL notes. I tried to suppress the pain by rubbing my sore ear. I could feel the spots where the flesh was pinched in between. They're the bite marks left by Luna. Luna, who was smacking her lips next to me, muttered. It's a bit salty today. Eat less salty from now on. You'll ruin your body like that. Has she reached a level where she checks my health with the taste of my ear? It's not pleasant news at all. What? You have a complaint? Keek, of course not. Well, I do have a question though. Your joke status is serious. Only perverts would laugh at a joke like that. That can't be. Anyone would have to laugh at such an amazing joke? Just look at him. You really thought that? Are you sick somewhere? Luna pushed her head forward and touched her forehead to mine. Luna's body temperature was transmitted through the forehead. It doesn't seem like you have a fever. Then where does it hurt? Your face? It's just strange as usual. No, it looks even uglier. Luna, what hurts is the ear you bit. And I'm handsome. It was when I was looking into Luna's eyes in front of me. Come to think of it, there was one thing I had to let Luna know. By the way, one flash is prohibited from now on. Only use it when I allow you. Huh? Why? It's starting to take quite a form. Luna's one flash, which used to be just a gust of wind. At some point, it has grown splendidly enough for anyone to think isn't that one flash. There's still a long way to go, but there's no harm in being careful. So refrain from using one flash from now on. What are you saying? My one flash has always been perfect. Luna desperately suppressed a smile, but she couldn't hide the twitching corners of her mouth. Well, it's natural to be happy, because she received my recognition. At the beginning of the semester, I told Luna, who hesitated to use one flash in front of people, to use one flash as she pleases. Your one flash is so poor that no one would think you're from the Lester family, so use it as much as you want. I, who said that, now prohibited the use of one flash. Luna can't help but feel good, because her one flash has become that strong, to the point where she has to be wary of people's gazes. Above all, one flash is proof that Luna is a survivor of the Lester family and can continue the family lineage. It was only natural for Luna to be happy. Well, okay. Mom said not to only rely on one flash. Keek, as expected of Lady Renia. We haven't even taken the midterm exam yet, and this much growth. Just trust me. Humph haha. Luna's nose rose as if it would pierce the sky. Come to think of it. Luna abruptly lowered her head. Maybe because her nose was high, or maybe because the distance was too close. Luna's nose poked my cheek. I tilted my head slightly to the side and asked, "What's the matter? Shouldn't we prepare a party for our teacher? Or a small gift at least? A gift. Today is the day our teacher is leaving. There's no time for a party, but we should at least prepare a gift. Teacher? Currently, we only have one teacher, Lucia. Then it means Lucia is leaving today. It's the first time I'm hearing this. When did she say that? She talked about it while eating yesterday. What were you doing not listening then? Luna, how would I know that? Yesterday, I ate alone with Karen. I ate a boiling lava-like soup, and at the same table as Karen at that. It was such a horrible dinner that I didn't know if the food was going into my mouth or my nose. In fact, it feels like I ate about half of it with my nose. Guys really have no affection? A teacher's grace is like the sky. No, I wasn't there. How would I know if we didn't have a conversation? It's like asking why I didn't go to a wedding when I didn't get an invitation, and Lucia would have known that I was dragged away by Karen. Knowing that, she only bought delicious things for them, without even saving me, I can say it's very impudent. What should we do? It's not a weekend, so we can't go out. We should prepare a memorable gift. Keek, don't worry about the gift. I've prepared it. Really? What is it? Keek, a gift is more fun when kept secret. I'm also in the position of giving a gift with you. A gift the giver doesn't know about. It doesn't make sense. But I couldn't say it. Because it's a gift that can deal a blow to the impudent Lucia, and one I just prepared at that. If I say it, Luna won't leave me alone. I'll give you a slight hint, it's a very cool gift. I'm even more confused. Well, you prepared it, so that's good enough? Better than nothing. Luna was nodding her head when a terrifying energy was felt from somewhere. It's Rodelin. Her disheveled appearance was nowhere to be seen. She had already armed herself as the perfect Rodelin. The problem is that she's glaring at me with tremendous force. Senior, how are you feeling? You suddenly collapsed. Thanks for worrying. If you hadn't played such a prank from the beginning, this wouldn't have happened though. Keek, what if it wasn't a prank but sincerity? Would you have preferred that? Tap. A line I casually threw out to corner Rodelin against the wall. Rodelin raised her foot and blocked my approach. Mr. Zero hasn't changed since the beginning of the semester. You joke around too much. Always keep in mind that you're an Anwood Academy student and act accordingly. Rodelin's eyes are quite fierce. Unfortunately, it seems the jokes end here. I decided to back off at this point. Since I've charged enough Rodelin power, to Keek, I'll keep that in mind. I like your refreshing answer. Come to think of it. Do you know where Lucia is? I want to say goodbye before she leaves. You mean my big sister? Actually, I was looking for her too. She started running away from Nanny since morning. Running away. That's right. It's a common occurrence, but today the chase is strangely long. I thought she might be here, but it doesn't seem so. The chase between Lucia and Nanny. I had no idea what kind of things those two were up to again. Come to think of it, I heard my big sister accepted you guys as disciples. Is that true? Keek, that's right. Is she finally raising disciples? Taking 3 at once. It seems she wants to dig in from the first scoop. Rodelin put on a big smile. She had an attitude of having no dissatisfaction with us being the disciples. To be exact, she seemed satisfied with the fact that Lucia accepted disciples. Actually, I was quite worried. Even 5-star knights take disciples, but my big sister didn't accept any even after becoming a hero. Rodelin's eyes sparkled and she took a big step towards me. So, how is the teaching? Is she guiding you diligently? Why yeah, kind of. As expected, although it's a bit late, when my big sister does something, she does it. Once the fire is lit, she doesn't know how to stop, right? Rodelin took another step towards me at novel bin at. With the madness of Lucia in her eyes. Even heroes have their anguish. My big sister is just wandering for a bit. She'll wake up soon. I believe in her. Maybe this is such a time. Making a perfect body in less than 2 weeks. As expected, someone called a hero is truly different. Mr. Zero must think so too, right? Well, I don't know about other things, but I clearly know this one thing. That Rodelin is a big fan of Lucia. The future of the Empire is bright today too. Mr. Zero, Ms. Luna, Ms. Rez, let's work hard together. We'll also become heroes who protect the Empire. Wow. Clap clap clap. There was nothing we could do for Rodelin, who preached Lucia's greatness and was lost in admiration, except timidly responding and applauding. Click dash. That's when someone appeared as the training ground door opened. It was Nanny, the nanny who has been with Lucia for a long time. Currently, she was pulling someone's arm. Come in, have confidence. Wait a minute, I'm not mentally prepared yet. It's Lucia's voice. Mental preparation. What on earth is happening behind that door? Bang! Lucia, who was desperately holding on to the side of the door. But when Nanny went behind and kicked her, her hand slipped and she had no choice but to show herself. Be big sister. What on earth are you doing right now? Don't look? Everyone close your eyes. But no one closed their eyes. Because Lucia had a shocking appearance. Prettily braided twin tails. Hair ties that look like white snowballs. Even wearing the Anwood Academy uniform. That's right. That appearance is undoubtedly student cosplay. Everyone was gaping at the absurd situation when Nanny laughed. Ho ho, I analyzed Mr. Zero's taste. That's right, Mr. Zero's taste is cute girls, right. I desperately racked my brain that had been shattered by shock. So, currently, Nanny has chosen me as a potential groom. There are 2 girls around me, Luna and Rez. These 2 are more on the cute side rather than pretty, and there's a false rumor that Luna is my girlfriend. Nanny recommended, no, forced, Lucia to have twin tails, which is Luna's hairstyle and a symbol of cuteness. She even made her wear the academy uniform to capture my attention. Well, I don't know exactly, but it's roughly this situation. It's full of things that don't make sense even when I think about it. First, Luna is not my girlfriend. So there's no reason for Lucia to go that far. Also, my type is not cuteness, but bombshell. As for the uniform, I do like it. No, that's not the important thing right now. Anyway, I looked at Lucia. Beet red face, slightly bowed body, covering here and there with her hands. It's full of shocking things. But the most shocking of all is, it suits her well. The twin tails and uniform suit her too well. I can't believe that woman is 35 years old. By the way, the story writer of this game seems to have a lot of problems. A teacher wearing a uniform and doing student cosplay to seduce her disciple? It's the epitome of otaku delusion. Maybe the users playing the game will vomit blood and escape. That's how serious the story was. Only perverts would like this kind of thing. Of course, I like this game though. Eek, eek. But was Rodelin not a pervert? Her eyes started trembling. What is this disgrace? What is a soldier doing right now? Then what should I do? She said she won't give me food? I don't know how to cook. You should have just starved? Or dug up some roots to eat. I'm a hero? Why would a hero eat roots? Then does it make sense for a hero to wear a uniform? And no. Is it even a uniform in the first place? It's too short. As Rodelin said. Not only the top, but the skirt was shortened to miniskirt level. Nanny, who was behind Lucia, gave a thumbs up. She's really a crazy person. Disgrace? Can't I wear it once in a while for old time's sake? And I don't have any other clothes to change into. Then just take it all off? That might be less embarrassing. Big sis may be shameless so it's fine, but I don't think I can lift my head and walk around. Whoosh dash. The sound of Lucia's heart being hurt reached all the way here. Dylan, you? What kind of way is that to talk to your sister? I'll call you sister when you act like one, right? What? Dylan, are you in puberty? Sob sob. Think back to the old days, Dylan. Go back to the time when you followed me around and whined for me to buy you toys. When are you talking about? Bicker dash. Two idiots started fighting in front of my eyes. The problem is that the aftermath reached me too. Someone who deeply respects Lucia in their heart is disappointed. Lucia's fame decreases by 18. A penalty is imposed due to the decrease in fame. Mana recovery rate -3 for today. Current Lucia's fame. 44,930. This dem 18. TL note, reminder that 18 sound like fucking Korean. So he is cursing. I'm not talking about the decreased fame value. I really cursed. Isn't that so? What an unreasonable system where I have to take responsibility for the teacher's mistakes. I can't help but curse. The only fortunate thing is that the penalty is weak. Not only are there no incidents to fight, but the period is only 1 day. This penalty is tolerable. But if the stats were cut, I might have smacked the back of Lucia's head. I'm worried about the future. Nanny sneakily approached and whispered in my ear. Ho ho ho, how is it, Mr. Zero? My uniform tactic. You like it, right? Nanny's uniform tactic. The reason it worked is simple. Because Lucia is a ditz. Agreeing to Nanny's request to eat? It's a behavior that can't be understood with common sense. In other words, if it weren't for the ditzy Lucia, it would have been a tactic that wouldn't have worked at all. And this is why I'm worried about the future. Darn it. Of all things, to become the first disciple. What kind of ditzy things will Lucia do when I'm not around? What kind of penalties will be imposed on me because of that? I couldn't even imagine. If I get a penalty during a fight with the 4 heavenly kings or legion commanders due to Lucia's strange behavior, it would be perfect for dying. Mr. Zero, what do you think? She has a house, has a lot of money, buys food well, is voluptuous here and there, and even wears such a cute hairstyle and outfit for her husband. All this for the low price of 01? If you just sign the contract, you can take her right away. What is this? A home shopping network? I'm not sure about the rest, but a sister who buys food well. This might be good. Did you wear such clothes for marriage? How vulgar. No, I didn't know. Nanny just told me to wear it if I wanted to eat, so I had no choice. Ho ho ho, Mr. Zero, you don't need to mind such words. You won't get this chance again, right? Now, you just need to sign. Right here. Nanny's eyes sparkled. No, flashed as she held out the contract. When I took the contract in my hand, the eyes of Lucia, Nanny, and Rodelin were colored with tension. My choice is. I refuse. Nanny making a face that says what a waste, Lucia slightly shocked and staggering, and Rodelin sighing in relief for some reason. To be rejected by a kid who's still wet behind the ears. Don't they usually say I'll definitely marry you when I grow up to their older sisters? Is it my fate to have no connection with marriage in this life? My poor young lady. I guess you have no choice but to live with me forever. Mumble mumble. Lucia and Nanny, who suddenly put their heads together and entered despair mode. They're really strange people. I'll definitely marry you when I grow up? I'm not a 5-year-old kid. And in the first place, the reason I rejected Lucia is not because I don't like her. My goal is to clear the final boss, so I can't be tied to Lucia. If this were a game, I might have signed here and entered the marriage route with Lucia. Because even though she's a bit of a ditz, Lucia is an incredibly attractive woman. I want to see the hidden story too. But then I'd likely be tied to Lucia and my growth would stagnate. Of course, I could aim for explosive growth by forming ties with Lucia's faction, but the problem is that it's a route I've never tried before. About 20 routes have been revealed where you marry a character from a faction similar to Lucia's, but there are unexpectedly many obstacles. Factional fights, diplomacy, battles with the strong, even the threat of assassination. I can't take such a gamble now that I only have one life. The marriage route with Lucia is enough to enjoy in a subsequent playthrough after clearing this game. So I didn't sign the contract, not because Lucia lacks charm. But I can't reveal this fact in this situation. The problem is that it's also troublesome if Lucia's favorability towards me drops. Because I need to maintain a good relationship with Lucia and get help from her periodically. I can't throw away the connection I've painstakingly built. I said to Lucia and Nanny, who were in despair. Buying and selling Lucia is unacceptable. Because Lucia is not an object. Nanny ran to me and firmly grasped my hand with both of hers. Even your personality is great? As expected, young lady should become Mr. Zero's. Nanny, what are you saying in front of the kids? I need to make it a fait accompli before leaving. Young lady, right now, MMPH. But Nanny couldn't continue her words. because Lucia tied Nanny up tightly. Lucia, who succeeded in gagging Nanny, wiped the sweat from her forehead. Phew, really? I can't let my guard down for a moment. Keek, wouldn't the fooled one be the idiot? Teacher. Eek. Lucia's body trembled. With a contemptuous expression to boot. Why is she suddenly giving me such a reward? Just call me Lucia like before. I'm not old enough to be called teacher yet. I see. It's because she's not used to the word teacher? Well, I don't care what she calls me. What's important is maintaining the relationship with Lucia. That's when Luna and Rez approached and asked as if it was difficult. Is it comfortable for us to call you that? It's true though. Lucia isn't at an old age. My cute little disciples. Did you go in well yesterday? Lucia hugged the two tightly. It seems like she's treating them differently. It must be my imagination. You two call me teacher. The only one not allowed is that guy. I see. It wasn't my imagination. She's really discriminating? I can't call the teacher teacher. Is there a Hong Gildong in the fantasy world too? TL note, I didn't understand the joke, but Hong Gildong is basically Korean Robin Hood. Well, forget it. I can use the title teacher when teasing her. Thank goodness. By the way, I was surprised. I didn't expect you to go this far for us. Huh. Didn't you wear the uniform because you wanted to get closer to us? Luna tilted her head. She probably didn't hear the conversation we had earlier. I don't know if it's because of the distance or because she's not perceptive. That's right. I did it to get close to you as soon as possible. Ahaha. Lucia desperately sent me a signal. A signal to respond to her words. Keek, Luna. Isn't it obvious? It's not like Lucia is a pervert or anything. Your words have a sting to them. Lucia voiced a complaint. Complaining to someone who's trying to help. I was going to let it slide, but I can't. I took something out of dimensional pocket. Something solid and heavy. A camera. Keek, today is the day Lucia leaves. How about taking a commemorative photo? AA photo. Lucia tried to pull down her skirt. If photos of her wearing a uniform, and a greatly shortened one at that, circulate in the Empire, she won't be able to live with her head held high. Perhaps realizing that fact, Lucia asked for help. From the intellectual of this era, the authority of Anwood Academy, her sister, Rodelin. Rodelin, who met Lucia's gaze, smiled brightly. Mr. Zero, unauthorized photography is a crime. But it didn't take long for that expression to turn into an evil spirit. But since today is a special day, I'll approve it. In the name of Rodelin Delucid, the Vice President of the Student Council of Anwood Academy. Delin, Nuo. Lucia wailed, but the flow couldn't be changed. Click dash. Me, Luna, Rez, Rodelin, and Lucia in a short uniform. And so, another memory of Lucia's dark history was recorded in my camera. Teacher, why are you like that? Please get a hold of yourself. The kids comforted Lucia, who had collapsed with her soul gone. Not knowing the reason, the comfort was unlikely to work. Mr. Zero. In the meantime, Rodelin quietly approached me and spoke. Keek, what is it? Well. Rodelin hesitated to speak. It was an unexpected sight. Because Rodelin is a confident and daring person. Can you make a copy of that photo for me? Words uttered as if embarrassed. I could tell. Rodelin wants the photo not to blackmail Lucia. She seems to want to keep the memory with Lucia. I immediately manipulated the camera and gave her a copy. Perhaps she liked Lucia's embarrassed appearance in the photo, or maybe she liked the sight of standing together. Rodelin chuckled. Keek, how about you wear it like that next time, senior? I think it would suit you well. Shortening the uniform is against the school rules. Is that so? Then what about what you did before? Stop. What are you talking about now? Rodelin covered my mouth. It's Rodelin, who shortened her skirt by 1 centimeter at the beginning of the semester. Of course, I was the only one who knew that fact. It was only natural since the change was so minimal. I felt it back then too, but Mr. Zero has a really good eye. Not back then, but back then too. Then. It means you're still in a shortened state. What? You knew. At novel bin at. Rodelin's face turned as red as a radish. This was unexpected even for me. I thought Rodelin's personality would make her change it back right away since she was caught. Maybe she thought it didn't matter since she was already caught. Or maybe she thought it was better to look pretty even if she was caught. Either way, it was unbearably cute. Keek, you can shorten it even more. I'll restore it back. I won't do this kind of thing ever again. This is troubling. I can't make Rodelin unable to do her non-deviation because of me. Acting as if she's an adult, as if she's a soldier. That's the Rodelin character. In that situation, she faced puberty. The desire to look pretty and her identity as a soldier collide. And she ends up committing the deviation of shortening her skirt without being noticed. In other words, the skirt shortened by 1 centimeter symbolizes Rodelin's leeway and childlike appearance that she's barely given. I can't erase such a symbol with my own hands. Now that it's come to this, if you promise to shorten it by 1 centimeter more, I'll keep this a secret. What did you say? That's right. This is the choice I made. Increasing the leeway and childlike appearance, which was only 1 centimeter, to 2 centimeters. Even if I'm labeled as a pervert? That's a bit difficult. It's okay. They won't notice. Except for me. Is this blackmail? No, this is not blackmail, it's a secret. Between seniors and juniors. It's a secret between us. Perhaps to hide her flushed face, or perhaps to declare surrender. Rodelin hung her head low. I have no choice. I trust you, Mr. Zero, who always keeps his promises. Keek, of course. And so, as I was building a secret with Rodelin, looking at the clock on the training ground, shouted, "Oh my, look at the time. It's time for my patrol in Area 3. Rodelin took off her jacket and began tying it around Lucia's waist, who was in despair. The weather is chilly. Be careful not to catch a cold. Woo, as expected, only my cute Delin takes care of me. Soldiers are not cute." Lucia hugged Rodelin tightly. Rodelin, who briefly fumbled with her hands, eventually hugged her back. "Take care. See you during the vacation, our cutie. I'd like you to change your way of speaking to be cuter. A soldier's way of speaking shouldn't be cute." And so Rodelin left. Usually on a day like this, it would be okay to see Lucia off, but she's diligently carrying out her duties. It's a Rodelin-like farewell. Now it's our turn to have a moment of parting with Lucia. I asked Lucia, who was wearing a uniform. So did you come here to show us that appearance? Of course not. Smack. Lucia smacked the top of my head. It was so fast that even the reflex skill, which receives an A-grade rating, couldn't react. It's incomparable to the pop quiz. I thought I had gotten quite strong, but I was wrong. I can't beat a 6-star knight level, and the attacks of Lucia, an 8-star knight, are at a level where I can't even see them. That's my current position. Sheesh, to think a guy like this is my disciple. You think I came here to play around? It's all for you. For us. Yeah, there's the reason of giving a final greeting to you, my disciples, but... Lucia's gaze turned to where Rez was. Rez, who received the gaze, flinched. Our Rez's training is at the final stage. It seems our rabbit is about to evolve. The final stage. Yeah, she has talent. Not only is she excellent at concealing her presence and mana, but she's also gifted in mana. In this aspect, she might be better than me. When our gazes turned to Rez, she flinched and took a step back. It seems she was taking damage just from our gazes. I can't believe a kid like that has more talent than Lucia. Even if it's limited to the mana aspect, in this game, Lucia boasts game-breaking specs. Such a being is praising Rez. It was clear she possessed some outstanding talent. Of course, I don't mean she's better than me now. She still lacks time, experience, and mana capacity. But if she trains, over time, she could become as strong as me. Oh, I see. As expected, my friend is amazing? Well, I knew from the start. Rez is the one being praised, so why is Luna happier? I couldn't feel even a bit of jealousy. Well, it's a natural reaction for Luna, who cherishes her friends. Actually, I have something to tell you. That's when Rez opened her mouth as if she had made up her mind. What is it? Please cancel it. As someone like me being Lucia's disciple, it's impossible. Rez's shocking statement that suddenly burst out. Luna, who was next to her, yelled. Rez, I told you yesterday. It can be burdensome. But it's a problem that will be solved when you become strong. You can do it. I see. Luna's exceptional joy just now was the joy of Rez being acknowledged by Lucia, and at the same time, it was also a fuss to change Rez's mind. It's not that I don't understand why Rez is acting like this, but this is troublesome. Because it's like kicking away the opportunity for growth that we finally obtained. Didn't the teacher just say, you're sufficiently qualified? Even so, I can't. Why? Because I'll be a burden. What? If someone like me becomes a disciple, as strange rumors will spread. Even when she rose as a hero on the battlefield, even when she became one of the 10 swords of the Empire, and even after reaching the position of the Empire's hero, Lucia had never taken a disciple. It means that until now, we are the first and last disciples. If this fact becomes known, many people will be curious. What kind of kids are the disciples accepted by that Lucia? Are they prodigies, geniuses, or talented individuals like her? Many people will set out to find Lucia's disciples. There will be an intention to spectate, but the desire to verify will be greater. In that process, it's natural for rumors to become distorted. But what Rez is worrying about now is not that part. They'll be disappointed. Wondering why she took a strange child as a disciple. Timid personality, frail appearance, using a bizarre weapon called a magic gun, etc. Most of the people who come looking for Lucia's disciples will be disappointed in Rez. And that disappointment will lead to pointing fingers at Lucia, saying it would have been better to take her own descendant or close relative as a disciple. The sharp gazes that start from the inept disciple will reach Lucia and begin to depreciate her. Eventually, it may eat away at the reputation and power Lucia has built up until now. Rez was concerned about that point. Why you don't need to force yourself to praise me for my sake. It's not true, alright? As someone like me being better than Lucia. I am sorry. But even being able to be your disciple for a moment was an honor. Rez started shedding tears. As if the time until now was truly happy. Lucia, who was watching her, opened her mouth. So are you saying I'm lying now? And no, that's not what You don't think I accepted you as a disciple because of those two, right? Isn't that so? Sigh, don't misunderstand. Since you're my first disciples, I thought about it thoroughly before deciding. Lucia, letting out a deep sigh, continued. You're a child overflowing with talent to the point it's visible. That's why I accepted you as a disciple. And me. Yeah, I quickly snatched you up before others noticed. I didn't want to hand you over to anyone else. All three of you. Still. I'm weak. It will be hard for you, Lucia. Huh? Criticism and insults from people who don't know us? I don't care about that stuff. There's no decent person among those who do that anyway. Perhaps feeling awkward, Lucia scratched her head and continued. I only care about people like you, who are by my side. So feel free to call me teacher. Don't cry. Stop. Teacher. As expected, our teacher is the best. Luna and Rez hugged Lucia. Nanny, who was warmly watching the scene, took out a handkerchief and wiped Rez's tears and snot. It's a moving sight. Except for the fact that Lucia is pushing my face away with her hand. I'm also a disciple, so why is she only hugging them? It's a mystery. I had no intention of revealing your existence in the first place. I don't want to see my disciples being crushed by false rumors and losing their spirit. Those with many allies also have many enemies. Lucia seemed to know that fact well too. Well, I'll inform my close aides though. Keek, is there a need to say it? That's how an alliance works. Try keeping this a secret and getting caught later. Dissatisfaction will immediately erupt from within. As Lucia said, the most important thing in an alliance, even more than anything else, is trust. If disciples are hidden, cracks may form in that trust. Disciples are important, but an alliance is more important. That must be Lucia's thought. Well, it was only natural. We've only spent a month together. I can't blame Lucia for valuing the alliance more than us. Okay, then shall we start the final training? At novel bin at. Yes. Please take care of me, teacher. The final training that began with Rez's spirited cry. Contrary to the spirited cry, the training was extremely quiet. Rez, who took a comfortable posture inside the box and closed her eyes, Lucia whispered behind her. About 10 minutes passed since then. Party member Rez has obtained a blessing. A special reward is given. Party member Rez's skill has bloomed. I immediately used the information window to check Rez's status. Mana tracking S, and mana accumulation C. She gained 2 skills. Moreover, one of them is S grade. Both were skills I knew well. Mana tracking is a technique that allows you to know the location of a selected target. And mana accumulation is increasing mana capacity, increasing mana recovery speed, and even the effect of increasing the efficiency of mana-based skills. It's a crazy skill that shows a whopping plus 15% efficiency even at C grade. What is this feeling? The surrounding mana is moving more actively than usual. I told you earlier, didn't I? You have talent. Lucia, who was ruffling Rez's hair, continued her explanation. Go to 0 and try to feel his mana. Huh? But every living being has mana. That guy has it too. He just hasn't realized it yet. Rez, who was circling around me, moved as Lucia instructed. Rez, who moved to the end of the training ground, shouted while running back. I can feel it. I can know the location even from far away. This is really an amazing skill. She's talking about mana tracking. A skill that can remember the scent of mana for up to 3 people and know the location of the other party no matter how far apart they are. That's right. To summarize that skill, it's a kind of radar and it's a skill that aids in stalking. And no, it's not. No, that skill is definitely for stalkers. When used in the game, it informs you of the current location of the other party and the approximate distance. When used on characters in the game, there were users who checked the characters' locations by time period and speculated unrevealed stories. So it wasn't an exaggeration to call it a stalker's exclusive skill. And Lucia, who possesses such a skill, is what's with that look. I also learned it by chance. For now, let's go with that. Really, it's not true. I'm not periodically using it on Dylan or anything. Confessing a crime with her own mouth. It was an action befitting the ditzy Lucia. Ignoring Lucia, who was roughly messing up my hair, I fell into thought. Come to think of it, it's similar to the direction the users were researching. Mana accumulation, which aids in the accumulation of mana, and mana tracking, which can locate the other party's location even outside the field of vision. They were skills that could make the build called Spear Rez shine even more. Magic Gun, the build researched by users, Lucia's disciple, and the knowledge I have combined. Perhaps Rez might become a game-breaking character. Cannot kill living beings, retreats from the battlefield when targeted. If we exclude those 2 chronic problems, that is. I checked the information window, but there was no change in the characteristics section. It means becoming someone's disciple is not a condition for changing characteristics. As we go to the later stages, the number of enemies using wide area attacks increases. No matter how strong a single shot is, it's meaningless if you can't shoot. A character that can't be used in the later stages is useless no matter how strong they become. However, overcoming this is also the skill of a veteran. I've done things I thought were impossible several times since entering the game. I was planning to somehow make it work this time too. That damn rabbit. To evolve her into a killing machine rabbit. Kakeek. You're laughing when I hit you. Are you really a pervert? Lucia slowly moved away. It seems a small misunderstanding occurred while I was thinking. Luna approached my side and whispered. Hey, didn't you say you prepared a gift? Where is it? A gift? I mean the farewell gift for the teacher. Come to think of it, I said that earlier. That I prepared a gift, so don't worry. It's a difficult situation. Because I was going to say Keek, the gift is me. That's right. The gift I said I prepared. It was me. I was going to take revenge on her for ignoring that I was taken by Karen and only feeding those 2 dinner, but Now that I see Lucia doing her best for us, I felt a bit embarrassed. If I throw such a nonsensical joke in this situation, I might end up being bitten all over by Luna and meet my death. About that. Why are you dragging it out? Just give it. I don't mind even if it's cheap. Before I could make an excuse, Luna grabbed my hand and ran. And so I reached in front of Lucia. Teacher, we prepared a gift for you. A gift? Nah, there's no need for that. If anything, I should be the one giving it. Even so, she's subtly showing signs of anticipation. Could it be that she's looking forward to the first gift from her disciples? If so, it's the worst situation. Shall overlook this much, right? Lucia is a teacher and an adult. There's no way out of this situation anyway. I shouted in the most cheerful voice possible. Keek, the gift is, me. Whoosh dash. Silence fell upon the training ground. What is this? This bland feeling. Luna didn't even think about biting me. She was just stiffly frozen from the huge shock. Thanks for the gift. It's mine now, so I can do whatever I want with it, right? Lucia firmly grabbed my face with both hands. Fortunately, it seems she likes the gift. As expected, a handsome face is useful in many ways, but that thought was short-lived. Lucia started putting strength into her hands, and only then did I realize her intention. She was trying to crush my face. I'm so happy to receive the first gift from my disciple that I must take it with me. I'll compress it well and put it in my pocket. Arg. With my scream echoing in the training ground, Raz safely finished her evolution. From a pufferfish rabbit to a pufferfish rabbit with a radar-equipped stalker. TL notes. After the unintended commotion, the master and disciples gathered, engaging in heartfelt conversation. I'm also a disciple, so why am I narrating from an observer's perspective? Because I'm not there with them. I was crumpled up like a paper doll by Lucia's hand. My whole body was drained of strength. But that wasn't the only problem. MMPH. Kikikikikik. Just endure it for a few days. When you open your eyes, you'll be at the Lucid household. Currently, I was being tightly bound from head to toe by Nanny. Nanny's objective was obvious. She intended to confine me in the Lucid household and create an opportunity to marry me off to Lucia. She's a handsome child kidnapper. No matter how cute I am, this is going too far. Isn't this a real crime? I wanted to cry out for help, but I couldn't speak because Nanny had gagged me. MMPH. A final struggle with all my might. Only then did Lucia, who noticed me, approach and ask, Nanny, what are you doing? I'm packaging him. He might spoil on the way, though. So why are you packaging that? Isn't it a gift? It's only natural to take it with us. Sorry, but could you tell them I'm returning it? It's not that it'll spoil on the way, it's already spoiled. Nanny looked crestfallen. By the way, referring to a person as spoiled. It's not like I'm food or anything. Even if I were food, I'd still be delicious even if spoiled. 0, it's regrettable, but we'll have to aim for the next opportunity. Keek, I didn't want to go in the first place though. Keek, you might like it once you arrive. The underground prison of the Lucid household is famous for being pleasant. If you stay there for about 3 years, don't you think you'll develop a desire to marry the young lady? Was my way of speaking this spine-chilling? I could somewhat understand why people made those expressions whenever they talked to me. We've chatted too much. Come now, everyone gather around. It's truly time to part ways. Lucia clapped her hands and gathered us. I wish I could instruct you directly with all my heart, but the situation isn't favorable. Being called a hero doesn't mean everything is good. Balls, noble councils, subjugation battles, wars, etc. With lofty honor comes obligations that must be fulfilled. It's like a sort of obligatory defense battle. She can't take us to such places. If she took us to various events, it would be like advertising us as Lucia's disciples. Battlefields go without saying. Those are real battlefields, not tests, and only the strong can survive there. The excellent education system of Anwood Academy also played a part. In the first place, you guys aren't at a level to understand my instruction yet. So learn the basics here, and the real training will start around your 3rd year or after graduation. Keep that in mind. There are vacations in between, but it's uncertain if Lucia will be able to make time then. There are many places seeking heroes after all. Well, I didn't intend to seek her out in the first place. Lucia's training will surely make us stronger. However, it can't compare to the hidden pieces. For ordinary students, vacations are just short rest periods, but for me, it's the only time I can leave this area and the only chance to obtain fraudulent hidden pieces. That's right, for example, something like a hidden piece of the divine imitation class. Anyway, I've already decided on the places I need to visit during the vacation. There won't be any changes to the plan at Novel Bin at. But feel free to contact me anytime. I'm busy so I won't always be able to answer though. Nanny handed each of us a piece of paper. A piece of paper with unknown characters written on it. You have acquired Lucia's communication code. From now on, you can freely contact Lucia de Lucid. Try communicating using a magic crystal ball. A magic crystal ball, how old-fashioned. It can't be helped. This is an old game after all. Despite its appearance, it used to be touted as an incredibly innovative communication method. And speaking of gifts, as Lucia said that, everyone's gaze turned to me. Nanny clicked her tongue as if it was a waste. By the way, why is she mentioning gifts in this situation? Could it be that Lucia is also going to say I'm the gift? That's something I, as the master, should give. Such otaku-ish delusions didn't occur. Lucia rummaged through her bosom and threw one to each of us. A rectangular wooden plaque. In the center, the figure of a roaring lion was beautifully engraved in relief. The roaring lion, the symbol of the Lucid household. That's right, this is proof that you are people associated with our household. You'll be treated quite well in the territories of allied nobles. It should be useful elsewhere too, of course. You might die if things go wrong though. Why is that? Enemies can be anywhere, but the value of that plaque is quite heavy. You guys are young, right? There might be people who find it suspicious and try to verify it. Con artists, merchants, knights, allied nobles, etc. In the worst case, there might be those who try to kill and take it. Eek. I won't use it until I die. Perhaps realizing the weight of the wooden plaque, Rez immediately paled. Ahaha, still, you should use it when you feel like you're going to die. Actually, it'll save your life more often than put you in danger. The influence of our household extends far and wide, even to places we can't see. The Lucid household, one of the pillars of the empire. Not only is their status grand on the surface, but there are countless people who secretly respect and admire them. As Lucia said, we'll experience more good things than bad. She's giving an amazing gift at the end. Especially for me, even more so. Because hundreds of ways to gain profit by using this wooden plaque and its close connection to the Lucid household came to mind. Aren't I the con artist Lucia was just worried about? That's a misunderstanding. I'm not a con artist. I'm just a good person trying to make good use of the wooden plaque given to me. This is all I can give you right now. I'm sorry. I should have prepared more. No, master, we're the ones who are sorry. Master, why are you crying? It's not like we won't see each other again. You cute things, come here. Let me hug you one by one. But even Lucia couldn't hide the sniffling sound. Master, my beloved disciples. The three of them hugged each other tightly. Of course, I was forcibly excluded again this time. Keek, Zero. Shall I hug you? Nanny slyly approached me. Keek, if you just throw away the rope you're hiding behind your back. Oh my, how did this get here? Nanny tossed the rope. As if she really didn't know. I whispered in Nanny's ear while lightly embracing her. You're going to Kalos, right? Of course. I'm always with the young lady. That's right. Lucia and Nanny are of one mind and body. 99% of the information obtained from Karen is likely shared between them. That's why I boldly mentioned the secret of Kalos. Nanny also seems to know my identity to some extent. Rather, it's a good thing. I know teacher Karen is also included in the subjugation team, but you're not going together. All members of the subjugation team will move separately and then join at a designated location. There are many prying eyes, you know. Then when will teacher Karen leave? Tonight or tomorrow morning? He insisted on doing the test before leaving. The schedule is quite tight. In that case, there's a high probability that Karen will come looking for me tonight. Keek, thank you. I've obtained good information. Keek, don't worry. I intend to be thoroughly compensated later. I didn't particularly want to ask what that compensation was. And so, our master, Lucia, left. It was a short but intense, month-long encounter. While riding a wyvern with Nanny, Lucia suddenly felt a chill in her lower body. It was only natural. She was wearing a skirt, and not just any skirt, but the uniform skirt of Anwood Academy. A skirt that was incredibly shortened at that. Ugh, my dignity as a master. Lucia clutched her head in despair. Her first ever disciples. Greenhorns, let's meet on the battlefield next time. The plan to leave in a cool manner while saying that was completely ruined. Forget being cool, you're just whining? Lucia, you call yourself an adult. Keek, I thought it was humane and nice. Well, it was a ladylike appearance. Lucia's eyes shifted to the side. Nanny, she was the root of all this. Nanny, isn't this really too much? I never even imagined you had such intentions. Let's do a uniform cosplay, to compete with Luna and seduce Zero at the same time? Even while being hit by the fierce wind, Lucia's face grew hot. Keek, dignity is important, but marriage is even more important. Ayek, please stop speaking like that. Keek, I can't do that. I intend to keep it up until the day I meet Zero again. It would be troubling to forget the groom. Who in the world is the groom? Keek, of course it's Zero. Because Lady Lucia is not an object. Phew, this nanny's heart was pounding. Lucia pouted. Well, it's true that I felt a little flutter then, but not only is there an age gap, but Zero is now a disciple. Marrying a disciple is socially unacceptable. We're master and disciple now, you know? Even if I want to marry, I can't. Social norms aren't laws. No, even if it's a law, it's not a problem. What's important is love. I've never started or tried to start that so-called love. Plus, what about Luna? The master snatches the disciple's boyfriend? The whole world will curse me. That's right. Nanny slapped her forehead. Did she finally understand what Lucia was saying? Yes, so just give up. The number of forbidden relationships has increased by 1. What's that? Nanny thrust her face forward. The sweeter the forbidden fruit, the better. Forbidden fruit. 20-year age gap, student, noble, and commoner, highest class and lowest class, master and disciple, hero and suspicious character. Right now, an immense forbidden item has been added to the already forbidden item. Oh my, how can this be? Seeing Nanny's eyes rolling back, Lucia thought that she was crazy. Do you know why forbidden fruit is dangerous? I don't particularly want to know, because everything ends with just one bite. So from now on, there's only one thing you need to do. Just one bite. You just need to take one bite. You're telling me to bite. Keek. I'm saying to lure him to the room, to a space with just the two of you. Then Miss Luna or whoever will be done for in an instant. Why, you're crazy. Really? Get away? It's dirty. Not eating such forbidden fruit is the true sin? This is all for your sake. Seeing Nanny's eyes filled with whites, Lucia realized that she herself wasn't even a concern right now. Nanny was only interested in the marriage between Zero and herself. Ayoik, just fly the wyvern. We're going to fall and die at this rate. Keek keek, I see. If you survive this, it means you'll marry Zero. I'll make sure to accomplish it. How in the world does my words get interpreted like that? Despite Lucia's cries, there was no change in Nanny's actions. She just repeated keek keek, while demonstrating skillful wyvern control. Seeing that, Lucia flopped down and let out a sigh, not knowing others' thoughts. From the day she saw Zero's flash at the training grounds, Lucia always thought that the spirit of the Lester household's secret techniques wielded by Zero lacked pride. Zero's goal isn't to restore the honor of the Lester household. There's no evidence, but I can feel it. If he had dreamed of being the Lester household's rat, he should have inherited at least some of that lofty pride. But she didn't feel that from Zero. Is it because his heart has been unrestrained since the Lester household was annihilated, or because he has decided not to be picky about the means and methods for the sake of revenge? She didn't know which one it was, but if it was the latter, it would be the worst. Because it meant he would stain the Lester household's swordsmanship and lofty pride with blood. If what Zero was dreaming of was something like that, I'll have to stop him. Setting a disciple on the right path when they're going down the wrong one. That's the mission and duty given to a master. That's right. From the moment she decided to accept Zero as a disciple, Lucia had already made up her mind. If Zero goes on a rampage, drunk on blood, she will stop him. Even if I have to kill him. While Lucia was thinking about this and that, the wyvern just kept flapping its wings towards the western end of the empire. It was late at night. The two brightly shining moons illuminated my room. It was a dreamy sight. Enough to make a smile automatically spread across my lips. 2 moons, huh? As if to prove this was a classic game. However, contrary to such thoughts, my eyes were busy enjoying the current situation. After all, this was a scenery I could never see on Earth. Anyhow, it was while I was contentedly gazing at the surroundings. The terms of the deal with Lucia will be documented. Number of times help can be requested, 3/3. Currently in an alliance with Lucia. The system window dizzied my vision. The price I obtained in exchange for keeping the secrets of the Lucid family. That was now officially stipulated. Lucia may be a klutz, but it was clear that she was a reliable force. Above all, the fact that she was an unexpected force was significant. The Lucid family was someone I thought I could only get a chance with after Chapter 4 and onwards. It was a shame I couldn't form an alliance with the Lucid family, but an alliance with Lucia, who was one of the Empire's forces. I even went beyond getting acquainted and became her disciple. Luna and Rez's fast growth rate was satisfying, but the best part was that we all formed a master-disciple relationship. It was overflowing luck in the early part of Chapter 2. However, if there was one problem, the price that comes with it must also be endured. The jealousy and envy towards Lucia, who rose to the position of a hero at a considerably young age, was a given. But all they could do was watch, because powerful forces, including the Emperor and Duke Luke, supported Lucia. Well, it's also thanks to Lucia winning all the duel requests that came in from time to time. She even seized victory in duels against opponents she realistically shouldn't be able to beat, proving that she was qualified to be a hero herself. There were several duels that made Lucia's reputation shine, but let's skip over that since it's not important right now. Anyway, the jealousy and envy that couldn't be directed at Lucia accumulated and reached the point of creating a group under the guise of a research society called Exceeders. The emotions they had been harboring were likely to be unleashed on Lucia's disciples. That's right. Luna, Rez, and me. They were referring to us. It's an event that actually exists in the game too. There were a few episodes involving Lucia, and each time, a strange bunch would suddenly appear and request a duel. Even though the character I was playing at the time wasn't Lucia's disciple, there was little information, so I couldn't even track them down. No, the related route may not have even opened in the first place. The only thing I could find out was that they were called Exceeders. But now, I've actually become Lucia's disciple. A story related to them may unfold. Of course, the attacks from Exceeders will be even worse than back then. In the game, they were nothing more than EXP and money shuttles. But if they find out that we're Lucia's real disciples, I don't know what kind of moves they'll make. Lucia said she'd keep it a secret for now, but I need to prepare. It's not just Exceeders, who is hostile to Lucia, that I need to prepare for. I also have to be wary of people on Lucia's side. They'll also want to test the disciples' skills just the same. Dash. I took out the papers from the desk drawer and checked them again. Changes to the plan I had devised so far, information related to Exceeders, Lucia's forces, and the benefits that could be gained by using the Lucid family's wooden tags. I had finished organizing everything. Since I wrote it in Korean, Karen won't be able to understand it even if he sees it. I even mixed in English, Japanese, and game terms in between. No matter how hard Karen analyzes it, he won't be able to figure it out easily. Slit-Eyed. At that moment, the hypersense skill was activated. Someone had entered my room. And naturally, that someone was. Keek, you're late. Impudent fellow. The former Emperor's sword and the Empire's rat. Currently in charge of the combat training subject at Anwood Academy. It was Karen. Are the preparations going well? You don't need to know. As I said during class, a student's duty is. Oh my, are you going to be like this between us? Karen closed his mouth. He must have realized it. Before being a teacher and student, we had a business relationship. I'm even the information provider for this subjugation. So I think information sharing is only natural. Impudent fellow. Contrary to his words, Karen faithfully shared the information. Date, number of people, strategy, state of preparation, etc. But he didn't tell me the information I wanted to know the most. How many experts of 8-star knight level or higher are there in total? I can't tell you. Is it only Sir Alistair and Lady Lucia? I can't tell you. Are you an idiot? Tack? Karen smacked my head. Hitting a student who asks questions? What a bad teacher who limits students' creativity. Well, it's not that I don't understand. 8-star knights and above are like nuclear bombs. Depending on where they move, the location of the troops changes. But not only did they go to the western edge of the empire, they even invaded the land of another country? It was perfect for starting a war. So Karen doesn't tell me. But if that's all there is to it, it would be the worst case scenario. The opponent is Falcon, the maestro of the battlefield. The other 4 heavenly kings are scary too, but Falcon in a prepared battlefield is on a different level. His overwhelming quantity is one thing, but the scariest part is that he can raise the dead who met their demise on the battlefield. Enemy troops, ally troops, and even passing birds and mice. Anything can join the battlefield as long as it has limbs attached. A battle where the longer the fight goes on, the weaker the allies become and the stronger the enemy becomes. That's the terror of a necromancer and how they fight. So 30 elites led by Karen, Alistair, and Lucia are not a bad number and composition. Because taking thousands of ordinary soldiers to fight a necromancer is only creating thousands of enemies. It's better to have 30 strong individuals who don't die easily. Normally it would be a woefully lacking number, but right now it's the early part of chapter 2. The necromancer's greatest weakness and strength is the total amount of mana. The most important aspect of the class is how many soldiers of death they can handle. In other words, the more mana they have, the stronger they are, and the less they have, the weaker they are. Other characteristics are important too, but not as much as mana. Falcon may be called the worst of the 4 heavenly kings later on, but that's only in the context of the game. Right now, they're at the level of shouting, call us the 4 heavenly kings. Falcon is a character whose maximum mana increases with each passing day. It means Falcon's state of preparation isn't at its best either. Even at his best in the early part of chapter 2, he'll only be able to handle around 1,000 to 2,000 at most. He probably couldn't secure enough useful corpses either, so the number of death knights and liches will be extremely low. In other words, it's a situation where it's possible to kill Falcon. However, Karen, Alistair, Lucia. The thought of those 3 going made me a little scared. It's an opportunity to kill one of the 4 heavenly kings. But to put it another way, it means those 3 could die. Karen, Alistair, Lucia. What if those 3 become death knights, liches, or even higher undead and stand in our way? Shiver dash. A chill ran down my spine just thinking about it. That's why I kept pressing Karen. Because the outcome can greatly change depending on how many beings that anyone would call the strong, those of 8-star level or higher, are brought along. Alright, let me use the knowledge of a veteran. Let's find the talent Karen might take with him at this time. Whoosh dash. A puzzle unfolded in my mind. The Empire's map, power structure, experts of 8-star level or higher, non-mainstream talents, etc. There are many useful people. The problem is they can't leave their current positions. I filtered out the unnecessary puzzle pieces one by one. People who can't move, people Karen shouldn't know about, people who shouldn't reveal themselves yet. And I found it. The strongest puzzle piece that could lead the fight against Falcon to victory. Keek, do you think that level of force is enough? There are some unsettling factors, but I handpicked the best out of the available troops. And there's no such thing as perfect preparation for the battlefield. We do our best to prepare and respond to the enemy's numbers, that's all. Karen, this isn't the time for a lesson, you know? There are people coming from the Holy Kingdom. How about getting their help? Don't say such stupid things, unlike yourself. It's a matter that requires numerous experts to cross the border into another country's territory without permission. Such a thing cannot be disclosed to the members of the Holy Kingdom. Information leaking is also a problem. But I don't think that measly information is more important than your lives. Impudent fellow. Now you're casually speaking to me informally. No, this is a side effect of twisted speech s. I clearly said, hee, Sir Karen. I'm truly sorry, but aren't your lives more important than information leaking? But Karen didn't seem to be in a bad mood. It was a strange thing. Your thought has some point. But apart from the guide, the rest are all students. The guide is also just a middle-aged priest. They won't agree to help even if we ask in the first place. As Karen said. On the surface, that is. Among the personnel dispatched from the Holy Kingdom, there are a few from the Empire mixed in. educating children around the age of 10 and infiltrating them into each country as spies. It was one of the Empire's dark sides. Of course, there are also children who ended up staying in the Holy Kingdom for other reasons. And the most important figure among them, the person who forms a party with the main members starting from the latter half of Chapter 2, Princess Hyacinth. TL note, Hyacinth is type of flower. The daughter of Emperor Leon XIII and the 13th princess. Hyacinth, who had a frail body since birth. She went to the Holy Kingdom for treatment and took this opportunity to return to the Empire. Of course, what's important right now isn't Hyacinth. It's the person dispatched to protect her, the Emperor's sword. Adonis. Of course, only a very few knew this fact. For example, someone like Karen, the Empire's rat. What about the princess's guardian? What do you mean by that? Karen made a puzzled expression. Even at a moment like this, he's capable of acting. As expected of Karen. It would be simple to say the name Adonis here, but it's strange for me to know that name right now, because he has changed his name for some reason. So it's right to say his real name. I'm talking about Sir Douglas, the Emperor's sword. At novel bin at. Karen's expression distorted. Of course, only for a very brief moment. I don't know what you've been saying. Why are you mentioning the name of someone who died a few years ago? Keek, if even skeletons can rise, is there a reason Sir Douglas can't come back to life? That's right. Douglas is a dead man. Someone who was one of the Empire's past heroes and even had a very grand funeral. But he's alive and well. Perhaps sensing that I knew, Karen spat out his words as if chewing on them. How did you know? Well, it's a simple deduction. There were many dubious aspects to Sir Douglas's death. Like the flashy funeral that was unlike Sir Douglas. Around that time, there was a dispatch to the Holy Kingdom. So he either went to the Holy Kingdom for treatment or for another purpose. That's what I deduced. It sounds more like a delusion than a deduction. Keek, at this very moment, the delusion has turned into reality. Perhaps amazed, Karen let out a deep sigh. At the same time, his eyes of suspicion intensified. I should show a humane side here. Of course, I'm curious about how he changed his appearance. Not only is his face well known, but he's also old, so it would be difficult to hide. And how do you think he did that? He developed a special magic or something. Stupid fellow. You lack creativity. Keek, then why don't you tell me how he did it? I feel like my creativity will skyrocket then. Then Karen put his index finger on his lips and said, it's a secret. Stealing a student's pose. The Academy's reputation will fall. Even so, I can't cut off your head, can I? It's a joke, right? The possibility of suddenly decapitating me. The atmosphere was friendly, but Karen in front of me was more than capable of doing that. He was a man called the bad ending maker among users. Perhaps because he saw my wary attitude, Karen smiled and opened his mouth. As you expected, Sir Douglas is alive. However, I can't tell you what his current condition is. Inwardly sighing with relief, I thought. It was natural for Karen not to disclose information about him. Currently, Douglas is under a demon's curse. The demon's curse that forced him to stay in the Holy Kingdom for several years and even change his name. Let's skip over what kind of curse it is. What's important now is to have Douglas join the Falcon subjugation force. I was about to explain why Douglas needed to join. And he has already agreed to join, so don't worry. He already agreed to join? At that moment, chills ran down my spine. As expected of the Empire, the absurd information that skeletons will rise. There were a few more side pieces of information, but the main one was just that. Normally, it's natural to let your guard down. Because currently, this world is completely unaware of the existence and terror of the undead. Although hundreds of thousands of skeletons are buried in Kalos, the first thought that comes to mind is, no matter how strong bones are, how strong can they be? Of course, the rats Karen sent did confirm they weren't ordinary skeletons. Still, it's absurd to go fight across another country with just this information, and it makes even less sense to deploy multiple experts of Karen's caliber. So I couldn't help but shudder. Does it mean they won't let their guard down at all? It was a moment when I felt the terror of the Empire once again. Not only is Luna a problem, saving Rodelin is absolutely impossible. I'm someone who has vowed to play as safely as possible since my life is on the line. After entering the academy, I pondered for several days and completed a mind map up to the final chapter. Saving Rodelin was not included in that mind map, because no one has ever succeeded in saving Rodelin. What I'm doing now is a survival game disguised as the hero of the academy, so it was natural for me to give up on Rodelin. In the first place, she's just a child who gets stamped with a slave seal but moves well all the way to the final boss battle. But every time I faced Rodelin, that thought would wriggle, the thought of wanting to save her. But seeing the Empire's responsiveness now, such thoughts shrank back. Telling me to save Rodelin against those bastards? Yuck, PFT. I won't do it because it's dirty. In the first place, saving Rodelin is something I can challenge after surviving this survival game and returning to Earth. I shook my head slightly to shake off the stray thoughts. The fact that the Empire is scary, saving Rodelin. These aren't important now. What's important now is that the Empire is moving as I thought. The survival probability of Alistair, Karen, and Lucia has increased, and the probability of killing Falcon has also increased. That was important. Why am I making a fuss just because one more being of 8-star knight level or higher has been added? It can't be helped. The former Douglas, now called Adonis, is the owner of a sacred sword. the second sacred sword that lost its light after losing its master. Its power has weakened like the ninth sacred sword Artana I currently possess, but it should be enough to deal with the current Falcon. Are all your curiosities resolved now? Keek, it's enough. Because Sir Hero Douglas is more than enough force. Letting our guard down isn't good. Just as we confirmed their existence, those guys in Kalos at that time also confirmed our existence. Quite some time has passed since then, so they either ran away, or they set a trap and are waiting. It's one of the two. Smack? Karen smacked my head. No, what the hell did I do wrong? Keek, why did you hit me? Because you're saying it's enough even though you know it might be a trap. It's true that Sir Douglas is great, but do you know how old he is? I don't know the details, but he was around 70 when the funeral was held, so he must be over 80. He's 83. It's been a long time since he became an old man. Considering the average life expectancy of this world, he's an elder among elders. So Karen's worry was natural. Since he's a 9-star knight, he'll be better than most guys, but compared to when he was called a hero in the past, he'll fall far short. I also knew this fact well, because I learned the theory related to mana during class. As you age, not only your body but also your mana control becomes problematic. It means that currently, Douglas may not even be able to exert the strength of an 8-star, no, perhaps even a 7-star knight. However, one of the second sacred sword's abilities is the Goddess's Blessing. Goddess's Blessing. A crazy skill that removes all status abnormalities and restores physical abilities to their prime. It'll only be for a moment, but he should be able to exhibit a strength rivaling his past self. I was recalling the episode where Douglas first revealed the second sacred sword in the game. Since I gave you the payment, now it's my turn to receive the payment. The price? I couldn't help but make a question mark above my head. We have a business relationship, and the information I received now was a right I could naturally demand as an information provider. But he's treating it as a payment. Is he trying to take advantage of me using his superior strength? One flash. Yes. Have Luna seal her one flash for the time being. Only then did I realize Karen's intention. Luna, who can now use a one flash worthy of being called a one flash. Anyone who has seen the Lester family's one flash even once can suspect Luna's identity. Karen's worries and concerns must be piercing the sky. But he can't bring himself to ask me to protect Luna, so as a second best, he's asking me to seal the one flash that could cause problems. In the first place, I'm the one who told Luna, using one flash in front of others is forbidden. It means I can accept Karen's request. The problem is that Karen used a payment as a pretext for a half-threat. How dare he bring up the sacred payment? It was a very, very impudent act. It seemed necessary to re-establish our relationship once again. I thought the information I gave today was a fair payment. There's always a service in every transaction, but the owner has no intention of providing a service. If you think about future transactions, you should know to offer a small service at this point. That's what a good owner does. Then does that mean you'll also provide a service, Teacher Karen? Since it's bothersome to give and take, how about we skip the service this time? In crude terms, it means let's call it even. The owner next door, no, the Empire's rat Karen began trembling his fists. But he couldn't recklessly throw a punch. Because Luna's life, which Karen cherishes, is at stake. Fine, so be it. What do you want? Karen lowered his fist. He seemed to have exercised superhuman patience. The price, of course, I could demand money or artifacts here. But, Keek, it's a bit much to receive a payment between us for this. Just a word is enough. A word. Yes, the word please. Right now, showing the impudent Karen a lesson, was more important. What happens when you put personal feelings into a sacred transaction? What happens when you break the rules? I'll discipline him. That's right. This was an act to discipline Karen. It wasn't that I was doing this because I had a chance to tease Karen. Really? I stared intently at Karen, who kept moving his lips and groaning. Come on, Karen. Say it. Please. It would be even better if you add the word desperately. PL. Plight news. Pardon. Your obituary may ring throughout the academy tomorrow. It's a joke, right? Karen's sunken eyes captured my gaze. I see. You're serious? Indeed, even I think the joke went a bit too far. Let's change the condition. If you tell me why you're so worried about Luna, I'll specially. Smack. Karen smacked my head hard. He's a really bad guy, trying to make a deal with force. Keek, I learned that the person forcing a service on the owner isn't a good consumer. But I had no choice but to stop talking. Because Karen raised his fist again. But you're a regular customer, Teacher Karen. It's only natural to provide you with a service. Only then did Karen lower his fist. And so, I was forced to provide a service. Actually, I've already told her not to use it in front of others. But you made such a request to me? What an impudent fellow. Isn't the impudent one you who tried to eat the sacred payment raw? I expressed my dissatisfaction while puffing out my cheeks. But they soon burst as Karen's rough hand grabbed my face. Still no intention of telling me what the deal with Renia was. Karen's grip holding my face. Through the gaps, I could see his inscrutable gaze. What kind of relationship did Karen and the Lester family have? It's not that I don't have any. The deal you said you made with Lady Renia. If it's that information, I'm willing to trade. You're saying we should mutually disclose one deal with Renia. Not a bad idea. As long as you don't lie. Keek, you noticed. Impudent fellow. I responded as if it was nothing, but inwardly, I was quite puzzled. The fact that he noticed I was lying, and he disclosed it as if it was nothing. I did expect it, but he could have pretended not to know and probed me? Why did he readily tell me? What's his intention? The battle of wits with Karen seemed to have become even more complicated. Karen removed his hand from my face and said, "Well, that's a story for if I survive." Keek, how unexpected. You lack confidence. There's too little information. It's like putting your neck in the enemy's mouth, and it's stranger to be confident. Above all, my instincts are telling me that it won't be an easy fight. Karen seemed to have judged that Falcon would choose to fight rather than run away, being able to know that fact instinctively. Is it something like Rez's idiot hair radar? Personally, I don't think running away is a shameful act. Fighting even though you know you can't win is a foolish act. You're saying in a noble way to run away if you're at a disadvantage. Karen smacked my head. At this point, it's a habit. I have a similar thought, so don't worry. In the first place, it's a fight that will start from a disadvantageous position, and the enemies won't let us off easily. But Karen's words were cut off there. He opened his mouth again when the moonlight passed behind the building, and the room was dyed in darkness. Just if, I can't return, then Luna. The room had become dark, so I couldn't see Karen's face. But what Karen was trying to say seemed clear. Is he trying to entrust Luna to me in case something happens to him? For a moment, I felt slightly irritated. Because he was too different from the Karen I knew. Saying such weak words, it's unlike you. Has your sensitivity become abundant as you aged? What? Isn't it enough to just win? Don't be confident of victory or defeat before the fight. Who was the one who taught that? The current Karen wasn't the Karen I knew. How do I know that when we've only been together for a few months? Well, can you normally call 18 years only? I must have taken Karen's classes at least tens of thousands of times and fought him thousands of times. So I couldn't help but know Karen well. Rough but clear. Treats you harshly in front but takes care of you behind. Sometimes drives you so hard it could be called ruthless, but inwardly only thinks of the students. The Karen I know was that kind of person and teacher. Yeah, someone like this, just like Lucia. Could be called a master. Well, unlike Lucia, it's not specified in the system window, and there's no fun in teasing him, so I don't really like it. But to him who's anxious, just this once, specially, yeah, let's provide a service. So come back victorious, master. A brief silence. Karen's faint laughter broke that silence. Impudent fellow. I've never had an impudent fellow like you as a disciple. Keek, is that so? What a cheeky bastard. If you say such a thing one more time, be prepared. I'll pull out your tongue. Grumble grumble dash. Karen's grumbling continued to fill the room after that. Now he's back to the Karen I know, although it was a bit noisy. He must have judged this fight to be dangerous to that extent. Is there a way I can help? There are some unsettling factors, but I handpicked the best out of the available troops. The word unsettling factors that Karen mentioned a while ago caught my attention. I could be certain. One of those unsettling factors. Lady Lucia is included, right? Being called an unsettling factor by a disciple. I really want to tell this to Lucia. Karen only mocked my words and didn't deny them. It meant Lucia was one of the unsettling factors. It's probably because she doesn't listen. This is a bigger problem than I thought. On the battlefield, it's fundamentally important to unify opinions. Starting from whether to attack, defend, or retreat. Strategy, direction of advance, personnel allocation, tactics, etc. When things don't go as expected or a crisis occurs, individual sense and judgment take priority, but moving within a set framework is an absolute rule and discipline of the battlefield. Judging by the members, Alistair or Karen are likely to devise the strategy. Although my relationship with Karen has improved recently, it's definitely not good. Moreover, there's no way that erratic Lucia will obediently follow others' words. Karen must also be well aware of this fact. That's why he included Lucia as an unsettling factor. It was the same in the game, but seeing it in person, I understand better. That making Lucia follow orders is an impossible task. Unless you put a thick leash on her like an iron chain. So, I just need to give it to Karen. An iron chain, a very thick and sturdy one made of steel. Well, let me give you a gift that can boost your spirits. A gift. I took out a photo from my bosom and threw it. Upon seeing the photo, Karen immediately burst into laughter. Cuckoo, you bastard, how the hell did you do this? How did I do it? Of course. Keek, it's a secret. An action that would normally earn me a punch. But Karen was too busy laughing. The photo I gave to Karen. It was a group photo we took together before parting with Lucia today. A photo of Lucia's uniform cosplay. With Lucia, who's well over 30, wearing the academy uniform, Karen had no choice but to collapse. If you threaten to spread that photo, Lucia would have no choice but to follow your orders. Isn't Lucia your teacher? And here you are, suggesting blackmail. You're quite audacious. Of course, it's not for free. This is a transaction, after all. Cuckoo, I see. It does seem worth it. Alright, what do you want? At novel bin at. Control over the information that Lucia has taken me, Luna, and Rez as disciples. The information that I, Luna, and Rez have become Lucia's disciples. Currently, only Karen and a few rats are aware of it, but soon it will leak everywhere. Lucia's words that she must inform her allies is true, but Luna and Rez might spill the beans without even realizing it. The first ones to come across the information once it's out in the open. Rats. And the one commanding those rats was standing right in front of me. Cuckoo, are you trying to buy some time for growth? You must be scared too. Isn't that obvious? I'm just an ordinary student. Ordinary students don't blackmail their teachers, nor do they make deals using their weaknesses. Is that so? Bang! Karen knocked on my head. It was a light flick. The deal is made. You better stick to your duties as a student. Karen leaned halfway out of the window. Had time passed? The moonlight began to spill through the window again. Until I return. With that, Karen left. Into the moonlight. TL notes. Keel, the third son of the Jackfield Count family, left the inn. It was due to the first summons of the subjugation force. Swish dash. No matter how he flipped the paper with the gathering location written on it, nothing changed. Only the gathering place and time were written. I can't believe they won't disclose any information. Usually when a mission is given, information about it is delivered together as well. What the mission is, how many people, who the commander is, where the destination is. However, this mission didn't reveal any of that information. The only thing they did reveal was that it's a subjugation mission. Just that one thing. Maintaining secrecy until the day of the summons means there must be a good reason for it. Judging by the fact that they were gathering at the western end of the Empire, it seems certain they would be leaving the Empire. However, this wasn't really information. Missions crossing borders were more common than one might think. Well, I'll find out when I get there. The first summons of the subjugation force was full of questions. He wasn't afraid though. Not only was he a 7-star knight, but he had carried out missions more than once or twice. When Keel almost reached the destination, he could sense someone's presence. Who's there? It's a rat. You must be Sir Keel. A figure dropped down from a tree. Please present your identification tag. Keel took out the identification tag from his chest and threw it. It was the identification tag given when accepting this mission, stamped with the Emperor's seal. I expected it to be a big deal, but for rats to be involved in the mission, I have a bad feeling about this. Rats. They're not as dirty as their name suggests, but their existences you don't want to get involved with, because they even know the number of spoons in your family's house. It's not a metaphor, but something that actually happened. A document that somehow leaked to the aristocratic circles. It had the number of spoons and tableware in each mansion written on it. Keel knew that rats collected all sorts of information, but why on earth would they count the number of spoons? The aristocratic circles couldn't understand it and were simultaneously gripped by fear, because the number of spoons in their own homes matched exactly with the number of spoons on the document. Your identity has been verified. Please head over there. Good work. Keel knew very well that the rats were working for the Empire. Praising them was also an aristocrat's duty. Bow dash. The rat who lowered his head disappeared without a trace. 5 people. No, more than that. There must be more than one entrance here. If so, that meant at least a dozen rats had been deployed for this mission. Keel became even more curious about the content of the mission. There were a few guests who arrived before him in the forest. A table that didn't fit the forest. The snacks and refreshments placed on it. Keel picked up a water bottle and glanced around, observing his surroundings. Red Comet, Blue Reaper, White Kite, even Odin, known as Ratra's hero. This is beyond imagination. The common denominator of the people gathered here was simple. They were all big shots in the Empire, and they were people who had recently made a name for themselves. At least 6-star knights or higher. Even the ones I don't know must be at that level or above. The far west end of the Empire. There was only one reason why such powerhouses would gather in this backwater place. They must be here to participate in the same subjugation force as me. It was definitely full of great individuals. But Keel wasn't daunted. He was also strong and had confidence in his own skills. The fact that he was here supported that claim. So what if they made a name for themselves? They're all beneath me. The Red Comet had long been blocked by the wall of the 7 stars, the Blue Reaper lacked mana, and the White Kite had mysophobia. As for Odin, he had no flaws. But Keel was no less than him. As Keel was inwardly criticizing others, a voice called out. What, Keel? You decided to participate in this subjugation force too? Edwin, long time no see. Nice to see you. I thought I was going to go crazy with how quiet everyone here is. Right. I'm going to go crazy seeing you too, Keel wanted to say but kept his mouth shut. Edwin, the Black Archer of Violetta. His archery skills were undeniably good, but his conduct was a bit frivolous. The problem was that he talked too much and had no awareness of the atmosphere, acting all friendly just because we went on a mission together once or twice. He was also an aristocrat, but hanging out with someone who didn't seem like an aristocrat at all would lower Keel's own value. Oh, look at that white bow. Isn't that Sasha, the White Kite I've only heard rumors about? I want to have a match with her. I can hear you. So what if you can hear? Saying I want to fight isn't being a nuisance, is it? It is a nuisance. A huge one at that. Keel desperately tried to distance himself from Edwin. Wow, hey, Keel, look over there. Who the hell is it that you're making such a fuss? But Keel couldn't help but tremble. It was someone he had to admit was at least 10 levels above him. Lulucia, the eldest daughter of the Lucid family. Navy blue hair that looked like stars embedded in the night sky, a youthful appearance that was hard to believe she was in her 30s, and a beauty that could only be described as stunning. Keel's heart began to race. A few years ago, at an aristocratic party, he first saw Lucia from afar, and on that very day, Keel fell in love without even realizing it. She's become even more beautiful. If Lucia and I could get married. It was love, but the rise in his family's status as well as his own would be enormous. I need to greet her somehow. As Keel was fretting, it happened. Is she the commander of this mission? Let's go say hello. Don't do something stupid, Edwin. But Edwin was already running towards Lucia. Keel inwardly shouted nice, and followed behind Edwin, pretending to look like he had no choice. Lady Lucia? Hello. Huh? Oh, hello. What was your name again? It's Edwin. It was about 3 years ago, right? We met once before. I think we did. I remember your bow. Edwin greeted Lucia casually. Keel didn't miss the chance. Placing his hand on Edwin's shoulder, he said, Edwin, it's rude to run over shouting like that. Huh? Is it? Geez, you really are. Lady Lucia, I apologize. My friend has been discourteous. Huh? Keel, didn't you say before that we could never be Friday dash? We're friends. Always have been. Keel, you bastard. Politeness, friendship, gentlemanliness. He managed to appeal it all. Although the misfortune of acknowledging Edwin as a friend occurred, Keel didn't care as long as he could establish a connection with Lucia. Discourteous? It's fine. More importantly, who are you? I'm Keel, the third son of the Jackfield family. Embarrassingly enough, I'm known as Keel of the Flashing Sword in public. Flashing Sword. Yes, it's my main technique. I believe it's comparable to the Lester family's one flash. Ha ha ha. Twitch dash. Lucia's eyebrow twitched strangely, boldly putting down a traitorous family like it's nothing. Tisk, even Lady Lucia can't help but be interested. What if she falls for him? As Keel was immersed in self-intoxication, Lucia spoke. Do it. Pardon. I said do it. Keel was momentarily flustered but soon placed his hand on his sword hilt and took a stance. It was a good opportunity to showcase his self-developed technique in front of Lucia's eyes. Keel's first original secret technique. One blade. Kagagagak dash. Kiwoong dash. Several trees collapsed, raising dust. All that remained on the path Keel passed through with his sword was the white base of the trees. You've gotten even stronger than before, huh? At novel bin at. It wasn't just Edwin who was amazed. Everyone at the scene was sending looks of admiration to Keel. It's nothing special. I still have a long way to go. Really? I think it's amazing. I'm telling you, Keel is incredible, right? Keel inwardly laughed. That guy Edwin. Now that I look at it, his flattery skills are quite something. As Keel was doing his best to manage his expression, it happened. Yeah, you do have a long way to go. Keep working hard. Pardon. You're too slow. Much slower than someone I know. Keel's eyebrows twitched. Not just slow, but much slower? He couldn't accept it no matter what. You seem dissatisfied. Then why don't you try it on me? Lady Lucia, I am a 7-star knight. No matter how strong you are, draw your sword. Stop jabbering. Jabbering? At this point, even Keel couldn't hold back. He took a stance towards Lucia. Right, I just need to make her acknowledge me. Make her see me as a man. Some trivial emotions were mixed in, but Keel was a 7-star knight. His sword wouldn't tremble from emotions. Keel ran forward and drew his sword. But, Tuwoong, what? It didn't cut anything. Did he fail to draw his sword just now? Got scared. Amidst people's chatter, Keel broke out in a cold sweat. They were wrong. He did draw his sword. But, the half-drawn sword returned to its sheath. However, that was all Keel knew. He didn't know why the sword returned. I hid it back in. Pardon. I said I punched your sword to put it back in the sheath. Only after a brief silence did everyone realize. Lucia had struck the hilt of the drawing sword with her fist to prevent it from being drawn. The question is that even possible, did come to mind simultaneously though. A drawing stand's biggest weakness is that posture. Anyone can tell you're trying to draw, so who would just stand there and let you? Then what should I do? Draw faster. Pardon. Draw fast enough that the opponent can't react even if they know. Simple, right? Is that simple? But Keel had no choice but to lower his head. Thank you for the advice. I'll work hard. Yeah, well, I'll praise you for honing your own swordsmanship. You said Jackfield family? Seems like there's quite a bit you can take from your family's swordsmanship. Keel's feelings after receiving Lucia's guidance, however brief, were complicated. It was good that he got acquainted with Lucia, but he ended up showing her his terrible skills. But it seemed he could improve the lacking parts of his swordsmanship. Instead, he failed at making her see him as a man. Isn't this a teacher-student relationship? Just what kind of situation is this? As he barely held back the urge to tear at his hair, the surroundings quieted down. No, beyond quieting down, it was died in silence. Keel raised his head and finally saw, ominously shining eyes, a scarred face, a physique that seemed twice his own size. The face of Karen, the Empire's rat. Lord Karen? Why are you here? You don't know why people have gathered here? I didn't take you for someone who can't grasp the situation at all. I didn't mean it like that. Keel wasn't the only one in turmoil. Everyone here was shocked. We have to carry out a mission with that monster. Then the commander of this subjugation is Karen. Heavens. The brutality of the man named Karen. The adults knew it better than the students. Not only the incidents on the battlefield, but also what happened behind the scenes. Because they were well aware of the rumors and information about him. Even the talkative Edwin had turned pale. Oh, hello uncle. Long time no see. The only one approaching Karen like that was Lucia. It has been a while. Is winning at word games more important than keeping secrets? You're always so nasty. TL note. Basically, she implied they hadn't seen each other in a long time, while he implied that they had. Lucia grumbled. The information that she had stayed at Anwood Academy for a month. It wasn't classified information since there were so many eyes watching, but still, wasn't it information on the location of Lucia, one of the Empire's forces? And yet he openly reveals that. There was no way Karen wouldn't know this fact. In other words, what Karen did just now was simply out of spite. It was only natural for Lucia's lips to stick out. I told you hundreds of times not to let the other person read your emotions. And I told you thousands of times that I only act like this in front of people I dislike. Crackle dash. Sparks flew between Lucia and Karen. Seeing that, people thought, perhaps in this subjugation war, they might have to worry more about our allies than our enemies. TL notes. Gag, to think His Majesty the Emperor personally issued a mission. The giant man walking through the forest had a satisfied smile. My name, which is called the Rising Star of the Empire, must have reached His Majesty's ears as well. I truly am amazing. Astion, a 7-star knight. Following the guidance of a rat, he entered deep into the forest and surveyed his surroundings. They're all familiar faces. They were people he had encountered once or twice in passing. What was strange was that they were all huddled together in a corner, like students obediently following their teacher's words. What is this? No matter how suspicious the mission is, are they that scared? Their flashy titles will cry. In fact, the title Rising Star of the Empire didn't refer to just Astion alone. It was a title referring to the up-and-coming figures who reached the level of 6 stars or higher before the age of 30 and were currently raising their stock. And it referred to most people here as well. Oh ho, your confidence is good. Quite bold despite being late. Of course. I'm not the type to have so much free time. You should be grateful I even came. By the way, who are? Astion, who turned his head, couldn't help but stiffen. Karen, the Empire's rat, was standing there. Keel, what do we do? A star is going to fall today. Shut up and stay quiet. Unless you want to fall with it. Eek. Telling a friend to shut up. Keel, you really are tough, huh? Veins bulged on Keel's forehead. Normally, he would have punched Edwin or left his seat, but he didn't want to right now, because he didn't want to draw the attention of that man, Karen. I heard he retired from active duty. Was that not true? If it were the usual Keel, he would have proven his excellence through conversation, skills, and mannerly actions. He would have caught the commander's eye and confidently taken one of the team leader positions. However, I hate that guy. He's scary. The nickname Empire's Rat wasn't much different from saying master of assassination and torture. He says it's for the Empire, but he's been doing that kind of work for decades? There's no way he's sane. The thoughts of the people currently here weren't much different from Keel's, because they knew very well that there was a limit to strong mental fortitude. In other words, in their eyes, Karen was insanity itself. As they were trying their best not to stand out in Karen's sight, Astion staggered over. You bastards. If there was such a monster, you should have told me. It's your fault for being arrogant without knowing your place. And who told you to be late? Eek. How horrible. A face I never want to see again. Astion, rumored to not know fear as befitting the owner of a huge physique. To make even him tremble. Is Karen really insane after all? A few more people came after that, but the overall reaction was similar. At novel bin at. Surprised to see Karen, getting scolded, trying their best to get into the center of the group to avoid standing out. As one or two started breathing laboriously due to the increasingly crowded space. Oh my, isn't that Lucia? A woman not only acted familiar with Lucia but even spoke casually to her. Naturally, everyone's attention was drawn to them. Oh my gosh, Sylvia? Is it really you? Of course it's me. Who else would it be? The two women hugged each other tightly and squealed. When was the last time? When you had your baby. Then it would be 3 years ago. What have you been up to? You said you'd come visit. I was busy. Is the child growing up well? Growing up too well, that's the problem. Come by next time. Bring some toys. Okay, I'll definitely go. Seeing that, Keel tilted his head. He couldn't hear the conversation, but they seemed very close. However, it was information not in his Lucia data. At times like this, the best was a man with wide but shallow connections. Edwin, known as the Salt Man in aristocratic party circles. Edwin, who is that person? Let's see. Brown hair with a black ribbon on her sword, on very close terms with Lady Lucia. Seems to be Sylvia, the second daughter of the Trouvere family. Lady Sylvia? One of the war heroes. A comrade who went through the war together with Lucia, and an academy classmate. And the ill-fated genius who suddenly announced her retirement. The exact reason wasn't known, but rumors spread that it was due to war-related trauma. She announced her retirement around age 30. That means she suffered from trauma for at least 10 years. Is war that horrible? Keel, who had never experienced war, couldn't empathize. He knew there was a limit to mental strength, but still, wasn't there more than 10 years of time? It was enough time to recover. Well, she must have had a weak heart. Anyway, seeing Sylvia made Keel even more puzzled. No matter where he looked, this place was full of 6-star and 7-star knights. Overall, they're young. And only those called geniuses have been gathered. A force that could easily conquer a castle or two. But not only were rats called here, even retired people were gathered. Keel, I know even if you don't call me, something's not right. Huh? What? What? Astion and Keel pushed Idwin's face away, because they knew well that including him in the conversation wouldn't be helpful. One thing is certain for now, it's urgent. Yeah, to the point of calling even retired people. I expected it from the moment I saw His Majesty's seal, but it won't be easy, will it? Keel, you're unusually talkative. Are you scared? No way. I don't know what it's about, but it's impossible to surprise me. I graduated from that several years ago. Gag, same goes for me. Geniuses who reached the level of 7 stars before even turning 30. Who could possibly scare them? Gather. Karen's infinitely low voice. But strangely, it was clearly heard in everyone's ears. Thump 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 dash. The people who were densely packed, doing their best, ran in front of Karen faster than anyone and lined up. Yes, fear and dread are different. Everyone waited for Karen's words with tension. I am Karen, appointed as the commander of this subjugation force. A few groaned. Is that Karen saying he's the commander of this mission? It would have been good for both of us if he was just passing by. Such an absurd coincidence couldn't possibly happen, but they wanted to rely on even that. You must be curious about many things. I will provide simple information. Karen's short briefing began. Callows, moving skeletons, the fact that they could run fast. It was a shocking story, but everyone listened to Karen's words without a word. Although they made a bit of a fuss because of Karen, there were no novices here. They were all veterans who were big shots. This is all the known information. Our mission is as follows. Investigate the strange phenomenon, confirm the existence of a black mage, and Karen's eyes shone as he continued. Annihilate all the black mages there. It was a chilling statement, but no one objected. Because expelling black mages, that was the peace of the continent. I will take questions all at once tomorrow. For now, moving is important, so we will depart immediately. Gather at the west side of the village in 2 hours. Yes, sir. Everyone left the forest. Only Lucia and Karen remained. What about Lord Alistair? He is near Callows. He said he would scout ahead to see if there are any traps. Really? Rather than that, I think it might be a strong will for exploration. It's probably both. He's not the type to risk other people's lives for the sake of exploration. That's true. But is this the end? No, one more person will join us midway. They were a bit late due to personal reasons. Whoever it is, how arrogant. I'll have to educate them a bit. Do as you wish. Karen turned around and smiled slightly. Educate? Huh. Yes, they will do it. He will, to Lucia. Asterisk. Wyverns, horses, rafts. In 2 days, they traversed the sky, land, and even rivers. A forced march moving 20 hours a day. But no one complained. Because they realized time was crucial. Raising the bones of the dead. The longer time passes, the more the enemy's troops will increase. Callows is a place where hundreds of thousands have been buried. Damn it! It would be fortunate if it was a few months ago, but if they have been gathering troops there for several years? No, if they started gathering troops right after the war ended. Winning with this number of people was absolutely impossible. Still, they moved silently. It was a mission directly received from the Emperor, but Alistair was said to be near the destination. Karen, Lucia, and now even Lord Alistair. Victory may be impossible, but retreat is 100% possible. The day after revealing the mission, Karen said, the mission may end with the scouting team rather than annihilating the black mages. It was no different from saying if the enemy's troops are beyond expectation, extract as much information as possible and retreat, then inform the continent and request reinforcements. He's much more reasonable than I thought. Of course, Karen being scary was still the same. Should I say he went from a scary person to a reasonable scary person? At a riverside where they settled for a break while traveling, someone greeted Keel as he was drinking water. Hello. Small stature, golden hair, and a long spear on his back that didn't fit his physique. A boy with a youthful appearance that seemed like he could be 12 rather than 15. Huh? Who are you? At that moment, Keel realized something was strange. This place was a foreign country, and a remote area among remote areas where not even a person's shadow could be seen. Moreover, we should be under the protection of the rats. The fact that he passed through where the rats were. Then it was one of two things. Either he showed his identification tag and proved he was an ally, or he killed the rats and entered. Enemy. Keel reflexively moved his hand. Certainly, Keel's judgment wasn't bad. The problem was, a spear was currently aimed at his neck. The spear that was on his back is suddenly. Keel couldn't help but be shocked. Because it meant before he could even put his hand on his sword, the other person drew his spear and aimed it at him. Seems like there was a misunderstanding. Who is the commander? If Lieutenant General Karen is here, could you call him? Please wait a moment. There was no need for Keel to inform him. Because Karen came running from far away. Keel, join the main force and take a rest. Understood. Keel was dying to know who the boy was, but he chose to leave. He knew well it was an order to leave. Lord Douglas, it's been a while. Lieutenant General Karen, indeed it has. Seeing you like this, I couldn't be happier. Karen's strange expression. Only then did Douglas realize he had made a mistake. Sigh. I'm sorry. Living with children, my way of speaking has become like this. I understand. Depending on where one lives and how one is treated, humans are creatures that change. That's right. The owner of the youthful appearance filled with a boyish air. His identity was none other than Douglas de Castle, who was called the hero of the Empire in the past. You haven't been able to break the curse. That's right. I couldn't find even a small clue. Currently, Douglas was under a demon's curse. A fierce battle with a first-grade demon 10 years ago. To save civilians, he had no choice but to accept the demon's curse. The curse that made his appearance younger. Some might say it's good to look younger, but the reality was different. My insides are steadily rotting away. Unlike his appearance, his insides were that of an 83-year-old man. He stayed in the Holy Kingdom to find a way to break the curse while carrying out the mission of protecting the princess, but the result was as one could see. Ugh, why is that old man here? Lucia, who arrived late, grimaced. It was natural for Lucia to know Douglas's younger appearance, because when he was cursed by the demon, Lucia was also there. Isn't it obvious? Security is life. Gah, that's not it? You did it to mess with me? Karen, you know very well that geezer annoys me. Lucia had trained under Douglas and was never able to win a single spar. Of course, since he didn't consider it a duel, Lucia's undefeated record remained unbroken. It's been a while. But from now on, call me Adonis. If it became known that Douglas was alive, if it became known that he was afflicted by a demon, the Empire could fall into chaos. So Douglas accepted his fate and planned to operate under a new name for the rest of his life. Changed your name after becoming young again? I'm jealous. I want to be cursed too. Share some with me, old man. Smack. Karen hit Lucia on the head, and Lucia immediately protested. What? Why did you hit me? I think it's stranger that you don't know the reason. Get lost. If you're bored, go play with your friend. I was gonna go anyway. Have fun playing with the old man. You really need a beating. Humph. Blah. Lucia's retreating figure as if running away. Seeing that, Adonis inwardly admired. 60% well-refined mana, 40% mana still unrefined and wandering outside. With that level of refinement, she reached the level of 8 stars. Then if she manages to harness even that unruly energy, a monster. There's nothing scarier than a monster with no sense. Haha, so you acknowledge Lucia's power too. She still has a long way to go. Far from enough. Watching Karen grumble, Adonis became lost in thought. Is this how our era passes? It's both joyful and futile. Adonis could tell that he would reach the end of his life soon. I have no complaints, having lived long enough. However, he was only worried about the Empire's safety, His Majesty the Emperor, and the sickly princess. His last loyalty and service he could do for them. Karen, I have a piece of information. I don't know about other information, but I think this needs to be reported first. Please speak. Karen immediately prepared to write down Adonis's words. Isabella, that woman. Karen also knew well who Isabella was. No, it would be stranger not to know, because she was the current saint of the Holy Kingdom and communicated with the goddess more than ever before. Did she deliver a prophecy to destroy the Empire? Well, I wouldn't be surprised even if that were the case. But Karen couldn't help but be surprised at Adonis's next words. She's powerless, a fake. The journey resumed with Adonis joining the group. Although the destination was not far, Karen's mind was filled with confusion due to the information Adonis had provided. The Holy Kingdom was far more corrupt than expected, the newly enthroned cardinal's suspicious behavior, and the construction of a temple near the castle were just a few of the many pieces of information. However, what truly baffled Karen was not such information, but rather, the saint is a fake. Isabella, the person with the most divine power in history and praised for her compassion matching her beautiful appearance. Her fame had long spread throughout the continent, beyond the Holy Kingdom and the Empire. According to the rat's information, she possessed tremendous divine power and he witnessed a miracle before his eyes. This was not second-hand information, but intel directly conveyed by the rat who had disguised himself as a high-ranking nobleman to meet Isabella in person. Since others showed similar reactions, it was an undeniable fact that Isabella was the newly chosen saint and the most outstanding among all previous saints. But that Isabella is a fake. Karen couldn't help but be confused. Where did the information go wrong in the first place? No, did saints truly exist in the first place? What if it was an existence created by the Holy Kingdom to justify their actions? If all the oracles supposedly delivered by the goddess were fake, and the Holy Kingdom's authorities issued oracles as they pleased, it meant that the continent had been manipulated by mere humans, those with filthy desires. How many wars have been fought due to the ambiguous content of the oracles? As his thoughts reached that point, Karen felt nauseous. Karen. Yes, Lord Adonis. I understand your confusion, but for now, focus on the task at hand. Adonis was right. Now was not the time to be lost in thought. The investigation of Kalos and the execution of the Black Mage were the priorities. Yes, I understand. Oh my, didn't I tell you to focus? Be at ease with me. Adonis's appearance was that of a young boy. If Karen were to use honorifics with such a child, anyone would find it strange. To prevent such mishaps, Adonis had advised Karen to be comfortable with him and use casual speech. All right. That's still not enough. I know, how about thinking of it as an order? That might make it more natural. The vanguard looks dangerous. It would be, if you could assist them. What kind of grammar is that? Rather than the vanguard, it seems you need more help. Despite several more attempts, it was not easy, because Karen clearly remembered the dignity Adonis had shown when he was Douglas, the hero of the Empire. Aren't you overthinking it? Just treat him comfortably. Lucia, who had approached at some point, put her arm around Adonis's shoulder. Seeing this, Karen immediately rebuked her. That would be making him uncomfortable. I have to do at least this much. Uncle's current behavior is no different from saying, this little one is actually Douglas. Ugh. Karen had nothing to say, acting to hide Adonis's identity. It was an undeniable fact that Lucia was far better at it than him. It doesn't seem like acting, but rather a sincere attitude of treating a child. That's just Uncle's misconception. I'm acting splendidly. Right, Adonis? Yes, it's a magnificent act indeed. No, it seems to have been like this since we first met. Twitch. Lucia thought to herself that Adonis was quite perceptive, perhaps because he was an old serpent. Lucia hurriedly changed the subject. But aren't we too late? What do you mean? It seems those behind us already find it suspicious. As Lucia said, everyone following behind glanced at them from time to time. Curiosity, doubt, wariness, envy, jealousy. All accompanied by gazes filled with complex emotions. I made a mistake. That's right. It was Karen's mistake. Adonis's youthful appearance, looking even younger than 15. It was surprising enough for such a child to join, but he was having a friendly conversation with the leadership. It was only natural for them to find it suspicious. To think I would make such a mistake. It was due to the shocking nature of the first information Adonis had shared. It was when Karen was racking his brain to come up with a countermeasure. Never mind, just leave it be. But inferring who I am is also a skill, so it doesn't matter. If a fight breaks out, I'll have no choice but to demonstrate my abilities anyway. Above all, after examining each member of the subjugation force, Adonis smiled brightly. Aren't they the ones who will lead the empire in the near future? That's right. Although over a dozen were missing, they were called the rising stars of the empire. They would soon be responsible for the core of the empire. The information that Adonis was alive would help them rather than have a negative impact. The curse might be a problem, but I will die soon anyway, so it won't matter. I'll likely run out of life before the trial even ends. That's true. But why did you even come here in the first place? Instead of watching your grandchildren play in the back room. Smack? Why did you hit me? You deserve to be hit. What kind of way is that to talk to Lord Adonis? You said to be comfortable, so I am. You're being too comfortable. That's no reason to hit me. Uncle should also get hit fairly. No way. Thud 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 dash. Toddadadock dash. Karen and Lucia, the two beasts, began to fight. Seeing this, Adonis chuckled. Karen, I thought you had gotten old, but I was wrong. You can still work for over a dozen more years. Karen was just over 60 years old. From Adonis's perspective, he was still young. Adonis shifted his gaze to the back with a satisfied smile. It's fine if my identity is exposed, but giving too many hints isn't good either. I should keep some distance from Karen while carrying out activities. Suddenly, Lucia's words about going home and watching his grandchildren play came to mind at novel bin at. Come to think of it, I haven't even seen the faces of my own children. To think I would receive orders as soon as I set foot on imperial soil. Not only his children but he also wanted to see his grandchildren's antics after a long time. However, it was impossible until this mission was over. Instead of that, I guess I'll have to settle for watching my junior's antics. Although it might not compare to the cute antics of his grandchildren, it would be enough to feel a sense of nostalgia for the empire. However, Adonis was completely unaware. The fact that his adorable grandchildren who used to show cute antics had already passed their 20s and were no longer at the age to display such antics. Asterisk. The dust cloud created by Karen and Lucia's clash. The members of the subjugation force following them fell into serious contemplation. Why are they suddenly fighting? Could it be a battle for the position of commander? To pick a fight with Karen, she must have lost her mind. Before that, shouldn't we decide which side to take first? I'm with Lady Lucia. Me too. Usually, in situations like this, there would be a joke about the winning side being my side. However, there was no sign of such remarks. That's how much they feared Karen. No, it's not just Karen we should be wary of. That child should also be watched out for. That child. Referring to the young boy with golden hair, Adonis. The one who feared Adonis was naturally. Monster? There's a monster living inside him. Keel, the third son of the Jackfield family. Edwin, did you find out who that child is? I'm not sure. Based on his golden hair and appearance, he's definitely a nobleman, but I don't know any child like that among the spearmanship families I'm aware of. Broad but shallow relationships. If even Edwin, known as the social butterfly of the noble party scene, didn't know, it was safe to say that no one here knew. That's when Adonis started walking towards them with slow, steady steps. He's coming this way. Everyone be careful. Keel, is that really something to be so terrified of? You guys don't find him strange at all? Huh? Well, he is strange. Suspiciously close to Karen and Lucia. However, he's just a child, isn't he? Astion replied nonchalantly. Keel felt like screaming. That mere child nearly beheaded me? I couldn't even see him draw his spear. But he couldn't say that. It would be like admitting defeat to a child. As Keel was feeling frustrated to the point of insanity, Adonis arrived in front of them. Greetings to you all. Huh. I merely greeted you. Is there a problem? People furrowed their brows. Adonis's way of speaking was like that of an old child. Keel thought he was being arrogant because of his skills, while the others. See you, cute. found Adonis adorable. Children from noble families tended to mature relatively early due to the education they received at home, but occasionally there were children like this. Children who pretended to be adults. If real adults saw a child pretending to be an adult from their perspective, it was only natural to find them cute and match their eye level. Of course, the atmosphere also played a part. A commander worse than a demon, a grueling march followed by heading to a battlefield where they had to risk their lives. In such a situation, the appearance of the cute Adonis was like a long-awaited rain in a drought for them. People immediately bombarded Adonis with questions. Which family are you from? It's a secret. What brings you here? I came to provide assistance. Eek. He says he came to help. How cute. The women flocked around Adonis, while the men began a small discussion. He's too young. But if they called for him, does he have a special talent? There's a high probability he's a scout type. Exceptional senses. Maybe he's on guard duty. There could be an ambush. Well, he's likely to be with us until we enter Kalos. Seeing this, Keel was dumbfounded. Far from being cautious, they were making misguided judgments and even finding the monster cute. It was only natural for Keel to shout. What are you all doing? Have you gone mad as a group? What's wrong, Keel? Why are you suddenly like this? That thing has a monster inside, I tell you. Everyone, get away from him. If you don't want to die. From Keel to Adonis, from Adonis to Keel. Everyone's gaze went back and forth a couple of times. And then, well, yes. Every man is bound to have a monster inside. But he's still a child, isn't he? It's probably not like that for him yet. Astion, that's vulgar. I'm just stating facts. Look, my body also. Kaya, Adonis, close your eyes. Tremble. Keel trembled at the sight of the farce unfolding before his eyes. Oh my, is he jealous right now? They say a man's jealousy is ugly. That's spot on. The women whispered among themselves. Keel, who had suddenly become an ugly man. Edwin patted his shoulder. You went too far with this. Being jealous of a child. Well, I'm always on your side, so don't worry, my friend. To receive comfort from the mischievous Edwin of all people? Keel began to wail. Fortunately or unfortunately, people's attention was focused on Adonis. Want some candy? Sylvia, Lucia's friend and academy classmate, offered a candy to Adonis. As she had a 3-year-old child, she carried sweets with her everywhere. I shall gratefully accept. Adonis did not refuse. Because it's sweet. The curse had changed not only his appearance but also his taste buds. He had developed the taste buds of a young child. For him, the temptation of candy was not something he could resist. Carrying candy with you. You're quite a wonderful child. Eek. So cute. The women could no longer hold back. Look at that soft, supple skin. His cheeks stretch so much. The elasticity is incredible. Doesn't his hair seem to glow? Which brand do you use? If you tell this pretty big sister, I'll give you a candy. Squeal. Squeal. The women went wild every time Adonis spoke. Adonis, who had come to see the antics of his juniors, ended up being showered with cuteness instead. Thud dash. Pa-ba-ba-ba-bit dash. While exchanging blows with Lucia, Karen saw it at novel bin at. So cute. Adonis being showered with cuteness. Adonis, do your legs hurt? Want this big sis to carry you? There is no need for that. I'm not old enough to rely on others. Eek. Look at that confidence. How cute. Pulling his cheeks, patting his head, and even hugging him with their entire bodies. It had long surpassed rudeness. Those bastards. Karen witnessed the scene of elder abuse. Pow. In an instant, his head turned to the side. Lucia's fist had struck Karen's face. What? How can you get distracted while fighting? Don't you think this wouldn't have happened if you hadn't started throwing punches in the first place? I guess so. Sighing deeply, Karen turned his gaze to the back. He had to show those ill-mannered fools who were mocking an elder. Just leave them be. You know, to others, he just looks like a frail boy. Karen flinched. It was as Lucia said. To him, Adonis was someone to be revered, but to those who didn't know the circumstances, he was just a boy who needed protection. I made a mistake. If not for Lucia, it could have been a big deal. He thought she was just a reckless, scatterbrained filly. Had she grown a little? Karen was about to revise his evaluation of Lucia from a reckless filly to a slightly less reckless filly. And who knows? He might be enjoying it. What? I mean, it feels good to be called cute. Even that old man doesn't seem too upset about it. Do you think he's a pervert like you? Who's a pervert? Lucia clenched her fists. She seemed ready for another round. Karen became lost in thought. I was going to use the secret weapon that kid gave me for a big incident later, but now that they were heading to the battlefield, what could be a bigger deal than insubordinate juniors? The thought was brief. Karen decided to use the secret weapon Zero had given him. A secret weapon that could turn a reckless filly into a well-behaved, docile filly. Come to think of it, I got something interesting. Huh? Something interesting? Yeah, a really funny photo that would make anyone burst out laughing. A funny photo. Lucia tilted her head. Karen held out a photo to her. It was a group photo. Zero, Rez, Luna, Rodlin, and Lucia wearing an extremely short academy uniform. What? How did you get that, uncle? Lucia reached out in surprise, but Karen's hand was faster. It had long been tucked away. Give it back right now. Before I kill you, who will be faster, you killing me or me scattering 100 copies in the air? Karen was a master of dagger techniques. Scattering 100 photos in the air was nothing to him. Gore. What do you want? I like your quick judgment. Unconditionally obey my orders until this mission is over. Then this photo won't see the light of day. Just you wait until it's over, you perverted uncle. Anyone who sees this photo will probably think you're the bigger pervert. Ugh. Lucia clenched her fists and trembled. With this, one unstable factor is eliminated. Karen was about to show a victorious smile inwardly. A woman approached them. It was Sylvia, Lucia's academy classmate and friend. Uncle, hello. Sylvia. It's been a while. It has. Sorry for the late greeting. There were too many prying eyes until now. Not only were most members of the subjugation force wary of Karen, but it was also Sylvia's first mission since her retirement announcement. Showing familiarity with the commander Karen would only lead to unnecessary misunderstandings and gossip. After a few days had passed since the initial merger and Adonis had captured everyone's attention, she finally came to greet him. There was no need to go that far. I didn't gather idiots blinded by jealousy. Is that so? My mistake. Since it's been a while since I've been in real combat, I thought it would be better to be cautious. Unlike someone, you have depth. That someone better not be me. Your perception is remarkable at times like this, Lucia. Crackle dash. Sparks flew between the two. Seeing this, Sylvia chuckled. By the way, Uncle Karen, you're still the same as ever. What do you mean? Tormenting my friend. You often used to torment Lucia. I wasn't tormenting her. I was just scolding her. That means you care about Lucia a lot, right? I'm jealous. I wish you'd dote on me too. Karen and Lucia's gazes simultaneously fixed on Sylvia. Who cares about whom? Who's getting doted on by whom? Seeing the two of them retorting while leaning in, Sylvia thought. These two haven't changed one bit. Was it my misunderstanding? Anyway, please torment me a little too. Don't just do it to my friend. I don't have such hobbies. Oh my, that's quite unfortunate. Then what could be the reason for tormenting our Lucia? Tisk, I'll be going now. The marching speed has slowed down. Ho ho, take care, uncle. Sylvia smiled with her unique eye smile. Karen turned around and chuckled. Uncle, huh. It wasn't unpleasant. After all, there weren't many left who could call him uncle. Sylvia, I'm glad you've improved a lot. Karen recalled Sylvia's appearance just before her retirement. Disheveled hair, eyes that looked like she hadn't slept, a lifeless gaze, and wrists and neck that never seemed to heal. It was hard to believe that person was the same as this Sylvia. Time is a good medicine. A good medicine that heals wounds. Karen glanced back. He saw Lucia being held in Sylvia's arms. That child's wounds still don't seem to have healed. Karen always thought. Lucia's time was 16. It seemed to be stuck at that age. Moreover, while Sylvia took a brief break, Lucia had been wandering battlefields non-stop since she was 16. If something were to happen like this, Lucia might never be able to get back up again. I hope meeting Sylvia will help. No one knows how it will turn out. Karen simply, silently ordered them to advance. Asterisk. Sylvia, you're amazing. Chasing away that perverted uncle. You should stop too. If you torment uncle too much, he'll become useless. He already has a lot on his mind. TCH? What do I care about that? It's not like I'm the commander. This girl, really. Lucia threw herself into Sylvia's arms. She knew the nagging would be long if she didn't. So this is the leisure of a married woman. It's cozy and relaxing, feels nice. However, Lucia couldn't enjoy the leisure. The nanny, who had appeared at some point, was narrowing her eyes at her. Ho ho, the young lady should also gain the leisure of a married woman soon. Nanny, right now is a moment of utmost peace of mind for me. Could you refrain from such talk? If you get married, your mind will become even more at peace. Let's not talk about that. Lucia turned her body to the opposite side. But there was no one on her side there either. Lucia, Nanny is right. You can't get married like that. You need to learn to accept the other person's words. That's exactly what I'm saying. Have you learned to cook a little? If she had, I wouldn't have to take care of her, would I? That won't do. Even with servants, you should occasionally be able to make delicious meals for your family. Stop. Lucia covered her ears tightly. Even her friend wasn't on her side. What on earth was marriage? Sylvia covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled. At that moment, her sleeves lifted slightly, revealing her wrists. Wrists covered in scars. But, is your body okay now? Lucia knew well how Sylvia was back then. It was a miracle she had been active for over 10 years after the war, given her mental state. Yay, don't worry. I've overcome it all now. Sorry, but I need to know. Why exactly did you return? You could have just continued living as you were. Marrying a good man, having children, spending busy days taking care of a growing child and the territory. The only fights that would occur were attacks by lost beasts and mischief by delinquents. Nothing could make Sylvia unhappy, except for coming to the battlefield on her own feet like now. I have a daughter. Lucia, you know, I want to give her only good things. Food, clothes, playtime, and so on. And this included a world without war. I wouldn't want my children to experience such a world. To pass on a good world. To not pass on the pain she had experienced. That was the reason the scarred Sylvia picked up a sword again. And the reason she came here. Let's end the war with the black mages with our own hands. Sylvia, I should get going. If I seem too close with the higher UPS, I might come across as dislikable. What's wrong with being a little dislikable? There's an intangible pressure that a hero like you can never empathize with anyway. See you later. Sylvia turned around, her hair fluttering. It had been so long since Lucia had seen those fluttering light brown locks. It was a new feeling for Lucia. At the same time, Nanny, yes, young lady, in this fight, protect Sylvia. Please, I understand. Lucia vowed. In this fight, absolutely. She would not lose a friend. Asterisk. When they were almost at their destination to rendezvous with Alistair, near Kalos. What is that? A huge magic circle was floating in the sky above Kalos. Unknown characters danced around, along with an ominous wave of dark purple mana that was eerie just to look at. Regrouping is the priority. We'll analyze it later. Now there was only flat ground to the destination. They mounted the horses prepared by the rats and hurried their steps. After about 2 hours of riding, we arrived earlier than expected. Good work, everyone. They were able to meet with Alistair. Adonis exchanged light nods with him, and Karen immediately stepped forward. He knew well that now was not a situation for greetings. Lord Alistair, what's with that magic circle? It suddenly appeared last night. Can you tell what kind of magic circle it is? I haven't analyzed everything, but I did figure out the magic that takes up the largest portion. Fog and concealment. The magic circle floating in the sky above Kalos. The black mages, they boldly announced their presence here. It couldn't be called a good strategy. However, we can't ignore their numbers. That's right. The mana concentration is so thick that detection magic is completely jammed. Not only the enemy's location but even the number of black mages couldn't be ignored. Is it a trick to hide their low numbers, a threat for escape, or a sign that they were ready to fight and to come at any time? With too little information, it was impossible to be certain which it was. At that moment, Lucia stepped forward. It's obvious, isn't it? A coward puffing himself up, basically begging us not to come. Jumping to conclusions is forbidden. It could be a trap set by the enemy. That's possible too. But the goal is to at least gather some minimal information, right? Let's just clash with them for now. Their numbers will keep increasing in the meantime anyway. Lucia's advice that wasn't quite advice, but Karen's decision on it was quick. We're going in. Everyone, get ready. Just before the infiltration, a short 15-minute preparation time was given. This was because they had been running for over 4 days with minimal rest. Although the intentions of the black mages were unknown, it was a situation with a high probability of a fight breaking out. There was a need to improve their condition even a little. Meditation, conversation, stretching, napping, writing diaries. Adonis, look over here. So cute. Finding Adonis cute, and so on. Each took their final rest in their own way. The atmosphere was quite bustling for being before a battle. However, no one, not even Karen, pointed out this behavior. It was natural, because the rest they were taking now could be their last rest in life. It's been 20 hours since the activation of the magic circle, and there are an estimated 32 locations of magic stones. Karen, who had heard the rats report, became lost in thought. Having a map of Kalos, the tactics and formation were already planned out. The education was also completed during the 4 days. Although the magic circle had become a variable, Karen had created a special team in preparation for such a situation. Sasha, after infiltration, destroy the magic stones with your team members. I'll leave the order to your judgment. There's no need to destroy them all, right? That's right. But I'd like you to destroy at least half of them. Although fog and concealment are the main ones, there might be curse types hidden as well. Understood. The more magic stones destroyed, the weaker the magic circle becomes. The minimum power of the current subjugation force was 6 star knights. They were individuals who could handle mana at an advanced level. Even if only about half were destroyed, it would not cause them significant harm. As Karen was examining the faces of the subjugation force and checking their condition, Alistair, who was nearby, muttered. Why did they remain there until now? Pardon. It's been over a month since they were discovered by the rats. Yet they still remain there. Isn't that strange? Black mages are not welcomed beings on the continent. Such beings not only had their location exposed but also that they were doing something. In such a situation, they would normally run away, and that's what the black mages had always done until now. But not only did they stay, they boldly announced their presence there. Isn't it because there are many materials? Bones as a material that can create moving skeletons. Kalos is a place with more buried bones than anywhere else, so it's not surprising that black mages have settled there. That's what Karen thought. However, is that worth risking their lives for? Although it may be a bit troublesome, bones can be obtained all over the continent, can't they? Certainly. There's something. A reason they couldn't leave that place even though they knew the subjugation force was coming. Alistair's thoughts were reasonable and a problem that needed consideration. They couldn't let the future of the Empire, the children, be lured into a trap and die in vain. However, there's no need to worry. As Lucia said, we'll find out once we go in. Hey, I see. It's fortunate that child is here. We don't have to rack our brains thinking about it, do we? Lucia's claim to just go in for now. Normally, he would have scolded her, but in a situation like this, it was the best decision possible. Gather everyone. The members of the subjugation force took their positions in front of Karen. The bustling atmosphere was nowhere to be seen. Everyone's eyes were shining. It seems the enemies have noticed our approach. You've prepared the potions and holy water to be taken out at any time, right? 1 holy water per person and 20 holy power potions had been distributed. Although they had no idea who the enemy was or what they were doing, holy power potions and holy water had the power of divine punishment against black mages. As everyone nodded, Karen spoke without hesitation. With that, let's depart. Sir Karen. Someone raised their hand. It was Odin, who was called a hero only in the Ratra region. What is it? Aren't we leaving Adonis out? It seems too dangerous to take him to such a place. Alistair coughed dryly, and Karen frowned. Adonis, who had the unmistakable appearance of a boy. They couldn't say that the person inside was the hero Douglas, someone stronger than them. That child is indispensable for this operation. We can't leave him behind. That's absurd. I request the withdrawal of the order. This is a violation of the minor labor law. The members of the subjugation force began to protest. It wasn't just the women's claim. A significant number of men were also included. Because taking a boy to a battlefield went against the beliefs of knights. You bastards. Are you saying you won't follow orders now? Karen rebuked them, raising his momentum. Not following the orders of a commander on the battlefield, moreover, a commander directly appointed by the emperor, was not strange even if they were executed on the spot. However, it's not like it's not. That's right. We don't know what Adonis's role is, but we can perform better instead. Agreed. Their determination did not waver in the slightest. Karen couldn't help but be perplexed. From the moment they first met until now, weren't they the ones who tried not to even make eye contact, let alone talk to him because they were afraid? And those guys were rising up? Of all times, at such an important moment. Although there would be a leak in their strength, he was considering making an example out of one person. Adonis stepped forward. I'm fine, Adonis, but isn't it a problem that can be solved if you protect me? Everyone was shocked, not only by what Adonis said but also because the smile he showed was so beautiful. A smile that seemed to be tinged with a golden hue. Everyone, raise your weapons and swear? We will definitely protect Adonis. Oh, as he watched the subjugation force making pledges while raising their weapons, Karen thought. They were truly crazy bastards. Asterisk. Thud 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 dash. Dozens of horses kicked up a cloud of dust as they headed towards Kalos. The original plan was to sneak in carefully, but, judging that the subjugation force's approach had been noticed based on the magic circle being activated yesterday, they decided to quickly rush in on horses and catch them off guard. Passing through the Gate of Glory, once called the landmark of Kalos, was instantaneous. It's desolate. A world of grey. If there was a world that had lost its color, wouldn't it be a landscape like this? Everyone, dismount. To reach the 3rd district after passing the 4th district, it took less than 5 minutes. From the 3rd district, there were stairs in between, so dismounting was more maneuverable. It's quiet. Did they run away? SHH. There's still a distance to the 2nd district. Don't let your guard down. Although they had entered Kalos, there were no signs of life. The same went for the bones that were said to move. Tisk, we can't even sense mana. It was due to the magic circle floating in the sky above Kalos. Now that we're inside, it's definitely clear. The magic circle is mainly focused on fog and concealment. There doesn't seem to be any curses or poison. Was it for buying time, telling us not to come here? Who knows? It could also be for an ambush. The subjugation force moved as cautiously as possible. However, until reaching the Fountain of Radiance in the 2nd district, they couldn't confirm anything. We'll rest for 3 minutes and then move again. They had been moving while being extremely tense, so the physical exhaustion was quite severe. If they didn't take a brief rest, they would collapse under the tension. Karen took out a pocket watch and checked the time. From the entrance of Kalos to the inner 2nd district, about 1 hour. It was a considerably fast pace considering they had been moving while being cautious. It's been a while since I've seen it. Alistair muttered while looking at the Fountain of Radiance. It was a new feeling for him, seeing it again after 40 years. Seeing that, Lucia asked. Come to think of it, Lord Alistair participated in the Great War, right? 40 years ago, the 5th Legion Commander Crowley descended upon Kalos. At that time, only Alistair had participated. Back then, Adonis had received orders to guard the Emperor. How was it? It was hell. Not only the soldiers but also the knights and renowned powerful individuals. They all perished. The number of people who died without even having a proper form was countless. To survive such a war. That's amazing. What do they call this? Having a different level of talent. As Karen glared, Lucia whistled. Seeing that, Alistair opened his mouth. Lucia, I survived not because I was strong. It was thanks to the sacrifices of others. I know that too. A battlefield is such a place. But skill is also important, right? Even though I was only a 5th circle mage at the time, Alistair, who was a 5th circle mage, survived. However, the powerful ones of that time, who were stronger than Alistair, mostly died. It was thanks to the sacrifices made by those who were called the powerhouses of that era. Alistair still clearly remembered their sacrifices even after 40 years had passed. To Alistair, they were the true heroes. Perhaps this time, I might have to play that role. Ack, don't say such unlucky things. If it gets dangerous, stick with me. I'll save you. What are you doing? Everyone, get up. We need to depart. With Lucia's grumbling, the subjugation force began to advance again. Around 30 minutes later, they were able to reach the place where the palace of the Rohan kingdom used to be, beyond the first district. It was a place that had been devastated when the 5th Legion commander Crowley descended. As they were examining the palace with its insides half exposed, crack! A slight crack appeared in the magic circle floating in the sky. The special team led by Sasha had succeeded in removing the magic stones. Shiver dash! At the same time, the subjugation force could see it. The palace with its insides half exposed. On the throne, the figure of a person lying down. A person. The face couldn't be seen because the robe was pulled down deeply. However, everyone present could feel it. His size. What? You're here already? I almost died waiting. Who are you? The unidentified man stood up with a leisurely motion. Then he slightly poked his face out, as if trying to confirm the faces of the people. Ah, so you're Karen? I heard from the creator of madness. He said he was in a lot of pain back then. He told me to send his regards. Karen quickly recalled the information Zero had given him. The creator of madness. The surprising information that there were 3 more beings on PAR with him. Then, at novel bin at. Are you one of those 4? Oh, this is surprising? You knew of our existence? As expected of the Empire's rats, the amount of information is considerable. That's when it happened. Boom! With a loud noise, the throne the Black Mage was sitting on was split in half. Lucia, who had approached at some point, had swung her sword. However, she failed to cut the unidentified man. Tisk, you talk slowly, but your movements are fast. What a rude woman. Don't you know that the most important thing when having a conversation is the attitude of listening? Why should I know that? However, it wasn't just Lucia who moved. All the members of the subjugation force took their respective positions and surrounded him. They knew that it was advantageous not to give him time and that it was best to behead him before he could play any tricks. Tisk, it would be better to have a longer conversation. Usually, such fights have a high probability of ending in a disappointing manner compared to the high expectations. Don't worry about that. I'll make it fun for you. Lucia tried to charge forward but quickly retreated. It was because she felt movement beneath her feet. Crunch dash! A skeleton. It was a skeleton much larger than the average adult male physique. What was interesting was that the entire skeleton was heavily armed with armor and weapons. Yes, like a knight. Cray dash! With the skeleton's scream, dark purple mana burst out. A moment later, what stood before Lucia's eyes was the figure of a skeletal knight standing proudly while riding a horse. Unbelievably, even the horse was a skeleton. What the? Kikik dash! The Black Mage's laughter. At the same time, his voice reverberated across the battlefield. You arrogant imperial bastards. Do you know how many people have died because of you? You probably don't. No, you didn't even try to find out. Because you're that kind of scum. Dark purple mana began to flow out from the Black Mage's body. It was the kind of mana that made you feel unpleasant just by looking at it. Actually, I don't know either. But one thing is for sure. The number of people you have killed is far greater than the number of people killed by demons. Although his speech was slow, everyone could clearly feel it. His anger hidden within. What? Now that I look at you, you're not a Black Mage but a paranoid delusional patient. What? Lucia poured cold water on his anger. Do you know how many wars have been caused by demons? Even if people were killed by human hands, it doesn't mean they were killed by people. It's all their fault. Is that the end of your last words? It's too cliché. I'll give you another chance to speak. The Empire's hero, Lucia, I presume. The Black Mage tilted his head to the right. There was a crack sound. Looking at Lucia with his head tilted to the right. It was an unspeakably bizarre appearance. This is perfect timing. I was in need of a gift. He made quite a fuss, saying it wasn't time yet. But your head should be sufficient as a gift. Creak 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 dash. An eerie sound echoed from the ground. But Alistair was one step ahead. Windstorm. Boom dash. A blade-like wind struck the Black Mage. The Black Mage was blown away along with half of the precariously maintained palace. However, even the great mage Alistair is here. This is more than I imagined. The Black Mage was alive. On the opposite side, on top of the pile of rubble, Alistair, who was about to use magic again, couldn't help but widen his eyes. The space revealed as the palace was blown away. There lay the corpse of a huge demon, and around it, 6 Black Mages were chanting an unknown spell. Seeing that, Alistair's face turned pale. You bastard. Don't tell me. Come to think of it. You were on that battlefield. Then you should know well. The corpse of a huge demon. Its identity was none other than the 5th Legion Commander Crowley. The Black Mage's actions were clear. He was trying to resurrect Crowley. Karen. Before Alistair could shout, 2 people moved. It was Karen and Lucia. At the same time, the buildings and the ground shook. Creak creak creak. Hundreds of white hands. At that bizarre sight, everyone held their breath. Alistair, try comparing for once. I don't know, you see. Which was more terrible, the hell of when the Legion commander descended or himself? Who was the greater disaster? Let's begin. It's the start of the Kalos reenactment. The eyes of the Black Mage, his robe turned back, gleamed ominously. Tremble with fear, shiver, and witness clearly. I am the one who governs death and commands souls. Falcon, the maestro of the battlefield, creak 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 dash. Crack 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 dash. From the ground, walls, and various structures of buildings, white bones revealed themselves. The bones that slowly emerged soon turned into a single skeleton. Dozens, hundreds, no, Thousands? An uncountable number of skeletons shone with dark purple lights in their eye sockets. And that wasn't all. They clutched various weapons in their hands. Their intention to attack was so obvious it was almost laughable. Of course, it was a laugh of shock. Don't panic and proceed as planned. Defend your assigned areas. Quajic dash. The subjugation force steadily reduced the number of skeletons. Although they were slightly surprised by the bizarre sight, they didn't panic. Because they weren't weak enough to fall into a panic. Well, they had also been informed beforehand that skeletons would rise. The problem was, creak 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 dash. You're kidding, right? For skeletons, this is too much of a joke. The skeletons they killed rose again. It was bizarre enough that they crawled when their legs were cut off and crawled with their jaws when their arms were cut off. But to even gather bone fragments and restore their bodies. This is a dream, right? They couldn't even stab the heart. Because skeletons didn't have such a thing. Even if they beheaded them or shattered their bodies, they gathered bones from around them and rose again. No matter how many times they were brought down, the skeletons rose with dark purple lights burning in their eye sockets. It was enough to instill fear in the subjugation force. The fear that these things might never die. As the subjugation force was slowly retreating, Adonis's eyes moved quickly, gathering information. Weapons coated with holy power potions. The skeletons killed by those weapons never rose again. But the holy power potions would run out first. The enemy's numbers seemed to be at least 1,000. At that moment, something caught Adonis's attention. A skeleton leaning against the wall, staggering as it restored its body. Its resurrection was unusually slow compared to the other skeletons. It was a skeleton with half of its head missing. Seeing that, Adonis opened his mouth. Crush the heads. Adat novel bin adat. The head is the weakness. Make sure to destroy at least half of it. The subjugation force immediately followed Adonis's words. Rather than believing his words, it was an action they took because there was nothing else they could do. But the result was surprising. Skeletons with crushed heads had slow recovery. Visibly slow. Our cutie Adonis is so smart too. After the fight, this big sis will dote on you a lot. Adonis thought his allies were scarier than the skeletons. Looking at the battlefield where the defensive line was secured stably, Adonis fell into deep thought. This isn't the end. The reason Adonis didn't step forward was simple. The black mage called Falcon. He's quite skilled in strategy. The information capability to notice the subjugation force's approach in advance, the utilization of the magic circle, even luring them into a battlefield advantageous to them. Adonis didn't think that such a person had only this much prepared for the resurrection of the Legion commander. He must be hiding a trump card. 1, 2, or even more. Whatever it was clear that it would be more surprising than the skeletons in front of them. But the same goes for us. Karen, Alistair, and the members of the subjugation force were also hiding their trump cards. And he himself was also the Empire's prepared trump card. Moreover, the strongest trump card, a 9-star knight with a sacred sword. At the decisive moment, he had to appear and shatter Falcon's schemes. Yes, even if a few of those children died. Because no matter how much we win in battle, it's useless if we don't win the war. Preventing Crowley's resurrection and killing Falcon. That was the top priority of this mission. It meant prioritizing that over the lives of those fighting hard. But why did those children, whom he had only been with for a few days, keep bothering him? Tisk. Adonis probed for mana. And soon he could see it. The dark purple mana flying towards the fallen skeletons. I don't know the exact principle, but it seems to require a certain amount of mana to resurrect the ones with crushed heads. The problem was that he didn't know where the mana was coming from. Even for Adonis, who had a knack for mana detection. Is it because of the magic circle floating in the sky? It wasn't just for buying time. It concealed the number of skeletons with fog and made the location of the black mages undetectable with concealment. I can't leave my current position. Because the Legion commander's corpse was nearby. If Alistair, Karen, and Lucia couldn't do it, he had to step forward. The destruction of the magic circle. I have no choice but to leave it to the special team. Then, what was the best move he could make now? Adonis, who had finished thinking, opened his mouth. Odin, sweep the palace and the first district with your team. If you kill the black mages in hiding, the number of skeletons will noticeably decrease. The black mages will have set up traps, but you, the hero of Ratra, should be able to handle it. Thanks for the compliment. But the only ones with the authority to give orders were Alistair, Karen, and Lucia. But not only did Adonis lack the authority to command, he was just a boy. There was nothing more foolish than following his words. But strangely, there's a peculiar power in Adonis's words. Perhaps this was the reason Karen had insisted on Adonis. Quick situational judgment and appropriate personnel placement. A kind of staff officer role? Odin made eye contact with Adonis. Good eyes. Eyes that trusted his own judgment and comrades without the slightest wavering. Excellent eyes. This kid is something. After this mission, I should take him to Ratra and raise him. The fact that she could dote on him a lot was a bonus. All right. But in return, give me a tight hug when you return. I'll think about it. Odin team, follow me. We will sever the heads of the black mages. Immediately after the Odin team left, the other teams naturally narrowed their spacing. They instantly filled the gap created by their departure. A formation with Alistair, Karen, and Lucia at the center, surrounded by the others. Although the number of skeletons each had to deal with increased, it wasn't enough to be called a burden. Because the skeletons were so weak. slightly weaker than regular soldiers. Even though their numbers were high, they were no match for the 6-7-star knights. Ha ha ha, frail bag of bones? This much doesn't even sting. Estion, who was crushing skeletons with a huge shield. Suddenly, something caught his eye, a huge skeleton in heavy armor. It was even riding a horse made of bones. In one hand, it held a huge spear. Thud 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 dash. Looking at the charging creature, Estion thought. That one might sting a bit. Boom, ugh. The huge spear pierced Estion's shield. But it didn't penetrate the shield. Estion had endured it. It's not stinging, it hurts. Everyone, be careful. Wasn't it a problem that you stupidly took it head on? Edwin shot an arrow and shattered the skull of the skeletal horse, and Keel swung his sword at the skeleton that lost balance and fell from above. It was when Keel was about to behead it. The third secret technique of the Monodon family. Half-moon slash. The spear swung in a semicircle. Keel retreated with a gasp. What? The power is weak, but this is definitely. It was a secret technique of the Monodon family, one of the former royal families of the Rohan kingdom. It was one of the families that popularized spearmanship techniques on the continent, so most people knew that technique. Everyone was shocked, not only by the fact that what was in front of them was a former knight, but also, it can use the techniques from when it was alive. Fear. But before that, there was one emotion that surged. Anger. How dare you, insult knights. Knights who closed their eyes in the war against the Legion commander. They were beings who deserved respect, but not only were they forcibly raised from their eternal rest, they were made to fight against the next generation of knights. And they can't even properly demonstrate their original strength. What could be a greater insult than this? Although from different countries, putting them to rest was the duty of the current generation of knights and their juniors. Keel swung his sword. Keel's first original secret technique. One blade. The skeleton's head was split in half. Keel crushed the head into bone powder and scattered it in the sky. The black mages could restore it, but it would consume considerable mana and time. Keel bowed his head as he watched the powder fly in the sky. Rest in peace. Your sacrifices will never be in vain. Keel raised his sword and shouted. Everyone, raise your weapons. Don't let them insult the knights. A fierce battle began between the skeletons, skeletal knights, and the subjugation force. Watching from afar, Lucia whistled. It's passionate. Is it because they're still young? Some of them are older than you know. I'm just saying they need to get moderately fired up. Otherwise, they might die without even realizing their bodies are burning, right? In one of Lucia's hands was a knight's helmet. A half-crushed helmet. As Lucia applied force, the skull inside crumbled and turned to dust. Lord Adonis is over there, so somehow it will work out. So focus on what's in front of you. I know that too, but the situation is terrible. Why the hell is it so sturdy? It was Karen and Lucia who were carrying out the crucial mission of preventing Crowley's resurrection. However, they had no choice but to pause their mission and have a conversation. The unknown magic circle surrounding Crowley and the black mages. They relentlessly pounded on it, but not even a small scratch was made. At least the holy water had some effect, but it couldn't make a hole large enough to attack through. Even the painstakingly made hole was quickly repaired. Cannon buster. Boom dash. Alistair's magic erupted, but it only scattered dust, and not a single scratch was made on the magic circle surrounding Crowley and the black mages. It seems to ignore the impact from vibrations as well. Does it block all impacts? Karen frowned. The reason the black mages had remained until now, it was clear that they were trying to raise the 5th Legion commander Crowley again. They were trying to resurrect the Legion commander who had nearly brought the continent to ruin 40 years ago. Judging from the fact that the skeletal knights can use their abilities from when they were alive, Crowley will also be able to use his past abilities. It was the worst-case scenario. The plan to inform the continent of their existence and bring in reinforcements. It had long been discarded. They had to stop it here. If they couldn't, the continent would perish. Stake your lives on it. Alistair's voice resounded loudly across the battlefield. The subjugation force trembled at Alistair's roar, which they were hearing for the first time. Retreat is impossible. No, it was possible. If they could just destroy that. The corpse of the 5th Legion commander Crowley. The magic circle that even a 9-star knight and a 9-circle mage couldn't scratch. But the method of attack came to mind surprisingly quickly. We have no choice but to collapse the building. If they forcibly changed the location of the magic stones that might be anywhere, and neutralized the magic circle surrounding Legion Commander Crowley and the Black Mages, they could bury them alive as the building collapsed. The problem was that the palace was annoyingly sturdy, perhaps because it was a royal palace? The Rohan Kingdom, once called the Golden Kingdom. It was the palace that demonstrated its majesty by only having half of it destroyed even when Crowley appeared. It meant that it wouldn't collapse just because he and Lucia went wild. But there was a way. Lord Alistair, please collapse the building. I understand. I ask for your protection while I cast. Alistair immediately began casting. The black mages inside the magic circle also seemed to have felt the huge flow of mana and became restless. Hey, I thought you disliked such crude tactics. I only dislike it because it's inefficient. Anyway, I ask you to guard Lord Alistair. What will you do, uncle? I will find and kill the black mages hiding in the building, and that guy called Falcon. Falcon, who had disappeared somewhere, taking advantage of the gap while Karen and Lucia were attacking the magic circle. Honestly, Karen was anxious. Because he didn't know what that guy would do. Lucia pouted her lips. Guarding an old man is boring. Let's switch. In this chaotic situation, I sincerely wonder what would happen if your secret photo was scattered. Seriously, this uncle? Okay, I got it. While feeling truly fortunate to have the photo Zero had given him, Karen blended into the shadows. It's a black mage. Hi, heek. The black mage hiding inside the wall began to run away. He had prepared an escape route for situations like this. However, poof dash, he couldn't avoid Odin's sword piercing through the wall. If possible, I wanted to capture him alive and extract information. The locations of the other black mages, their plans, the weaknesses of the skeletons, the magic circle of the Legion commander, and so on. But she couldn't let go of someone who had prepared an escape route in advance. Well, whatever. I can just ask the next one. Thud. Odin kicked the wall with her foot. The wall collapsed with ease, almost ridiculously, creating a fake wall and hiding behind it. We'll have to redo the search from the beginning. Odin divided the team into two. One team to conduct an additional search of the spaces they had passed, and the team she belonged to would continue searching the other rooms inside the palace. It was at that moment. Sizzle dash. Huh. The black mage, who had been stabbed in the stomach and died instantly. His body melted away in an instant, leaving only bones. And then, creak 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 dash. It stood up on 2 feet, burning with dark purple light in its eye sockets. Odin and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded. And that dumbfoundedness soon turned into astonishment, because they witnessed an unbelievable sight. The black mage who had turned into a skeleton raised his hand to the sky and spewed out mana. Then, creak 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 dash. Crack crack crack. Skeletons rose up from various places. Even, outside the building, they're rising? Ha, only a hollow laugh escaped. It was already surprising that the black mage had turned into a skeleton in an instant, but to think he could also resurrect other skeletons. Does that mean they can use any power they had when they were alive? It was an absurd ability. Odin swung her sword and crushed the skeleton black mage's head. And very finely at that. However, creak creak creak. The finely crushed skull bones trembled and moved little by little. It was clearly trying to reattach the skull bones. Who's coating their weapon with holy power potion right now? Here. She deeply stabbed the skeleton's head with a spear coated in holy power potion. Only then did the skeleton completely stop moving. Does that mean only holy power can grant complete death? Odin checked her waist. Out of the 20 holy power potions she had been given, only 8 remained. The others were probably in a similar situation as her. We should have used them sparingly. We should have only used them when it was important. As long as there were skeletons that could use the power of black mages, they would continue to resurrect other skeletons. In addition to this, let's assume for a moment. What if the black mage skeletons can resurrect other black mage skeletons? An endless loop of resurrection and death would be complete. The subjugation force, the black mages, and those who had already become skeletons. They would live a life trapped in an endless cycle, never able to escape. No, perhaps all living beings in this world would end up like that. As her thoughts reached that point, a cold sweat ran down Odin's back. We need to inform them of this fact. And the Odin team had been moving away from the skeletons while carrying out their mission of killing black mages from the middle. Then what about the people who had been fighting the skeletons from the beginning until now? The number of holy power potions would be running low. Odin's decision was quick. She put 6 holy power potions into a spatial pocket. Everyone, keep only 2 holy power potions each and put the rest in here. Holy power potions that might become a lifeline in the latter half of the battle at Novel bin at. Odin was essentially telling them to give up their lifeline. However, no one objected. The spatial pocket was filled with holy power potions. Over 30, a reassuring number just to look at. I'm dividing the team into 2. Inform the battlefield of this fact right now. Tell them to use the holy power potions only when killing black mage skeletons if possible. Asterisk. Astion. Hey boom dash. Astion's knees slightly buckled. Damn it, even though I deflected it with the shield, to have this much destructive power. But more than that, it was because Astion was exhausted. The number of times he had blocked the skeletal knight's charge had already exceeded 20. The skeletal knight who charged while riding a skeletal horse. Astion was the only one in the subjugation force who could block it. It's best to avoid the charge and then attack, but then the formation would collapse. That's why Astion had no choice but to charge forward whenever a skeletal knight appeared. It was to hold the skeletal knight's attention. Of course, in the process, it was inevitable to be surrounded by ordinary skeletons. You stupid bastard. Try thinking a little when you fight. Who are you calling stupid? Isn't the one who follows into the middle of enemy territory more stupid? Yeah, I'll be a fool as many times as it takes, if it means getting out of here. Keel grumbled. Keel couldn't leave Astion alone as he charged alone. Keel, leave it to me. It was when they had finished off another skeletal knight with perfect harmony. They felt a wave of mana. Astion, move instead of talking. Astion pushed Keel and rolled on the ground. Boom 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 dash. With the sound of an explosion, the ground where they had been standing was soon engulfed in flames. Ugh. Hey, are you okay? I'm fine. Except for the fact that your body is crushing me. Astion and Keel got up. On the side where the magic had just flown from, a skeleton was standing. A skeleton wearing a robe. That's right. The one who had just used magic was none other than that skeleton. It's already surprising that they can use secret techniques, but to think they can even use magic. It was when Keel clicked his tongue. Ting dash? It's really annoying. Astion scratched his thigh. An arrow had bounced off, causing an itch. Not only was Astion sturdy, but he was also protecting his entire body with mana, so ordinary arrows couldn't deal damage to him. Keel scanned the surroundings. Several skeletons holding bows were seen. Crack dash. They broke off a bone from somewhere on their body, sharpened it, and knocked it on the bowstring. An arrow made of bone couldn't possibly fly properly. It fell right in front of the skeleton. The skeleton picked up the bone arrow and tilted its head. It seemed unable to understand why it wasn't flying. It was a truly bizarre sight. Such an arrow won't be able to fly properly, but Keel could feel it, that the situation would only get worse as time went on. Although the skeletal knights, mage skeletons, and archer skeletons were a problem, the biggest problem currently was our stamina. The skeletons, except for the skeletal knights, had their skulls shattered in one blow. However, even that one motion makes us consume our stamina. Keel wiped the sweat running down his neck. Meanwhile, the skeletons continued to rush in, burning with dark purple light in their eye sockets. I see. From the beginning, these things were created to exhaust our stamina. Like a light rain soaking clothes, their stamina would eventually run out. They needed to come up with a plan before that, but focus? Another one is coming. The skeletal knight's charge began again. Astion disrupted the skeletal knight's balance, and Keel seized the opportunity to crush its head. Kook. Astion, are you okay? I'm fine, so don't worry. This much isn't even worth mentioning as an injury. Keel and Astion stood back to back. High body temperature could be felt even through their clothes and armor. It was because they had been fighting non-stop since the battle started. Keel, how many have you killed? Who knows? At least 300, I suppose. Less than me, but similar. But why? Astion swallowed his saliva and continued. Why aren't their numbers decreasing? The skeletons emitting dark purple light from their eye sockets. Seeing them gradually narrowing the encirclement, Keel quickly racked his brain. Humans have limits. The black mages are also human, so they shouldn't be different from us. But for them to keep rising like that, does it mean the efficiency of the magic that raises the skeletons is extremely high? Or is it the power of the magic circle? Or is it just a cheat-like ability? It was when Keel was desperately searching for a solution. Hey, what? If I die too, will I end up like that? Astion's guess. Keel didn't particularly refute it, because he was also having the same thought. They would become skeletons regardless of friend or foe, ally or enemy. And then, they would target allies and my family. It was the worst ability. An ability that might kill allies and family with hone techniques. How the hell did they obtain such a terrible ability? As expected, the black mages needed to be eliminated. But the most urgent thing to do now was to eliminate the anxiety Astion was feeling. Don't worry. I'll personally cut off your head. Haha, then are you saying I'll lose to you? Isn't that obvious? At that, Astion chuckled. You're right, I can't die. I can't suffer the humiliation of dying to you. Clack 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 dash. A skeletal knight rose. They had crushed its head, but it only slowed down its recovery. They also couldn't completely kill it. What? Why is that thing coming back to life? Didn't you spray holy power potion on it? Do you think I have any left? Then you should have at least spit on it. Do you think my saliva is holy water or something? Only a saint can do that. Then you should become a saint? No, since you're a man, a holy man. What the hell are you talking about, you crazy bastard? While Astion and Keel were bickering, the skeletal knight had long mounted the skeletal horse. It's coming? Block it. You block it this time? Why do I always have to block it? Keel thought. He was the crazy one for following to save this guy. It was the moment the skeletal knight began to charge. Pow dash! The skeletal knight fell off the horse. There was a large hole in its skull. Astion and Keel could tell. An arrow. And the result created by an arrow filled with mana at that. And the person who shot that arrow was. Did everyone wait long? Edwin, known as the Black Archer of Violetta. Astion and Keel, who discovered him, burst into joyful cheers. As expected of Edwin, you came to save us. Huh? No, I'm also trapped, you know. Edwin, what the hell are you talking about? Why? Then why did you do the stupid thing of breaking through the encirclement and coming in? You two looked like you were having fun. I hurried over to play with you. Sorry, I'm late, aren't I? Edwin scratching his head as if apologizing for being late to play. Astion and Keel shouted in unison. You crazy bastard dash. But they didn't even have time to scold Edwin, because the skeletal knights kept rising. Damn it, there are too many skeletal knights we've killed around here. If they had holy power potions, they could have granted them rest, but it was impossible without them. It meant they would continue to repeat resurrection and charging. Edwin, the holy power potions. I drank them, they're good for the body. You $% and carrot. Keel, a man known for his manners in noble circles. But at this moment, he couldn't help but curse. And a curse that couldn't even be expressed in words? But even in a moment like this, the body was honest. It was when they were preparing for the skeletal knight's charge, with Astion at the forefront. Someone appeared next to the skeletal knight. It was a middle-aged woman in a maid uniform. Pow! The skeletal horse's body bent like a bow at her fist. At the same time, crack dash! The swung sword cleanly split the skeletal knight's head in half. The skeletal knight's head turned to powder and scattered. It was proof that the weapon had been coated with holy power potion. Keel knew who those people were. The person wearing the maid uniform was Lucia's nanny, and, "Is everyone okay? Anyone hurt?" The person who split the skeletal knight's head was Lucia's friend and a former retired war hero, Sylvia. Astion muttered blankly, "I'm quite injured. Especially here, on my sturdy thighs. Oh my, what were you doing without even applying a potion? What if you get scarred?" Sylvia quickly took out a potion and sprayed it on Astion's thighs. "And carefully rubbing it," she said. "Fighting until you got this injured. You three are all brave. Really amazing. All three of you rest for a bit. I'll go clean up the surroundings and come back." Sylvia ran and swung her sword. The heads of the skeletal knights wriggling to resurrect turned to dust and disappeared with the wind. Astion, Keel, and Edwin. The three of them could feel it. The warm inclusiveness of a married woman. Astion muttered with a slightly flushed face. "Keel, what is it now? I think I might have opened my eyes to something new. Perhaps a married woman is a lovely being who embraces all the pain in this world." Keel thought. He wished this crazy bastard would become a skeleton soon.